Inside an igloo, Zeke Draker scoffed at the situation, calling out the foolishness of thinking he could be trapped so easily. With a sigh, Zeke wondered where the ancient relic could be, frustration creeping into his voice. Sitting there, missing both arms, Zeke muttered to himself about idiots and whether they would listen if they were in his shoes. Meanwhile, two soldiers were not happy, calling Zeke an arrogant bastard and deciding they needed to contact their main squad first. One of the soldiers spoke into a mana crystal, confirming they had the Northern Phantom and waiting for their coordinates to be confirmed. As they approached Zeke, they couldn't believe he was still hanging in there despite his missing arm. They wondered why the Northern Phantom was also after the relic the Emperor wanted, thinking he was just trying to be annoying. Zeke fumed as the soldiers complained about suffering for so many days because of him. They decided to have some fun with him before the main squad arrived to pay him back for their hardships. One of the soldiers drew his sword, telling Zeke to brace himself. They wouldn't stop until he was desperately begging them to kill him, and they started deciding who would go first. A light flickered above the soldiers as one of them stepped forward, declaring he would go first if it was heads. Classic coin toss moment, but the vibes were all wrong. Zeke bit down on his bleeding arm, the pain sharp but not enough to distract him from the mess he was in. With a surge of mana, he reattached his right arm, gritting his teeth. He wasn't about to let this slide. Not again. His eyes glowed an eerie purple as he declared himself the Draker's first failed awakener. Zeke Draker, the black sheep of the family, was about to flip the script. Born into the legendary Dragonslayer household but unable to use aura, he was tossed aside like yesterday's trash. Failed to awaken, failed to meet expectations, and ultimately, failed to stay welcome. But failure wasn't the end for Zeke. It was the fire that fueled him. He did everything he could to survive, to claw his way back up. And now, with his arm healed and his eyes blazing, he was ready to prove it. Zeke dashed forward, his sword gleaming as a voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that strength alone wouldn't bring fulfillment. But as the memory of falling coins flashed before his eyes, he wasn't having it. He caught the coin, his grip firm and determined. Looking at the coin, he scoffed. Heads. What a joke. With a swift motion, he sliced off the head of a soldier, the coin's result fueling his ruthless efficiency. Sweet, it was heads. A purple aura began to emit from Zeke, his resolve hardening. That idea was only spouted by those who were already strong. Turning to face his enemies, he continued, those who were weak would be trampled on by the strong. He lunged at a soldier, his movements swift and precise. With a clean strike, he sliced the soldier in half, declaring that their belongings would be stolen. That was the harsh truth of this world. Zeke glanced down at his leg, the weight of his situation sinking in. He let out a sigh, realizing that escaping this mess wasn't looking too likely. Classic. But then, in a move that had everyone questioning reality, Zeke casually reattached his left arm like it was no big deal. The soldiers around him were thoroughly grossed out, muttering about how irregular and nasty it was. Yet, they figured a headless guy probably wouldn't be pulling off any more tricks. With that thought, the men lunged at him, ready to finish the job. Zeke found himself surrounded, with soldiers attacking from all sides. In a flash, swords were sticking out of Zeke's back, and the soldiers lay motionless around him. He couldn't help but mutter about the absurdity of it all. Zeke coughed up blood, his body clearly not handling the whole swords in the back situation very well. Looking at the blood on his hand, Zeke couldn't help but think that his life was slipping away faster than his will to live. He was dying and it wasn't looking pretty. As he fell, Zeke reflected on his unfinished revenge but found a small comfort in the fact that he had managed to steal the relic the Emperor was after. At least he was going out with a minor win. The relic glinted, a silent witness to Zeke's final moments. Closing his eyes, Zeke whispered an apology, his voice barely audible. Suddenly, the relic began to glow, casting an eerie light around Zeke's fading form. A bright light emitted from the relic, and a voice echoed, speaking of an ancient power awakened by Zeke's strong will. Behind Zeke, a spirit began to form, the voice continuing that the soul of an elder dragon was engraved upon the will of the one who persists. Zeke's final moments were turning into something straight out of a fantasy novel. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up, asking if Zeke agreed to some urgent measure. It was like a cosmic terms and conditions no one ever reads, but way more dramatic. Zeke agreed, and just like that, the Awakener's agreement was confirmed. An irreversible promise power was being activated. No pressure, right? The countdown started. Zeke's fate was now on a timer, and he couldn't even hit snooze. 5. The first number appeared. Zeke's heart probably skipped a beat or two. The suspense was killing him literally and figuratively. Zeke's mind was racing faster than the countdown. What was going to happen next? The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. If you had a knife, that is. And then silence. The countdown was over, and Zeke was left in the quiet, wondering what just happened. Zeke found himself transformed into a little boy. He was back to being a kid, but with the memories of his past life. Talk about a glowdown. He waved his hand, trying to make sense of it all. Did he just time travel? Because if so, he needed to figure out the rules and fast. Looking at his reflection, Zeke couldn't believe his eyes. He was a kid again, but the memory of the sword piercing his stomach was still fresh. Trauma doesn't just disappear, even with a time jump. Laying down, Zeke realized this place felt familiar. like he had been here before, because, well, he had. Time travel is a trip, literally and metaphorically. Zeke found himself staring at a grand castle, the cradle, the training institution of the Draker household. Talk about a family business with extra steps. Dragons soared through the skies, a reminder of the Draker legacy. The Drakers, one of the three great transcendent households, were famous for their dragon-slaying ancestry. Terrican Draker, the hero who saved the continent by taking down the evil dragon Bahamut 1,000 years ago, was the founder of this lineage. Thanks to their ancestors' legendary feat, all descendants of the Draker bloodline were blessed with aura, easily awakening their high-level powers and becoming knights. Basically, they were all born with a cheat code. Zeke let out a sigh, feeling like the odd one out. All except for him, that is, the black sheep of the family, unable to awaken his aura like the rest. He looked up, confusion written all over his face. Did he mishear something? What was going on? Zeke started walking, trying to make sense of the situation. His mind was racing, trying to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, a notification popped up, confirming the soul of the Awakener. Zeke was taken aback, unsure of what to make of it. Another notification followed, stating that the soul of the Awakener was 100% aligned. Zeke was shocked, to say the least. The final notification confirmed that the soul of the chosen Awakener had received the will of the Elder Dragon and was merged completely. Zeke was utterly stunned, his mind struggling to process the sudden influx of information. A message appeared, stating that he had obtained authority to a part of the system. Zeke was bewildered, unsure of what this meant for him. A greeting popped up, addressing him by name. Zeke Draker, it said, as the status window began to open. He couldn't help but wonder if an artifact had been activated. The window was filled with magic videos and other mystical content, leaving Zeke both amazed and overwhelmed. Zeke's hand passed through the screen effortlessly, as if it were made of mist. He realized he could interact with the magical videos just like that. Not only could he touch them, but he could navigate through the content with a wave of his hand, like swiping through a futuristic tablet. As he explored, his mind started connecting the dots, and a thought crossed his mind. A memory flashed in his mind. His master had once told him about classes and skills, an ancient system from a time when people categorized themselves based on their abilities. Skills were specialized techniques tied to those classes, like healing for a healer. The memory of his master's words was vivid, especially the part where she had called him an idiot for not understanding it sooner. The training that followed his awakening had been brutal, pushing him to the brink of death more times than he could count. But according to the status window, it was official, was already a healer. No takebacks. Zeke decided it was time to put it to the test and see if the status window was telling the truth. His mind wandered back to the moment he became a healer in his past life. It had happened in his 20s, right after the Ether Hall was unlocked. As the purple aura enveloped him, Zeke's thoughts raced with realization. Opening his eyes, he found himself still basking in the glow of his Ether Hall. A smile crept across his face as he confirmed his suspicions. His Ether Hall was indeed already unlocked, just like in his past life. With this revelation, everything started to make sense. Even though his trained body no longer existed, his skills and memories had returned to the past with him. Walking with a newfound confidence, he mused that he was in a much more advantageous position compared to who he was before his regression. Sitting down, he knew that to make use of this opportunity, he needed to find out what he had at his disposal first. Just as he was about to dive deeper into his thoughts, a voice startled him, asking for permission to enter. Zeke sighed, realizing it was useless to pretend he wasn't there. He grumbled about not having enough time to read everything, fumbling with how to turn off his abilities. The door creaked open as the voice announced their arrival. Zeke panicked, trying to stall, but the voice expressed disbelief at his lack of preparation. Decker stood there, looking as unimpressed as ever. Zeke's exclusive servant wasn't having any of his excuses. Zeke's mind raced, wondering what Decker was even doing there. Zeke scrambled to his feet, trying to play it cool. Prepared? For what? He hadn't even had time to process what was happening. At least Decker couldn't see the busted windows. Small mercies, right? Decker's voice cut through the air like a knife, sharp and unamused. He couldn't believe Zeke was playing dumb right now. Like, seriously? Zeke was sweating bullets. Decker had always scared him when he was a kid, and even with the mind of a 32-year-old, his body couldn't shake off that old fear. It was like his nerves were stuck on a loop of childhood trauma. But then, like a switch flipped, everything changed. A skill activated, and just like that, Zeke's nervousness vanished into thin air. Talk about perfect timing. Zeke felt a newfound calm wash over him. This composed mind thing was no joke. He glanced at the status bar, raising an eyebrow. So this was a skill, huh? And it just activated on its own? Convenient much? Decker, meanwhile, was not impressed. He had already told Zeke a million times how important this event was. Zeke looked up, meeting Decker's gaze. Of course he was listening. Maybe. Sort of. Okay, not really, but Decker didn't need to know that. Zeke, still locked in Decker's gaze, suddenly found himself on his knees, looking a bit worse for wear. Tears streamed down his face as he tried to play it cool. But let's be real, he was definitely not cool right now. He stammered about some evaluation test, something called pancration, as if that would make everything better. Back at the castle, the scene shifted to a broader view of the Draker's training system, known as the Cradle. Starting at the tender age of 7, every kid had to go through 5 years of what could only be described as hardcore basic training. The instructors would evaluate the students each year through intense competitions, testing their swordsmanship and combat skills in something called Pancratiano rules, just raw survival. Opponents were usually chosen by the instructors, but sometimes, if both students were up for it, they could choose their own battles. With no rules in place, injuries were pretty much guaranteed, and yeah, not everyone made it out alive. But this brutal competition was what decided the students' class placement within the academy. The stakes were high, and the kids had no choice but to fight with everything they had. The children had no choice but to fight with all they had. The day of Pancration had arrived, the final part of the evaluation that would decide their fate within the academy. The instructor made sure everyone was aware of the gravity of the situation, and the students responded with a resounding affirmation, ready to face whatever came their way. The head instructor, Pan Mark, wanted them in high spirits so they could get started right away. The students prepared themselves, mentally and physically, for the challenges ahead. Among the students, Zeke stood out, not necessarily in a good way. The whispers around him were less than encouraging. After the humiliation he faced the previous year, many wondered why he was even there. Some even said they would have run away if they were in his shoes. But Zeke, hearing every word, stood his ground, ready to face whatever came his way. Zeke stood firm as a voice boomed, calling for Eren and Gata to step forward. They responded swiftly, their determination clear as they prepared for what was to come. The tension in the air was palpable as the command to get ready echoed around them. Zeke took a deep breath, his focus sharpening. With a single word, the challenge began. The atmosphere was electric, and Zeke knew this was his moment to prove himself. The scene was set, the stage was ready. Zeke watched intently, his mind racing with strategies and possibilities. Every move was crucial, every second counted. Zeke's eyes darted across the arena, taking in every detail. In a flash, it was over. The voice declared the fight finished almost as soon as it began, pointing out the critical mistake of not getting into the proper defense position. Yikes, talk about a quick lesson. Gata was unable to fight, and Eren was declared the winner. Zeke couldn't help but reflect on how he used to be deathly afraid of such challenges when he was younger. But now, these guys seemed like nothing compared to what he had faced before. Zeke's confidence grew as he realized how far he had come. The challenges that once seemed insurmountable now appeared almost trivial. With a newfound sense of determination, Zeke prepared to face whatever came next, knowing he was ready for it all. Zeke and Leon were called out, asked if they were ready. Zeke responded with a confident yes, while Leon, ever the man of few words, simply nodded in agreement. Zeke couldn't help but think about how his opponent just had to be Leon, of all people. The universe really had a sense of humor. Leon, with his usual calm demeanor, noted Zeke's return, suggesting he hadn't gotten enough of his attention last year. Classic Leon, always keeping it cool. Leon, not one to mince words, told Zeke to beg for his life if he wanted to live, calling him a parasite. Zeke, taken aback, stammered an apology. Zeke pleaded for mercy, adding that Leon had been his opponent every year anyway. It was like a weird tradition at this point. Zeke was sure Leon had pulled some strings behind the scenes. He could already hear Leon's excuse about overcoming dirty tricks to be a true dragon slayer. Yeah, right. Zeke couldn't help but wonder why his cousin had to be such a piece of work. Family reunions must be a blast. In his past life, the 4 siblings of the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet. But there were more than a dozen cousins who made up for it. Those cousins were more than willing to bully him. Family goals, right? Leon had to give it to Zeke, he was persistent. Zeke, on the other hand, was just trying to survive another family gathering. Leon wasn't done yet, taunting Zeke about his previous defeat, questioning if he had the courage to return or if he simply hadn't learned his lesson due to his inferiority. Zeke, however, wasn't having it. He activated his class skill, composed mind, preparing himself for whatever Leon was about to throw at him next. Leon scoffed, clearly annoyed that Zeke wasn't cowering in fear. He had heard enough of Zeke's sassy remarks and was ready to put him in his place. Zeke, though, was unfazed. He calmly warned Leon not to call him inferior again, his voice steady and composed. Leon, ever the charmer, asked what Zeke planned to do about it, still throwing around the inferior insult like it was his favorite toy. Zeke, though, was done playing games. He activated his skill, Critical Strike, and let his fist do the talking. Leon staggered back, clutching his face in pain. He had clearly underestimated Zeke's strength, and his face was paying the price. Zeke, meanwhile, was just as surprised as Leon. He had only meant to knock him out, but his skill had activated with his punch, sending Leon flying. He couldn't believe what he had just done, and neither could the onlookers, who shouted his name in shock. As the dust settled, a voice boomed, accusing Zeke of jumping the gun before the fight was even announced. Zeke just stood there, shrugging, thinking who even says ready, get set, go in a battle like this? The crowd murmured, agreeing that the one to strike first always had the upper hand. Zeke just smirked, brushing off the drama. Leon, still dazed, tasted something metallic in his mouth. Blood? He tried to play it cool, insisting he was fine. The referee, unimpressed, rolled their eyes and told them to get on with the fight already. Leon, still wobbly, tried to psych himself up, muttering about taking down his opponent. His opponent, overhearing him, scoffed and called Leon an inferior piece of something unmentionable. Leon shot back, calling the other guy the stupid one. The referee had clearly had enough and yelled for them to get ready. The crowd leaned in, the tension rising. This was about to get messy. With a final shout, the fight was on. Let the chaos begin. The chaos began with a punch that left everyone stunned. Mouths agape in sheer disbelief. The initial punch had everyone sweating bullets, but it turned out to be all bark and no bite. With a solid guard, the threat seemed minimal, but caution was still key. The left-hand counter was the move to watch out for, telegraphed like a bad soap opera. It was so obvious. It was almost laughable. A brief pause, a moment of silence, the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, calling out the opponent in a fit of rage. The tension was palpable, the outcome uncertain. Confusion reigned as everyone struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The dust settled, leaving a hushed anticipation in its wake. The dust settled, leaving a hushed anticipation in its wake. Then, disbelief shattered the silence. No way, this couldn't be the combat sense of a 12-year-old, could it? When Leon dodged Zeke's counter and went for the takedown, everyone thought it was over. Leon had this in the bag. But Zeke punched Leon's chin and slipped out of his grasp. Leon's mistake? Letting his guard down too soon. Zeke, though, stayed cool as a cucumber, even after his counter failed. The precision and focus needed to land that hit? Next level. Was this really the same Zeke he knew? The question hung in the air like a bad Wi-Fi signal. Leon was internally freaking out. He couldn't pull off moves like that no matter how hard he tried. He needed space and fast. Distance was his only hope. But before he could even process it, Zeke was already on him again. How was this kid so strong while being so tiny? It made zero sense. Zeke smirked, feeling that familiar rush. You inferior little alright head managed to control his strength this time. But Leon wasn't having it. How dare he? Zeke activated his class skill, heightened senses kicking in like a cheat code. Silence. The calm before the storm. This feeling was all too familiar. Like when you finally get the last slice of pizza, only to realize it's pineapple toppings. Zeke was ready. Zeke had gotten used to controlling ether, like finally mastering a TikTok dance after weeks of cringe attempts. He stood there, ready to flex his newfound skills, the air around him practically buzzing with anticipation. The moment hung heavy, like that split second before a plot twist drops in your favorite series. Suddenly, the vibe shifted. The enemy was clearly not expecting Zeke to pull out his secret skill. Zeke activated his skill, precise stab, like he was about to hit the high score in a boss battle. The tension was real, and everyone could feel it. This was the moment, no cap. Precise stab was all about hitting those weak points for maximum damage, like finding the one flaw in your crush's seemingly perfect Instagram feed. Zeke was locked in, ready to make his move and turn the tide of this battle. Zeke was locked in, ready to make his move and turn the tide of this battle. Even someone like him should be able to learn their lesson, right? With a determined look, he was ready to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. This was his moment to show them what happens when you mess with the wrong guy. It was time to show them the consequences of their actions. He was ready to make them understand the gravity of their mistakes. After a bit of exertion, his mind felt clearer, like he could finally see things for what they were. He could recognize the people around him now, but he needed to stay focused. It was time to stop looking around and face whatever came next head-on. Zeke Draker finally caught his breath after that intense moment, feeling like he could think clearly again. As he scanned the crowd, recognition dawned on him, but the glares he received were far from welcoming. Maybe it was time to stop looking around and face whatever came next head-on. Zeke decided to take charge and challenged anyone with something to say to step forward. A voice called out Zeke's name, commanding attention. The voice introduced himself as Zeke's Pancratian opponent, setting the stage for a confrontation. He had something to say just like Zeke had asked. He revealed himself as Jaken Vardek, another cousin, adding a layer of family drama to the mix. Zeke wasn't impressed and called him out for being boring all by himself. Suddenly, another name was thrown into the ring: Liam Stone. The voice told him to join Jaken, making it a 2-on-1 situation. With a smirk, the voice declared that this made the fight fair. Because, 2 against 1 is totally fair, right? The tension escalated as one figure challenged the other, clearly not amused by the previous remark. The response was swift and sharp, confirming the insult with a casual yet cutting tone. The atmosphere grew darker as a threat was issued, naming Zeke Draker as the target. Before anything could happen, a command was given to Zeke Draker to hold back until the signal was given. Zeke responded with a casual acknowledgement, and the anticipation built as the word, ready, hung in the air. There was a sense of intrigue in the air as someone noted the significance of seeing him again in this place. The mercenary king, Liam, was revealed, his reputation preceding him. Reflections began on Liam's past, recalling his time as a servant in his previous life and his journey through the cradle and the academy. Despite being a distant relative, he was left behind in education but begged to join the higher education of the academy, Valhalla. His path took a turn as he joined the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranon. When Baranon fell, he became a mercenary, and in chaotic times people flocked to the strong. With his long tenure as a mercenary, he became a Red Knight and started his own group, the Stone Mercenaries. He united the 3 largest mercenary groups and was soon called the Mercenary King. As the Empire brought the stone mercenaries into the fold, Liam stepped onto the battlefield of the Continental Wars. And guess who was on the opposite side? Yep, yours truly, teaming up with the Northerners, ready to face off against Liam. But hey, maybe this time things could be different. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tension. Begin. Wait, did he just say what I think he said? Did I say? Oh no, he did. He totally just said, "Together we meet again." Cringe alert. But Liam wasn't having any of it. He shot back, "Do you really think I'll play along with your cheap tricks?" Ouch, the sass was strong with this one. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Jug. The voice echoed, pointing out that he should have checked properly before attempting that kick. Oof, harsh but fair. Silence hung in the air, the weight of the words sinking in. The tension was still there, but now it was mixed with a hint of embarrassment. The voice came again, this time pointing out that he was looking away. A stuttered response trailed off, the realization of his mistakes starting to hit. A brief pause, the air thick with anticipation. What would come next? The silence stretched on, the weight of the moment pressing down. It was like waiting for the other shoe to drop. Then a taunt. Wasn't he scared? The voice seemed to be enjoying this, ramping up the pressure. The voice continued, pointing out that he couldn't even predict that feint. This was a call to come together, a challenge thrown down. Another pause, the air electric. What was coming next? The voice declared that he alone wasn't enough. Well, that's a confidence booster. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. No pressure, right? A sudden loud noise echoed. It was time to face the music. A sudden loud noise echoed. It was time to face the music. And by music, he meant the absolute beatdown he was about to deliver. Someone was clearly not happy with the guy on the receiving end of this rage. This guy, though, he was something else. Part of the OLS 5 level 312, just like them. Or so it seemed. Fighting him was a pain. Literally. His reach was insane, like trying to fight a human Stretch Armstrong. Dodging and weaving, he knew he had to be strategic. Letting him attack first would be a game over. He couldn't just sit back and take hits. That wasn't an option. He needed to take the lead, and fast. It was now or never. He had to make his move, take control, and end this before it even started. The tension was high, the stakes even higher. It was time to see who would come out on top. The battle kicked off with a flashy skill activation. Slash unleashed a barrage of attacks, blinding the enemy and setting the stage for what was sure to be an epic showdown. The crowd watched in awe as the combatants clashed. The tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. The onlookers were losing it. The sheer intensity of the fight had everyone on the edge of their seats, whispering in disbelief at the insane display of power. One fighter, clearly enjoying the spotlight, taunted his opponent, knowing full well that his unique technique was something out of the ordinary. Turns out, the fighter was packing a northern fist technique, a rare sight in these sword-dominated lands. The crowd was losing it, wondering how he pulled that off. But flashy moves aside, the fighter admitted his body wasn't always in top shape. Even just talking about it was enough to leave him winded. Setting that aside, the real issue was his opponent's monstrous physique. The guy wasn't even trying to counterattack or dodge, just tanking everything with his guard up. It was a far cry from his days as the mercenary king, but clearly age had mellowed him out. Regardless, the fighter knew his body was hitting its limit. The battle was intense, but even the most hyped-up fights have to end sometime. Just as the fighter was about to throw in the towel, the plot decided to throw a curveball instead. In a move that defied all expectations, the opponent pulled off something that left everyone questioning their entire existence. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, eyes wide, jaws dropped, collectively wondering if they had just witnessed the impossible. The fighter's evasive maneuver was so slick it was like he had some kind of sixth sense. The crowd was losing it, screaming, and questioning reality. But how could he see something that was invisible to the naked eye? The opponent's move was supposed to be undetectable, yet the fighter dodged it like it was no big deal. The arena was buzzing with theories and wild guesses. Everyone was trying to figure out the fighter's secret, but no one could quite put their finger on it. The tension was palpable, the excitement was through the roof, and the fight was far from over. The crowd was hyped, the fighters were locked in, and the battle was about to reach a whole new level. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The fighters stood ready, the crowd on the edge of their seats, waiting for the next move. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted. Something big was about to go down and everyone could feel it. The fighters locked eyes, their breath steady, their minds racing. The calm before the storm was almost over. Suddenly, one of the fighters activated a class skill, heightened senses kicking in. The game was about to change. The crowd could sense the shift, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. This was going to be epic. With a sudden move, one fighter landed a serious blow. The other staggered, struggling to keep their footing. Oxygen was now a luxury they couldn't afford. The crowd gasped, their minds blown by the intensity of the fight. This was next-level stuff. The fighter who landed the blow couldn't believe their own power. This was insane even for them. The other fighter, struggling but not out, managed a grin. They weren't done yet, not by a long shot. The battle was far from over. Both fighters were still standing, their spirits unbroken. This was going to be a fight to remember. The tension was palpable as the two fighters squared off, each determined to prove their strength. The challenge was thrown down. Let's see who comes out on top. The air crackled with anticipation. The fighters circling each other, eyes locked in a battle of wills. Silence. The calm before the storm. Both fighters were coiled like springs, ready to unleash their power at any moment. The crowd leaned in, breath held, waiting for the first move. This was going to be epic. And then, like a bolt of lightning, the first strike was thrown. The fight was on. Blows were exchanged, each one more powerful than the last. These fighters weren't messing around. The fight was intense, each combatant pushing the other to their limits. This was a clash of titans. Sparks flew, the sound of fists meeting flesh echoing through the arena. This was next-level stuff. The fighters were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to give an inch. This was the definition of a power struggle. The tension was high, the fighters panting but not yielding. This was a battle of attrition now. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding in time with the fighters' blows. This was the fight they had all been waiting for. Yeah, this was it. The moment of truth. Both fighters knew what was at stake, and they were giving it their all. No regrets, no holding back. It would be worth it, taking down Zeke Draker. The ultimate prize, the ultimate challenge. This was the fight of a lifetime. Back at the castle, Decker was all like, "Heard you got messed up in Pancration, you good?" But Zeke just brushed it off. Yeah, I'm fine. Decker wasn't buying it though. He was like, "Mind if I check your pulse?" Classic concerned butler move. Zeke knew what was up. Decker was trying to see if he'd awakened his aura. But then he paused. Something wasn't right. Decker finished up and thanked Zeke. But Zeke was left wondering, is this guy a blue knight? Zeke couldn't help but feel something was off. Decker's thoroughness was suspicious. Normally, checking for aura awakening is just a quick glance at the dantian. But Decker was going above and beyond. Zeke started to think, maybe Decker really is a blue knight. I mean, controlling aura like that? Not easy. But then again, not all knights are created equal. They're ranked by their fighting skills and aura control. If Decker can really control aura that precisely, he's got to be a big deal. But Zeke couldn't be sure yet. Zeke knew he had to find out more. Not all knights are the same, and he needed to know what he was dealing with. Zeke learned that a white swordsman is the novice level, basically the starting point for most children before they undergo the blessing rite. Moving up, a yellow swordsman is what one becomes after awakening their aura and opening their dantian. All trainees of the cradle reach this level post-blessing rite. Once someone masters controlling their aura, they earn the title of knight. Classic level-up grind, right? Then there's the purple knight, where one can reinforce their sword with aura. Above that is the blue knight who can manifest an aura blade. Fancy stuff. Beyond these levels lies the realm of those who have transcended their limits, a realm that the mercenary King Liam had reached before his regression. Zeke recalled that he himself had reached this realm before his own regression. Memories, am I right? There's also the Black Knight, but those monsters are like 1 in a million. Zeke couldn't help but wonder how someone skilled enough to be a commander ended up as his babysitter. Shrugging it off, Zeke figured there was no way his babysitter could detect his ether. Confidence level high. After all, ether is something only 2 people in the entire world can use. Plot twist alert. A figure loomed over the young master, their voice dripping with suspicion as they questioned whether he might be concealing something. The accusation hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, as the figure pressed further, demanding to know what he was hiding. The young master remained silent, but the figure wasn't backing down, repeating their question with even more intensity. A brief pause settled between them, the tension palpable. Then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, the figure waved it off, claiming it was all just a joke. But the young master wasn't buying it, turning the question back on the figure, asking why he had changed so suddenly. The young master continued, stating that the figure should be asking why he had only changed now. He hinted at more changes to come, suggesting that things were simply falling into their rightful places. With that, he ordered the figure to follow him. The figure, now seemingly resigned, agreed, stating that he understood. He informed the young master that the training room he had requested was already prepared. The young master nodded approvingly, commending the figure's efficiency. As the figure took his leave, bidding the young master to rest, the young master's thoughts turned strategic. If the figure was ordered to keep an eye on him, it would be wise to keep him close to extract information instead. The young master's mind raced, trying to figure out who ordered the figure to keep an eye on him. He doubted it was someone from his mother's side. It had to be one of his siblings. But as he pondered, he couldn't help but notice his surroundings. This was a personal training room, and the household was really living up to its name. The young master couldn't help but be impressed by the household's reputation. Before diving deeper into his thoughts, he wondered if he should check out the system or whatever it was called. He paused for a moment, considering his next move. His slash skill had become proficient, and he wondered if it would improve the more he used it. The skill was naturally activated based on his actions, making him question if he had it before. He wondered if learning something new would add it as a skill too. He took a moment to process all the new information. He pondered the difference between a skill and a class skill, as they seemed to be activated similarly. He noticed a draconian skill, but it was unavailable. 10 points were needed to unlock it. He took a moment to consider his options. Monsters came to mind, and he recalled that there were plenty in the dungeons. However, he needed to be at least a purple knight to gain access. The young master's journey was just beginning, and he had much to learn and explore. On top of that, he was super curious about why he had regressed to the past and what the system thing was all about. But he had almost zero information to go on, which was a major bummer. He shrugged it off, deciding not to dwell on it too much. He figured he would use whatever the system was to his advantage, as long as it could help him become stronger. He was determined to make the most of the system he was using, no matter what it was. He recalled that he was a Draker, a name that seemed to carry weight. He remembered that knights reinforced their aura in the dungeons, a crucial piece of information. He thought about how much he had been taught, grateful for the knowledge he had gained. With his thoughts settled, he felt ready to take on new challenges. But training proved to be more intense than expected. After just 2 hours, he was already on the verge of collapse, questioning if he had pushed himself too hard. He knew he needed to recover quickly. Activating his class skill, Vigor Recovery, he hoped it would be enough to get him back on his feet. As he felt his strength returning, he reflected on how rare healing skills were. He had only learned about them after meeting his master, realizing just how unique his abilities were. But with rarity came unwanted attention. Using such skills in public would only make him stand out as an irregular, something he wanted to avoid. That was why he hadn't used them during his fight against Liam, even though it might have turned the tide in his favor. Instead, he had to wait until he was safely back in his room to heal himself, making sure no one saw him use his rare ability. With his recovery complete, he was ready to dive back into the grind, determined to keep pushing forward no matter what. But as he caught his breath, he realized time had flown by, and it was already dinner time. He couldn't help but wonder what he would say to Decker when they finally crossed paths. A week later, the cafeteria at the Cradle was buzzing with chatter about Zeke and how he had seemingly transformed into a completely different person. Some speculated if he had dabbled in some dark magic to bring about this change, but others quickly dismissed the idea as absurd. The guy was a total loser, after all. How could he possibly have pulled something like that off? Meanwhile, he hoped to find himself among the stronger guys, dreaming of the day he could prove his worth. As he pondered his place among the stronger guys, Reina Turin stepped into the scene, her presence commanding attention. She wasn't having his lack of appetite, insisting he eat up and get the energy needed for the upcoming swordsmanship duel. Owen Zimmons chimed in, echoing the sentiment that he needed to be at his best for the duel ahead. But the guy wasn't having it, asking if they were trying to piss him off, his inferiority complex flaring up. Mahat entered the scene, his presence adding to the tension. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of the upcoming duel hanging heavy in the air. Everyone was lost in their thoughts, the anticipation building. The tension was palpable as they all wondered what was going to happen next. Someone finally broke the silence, asking what he was going to do. Zeke Draker's name was called out, the focus shifting to him. He wasn't sure, reflecting on how savage yet impressive Pancration was, but he had his doubts about the guy's swordsmanship. After all, what could he really do if he could barely hold up a sword, let alone wield it effectively? The group couldn't help but agree, mocking how he was so weak that he needed a customized sword because the basic ones were too heavy for him. It just didn't make sense that they lost to someone so inferior. They were sure the others knew this too since they saw the match. He only won against them in Pancration because of sheer luck, or so they thought. Luck? The word hung in the air, making everyone pause for a moment. Silence fell over the group as they considered the implications. If they really believed that, then they had no right to be Knights of the Drake. The statement was bold, and it hit hard. The tension was far from over as the next challenge was announced. A sword duel, but not just any duel. This time, real swords were involved, raising the stakes even higher. Zeke was called up next, and all eyes were on him as he stepped forward, ready to face whatever came his way. But as he appeared, murmurs spread through the crowd. His sword was ridiculously large, almost comically so. Some wondered if he thought a bigger sword made him stronger, but Zeke was unfazed. With a calm confidence, he introduced himself as Zeke Draker, and the crowd hushed, waiting for what would happen next. The tension was thick as the opponent was chosen, and Zeke was selected. The challenge was set, and there was no backing down now. With a nod, Zeke accepted the challenge, and the crowd roared in anticipation. This was going to be intense. The challenge was accepted, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. This was going to be epic. Zeke casually lifted a massive claymore like it was a toothpick, leaving everyone in awe. Like, seriously, how is that even possible? Standing face to face with Zeke, it was clear something was different. This wasn't the same guy who used to struggle with a basic sword. Zeke had seriously leveled up. His aura was intense and he looked like he'd hit the gym hard. What was going on? But hey, no time to overthink it. Getting intimidated before the duel even started? Not cool. He had accepted the challenge with confidence, and now it was time to back it up. No second thoughts allowed. This was what he had always done, but facing the Lightning Knight, that was a whole new level of pressure. The Lightning Knight was no joke. She had made a name for herself during the Continental Wars and was already being called one of the greatest of the next generation. Rumors said she had awakened her aura a few years back, and now she was basically a legend in the making. This duel was going to be intense. But here's the kicker. She hadn't even used her aura in the cradle. Word was she wanted to keep her fundamentals sharp. Like, who even does that? Fundamentals, huh? Well, the match was about to start, and the crowd was hyped. The referee yelled for them to begin. The duel kicked off with both fighters circling each other, sizing up their opponent. The tension was palpable. She made the first move swift and precise. Her opponent barely had time to react. The crowd gasped this was going to be good. Her opponent countered, but she was ready. Every block, every parry was calculated. She was in her element. The fight intensified, each move more impressive than the last. She was holding back, but it was clear she was toying with her opponent. Her opponent was no slouch, but she was on another level. It was like watching a master at work. The crowd was in awe. She was better than anyone had expected. But would she finish him off in one strike? There was a moment of hesitation. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the final blow. She was clearly the superior fighter, but something was holding her back. The crowd was on the edge of their seats. Would she do it? Would she finish him off in one strike? The tension was at its peak. The crowd screamed for her to finish him off in one strike. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. The crowd's jeers echoed, calling the fallen warrior an idiot for not seizing his chance. But Reina wasn't just toying with Yui. Her movements were calculated, deliberate. Though her openings were narrow, she could sense them. Yet, every time she tried to exploit a gap, his sword met hers, almost as if he was applauding her efforts. It was frustrating, to say the least. But right after their blades clashed, another opening would appear. It was almost like a dance, a training duel meant to teach her. Reina couldn't help but feel like she was being guided. Her skills honed with each passing moment. This wasn't just a battle. It was a lesson, and she was the student. The lesson was far from over. The Lightning Knight had more to show, and the student was about to witness a whole new level of combat. Her sword skills were impressive, expected from someone obsessed with fundamentals. But that obsession might just be what was holding her back. A mysterious figure watched, considering how to help her break free from the constraints of her own making. This was how the Lightning Knight fought, even from the very beginning. Her skills were something to behold, but there was room for growth. Her swordsmanship was top-notch, a testament to her dedication. Yet, her strict adherence to the basics was limiting her potential. The observer decided to step in, planning to help her break out of her shell and unleash her true capabilities. What came next was an extremely intense moment. The stakes were high, and the tension was palpable. He intended to close the gap in one swift move. Speed was his ally, and he wasn't about to hold back. As he moved, his speed was nothing short of impressive. Before anyone could react, he was already there, ready to strike. The battle was heating up, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. But as long as there was distance between them, reacting to his moves was totally doable. The crowd could practically hear the collective sigh of relief as they realized they still had a fighting chance. The tension in the air was thicker than a Gen Z slang dictionary. Everyone was waiting for the next move, hearts pounding like they were listening to the latest K-pop drop. Silence fell over the battlefield, the kind of silence that makes you want to yell, "Well, don't just stand there." But no one dared to break the tension. The moment stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. It was like waiting for your Wi-Fi to connect when you're at 99% agonizing. The anticipation was building up, the kind of suspense that makes you want to scream into a pillow. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, literally. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, sharp and clear. It was like the teacher calling your name when you're definitely not paying attention. The crowd collectively held their breath, waiting for what would come next. It was like the calm before the storm, or the quiet before someone drops a major plot twist. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, the kind of energy that makes you want to grab some popcorn and settle in for the show. Everyone was glued to the scene, eyes wide and hearts racing. It was like the ultimate season finale, and no one wanted to miss a single second. The crowd was left in stunned silence, the kind of quiet that makes you check if your ears are still working. Then, the crowd erupted like a pack of overcaffeinated sports commentators. Zeke had lost, and honestly, no one saw that coming. Reina had pulled off something incredible, and the best part? She didn't even use her aura like she usually does. Mind blown. But hold up, the cadets didn't notice the sneaky little detail that was about to flip the script. As Zeke's attack landed, Reina did something unexpected. She used the tiniest bit of aura, like barely enough to even register. It was the kind of move that made you go, wait, what just happened? Reina, the one who swore she'd never use her aura until she made it into the academy, had just broken her own rule. And honestly, no one saw that coming. Zeke managed to force her hand, and now everyone was left wondering what she was even doing. But this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. What would happen next? No one knew, but it was clear this battle was far from finished. The tension was palpable as the scene shifted to a sword duel. The atmosphere was charged with accusations of cheap attacks, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. With a nervous affirmation, the challenger readied himself, acknowledging the stakes of the duel. The crowd was in an uproar. A knight abandoning his sword? Unheard of. This was Reigns' victory, they chanted. The fallen knight was shamed for his apparent lack of skill and honor, the crowd's jeers echoing around him. Silence fell over the arena, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. The question lingered. Did he want to continue? It was clear this battle had taken a toll on more than just his body. Defiance flared in his eyes. He hadn't lost yet. The strike he took was merely a momentary lapse, a brief slip in his guard. If only his opponent had been armed with a dagger, the outcome might have been different. But excuses wouldn't win this duel. The arena fell silent once more, the next move hanging in the balance, the crowd leaning in with bated breath. The tension shattered as a voice echoed through the arena, declaring defeat in a tone heavy with resignation. A pause hung in the air, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. Then, the announcer dropped the mic, or at least it felt like they did. Zeke Draker, the guy who was basically called the trash of humanity just a few days ago, had somehow pulled off a win. Against one of the most talented kids from the famed houses, no less. The crowd was losing it. The name Zeke Draker rang out, clear and triumphant, followed by the name of his opponent, Reina Turin. The arena erupted, the crowd's roar shaking the very foundations. The town was in chaos, flames licking the sky as soldiers callously tossed bodies aside. It was a grim sight, setting the stage for whatever was about to unfold. Inside, away from the madness, two figures stood by a window, watching the mayhem unfold. The contrast between the destruction outside and the quiet inside was stark. One of the men looked pale, his face twisted in disbelief as he stared at Abel, who was calmly sipping tea. The sheer absurdity of it all made him question how Abel could be so composed in such a dire situation. A letter lay open between them, the words screaming that someone had actually defeated Reina. The weight of the news hung heavy in the air. Abel, ever the picture of calm, set down his cup and gave William a look. William, always so serious, couldn't hide his frustration. Abel suddenly stood up, his mind clearly shifting gears. He asked how much time they had left until the blessing rite, answering his own question with a hint of urgency. They had 10 minutes, next full moon. Without another word, Abel started walking, declaring it was the right moment to pay the family a visit. William was taken aback, questioning if Abel was really going alone. Abel's hand rested on his sword, his curiosity clearly piqued. There was something about this situation that intrigued him, and he wasn't about to let it go. Gazing out the window, Abel's mind was already racing ahead. He wanted to know what kind of awakening they were about to go through. Zeke's victory left everyone in the cradle completely shook, but instead of celebrating, he just went back to the training facility and kept grinding. About a month later, on the day of the blessing rite, he was still at it. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Zeke couldn't help but wonder how he even managed to become a red knight with his body in his past life. Like, what even was that? Opening his status window, Zeke noticed that, as expected, once his skill mastery surpassed the expert level at 73,137, the skill ranked up and the mastery reset. Classic leveling grind. He even managed to raise his mastery of swift steps, the skill he gained during the duel. Progress was progress, no matter how small. Suddenly, Zeke looked up as Decker approached. Decker had that look, like he wanted something. Zeke was ready to ask what was up. Decker informed him they were leaving in 2 hours. Zeke nodded, ready to get everything prepared. No time to waste. Cut to the carriage already moving. The journey ahead full of unknowns, but Zeke was ready for whatever came next. As the carriage rolled on, Zeke found himself lost in thought. It had been quite some time since he last visited the main estate, the heart of the Draker family's legacy within the Duchy of Troy. Though the family's primary residence was the Four Seasons Fortress in Midland, right at the center of the continent, the blessing rite had to be held at the main estate, where the legend of the Dragonslayer began. Cue the dramatic music. The sound of footsteps echoed as they approached the grand estate. The main estate of the Draker family, known as the Dragon's Nest Lair, loomed ahead, imposing and majestic. Soldiers snapped to attention as the carriage arrived, their formation crisp and precise. Zeke, now in uniform, couldn't help but notice the sea of faces around him. It suddenly dawned on him that all these onlookers were probably here because of the Continental newsletter. He was sure his family had also sent informants to keep tabs on him. Talk about family drama. Whatever their intentions were, Zeke knew that once they saw him failing his awakening, they would likely lose interest. No one likes a failure, right? With a glare, Zeke steeled himself. He was ready to face whatever came his way, determined to prove everyone wrong. Zeke's glare deepened as his eyes landed on an unexpected figure. His fury was palpable, the kind of vibe that screams, "Did I leave the stove on?" But way worse. A handshake was exchanged, and the air filled with the kind of awkwardness usually reserved for family reunions. Someone mentioned it had been a while, and Abel agreed, his tone as smooth as a butler serving tea. The question of what brought him to the blessing rite hung in the air, followed by a not-so-subtle hint about someone in the class catching his eye. Abel, ever the charmer, played it cool, saying that no one had caught his eye. But he had other reasons for being there, and the way he said it made it clear he wasn't just dropping by for the free snacks. Abel's hand came down on the table with a smack, the kind of dramatic gesture that makes everyone jump. He had something to say, and it was clear it wasn't going to be a casual chat about the weather. Abel's gaze dropped, and he let it slip that his adorable youngest brother was there, the second son of the Draker family, Lionblade Abel Draker. But Zeke wasn't having any of that adorable nonsense. To him, Abel was the butchering knight, and the tension was thicker than a holiday feast. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with the kind of intensity usually reserved for the final showdown in an action movie. Abel's smirk was met with Zeke's glare, and it was clear this wasn't going to be a friendly family reunion. Zeke shook his head, trying to calm the storm inside him. There wasn't much he could do right then anyway, so he took a deep breath and tried to play it cool. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if his actions had changed the future. In his past life, Abel would have never shown up during the blessing rite. It was like a plot twist in a drama, and he wasn't sure if he was the hero or the side character. If his actions had indeed changed the future, then maybe, just maybe, this was his chance. Zeke clenched his fist, determination burning in his eyes. It was time to see where this new path would lead. With his newfound determination, Zeke stepped into a world where soldiers stood in formation, ready for something big. The air was thick with anticipation as a man declared the beginning of the blessing rite. Like seriously, the vibes were intense. A voice called out for Aaron, and a nervous response echoed back. Aaron stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves like he was about to get down to business. No turning back now. Aaron was ready, sleeves rolled up, game face on. Whatever was about to happen, he was all in. With a deep breath, Aaron dipped his wand into the water. The moment of truth was here, and the air was electric with possibilities. Slowly, Aaron lifted his hand out of the water. The tension was real, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. Suddenly, another person appeared, adding to the mystery. The plot was thickening, and the suspense was killing everyone. Light began to emanate from the other person, casting an eerie glow. Things were getting serious, and the vibes were next level. A strange light filled the scene, leaving everyone in awe. The future was uncertain, but one thing was for sure: this was going to be epic. As the strange light faded, a whirlpool of energy took its place. The Drakers were about to experience something legendary, and honestly, it was going to be a big deal. Through the blessing rite, every member of the Drakers would awaken their sealed aura at the ripe age of 12. A voice called out, urging the next participant forward, setting the stage for what was to come. Unlike ordinary knights who awaken after 20, the Drakers were on the fast track. A man's voice echoed, calling for the next participant, hinting at the rare cases where something even more extraordinary would happen. Suddenly, the mana lamps flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. Confused murmurs filled the air as voices questioned what was happening. This was not part of the plan. Then, a gasp broke through the confusion as red lights flared to life. The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Something incredible was unfolding. A flaming sword materialized, its glow casting an eerie light across the room. The power on display was unreal. These knights weren't just strong. They were on another level, some even rivaling the legendary Red and Black Knights. The room was in chaos, energy crackling in the air as the awakening reached its peak. It was pure, unfiltered power, and everyone could feel it. A man's voice cut through the noise, demanding the special gloves. Without them, life would be anything but ordinary for these newly awakened knights. The Drakers were stepping into their destiny, and it was going to be wild. Reyna stared at her hands, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. The gloves or lack thereof were a big deal, and the room seemed to hum with anticipation. The Drakers emblem flashed across the scene, a reminder that proving pureblood descent wasn't just about a fancy title. It came with the full package: family support, endless perks, and a whole lot of drama. The crowd murmured as the next candidate stepped up. Voices buzzed with excitement, wondering what kind of awakening was about to go down. The energy was palpable. This was the main event. A single step echoed through the room. Of course, after taking down Reyna, this awakening was bound to be legendary pureblood status guaranteed. Zeke Draker stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the statue ahead. He never thought he'd be back here, not after the last time. A flashback flickered through his mind. The last time he stood before the statue, it had been nothing short of a nightmare. All eyes were on him as he reached into the cradle. The blessing rite had been his only motivation to push through, but the memories of the struggle were still fresh. He clenched his jaw, determination burning in his eyes. He hadn't given up. He hadn't surrendered. This time it would be different. With his hands submerged in water, a smirk played on his lips as he muttered to himself, pleading with the damned bronze statue to take care of him this time. Suddenly, the knight statue trembled, as if stirred by an unseen force. The room fell silent, eyes glued to the spectacle. But just as quickly as it began, the shaking ceased. Whispers filled the air, disbelief echoing through the crowd. Had the statue really stopped? This was unheard of, unprecedented. Abel watched, eyes wide with shock. This had never happened before, ever. All eyes turned to him, the man of the hour, the one who dared to challenge fate itself. Slowly, he lifted his hands from the water, a wry smile on his face. He knew it. Deep down, he had known it all along. He shouldn't have expected things to change. He had let that bastard make him too confident, too sure of himself. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers and gasps. What was happening? He had failed to awaken the statue. Was that even possible? How could this be? As Zeke wiped his hands, the crowd's chatter grew louder. Voices in the crowd questioned how he could have beaten Reyna if his blood wasn't enough for the awakening. Some even accused him of using tricks and called him an embarrassment to the family. Zeke couldn't help but think that these people never change. Shrugging off the negativity, Zeke looked down, muttering to himself that there were plenty of other ways to get stronger besides awakenings. Suddenly, a status bar appeared, apologizing to Zeke for a delay in message processing. The status bar explained that due to an error during processing, a message had been delayed. Zeke looked on, curious about what was happening. The status bar continued, stating that necessary information had been missing from the identification terminal during class identification. But now, class information had been input using the system's authority. The terminal had identified Zeke's talent as healer, a rare class. Zeke couldn't believe his luck, thinking he was on his way to greatness. Suddenly, a red light began to emit from the knight statue, catching everyone's attention. The crowd murmured in shock, noting that the red light indicated a pure-blood awakening. They couldn't believe that Zeke was starting off with such a rare and powerful sign. As a radiant light began to emit from Zeke, the status bar popped up with some major updates. A connection was made, and suddenly, an ancient dragon's blessing sealed within his soul had been activated. The crowd's murmurs turned into full-on gasps. This was getting intense. Abel watched closely as another notification flashed. Zeke's talent of kin, fighter's blood, had been awakened. The energy in the room was off the charts, and everyone could feel something epic was about to go down. Zeke stared at the status bar in utter confusion. His awakened talents had been combined, creating something entirely new. The status bar announced the creation of a unique class, and just like that, Immortal was awakened. Zeke couldn't help but think, what in the world just happened? As Zeke stood there in confusion, the crowd around him started murmuring in disbelief. A golden light had appeared, which was not typical for a pure-blood awakening. Some even claimed to have seen a hint of red, leaving everyone puzzled and questioning what they had just witnessed. Zeke could sense the doubt in the air, but he knew better than to speak up. Any words from him might just add fuel to the fire, so he kept his thoughts to himself, letting the whispers continue. The chatter grew louder as people tried to make sense of what had happened. The mana lamp was fine, but the sword statue seemed broken. Without any mana inhibition, it couldn't possibly be a pure-blooded awakening, or so they thought. Suddenly, a clap cut through the noise, silencing the crowd. Abel turned to face the crowd, his expression lightening the mood. He couldn't believe how seriously everyone was taking this. After all, they had just witnessed not one, but two pure-blood awakenings in a single batch. Wasn't that something to celebrate? Abel's enthusiasm was contagious. He reminded everyone that this was a rare and joyous occasion, something they should all be excited about. The crowd quickly shifted their mood, agreeing with Abel. Two pure-blood awakenings were indeed a blessing, and the excitement began to build once more. Abel, now in charge, directed someone to fetch a glove for their newest member. The man nodded and hurried off to carry out the task. Zeke looked down at the gloves handed to him, feeling their weight. They were substantial, a symbol of his new status, and he couldn't help but wonder what this new journey would entail. As Zeke walked away, a voice called out for the next person to step forward, and another voice responded eagerly, ready to proceed. Abel stood nearby, a smile playing on his lips, watching the scene unfold. Zeke glanced at Abel, his thoughts a mix of skepticism and reluctant acknowledgement. Abel's presence was undeniably helpful, even if it grated on him. This whole situation felt like absolute garbage, and Zeke's frustration was written all over his face. The man concluded the blessing rite with a flourish, announcing the end of the ceremony and inviting everyone to a celebration party, urging them to enjoy. Zeke, however, was already mentally checking out, wondering where the training room was because sitting through a party was not on his to-do list. As he scanned the area, a voice called out his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Zeke turned back, surprised. He definitely hadn't expected to hear from him so soon. Abel stepped in front of Zeke, stopping him in his tracks and questioning why he was already wandering off so early into the party. Zeke was taken aback by Abel's eagerness to make contact with him. Abel's gaze sharpened as he congratulated Zeke, his tone carrying a weight that made it clear this was more than just a casual greeting. Abel extended his hand, acknowledging Zeke's pure-blood awakening with a gesture that seemed both genuine and loaded with unspoken meaning. Zeke hesitated, his reluctance clear. A handshake? Really? If he refused, his hostility would be on full display. William's voice chimed in, suggesting they play along for now. A flashback flickered through Zeke's mind, but just as quickly, he snapped back to the present. Zeke's hand hovered in mid-air, frozen in indecision. Abel's expression shifted to confusion, clearly not expecting this reaction. With a firm decision, Zeke dropped his hand, leaving Abel's offer hanging in the air. Abel's hand remained extended, awkwardly suspended between them. Abel's gaze turned cold as the silence stretched on. This was getting awkward, even for him. Zeke stood firm, refusing to shake the hand of someone he saw as scum, no matter the circumstances. Zeke's anger simmered just below the surface, his frustration growing with each passing second. Abel waved it off, trying to save face. Couldn't be helped. He'd have to settle for just seeing Zeke's face this time. Abel placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder, his tone almost casual as he said he'd see Zeke again. Zeke just managed a curt yeah, his irritation barely contained. Zeke was fuming, but Abel just repeated himself, unfazed, saying he'd see him again. As night fell, whispers of two new purebloods spread like wildfire, leaving everyone buzzing with curiosity and a hint of disbelief. At the party, the crowd was abuzz with chatter about Zeke's golden light, a sight so unexpected it had everyone questioning what they thought they knew. Rumors flew about his awakening, with some swearing he had failed at first. But the big question on everyone's mind was, where was he now? Zeke's clothes lay neatly arranged, a quiet contrast to the chaos of the party. Zeke let out a sigh of relief, feeling like he had just escaped a tight spot. The weight of the day's events still hung heavy in the air. Putting that aside, Zeke found himself in a sparkling room, the glittering surroundings a stark contrast to his troubled thoughts. Looking up, Zeke pondered how he was still standing. Pure blood awakenings were supposed to come with mana inhibition, a clear sign of opposition to the dragons, the very source of mana. But here's the plot twist: most machines run on mana, so purebloods need special gloves to function. Talk about a design flaw. Staring at his gloves, Zeke mused that if he were truly a pureblood, taking them off should have caused some serious issues. Time to check the status window. Zeke's eyes widened as he looked at his status window. This was completely different from before. Instead of mana inhibition, it showed mana reflection. What in the world was going on? Grabbing a chair, Zeke decided he needed to sit down and read it properly. This was going to take a minute. Zeke's eyes scanned the text, revealing that his skill, Mana Reflection, created a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. So mana could be categorized as a skill. That explained why the mana lamps were still functioning. They weren't passive skills. But what really got him was the realization that he had been a rare healer before the rite. But now he was something else entirely. Unique? Immortal? What even was that? Zeke couldn't help but grab his face in disbelief. This was not what he signed up for. His mind flashed back to the graduation ceremony. All the graduates had regular awakenings with a blue aura. It was supposed to be a straightforward process. But then there was Reina. She was the only one who had a red pureblood awakening. And now Zeke's was red too at first. But his didn't stay red. It turned gold. The system had said something about the classification terminal losing critical information. Did it mean the bronze statue? As soon as the system put in the information, the halted bronze statue began to emit a red light. That must have been what happened. The bronze statue didn't determine whether you awakened or not. It determined the user's disposition, their class. Red for a rare class and gold for unique. So that was what happened. Zeke's mind raced as he put the pieces together. The bronze statue didn't just determine if you awakened. It determined your class, your path. Red for rare, gold for unique. Zeke's fate was sealed in gold. Zeke reflected on the bronze statue, an ancient relic even predating Tarakan, the founder of the Drakers. The concept of class had faded over time, and the statue was now only used to check for awakening. The red light, once a sign of a rare class, was mistakenly labeled as a sign of pureblood awakening. No family head had ever realized the truth about the statue. Tapping his status bar, Zeke noticed something new. Karma points had appeared, something he hadn't seen before. Zeke wondered if he had seen this before, perhaps in his past. Deciding to experiment, Zeke pressed yes, curious about what would happen next. Suddenly, a flood of statuses popped up, overwhelming him with information. As Zeke scrolled through, he found a skill labeled Devour, which allowed the user to eat and digest a lot, but the description left him puzzled. Why would something like that cost 50 points? Shaking his head, Zeke decided to go for something more straightforward. He unlocked the draconian skill Dragon Eyes. Another skill caught his eye, the Might of the Dragon, but it seemed a bit too dangerous to use at the moment. He decided to save that for later. With a tap, Zeke activated his new skill, Dragon Eyes, ready to see what it could do. Zeke looked around, expecting some next-level details from his new skill, but honestly, everything seemed pretty much the same. Talk about a letdown. As he moved, he paused. Wait a minute, something was different. Zeke glanced at the garden and did a double take. The statue in the center looked like it was right in front of him, even though it was clearly far away. This could actually be pretty useful. Zeke noticed something else. Detailed information? What was going on? His gaze landed on a desk made of olive wood and a chair from the Lovern dynasty. Zeke could see in detail where everything was from. Ugh, this was getting overwhelming. Zeke staggered, feeling his body reacting strangely. What was going on? Were all draconian skills like this? Exhausted, Zeke plopped down. He couldn't even use these skills much if they left him this drained. Zeke looked around, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, he felt a warmth spreading through him. Wait, he didn't even intend to use healing. Zeke's eyes widened as he felt something unexpected. Wait, that was definitely not right. His class skills had all shifted into passive abilities, and to top it off, their levels had increased by 1. What was going on? A smirk crept across his face as he read the description of his new passive ability, Healing Factor. His body would automatically repair itself. This was too broken. Healing had always seemed overpowered, but it wasn't something one could constantly spam, and its healing effects were limited. However, Healing Factor was infinite. This changed everything. Zeke looked at his status bar, a plan forming in his mind. He needed to test this. Grabbing a knife, he prepared for a quick experiment. With a swift motion, he made a small cut on his wrist. Blood dripped from the wound, but he watched closely, anticipation building. Almost instantly, the healing activated, sealing the cut as if it had never been there. No way, this was insane. Zeke's mind raced with the possibilities. Did the academy really take 5 whole years to finish? That seemed like a lifetime. 5 years, seriously? A sly smile crept across his face. If others took 5 years, he'd finish it in 2. Challenge accepted. Drakkar Academy, the most elite knight academy on the continent. The kind of place where people would literally give an arm and a leg to get in. And as spring rolled around, the Duchy of Troy was buzzing with life. The academy was filled with laughter and excitement as students reunited and new ones arrived. Zeke strolled through the campus, hands tucked in his pockets, observing the higher-ranked students. They were practically adults trained to perfection. But compared to those from the cradle, they still had a ways to go. Still, these were the children of the great families, and they had already established their authority. Zeke couldn't help but think how rotten these families were to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, 3 stood out as the most influential of the great families. First up, the Turuan of Strength, known for their raw power and unyielding spirit. Then there were the Zimans of Wisdom, masters of strategy and knowledge. They were the brains behind many of the Academy's successes. Lastly, the Vardek of Gold. Wealthy beyond measure, they held the purse strings and funded many of the Academy's endeavors. Zeke couldn't help but smirk as he thought about the state of the children from those 3 powerful families. Shrugging it off, he walked away, muttering that it wasn't his problem to worry about. As he approached the entrance of the Platinum Mansion, the high-class dormitory, he couldn't help but comment on the perks of being a pureblood. The Platinum Mansion was a dormitory like no other, furnished with a training hall, a library, and various other top-notch facilities. It was exclusive, only open to the highest-ranked students, making it a big deal even for those from the cradle. Pureblood awakeners were given a special privilege, a floor master, an entire floor known as the Platinum Floor. A woman bowed respectfully, welcoming Zeke Draker and mentioning that they had been awaiting his arrival. The room was filled with servants, all ready to escort him to his assigned floor, greeting him as their master. Zeke was stunned, thinking that this was a bit too much, even for a pureblood like himself. As he looked around, a man informed him that Sir Decker was waiting for him in his room. Stepping into the room, Zeke was greeted by Decker with a formal welcome. Without missing a beat, Zeke asked what the man wanted, clearly not in the mood for small talk. Decker mentioned he had something to deliver, and Zeke's curiosity was piqued. Decker gestured towards a chest, and Zeke's eyes locked onto it with a mix of anticipation and intrigue. Opening the chest, Zeke found a pair of gloves inside. As he slipped them on, he couldn't help but admire their craftsmanship, noting they were far superior to any temporary gloves he had worn before. Decker seemed relieved that Zeke approved of them. With new gloves in hand, Zeke's thoughts turned to a new sword. He wondered aloud if he should get one to match, seeking Decker's opinion on the matter. Decker agreed that it was an excellent decision. Zeke's eyes gleamed as he looked at the potential swords, already imagining the possibilities. Zeke explained that the Duchy of Troy was known for its proximity to the Giants' Mountains, which meant an abundance of high-quality iron and skilled craftsmen. He even joked that it was a running gag that the first weapon of an Academy alumni was always a Trojan. Decker offered to search for a decent craftsman, but Zeke waved him off, insisting he had it covered. With a determined look, Zeke began writing something down, his mind clearly set on a plan. Finishing his note, Zeke handed it to Decker, asking him to set up an appointment with a specific person named Galleon Halbert. Decker read the letter, his eyebrows raising slightly as he admitted he had never heard of Galleon Halbert before. Nonetheless, he agreed to contact them right away. Decker then reminded Zeke about the 38 sessions starting the next day, urging him to review the relevant documents beforehand. Zeke rolled his eyes playfully, muttering about Decker always nagging, but he knew it was important. Zeke started reading the documents, realizing that the Platinum Floor was completely isolated. Just as he was thinking about how his draconian skills gave him a lot more freedom, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He called out, allowing the visitor to enter. A voice from the other side of the door apologized before stepping in. A woman bowed her head respectfully and informed Zeke that Floor Master Reyna had sent a dinner invitation. Zeke looked confused, wondering why Reyna would send him an invitation. Curiosity getting the better of him, he decided to go and see what this was all about. As he walked, he couldn't help but find the situation a bit cute, which was unusual for him. Upon arriving, Zeke saw Reyna sitting down with people standing behind her. He couldn't help but quip if they were some kind of southern cartel. Reyna greeted him formally, introducing herself as Floor Master Reyna Turin. With a snap of her fingers, Reyna mentioned that her family's people were rather peculiar. Zeke, taking it all in stride, sat down and thanked her for the concern. As the crowd dispersed, Reyna suggested they dive into business after finishing their meal. Zeke, ever the gentleman, nodded in agreement. Zeke's thoughts drifted to the legendary Lightning Knight, a figure of awe and inspiration. His attention snapped back to Reyna, who was emitting a powerful aura while engrossed in reading. Zeke observed her technique, noting how she fully utilized her lower abdomen to control her aura. He wondered if she had already set her sights on the position of Purple Knight. But then, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Despite her impressive aura control, her swordsmanship seemed to be stuck in a rut. As food was brought to the table, Zeke sighed internally, thinking what a waste of her potential it was. Feeling a bit uneasy, Zeke let out a nervous laugh. Reyna wiped her mouth after devouring her meal, and Zeke couldn't help but comment on her appetite. She had eaten far beyond his expectations. With the meal done, Reyna declared it was time to get down to business. Zeke's expression turned serious as Reyna urged him to accept the Turnin family's support. Zeke reminded her that they were both pure-blood awakeners. Reyna countered, suggesting he had a misunderstanding about what that truly meant. Sure, they received many privileges, but that didn't translate to benefits in their growth. She pointed out that the platinum floor they stood on was proof of their privileges, but it didn't make their journey any easier. Reina dropped some truth bombs about the grind of the academy life. Centuries of know-how, personal trainers, you name it. Without these, even the richest would get left in the dust. Support families weren't just nice to have, they were a must. The platinum floor under their feet, basically useless without the right backup. She even brought up Abel Draker, a total legend and pure blood like them. Youngest white knight ever and now the Black Knight? Yeah, he had the Simmons family backing him up. No shame in getting a little help from your support squad. Reina wasn't done yet. The patriarch of the Turin family hadn't spilled all the details, but she knew Zeke wasn't getting any love from his maternal family. So, she laid it out plain and simple: accept the Turin family's support, Zeke. It was basically a no-brainer. But Zeke? Nah, he wasn't having it. A simple wave of his hand and a firm no was all it took. Reina was left standing there, totally dumbfounded. Like, what just happened? Zeke got up, ready to bounce. Reina tried one last time, saying it shouldn't be a bad deal for him. But Zeke wasn't budging. It wasn't about the deal. He started walking away, dropping some wisdom. He didn't need anything more than what he already had as a pureblood awakener. It wasn't much, but in return for the meal, he had something for her. With a wave, he promised to give her the one piece of advice she needed right then. And just like that, he was gone, leaving Reina standing there, probably questioning her entire life choices. Reina stood there, still processing Zeke's sudden exit, when his voice echoed in her mind. Her sword was too strong, he said, and he had a pretty good guess about the kind of person she was. Zeke's advice started rolling in, telling her to really listen up. Her greatest strength wasn't brute force but the fluidity that came from her flexible body. Okay, that sounded a bit weird, but she rolled with it. He demonstrated, showing her how to not take attacks head-on. Instead, she should fluidly cast her opponent's attacks aside. It was like a dance, not a brawl. With a single, delicate strike, she could turn the tide. If she could master that, she would grow stronger. Like way stronger. Reina's eyes widened as she processed that last bit. Several times stronger than she was now? That was a serious power-up. Maybe Zeke's advice wasn't so bad after all. Zeke waved, gratitude in his voice as he thanked her for the meal. Reina slammed her fist down, declaring that the Thecheron family was the herald of strength and she was simply following her family's tradition. Classic family pressure, am I right? She paused, reflecting that it wasn't about being conscious of others. Then, a realization hit her: he was right. Reina stood there, lost in thought, the gears in her mind turning. She held a leaf, turning it over in her hands as she admitted that he saw right through her. Everyone had praised her as a genius when she was young, but not one person gave her any real advice. Until Zeke Draker. She looked at the leaf, her mind racing with questions. Just who was he? Meanwhile, Zeke was strolling along, flexing his newfound abilities like a kid showing off his latest toy. He couldn't help but marvel at how his changed class skills were absolutely crushing it, making him feel like an unstoppable force. And despite pulling an all-nighter training, he felt as fresh as a daisy, thanks to his insane passive ability that kept his stamina in check. No fatigue could bring this guy down. As he walked, Zeke couldn't help but reminisce about how this place used to be his personal nightmare. A hell's cape he dreaded. But now, as a pure-blood awakener, this place was like a slice of heaven. Money and power weren't everything, but this was the good stuff. He ascended the steps, taking in the view, thinking there really wasn't anything quite like this. Suddenly, he felt eyes on him. Two guys were staring at him like he was the main attraction at the zoo. Zeke turned around, and a voice called out his name, making it clear he was the center of attention. Owen walked up to him, dropping the bombshell that Zeke was part of the special class too. Well, look who it was. Owen Zimmons, the third son of the Zimmons family, one of the big three families. This guy was known for his schemes, using others to do his dirty work while keeping his own image squeaky clean. Owen started talking about how he had invited Zeke for dinner the previous night, but Zeke did not respond. He even asked if Zeke had received the invitation letter. Zeke, however, was confused by Owen's sudden friendly behavior. Zeke tried to recall if he had seen an invitation letter on his desk. Owen asked why Zeke did not reply. Zeke responded with a hint of sarcasm, questioning why he had to reply to every single invitation. Zeke's expression turned intense, his eyes reflecting a hint of irritation and bloodlust. Suddenly, a loud step echoed in the room. A man approached, commenting on Zeke's rudeness despite Owen's kindness. The man cracked his wrist while looking at Zeke, addressing him by name. Zeke, confused, asked who he was. The man covered his eyes, seemingly shocked that Zeke did not recognize him. Zeke, uninterested, remarked that those from the cradle were not worth much after all. As Zeke started to walk away, he mentioned that he understood the man wanted to look good in front of Owen, but he should be careful about who he was speaking to. Zeke blocked the man's path, ready to defend himself if necessary. Zeke swiftly slid away, putting some distance between himself and the man. He observed his opponent, realizing that high-ranking students like this one were capable of basic aura manipulation. The man declared himself as Durbin Roswell, also known as Durbin the Mighty. He announced that in place of young Master Tim, he would teach Zeke some manners. Zeke couldn't help but smile at the introduction. Durbin the Mighty? A mere cadet who wasn't even a knight yet had a pseudonym. How ridiculous. With a sudden burst of speed, Zeke used a flash step to close the gap between them. Before Durbin could react, Zeke was upon him, ready to strike. What a joke, Zeke thought as he prepared to land his hit. Zeke's fist connected with Durbin, the impact sending the self-proclaimed mighty cadet flying. Durbin coughed up blood, clearly not expecting such a swift and powerful counterattack. With a final crash, Durbin was sent flying, his body hitting the ground with a thud. Zeke stood victorious, ready for whatever came next. Durbin lay sprawled on the ground, completely out cold. Zeke stood over him, brushing off his hands with a smirk. He scanned the crowd, calling out for his next challenger, wondering who would dare step up after taking down Durbin the Mighty. His gaze landed on Owen, who hesitated under the pressure. Zeke wasn't having it, urged Owen to hurry up and make his move, already bored with the delay. Owen finally stepped forward, his expression unreadable as he made his way toward Zeke. Owen stopped just short of Zeke, shaking his head. He wasn't impressed, calling Zeke out for basking in his own glory like some over-the-top hero. Zeke watched as Owen and his crew walked away, muttering about what a joke the whole thing was. Clearly, Owen wasn't interested in stepping up to the challenge. Cut to Drakkar Academy, where the scene shifted to a sprawling campus. The school was split into two classes: the normal class, where students grinded from dawn till dusk to overcome their lack of talent, and the special class, where the elites got to pick their own subjects like it was some kind of academic buffet. Zeke had expected big things from the so-called special class, the place where the academy's top-tier students gathered. But as he looked around, his expectations quickly crashed and burned. His face fell into a look of pure disappointment. This wasn't the elite squad had been promised. Zeke scanned the room, unimpressed. Most of the students were just Cradle alumni, riding on past reputations. He scoffed this wasn't a special class, it was just the Cradle class with extra steps. Before he could voice his thoughts any louder, a sharp command cut through the room, silencing everyone. The teacher announced that someone very special had come to encourage the freshmen of the special class. The students perked up, smiling as the teacher revealed the guest, a legendary figure, who had been the commander-in-chief during the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago. As the commander strode confidently toward the podium, the voice boomed again, hyping him up as the hero who single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion with sheer brainpower. The grand introduction ended with a dramatic flourish. Please welcome the commander-in-chief, Dean Howard Drakkar. Howard took the stage, greeting the freshmen with a smooth smile, introducing himself as the dean of the academy. The students were starstruck, but little did they know, the flashback revealed a darker truth. The war hero Howard Drakkar was worshipped as a tactical genius, but the reality was far less heroic. Papers scattered as the truth unfolded. Howard had leaked intel to the enemy to save his own skin, but by some twist of fate, it ended up throwing the enemy into chaos. He wasn't a hero, he was just a lucky traitor. Zeke, the protagonist, looked away, his expression darkening. That rat was no hero in his eyes. From his desk, Zeke glared at Howard, his thoughts simmering. This man wasn't just a fraud, he was the reason Zeke had been kicked out of the academy. A flashback revealed Zeke's past, losing the only place he belonged, wandering across the Duchy of Troy, lost and alone. Things went from bad to worse when he was captured by slave traders and sold off to the Southern Cartel. Not exactly a glow-up moment. Back in the present, Zeke's anger flared. He wasn't about to let this slide. Payback was definitely on the menu. The teacher, oblivious to Zeke's internal storm, wrapped up the introduction, urging the students to take Howard's words to heart. Swords in hand, they were off to the arena for their first basic class. Let the training montage commence. The crew arrived at the indoor arena, ready for some dragon-slaying basics. Who knew even the special class had to start with the fundamentals? Zeke couldn't help but think about how even the elite had to start somewhere. Flashbacks hit him like a truck. His past life struggles with aura control made him spend 2 whole years mastering what others learned in just 3 months. He grabbed his head, hoping this time around would be easier. Please let it be easier. The teacher stepped up, welcoming the cadets with a stern look. This was going to be interesting. Andre Drakkar, the Rose Knight himself, introduced as their instructor for dragon-slaying basics. The name alone had the crowd buzzing. Whispers filled the room. Was that really the legendary Rose Knight? He looked so young. More murmurs followed. That was the formal Drakkar uniform. But Andre? A genius who graduated early and even aced Valhalla? The crowd was shook. Zeke couldn't believe it. Andre Drakkar, the Rose Knight, was their teacher. This was going to be a wild ride. Andre's reputation preceded him, a once-in-a-century genius, awarded the Drakkar name despite not being a pure-blood awakener. Zeke felt the pressure mounting. Zeke started sweating. Even the teachers were on another level. And Andre was known for his inflexible personality. Great, just great. Andre shot a cold look across the room, and just like that, the chatter died down. No one dared to challenge that icy glare. Students quieted instantly, as if someone had hit the mute button. Andre's voice cut through the silence like a blade, announcing the start of class with zero room for argument. Swords were drawn in unison, the sound of steel filling the air. Andre wasn't messing around, and neither were the students. Andre's gaze swept over the room, taking in every detail. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of that look. Zeke felt Andre's eyes land on him, and he just knew he was about to get called out. Sure enough, Andre's voice boomed, questioning the sword in Zeke's hand. Zeke drew his sword with a flourish, swinging it with a bit more confidence than he felt. All eyes were on him now. Great. Zeke tried to play it cool, stating the obvious, that it was, in fact, the sword he was using. Smooth, Zeke, real smooth. Andre looked like he'd just bitten into something sour. Disgusted, he ordered Zeke onto the arena. This wasn't going to be fun. Zeke stood in front of Andre, feeling smaller by the second. Andre wasn't done, questioning Zeke about his sword choice, as if he didn't already know the answer. Zeke sighed internally, knowing he'd been caught. He tried to stand out on purpose, but now he was just standing out for all the wrong reasons. Classic. Zeke grinned, thinking he could just show off his skills and beat his instructor. Classic overconfidence. But Andre wasn't having it. The instructor looked furious, clearly not amused by Zeke's antics. Zeke's class skill, Indomitable Mental Defense, activated. Things were about to get real. Andre drew his sword, accepting Zeke's challenge with a cold stare. The message was clear: actions have consequences. Zeke smirked internally, thinking he had gotten what he wanted. Andre was going to teach him a lesson, literally. Andre pulled his sword out, laying down the law. If Zeke's blade so much as touched him, there would be more than just a lesson in humility. Andre unleashed a red aura, the intensity ramping up. Zeke gulped, realizing he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Andre declared coldly that Zeke would be exempt from not just the punishment for his rudeness, but also from the Dragonslaying Basics class. The stakes had never been higher. Andre reassured that he had no intention of using his aura against the cadets. Zeke couldn't believe his luck. A class exemption was just what he needed. A smirk played on his lips as he thought about how he could beat Andre now that he knew his weakness. But then, the image of Abel staring at him flashed in his mind. Zeke realized that drawing too much attention, like he did back in the cradle, could be risky with Abel keeping tabs on him. Zeke readied his sword, planning to just graze Andre's clothes and lose. With a determined grin, he prepared for the challenge ahead. In a flash, Zeke bolted towards Andre, his speed leaving a trail of dust behind him. With a swift and calculated move, Zeke swung his sword at Andre, aiming to strike. Andre swiftly deflected Zeke's attack with precision, the clash of their blades echoing through the air. Zeke, impressed by Andre's skill, acknowledged that facing a blue knight would be no walk in the park. He readied himself for the challenge ahead. Zeke launched a flurry of attacks from multiple angles, but Andre stood firm, deflecting each strike with unwavering focus. Onlookers marveled at the intense battle, noting that Zeke's skills as an official Draker Knight were on another level. Andre hadn't even managed to graze Zeke's clothes for 30 minutes. Zeke slid back, creating some distance between him and Andre, both fighters taking a moment to catch their breath. Zeke's sword trembled slightly as he wondered about Andre's ridiculous stamina, pushing him to his limits. Andre breathed hard, suppressing his aura, struggling to accept that he was being outmatched by a cadet. Andre, looking fatigued, couldn't help but acknowledge the unfair advantage of purebloods, their existence seemingly unfair in this battle. Zeke readied himself to attack, but his stamina was as lacking as ever, and suppressing his own mana wasn't doing him any favors either. The Draker's aura cultivation method was known for its peculiarity, demanding constant activation. It had to be maintained during training, daily tasks, even while eating and sleeping, practically as natural as breathing. For Andre, it was basically second nature, like breathing. Zeke dashed forward, ready to put his plan into action. Their blades clashed, but Zeke's unorthodox swordsmanship was draining his stamina even faster. His attack was deflected back, leaving him vulnerable. Zeke found himself on his knees, but losing like this didn't feel right to him. There was no helping it. He had to force his opponent to use aura. Zeke bolted forward, swinging his sword, but his attack was blocked once again. Undeterred, Zeke leaped into the air, launching a jump attack. Zeke's jump attack didn't go as planned, and he found himself flying through the air, courtesy of Andre's counter. But Zeke wasn't about to let a little setback like that keep him down. He landed smoothly, ready to bounce back. With a burst of purple aura, Zeke bolted like lightning, leaving Andre utterly shocked. The speed was unreal, and Andre couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Zeke's movements were so swift and erratic, it was like watching someone navigate a maze at top speed. Andre was barely keeping up, his mind racing as he tried to process what he was seeing. Before Andre could fully comprehend, Zeke was behind him, slashing with a critical strike. Andre's thoughts were a mix of panic and disbelief, wondering how a cadet could possibly know such advanced techniques. Andre quickly turned, trying to face his swift opponent. As he turned, the reflection of Zeke's sword gleamed in his eyes, a stark reminder of the intense battle he was in. With a swift movement, he activated his aura step, ready to engage in the fight. Andre effortlessly dodged the main character's swing using his aura, making the main character's attack look like a total whiff. Smooth moves, Andre. Andre wasn't done showing off. He countered with a sky slice, aiming to turn the tide of the battle. The main character managed to block the attack, a smile playing on his lips. He was enjoying this challenge a little too much, perhaps. Despite his block, the force of Andre's attack sent him sliding back. The power behind that move was no joke. The students watching the intense exchange couldn't help but smile. This battle was getting good, and they were here for it. The crowd watched as Zeke's sword chipped, and he couldn't help but think that this wasn't going to end well. But then, with a smile, he admitted that the pain was really getting to him. And with that, he finally let himself collapse, the adrenaline of the fight wearing off. Zeke hit the ground, his body finally giving in to the exhaustion. Andre, sheathing his sword, looked down at Zeke with a mix of respect and amusement. He declared that this cadet, Zeke, had proven himself and no longer needed to attend classes. Andre then turned to the other cadets and asked if anyone else wished to be exempt from classes. The students remained silent, none daring to step forward after witnessing Zeke's intense battle. Andre looked at them menacingly and assumed that there were no other takers, ordering them to lift their swords. The scene then shifted to the infirmary. Zeke, laying down and recovering, thought to himself that his performance was pretty good, if he did say so himself. Zeke reminisced about his recent clash, where he managed to push Andre to tap into his reserved aura, all while earning a nod of recognition for his skills. Not bad for a day's work, he mused. With a smirk, Zeke concluded that Andre ended up in hot water, while he scored some free time. Total win-win if you asked him. But his thoughts soon drifted to Andre's final move, a technique that left an impression. That move, the most basic of the dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 1, Verse 1 Sky Slice. Simple yet effective. Coming from a blue knight, its power was nothing to scoff at. Still, Zeke was confident he could take on a blue knight, given his boundless stamina and healing abilities. Yet, he knew this wasn't enough to secure his freedom. To live unrestrained, he needed power, unbridled and unyielding power that would bow to no one. As a man snapped him back to reality, he muttered about being Arthur's youngest son. Zeke's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and confusion. Who was this guy and how did he know about Arthur? A smirk played on Zeke's lips as the man mentioned his eyes resembling Arthur's. Zeke wondered how he hadn't sensed this guy earlier, given the strong smell of booze. Zeke couldn't believe what he was hearing. This guy had the guts to call the current patriarch of the Drakers an arrogant bastard. Who was this man and how did he pull off that trick earlier? Zeke looked unsure. This guy sure acted like he owned the place. What did he mean by that? The man set his booze down, clearly not buying Zeke's act. He was feigning ignorance and it wasn't working. A flashback hit Zeke. The man had mentioned an internal wound earlier. How did he know about that? The man grinned, catching onto Zeke's healing factor. How did it heal instantaneously? Zeke was starting to get a bad feeling about this. Zeke gripped the blanket hard. No, he couldn't fall for this. There was no one at the academy who knew about healing. Zeke played dumb, denying any knowledge of what the man was talking about. The man hummed, clearly not convinced by Zeke's charade. Things escalated quickly as the man's hand moved with blinding speed, nearly slicing Zeke's head off. Yikes, this guy was serious. Zeke barely dodged the attack, leaning back just in time to avoid becoming a human kebab. Flipping over, Zeke couldn't help but think. This guy was not just some random dude. He was an assassin. Like, what the heck? Thinking fast, Zeke grabbed a nearby blanket and chucked it at the man. The man got covered by the blanket, clearly not expecting that move. He struggled, muttering about Zeke's tricks. Zeke's instincts kicked in, screaming at him to go on the offensive. The man quickly grabbed his sword, impressed by Zeke's adaptability. He tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes narrowing as he considered Zeke's skills. With a menacing look, he concluded that Zeke was almost like a mercenary. Zeke bolts back, his heart pounding like it's trying to break a world record. Sweat drips down his face as he can't help but wonder, just who the heck is this guy? A mercenary, maybe? The man spins Zeke's sword with one finger, like it's no big deal. Zeke's mind races. Could this guy know something about his past life? The man smirks, noting that a Draker has abandoned his sword and stepped back. With a flick of his finger, the man sends the sword flying back towards Zeke, casually commenting that he thinks Zeke might be better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Zeke catches his sword, his mind reeling. Is that what he meant? He hasn't felt this way since his master trained him. After their brief fight, he's sure of it. Zeke was still processing the fight, realizing the massive gap in their abilities. He could barely keep up, and it was clear that his opponent could have ended things at any moment. This guy wasn't just strong, was at least a red knight, maybe even stronger. The man noticed Zeke's sword, recognizing it as a standard-issue claymore from the cradle. He couldn't help but wonder why someone with Zeke's talent was stuck with such a basic weapon. Just then, the door creaked open, cutting their conversation short. Zeke glanced back, hearing a voice from the doorway. So, this was where he had been all along. Zeke's eyes widened as he recognized the man standing there. Andre? What was he doing here? Andre introduced himself as Dexter, the garden keeper. Zeke couldn't believe if this guy was the garden keeper. As Andre walked in, Duke didn't seem thrilled. He snapped at Andre, asking how he even knew he was there. Andre casually mentioned that Duke had been at the training room earlier. Duke groaned, clearly annoyed by Andre's quick wit. Andre turned to Zeke, telling him that if he was done getting treated, he could return. Zeke nodded, understanding the dismissal. As Zeke turned to leave, Duke called out to him. If he had time later, he should come to the Academy's western greenhouse. Duke added that he'd teach him something useful. Zeke paused, considering the offer. An awkward silence hung in the air as Zeke left, the weight of the day's events settling in. Zeke wasn't having it, though. He turned and walked out, leaving no room for argument. As the door clicked shut behind him, the Duke's voice boomed, calling out Zeke's sharp tongue and comparing him to Arthur. Classic. Zeke's mind raced as he walked away. Garden Keeper Dexter? Who did this guy think he was fooling? If he had the rank to call the current patriarch Arthur so easily, then the Duke was someone big. The Duke's words echoed in his mind, confirming his suspicions. Then he must be the guy who only had one disciple, Andre, throughout his entire life. Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. The name alone carried weight. One of the Black Knights who had the martial force to go against a whole kingdom alone. Zeke pictured the Duke walking away from a burning town, a lone figure against the chaos. He was quite the talk of the town for disappearing one day without a word. But to think he was leading a secluded life at the academy. Maybe Andre came here because of him. When you say Duke, you mean a man with frightening tenacity, Zeke thought as he walked. There was even a rumor that he obtained Black Knight status just because he liked the color black. That was so on brand for the guy. Moments ago, Zeke was thinking about how Duke was showing a strong interest in him. But receiving light teaching just because of simple interest was something he had no interest in. If he was going to learn something, he wanted to learn the secret move. He was determined to change that interest into tenacity, a smile forming on his face as he made up his mind. Cut to the school where the scene was about to get educational. Professor Fannin, the Academy Magic Theory professor, was about to drop some knowledge. In a case like this, you know what happens? The cadets were sleeping, but Fannin just laughed it off. He was used to this. Fannin started drawing on the chalkboard, explaining that when forming mana formulas you actually take damage due to the resistance. Classic magic theory, right? Zeke raised his hand, mentioning he didn't understand the mana transfer energy law Fannin had mentioned earlier. Finally, someone was paying attention. Fannin lit up, apologizing as it was his first time getting a question. He was excited to explain the concept of mana transfer. Someone called the paramedics because someone was actually interested in his class. As students started getting up, some grumbled about why they were stuck learning magic theory at a night academy, while others were just ready for a nap. But Zeke thought the lecture was surprisingly easy to follow, and it seemed like Fannin was no ordinary professor. Zeke looked around, and someone called out to him, trying to get his attention. Fannin was standing on the stairs, looking a bit off. Zeke asked what was wrong, but Fannin brushed it off, saying it was nothing much. Fannin smiled softly, admitting that he had just enjoyed a proper class for the first time in a while, thanks to Zeke. He even invited Zeke to visit his research lab anytime, mentioning his background as a Delfoa Magic University Scholarship alumnus. Zeke was impressed. He had thought Fannin wasn't just an ordinary mage, but finding out he was an alum from the Magic University of Delpho, birthplace of magic, was next level. As Fannin waved and Zeke smiled back, he thought to himself that there was nothing wrong with getting close to a mage, especially one as skilled as Fannin. Walking away, Zeke mused that mages who were good at math were usually flexible thinkers, making them better suited as colleagues than those stuffy knights. Fannin seemed like he could be useful. Zeke made a mental note to see if the professor would be an asset down the line. With a glance upward, Zeke seemed lost in thought, considering his next move. Zeke spotted Dexter and couldn't help but think that the man was way more patient than he had expected. I mean, it had been like a week, right? Dexter locked eyes with Zeke and asked if he was finally done playing around. Zeke started to question what was going on, but Dexter cut him off, wondering why he hadn't shown up at the greenhouse. Dexter gave Zeke a stern look, reminding him that he had promised to teach him some useful things. Zeke just shrugged it off, saying he wasn't interested. Classic Zeke. Am I right? Dexter wasn't having it and suddenly jumped in front of Zeke, shocked and asking why. Zeke casually mentioned that he knew Dexter was incredibly talented, but he was busy with his own training. Dexter, surprisingly, agreed and said you can't slack off when it comes to personal training. Before Zeke could react, Dexter appeared behind him, asking if that was really what he thought he'd say. Zeke quickly turned around, but it was too late. Dexter chopped Zeke on the neck and knocked him out. Smooth move, Dexter. Zeke woke up, thinking about how he didn't expect Dexter to just knock him out. Guess waiting for a week was a lot for him. He looked around and wondered if this was the Western Greenhouse. As Zeke took in his surroundings, wondering if he was in the Western Greenhouse, he noticed a figure drinking in the corner. The figure, Duke, casually asked if Zeke was awake, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder if he had been abducted. Duke pointed at Zeke with a smirk, confirming his suspicions. He admitted to abducting Zeke and expressed his interest in him, leaving Zeke even more confused. Duke's smile widened, clearly enjoying Zeke's bewilderment. Zeke slumped to the ground, muttering to himself that Duke wasn't normal. He could sense the man's impatience, and it made him uneasy. Suddenly, Zeke bolted away, activating his swift step skill in a desperate attempt to escape. But just as quickly, Duke appeared in front of him, playfully saying peekaboo. Zeke was not amused. Zeke tried to bolt again, but Duke was always one step ahead. Duke appeared in front of him once more, and Zeke had enough. He felt like Duke was treating him as a joke, and he didn't appreciate it. Zeke had enough of Duke's antics and looked around, wondering what it would take to finally light a fire under him. He questioned what about him had piqued Duke's interest so much. Duke, ever the curious one, pointed out that he was still hung up on how Zeke's internal wounds had healed instantly. A smirk crossed Zeke's face as he realized what had been bothering Duke all this time. With a playful challenge, Zeke put his hand on his chin and told Duke that if he was that curious, he'd have to make him answer. But just like that, Duke vanished into thin air, leaving Zeke standing there. Zeke was shocked. He couldn't believe Duke had just disappeared on him like that. He looked around, trying to figure out where Duke had gone. Suddenly, Zeke spotted something coming straight at him. He quickly dodged, his reflexes kicking in just in time. As the object flew past him, Zeke reached out and caught it, realizing it was a sword. Confused, Zeke asked what in the world was going on. Dexter stepped forward with a smirk, explaining that Zeke had told him to make him answer. But of course, that was too easy, so he proposed a bet instead, because why not add some drama to the mix? Zeke lifted his sword, ready for whatever was coming next. Duke laid out the terms: if Zeke managed to graze even a single piece of his clothes, he would grant him one wish. Zeke couldn't help but think that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. But if he gave up on this duel, he would have to spill all his secrets. Dexter's eyes gleamed with a mix of menace and bloodlust as he added the final condition: Zeke would have to tell him everything he was hiding. No pressure, right? Dexter stood there, his presence alone sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, smoke began to swirl around him, leaving Zeke wondering what this guy was even made of. Some next-level stuff, apparently. Cut to the garden, completely wrecked. Duke was losing it, muttering about how 3 hours had already passed and how Zeke wasn't just enduring, was on another level. And then, like some kind of unstoppable action hero, Zeke just got up. Duke couldn't even believe it. Zeke was fuming, but he knew he couldn't win the bet. He could go all day, but he had never tapped into the full might of the dragon. Too risky, too dangerous, so it had always been a no-go. Zeke stepped forward, realizing that this time, he could unleash his full power without hesitation. A black knight wouldn't be a problem. A purple aura began to swirl around him, smoke wafting off like he was some kind of edgy, mystical vaping champion. The vibe was intense, to say the least. Meanwhile, Duke was over there smiling like he'd just won the lottery. His gaze locked onto Zeke, and you could practically see the excitement bubbling up. Duke's grin widened, and he couldn't help but cheer. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Zeke was finally tapping into that next-level power. Zeke's purple aura flared up, fully infused and ready to go. He wasn't just standing there looking cool, was locked in and ready to attack. In a flash, Zeke bolted forward, leaving rocks flying in his wake. No time to waste, this fight was about to get real. Zeke swung with all his might, but Duke was quick, dodging just in time. The clash was on, and neither of them was holding back. Duke smirked as he effortlessly dodged Zeke's attacks, noting how repetitive they were. Sure, Zeke was fast, but compared to some of the other foes Duke had faced, he wasn't all that impressive. Still, there was something about Zeke that stood out. Duke could feel the sheer spite radiating off Zeke. It wasn't just about tenacity anymore, this guy was fueled by something deeper, something personal. Deciding it was time to step things up, Duke pondered using a bit of his aura to turn the tide of the battle. Suddenly, Zeke's hands glowed with a fierce energy as he activated the might of the dragon, catching Duke off guard. With a powerful strike, Zeke shattered his own sword, sending debris flying everywhere. A massive dust cloud filled the area, leaving Duke disoriented and wondering what just happened. Duke realized Zeke might have blocked his vision, but he also knew it would be difficult for Zeke to find him in this mess. Or so he thought. Little did Duke know, Zeke was already right behind him, ready to strike. With a fierce determination, Zeke activated his dragon eyes, locking onto his target with precision. Zeke barely had a moment to process his locked-on target before Dexter swiftly dodged his attack, moving with an almost casual grace. Zeke was left stunned, his confidence momentarily shaken as his attack missed its mark. Without hesitation, Zeke bolted towards Dexter, determined not to let him slip away again. Dexter dashed around Zeke, his movement so swift that it caused a gust of wind to ripple through the air. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed, wondering if this was the reason Dexter was known as the Gale Knight. In a blink, Dexter appeared behind Zeke, his speed leaving Zeke struggling to keep up. Zeke quickly turned and launched another attack, refusing to be outmaneuvered. But Dexter, with his incredible speed, appeared in front of Zeke once again, calling their fight a draw and leaving Zeke in awe of his opponent's skills. But the fight took its toll, and Zeke coughed up blood, feeling the strain of his incredible speed. Before he could recover, he was sent flying, crashing hard into the distance. Lying on the ground with a smile, Zeke couldn't help but think about how much he had become like his master. But the system had other plans, warning him that his fatigue had surpassed the limit and his consciousness would be forcefully shut down. As his vision began to fade, Zeke muttered in disbelief, realizing the severity of his condition. The soft glow of chandeliers filled the room as Zeke slowly regained consciousness. Groaning, he pushed himself up, feeling the ache of his battle. Looking around, Zeke recognized the familiar surroundings and wondered if Duke had brought him back to his room. With a sigh of relief, he chuckled, realizing he had almost passed out. Laying down and looking up, Zeke couldn't help but think that getting knocked out was totally on brand for a Black Knight like him. He reflected on the fight, realizing he had given it his all. Repeating the same attack over and over to lower Duke's guard, creating an opening with the might of the dragon, and using dragon eyes to strike. Yet it wasn't enough. That final skill Duke used was definitely his secret move. Sure, he got knocked unconscious for pushing his draconic skills too far, but hey, at least he got a glimpse of that secret move, right? The high-speed movement arts Duke used were impressive, to say the least. Staring up, Zeke couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for missing the chance to learn that secret move. Still, it was worth it. He reminisced about the might of the dragon, a skill so intense it would make even a Black Knight hesitate. Most would submit instantly under its pressure. Suddenly, a status bar popped up, announcing an unopened message. Zeke wondered what it could be. Zeke's eyes widened as the status bar lit up with updates. His skill had leveled up, and his soul had apparently gained some serious strength. But the real kicker? Karma points were now a thing, and he could unlock new features with them. A minimap was on the table, but it would cost him 20 points. Not bad, but he needed to think this through. Scrolling through the options, Zeke saw that an inventory system was also locked behind 20 points. There was even a quest book, but that was a whopping 45 points. With only 40 points to his name, he had some choices to make. Zeke muttered to himself, trying to make sense of it all. The inventory seemed like the most straightforward choice. He could feel the weight of his decisions already. With a quick mental command, Zeke activated the inventory function. The system responded, explaining how he could store and retrieve items just by thinking about them. Easy peasy, right? Zeke glanced at his sword, wondering how this would work. The system chimed in, explaining that the size and weight of items mattered. He could even upgrade his inventory space with karma points if needed. With a deep breath, he focused on his sword, ready to test this out. If activating skills was as simple as thinking about them, then storing items should be just as easy. Zeke concentrated, willing the sword into his inventory. Save, 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 he chanted in his mind. And just like that, the sword began to vanish, dissolving into thin air as if it had never been there. Zeke couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and satisfaction. This system was going to be a game changer. Zeke watched as the claymore vanished, taking up just 2 of the 28 boxes in his inventory. He couldn't help but marvel at how the system determined space based on weight and size. It was like a real-life game of Tetris, but with way higher stakes. To retrieve it, he realized he just needed to think of its name or form. Easy peasy, like summoning a pizza with a single thought. Well, if pizzas were deadly weapons, that is. He had initially thought of it as a subspace storage. But this was way better. It was like having a magical closet that organized itself. Who wouldn't want that? Zeke reminisced about how expensive that artifact was, but finding a place to store it had been a nightmare. Now, he could even increase the inventory space using points. It was like leveling up in a video game, but with real-life consequences. This overpowered function was only a low-rank administrator function. He wondered what would happen when he reached a higher rank. If the worth of these points was this high, he couldn't just spend them willy-nilly. He needed a strategy, like saving up for a rainy day or a really cool sword. Zeke decided he would have to change up his plans. Flexibility was key, after all. He couldn't just stick to one plan like it was a New Year's resolution. Just as he was deep in thought, Decker's voice interrupted him, asking if he could come in. Zeke, slightly surprised, told him to enter. It was like getting a notification while in the middle of an intense gaming session. Zeke put down his sword and asked what it was. Decker mentioned there was a message for him. Zeke couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and anticipation. It was like receiving a mysterious letter in a role-playing game, and he was ready to find out what quest awaited him next. Decker handed over the letter with a hint of mystery, mentioning that the sender was someone Zeke would recognize, Garden Keeper Dexter. Zeke's face lit up with a smile, clearly intrigued by the name. As he read the letter, it turned out to be from Duke, basically saying that their last encounter wasn't a total fail and Zeke could challenge him anytime. Zeke couldn't help but flashback to their last meeting where Duke had said something about a draw. Was that what he meant? But either way, Zeke was just glad the opportunity wasn't gone yet. Decker bowed slightly and mentioned he had one more thing to share. He had found the blacksmith Zeke had been looking for. Zeke's eyes widened with excitement and he asked when the appointment was. Decker adjusted his glasses and hesitated, saying there was a problem. Zeke was stunned as Decker revealed that the blacksmith had refused the appointment. What? How could this be? The scene shifted to a quiet house, seemingly ordinary from the outside. But inside, it was a different story. Weapons were scattered all over the room, and Decker explained that the blacksmith didn't want to meet. Decker led the way to a man passed out surrounded by empty bottles. The blacksmith was clearly not in the mood to craft anything, let alone weapons. Zeke Draker arrived at a house, muttering about how it had been a while since he last visited. Taking in the sight of the place, he couldn't help but chuckle at the grand name given to such a modest workshop. Stepping inside, Zeke called out, wondering if anyone was home. A flashback hit him, remembering the man who had once crafted a weapon for him. Snapping back to the present, Zeke found the man chugging a bottle, clearly not in his best state. Zeke couldn't believe the sight before him, wondering what had happened to the once great blacksmith. As Zeke tried to process the scene, the man suddenly noticed him, squinting in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering about how this was no place for a kid and telling him to get lost. The man was none other than the renowned blacksmith of the Soul, Galleon Halbert. Zeke looked around the shop, trying to make sense of the situation. Galleon was known for his moody temperament, but this was on another level. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the blacksmith before he arrived. Spotting a bucket of water nearby, Zeke had an idea. With a swift move, Zeke splashed the water onto Galleon's face. A smirk played on Zeke's face as he asked if Galleon was awake now. Galleon looked at Zeke, still trying to process the situation. Zeke wasn't having any of it and demanded to know why his commission had been rejected. Galleon's eyes widened as he looked at the emblems on Zeke's clothing, recognizing the name Draker. In an instant, Galleon's demeanor changed. He bowed his head, apologizing profusely for his earlier rudeness. Galleon remained bowed, his voice heavy with regret as he explained that he wasn't taking commissions. He struggled with the idea of creating something for someone else when he couldn't even craft what he truly desired for himself. Zeke couldn't help but notice Galleon's trembling hands. It dawned on him that even someone as skilled as Galleon had faced similar struggles in the past. A flashback revealed that Galleon had already been the greatest blacksmith on the continent when Zeke first met him. Zeke's gaze fell on a shield, realizing that Galleon probably didn't want to share his embarrassing past. But he knew he couldn't just wait around for 10 years for Galleon to open up. Galleon was caught in a spiral of negative self-talk, berating himself under his breath. Snapping out of his self-deprecating thoughts, Galleon quickly apologized for his disrespectful behavior. Zeke reassured him, expressing his interest in seeing some of Galleon's past failures. With a nervous stutter, Galleon agreed to guide Zeke to the back. Zeke felt a sense of determination, knowing he had to guide Galleon back to the right path himself. As they walked through the cluttered workspace, Galleon apologized for the mess. Zeke brushed it off, assuring him that it was fine. Zeke glanced around at the swords scattered all over the field and remarked that it was charming. Galleon stuttered out a grateful thanks, clearly a bit flustered. Zeke casually strolled through the field of swords, pausing for a moment as if something had caught his attention. As Zeke picked up a sword, Galleon quickly warned him to be careful, explaining that even the failed works were still sharp. Zeke tossed the sword aside, noting that the quality was similar to the ones he forged when he was considered the best on the continent. Yikes, talk about a flex. With a sudden flash, Zeke's dragon eyes activated, and he muttered to himself that things were as he thought. Galleon stood there stunned as Zeke turned to him and asked if there was a problem with his brazier. Galleon stammered, trying to figure out how Zeke knew that. But Zeke just repeated his question, clearly expecting an answer. Galleon stared at Zeke, who then asked if he utilized his own style of smelting. The tension in the room was getting real. Zeke Draker eyed the swords, noting how several metals had been mixed to create a lighter and more exquisite material. But as he shattered one of the swords, it was clear that the durability was seriously lacking. Galleon stared at the broken sword, as Zeke explained that impurities hadn't been properly eliminated during the heat treatment process. Galleon then looked at Zeke, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Suddenly, Galleon blurted out, calling Zeke sire, and mentioning that his question might be a bit random. He then asked if he could ask Zeke something, looking a bit nervous. They walked into a room filled with books and armor, with Zeke asking what Galleon wanted to show him. Galleon pulled out a blueprint, looking like he was about to reveal something big. Zeke glanced at the blueprint, his eyes scanning over the intricate details. Little did he know, this was Galleon's secret, something he would only reveal years later. It was a blueprint of a magic brazier, a device that could change everything. Zeke's mind flashed back to a memory of Galleon's smithing, laughing as he revealed his secret. A brazier where the temperature could be freely adjusted through magic. It was his secret, his masterpiece. Zeke told Galleon about the secret, explaining how it would make his smelting method work perfectly. Galleon, excited, knew Zeke would recognize its potential immediately. But then, Galleon's expression turned uneasy. He asked Zeke why he wasn't making it, despite having the full blueprints. Galleon explained that the most important part, the mana energy law blueprint, was still missing. And then there was the magic tower's exorbitant fee. Zeke's eyes widened as Galleon revealed the cost. 10,000 gold. Zeke thought about how a normal 4-member family's monthly living expenses were only 10 gold. That was 1,000 times as much. Zeke couldn't believe it. It must have taken Galleon 10 years to gather that much money. The price was absolutely absurd. Galleon, looking serious, told Zeke that was why he wanted to ask him something. He was a Draker, and a pure-blooded awakener at that. Galleon laid out his offer with dramatic flair, promising a lifetime of unconditional service if Zeke would just make him the brazier. Zeke, though, wasn't buying if this was some next-level trickery. Zeke pondered the situation, realizing that being the family's guardian knight could make it possible. But even as a pureblood, he knew he couldn't get the support he needed. Still, giving up on Graham, the Sword of Radiance, wasn't an option. Galleon's issue seemed to be tangled up in mana energy laws, which gave Zeke an idea. A smirk crossed Zeke's face as he realized something. Mana energy laws? That was the key. Zeke rolled up the blueprint with a decisive air and declared he would accept Galleon's offer. Galleon stuttered in disbelief, barely able to contain his excitement. Zeke casually mentioned he could ask a favor from a mage he knew and would let Galleon know when he got an answer. But before he finished, he cut himself off, telling Galleon to stop drinking. Galleon, now looking at Zeke with tearful admiration, thanked him profusely, vowing to serve him for the rest of his life as his savior. Zeke just shook his head, knowing he had just gained a very enthusiastic, if slightly tipsy, ally. Zeke tried to calm down Galleon, who was still sobbing and thanking him repeatedly. Finally, Zeke snapped, telling him to stop already. A carriage waited nearby, ready to take them to their next destination. As they arrived at the Draker Academy Professor Research buildings, Zeke couldn't help but grumble about the high commission fees the Mage Tower had charged. He muttered to himself about how simple the structure should have been. Zeke's thoughts drifted to Fanon, recalling that his major had been the design of mana energy laws. His research lab was somewhere around here. He turned to look around, trying to get his bearings. A noise from a nearby alley caught his attention. Zeke's curiosity was piqued as he wondered what was going on in there. Suddenly, a flashback hit him, memories flooding back. In his mind, he was pleading, apologizing, and taking the blame for something. It was all his fault, and he was desperate to make things right. Leon looked absolutely furious, like someone had just told him his favorite series was getting a live-action remake and they cast the worst possible actor. Zeke was on his knees, tears streaming down his face as he begged for forgiveness. He apologized profusely to Sir Leon Conrad, even going as far as saying he should put a hand on himself as punishment. Leon wasn't having any of it. He casually placed his foot on Zeke's head, pushing him down further. He agreed with Zeke's self-punishment suggestion, but with a twist of his own. With a grin that could only be described as sadistic, Leon offered Zeke a reward for his apology. He would give him the opportunity to clean up the land he dirted. Zeke, in his desperate state, thanked him. As Zeke thought about the past, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Leon's offer, no matter how twisted it was. Snapping back to reality, Zeke walked towards the alley, muttering to himself about his luck. Suddenly, a voice shouted out, calling him vermin. The voice continued, saying that Zeke was just like the person he was punching, simply by existing. Talk about a reality check. Leon was fuming, realizing that Zeke was just like him. An unprecedented golden light reaction? What was that supposed to mean? Leon slammed someone's head down, yelling about a pure-blooded awakening that surpassed all others. He wasn't having any of that nonsense. Leon was losing it, wondering how some recessive guy who beat him by luck could possibly be like him. Meanwhile, Zeke was just strolling along, totally chill. He spotted someone and called out, "Hey, Freckles." Zeke smiled, asking if they had already found a replacement for him. Like, seriously? Then he stopped, his expression changing. Zeke's eyes turned menacing as a purple aura started emitting from him. He gave them 3 seconds to plant their heads on the ground. Talk about a glow-up. The cadets cautiously approached Zeke, the air thick with tension and that unmistakable purple glow. Leon pointed at Zeke, calling him out for the major attitude shift ever since his supposed pure blood awakening. Before he could even finish his sentence, Zeke shut him down with a glare. Zeke's eyes darkened with bloodlust as he ordered Leon to drop down, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Leon felt a chill run down his spine, the sheer pressure from Zeke's aura making him visibly shaken. Sweat beading on his forehead, Leon stumbled back, muttering about the overwhelming pressure Zeke was emitting. Leon's mind raced, flashing back to just a few months ago when things were different, when Zeke wasn't this terrifying. But now, Leon's fear quickly turned to fury as he shouted, refusing to be talked down to by someone he still saw as inferior. Leon wasn't playing around anymore. With a furious command, he ordered the cadets to attack the protagonist, their movements swift and aggressive. Zeke just stood there, staring them down with a calm intensity. He let out a sigh, almost like he was disappointed, and warned them not to blame him for what was about to happen. The first attack came in fast, but Zeke was quicker. He dodged the punch with ease, almost like he saw it coming from a mile away. Without missing a beat, Zeke countered, his fist connecting with one of the lackeys. The guy didn't even see it coming. One punch was all it took. The lackey went down hard, sprawled out on the ground like a ragdoll. Zeke didn't stop there. He turned to the next attacker, his fist flying out and connecting with another lackey. With a swift move, Zeke flipped another lackey over his shoulder. It was like watching a choreographed dance, but way more intense. Zeke wasn't done yet. He grabbed a lackey and chucked him at another like a ragdoll, sending them both crashing down in a heap. With a quick pivot, he drove his knee into another lackey's gut, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. 2 more lackeys rushed him, but Zeke didn't even break a sweat. A swift punch to the first, then a spin and another punch to the second both hit the ground before they knew what happened. A lackey tried to sneak up behind him, but Zeke was way ahead. A well-placed kick sent the lackey flying, skidding across the floor like a pebble on a pond. Leon watched from the sidelines, his face pale, his hands shaking. The scene unfolding before him was nothing short of terrifying. Zeke turned his gaze toward Leon, striding through the sea of fallen lackeys like it was no big deal. He assured Leon that there was no need to be scared, that he was sure Leon already knew what was coming. Leon, trembling like a leaf, drew his sword, trying to muster some courage. Zeke kept advancing, calmly mentioning that it would only hurt for a moment. Leon's voice cracked as he yelled for Zeke to stay away, threatening to cut him if he came any closer. But let's be real, Leon looked like he was about to faint, not fight. Zeke fixed Leon with a cold stare, calling him out for drawing his sword in the training arena. Like, seriously? That was a major no-no, and Zeke made sure Leon knew exactly what that meant. Zeke drew his own sword, ready to face Leon's murderous intent. Leon, suddenly realizing he might have bitten off more than he could chew, tried to backpedal with a shaky apology. Zeke's aura turned murderous as he declared his intent to retaliate in the name of honor. Leon's soul practically left his body right then and there. Zeke laid down the rules the battle would end only when one of them faced death, and both would take full responsibility for their actions. No takebacks, no do-overs. He turned to Liam, who was just getting up, and declared him as the witness to this epic showdown. With a dramatic flourish, Zeke dragged his sword, ready to continue the battle. Leon, now on his knees, literally pissed himself and dropped his sword, begging Zeke to let him go. Talk about a total meltdown. Trembling and barely holding it together, Leon continued to plead, hoping against hope that Zeke would show some mercy. A flashback hit Zeke as he remembered Leon's desperate pleas, begging for his life, apologizing over and over. Zeke walked up to Leon, thinking about how foolish he was. With a swift motion, Zeke slashed Leon. Leon's ear was cut off and Zeke casually mentioned that he would be taking his ear as payment. Leon cried out in pain, holding his ear, shocked by what had just happened. Zeke grabbed Leon's head and warned him that if his ear was reattached by the time they met again, he would be taking something much more valuable next time. With a murderous stare, Zeke made it clear that next time, it wouldn't be his ear, but his head. Zeke wasn't playing around this time. With a swift move, he slammed Leon's head down, making sure he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. And just like that, Leon was out cold, lights out, game over. Zeke started to walk away, leaving Leon in his unconscious state. But then, a faint voice called out to him. Zeke turned around, his expression a mix of curiosity and annoyance. The voice, barely a whisper, asked why. Liam, now conscious, looked at Zeke with a mix of confusion and gratitude, asking why he had helped him. Zeke, ever the stoic, brushed it off, telling Liam not to worry about it. But then Zeke dropped a truth bomb. He wasn't helping Liam. He was helping himself. As Zeke walked away, he caught a glimpse of his old self. He pondered if Galleon's influence was rubbing off on him, making him soft. The scene shifted to the academy, where Zeke almost blurted out something embarrassing. Classic Zeke, always a step away from a cringe moment. At the academy's Galleon research lab, Zeke couldn't help but wonder if his plan would actually work. The stakes were high and the pressure was on. Zeke stared at the blueprint, his mind racing with possibilities. The professor cut straight to the chase, insisting that Zeke's idea was actually feasible. Zeke, eager to get started, was ready to hand over the project right then and there. But the professor wasn't having it. He wanted Zeke to hear him out first because, of course, there was a catch. The professor launched into his explanation. The overall design was simple enough, but the core responsible for power output, that was a whole different story. The core was the heart of the machine, but the circuit had some seriously tricky restrictions. It might be small, but it needed a ton of power, and they'd need a way to adjust the output without any delay. No big deal, right? Wrong. Zeke was starting to realize this was way more complicated than he thought. The professor dropped the bomb. This was unprecedented. Zeke couldn't help but wonder, was it even possible? The professor assured him there were two options. Given the core's condition, he could personally adjust Zeke's design. Zeke perked up, thinking maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. But then the professor dropped another bombshell. It would take at least a decade to redo the design for the core. Zeke's eyes widened in shock. 15 years? The professor confirmed it. It would take an incredible amount of time. Zeke's heart sank. As for the second method, they could avoid designing the core altogether and use an alternative material. This would save a lot of time, but the material needed was a high-compression mana stone. Zeke's mind was spinning. This was going to be a lot harder than he thought. Zeke jumped up in shock, his mind reeling. An ancient artifact? Those were supposed to be impossible to make now. But the professor confirmed it. Ancient relics were already rare. Finding artifacts in ruins was even harder, the professor explained. And to find a mana stone that could withstand their design? That was like finding a needle in a haystack. Zeke's shock turned to disbelief. The cost? Over 3,000 gold. That was more than he could ever afford. Zeke's thoughts spiraled. If anyone found out he couldn't use aura, he might get kicked out. But 15 years was way too long to wait. He grabbed his head, the pressure mounting. 3,000 gold was too high. He couldn't just give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Zeke paused, thinking back to his past. Ether was a difficult power for humans to control. Zeke couldn't use any sword skill that utilized aura, except for Spirit of the Soul. Compared to Ether, aura was easier to use and more versatile. Zeke looked down, frustration etched on his face. How was he supposed to get a high-compression mana stone? The professor, lost in his admiration, couldn't help but gush over the blueprints. The creator's genius was evident. Even with the complex core, the design was surprisingly efficient. Zeke looked up, his mind racing. The professor continued, explaining how even during the Golden Age, creating something like this would have been a challenge. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zeke's head. A smile spread across his face as he realized he had been overcomplicating things. With a polite bow, Zeke asked the professor to take care of the designs while he was away. The professor was confused, asking if Zeke expected him to take 15 years to complete the design. Zeke chuckled, shaking his head as he began to walk away. The professor's assumption was way off. With a confident smile, Zeke turned back, declaring he'd bring back a high-compression mana stone. Like, duh, why didn't he think of this before? As Zeke ventured on, dragons soared through the skies, their wings casting shadows over the land below. No big deal, just your average Tuesday with giant lizards flying around. Back in the day, the Liberation War went down, a massive showdown to break free from dragon rule. Terrakin Draker, the ultimate dragon slayer, took down the evil dragon Bahamut. Talk about a power move. After the dust settled, ancient relics were uncovered in the dragon's lair. Fancy treasures hidden away, just waiting to be found. Cut to the Draker's Academy Central Library, a place packed with knowledge and probably a few too many overdue books. Deep in the record room, relics from the Golden Age were discovered, gathering dust but holding secrets of the past. Who knows what kind of ancient drama went down with those? In the Central Library records room, Zeke Draker realized that nobody had discovered the relics yet, nor were they even aware of them. Talk about an untouched treasure trove. Zeke sighed, looking around. He could search all day and still not find what he was looking for. The struggle was real. Time to bring out the big guns. Zeke activated his dragon eye, hoping it would give him an edge in this ancient game of hide and seek. With his dragon eye active, Zeke scanned the library, his gaze piercing through the dust and shadows. Then something caught his eye. A glimmer, a hint, something that stood out from the rest of the ancient clutter. Bingo! Zeke had found what he was looking for. The hunt was finally over. Zeke tapped the floor, muttering some ancient words. The moment he tapped it, he knew he had found the right spot. Yes, this was it. With a purple aura emanating from his hand, Zeke prepared to make his move. The relic was within his grasp, and he was ready to claim it. Zeke wasn't playing around. With a swift motion, he sliced through the floor like it was a sheet of paper. The relic was close, but he wasn't about to let anything stand in his way. But using the soul of the spirit took a toll on him. Zeke felt himself being drawn back, the power surging through him like a tidal wave. He realized that maybe he had bitten off more than he could chew. Regrouping, Zeke entered the depths of the ruins. The air was thick with anticipation, and he knew he was getting closer to his prize. With a flick of his wrist, he closed the hole behind him. No turning back now. It was just him, the torchlight, and the ancient ruins. As he walked deeper, he couldn't help but think that the newsletter had seriously downplayed the depth of this place. It was like scrolling through a never-ending feed. Suddenly, Zeke's senses tingled. Something was off. He wasn't alone down here. Two shadowy figures moved through the dark hall, their presence unexpected and unwelcome. Zeke thought it should be at least a decade before someone found these ruins, but clearly, someone had beaten him to the punch. Zeke activated his special eye, the one that saw more than meets the ordinary eye. Could someone have found this place before him? The plot thickened, and Zeke was ready to uncover the truth. Zeke's special eye revealed something unexpected: two skeletons, armed and seemingly ready for action. Skeletons? This was not what he had in mind when he thought about uncovering the truth. Upon closer inspection, Zeke noticed the weapons they were holding. Shovels and pickaxes? Seriously? Well, at least it wasn't the work of a lich. That would have been way too extra. Zeke materialized his sword, ready for action. If these skeletons weren't here to cause trouble, then he would just have to make sure they didn't get in his way. With a swift move, Zeke swung his sword and sent one skeleton's head flying. One down, one to go. Not missing a beat, Zeke turned to the other skeleton and with another swift strike, it too was defeated. Looks like these skeletons were no match for Zeke's skills. Zeke suddenly remembered that he could earn points by defeating monsters. It had completely slipped his mind because he was so focused on the artifact. Zeke's eyes gleamed with excitement as he thought about farming for points. The idea of leveling up and unlocking new abilities had him feeling a bit crazy. 20 skeletons later, Zeke was feeling pretty confident. This was turning out to be easier than he thought. Zeke decided to check out what he could unlock with his points. The beginner quest book was 45 points, and the minimap was 40. The draconian skill, Devour, and the level 2 lock skill each required 50 points. Looks like he could only afford the minimap for now. With a quick purchase, Zeke's minimap was activated. Time to explore and farm more points. Zeke squinted at the minimap, totally giving off that "I'm about to uncover ancient secrets" vibe. It kind of looked like one of those magic maps from fantasy games, you know, the ones that glow and stuff. He pointed at something on the map, his face all scrunched up in confusion. What was that thing? It was like when you're trying to read a menu in a foreign language and you're just pointing at random stuff hoping for the best. Suddenly, the map did this super cool thing where it went from 2 dimensions to 3. It was like when you put on those 3-dimensional glasses and the whole world just pops out at you. Zeke couldn't help but smile. He was totally vibing with this map. It was like he had just unlocked the ultimate cheat code in a video game. But then he noticed something weird. There was this one room on the map that was totally different from all the others. It was like when you're scrolling through Netflix and there's that one thumbnail that just doesn't fit. He couldn't help but wonder why it was so different. And then, the system asked if he wanted directions to some place called the Grave of the Dragonslayer storage room. Zeke was mind blown. It took others forever to find this place, but he had just stumbled upon it like it was no big deal. It was like finding a hidden level in a video game that no one else knew about. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. He was ready to explore this mysterious room. The map started giving him directions like a super helpful GPS. It was like having a personal tour guide leading him straight to the treasure. Zeke couldn't believe his luck. He was laughing and everything. It was like he had just won the lottery, but instead of money, he was getting an epic adventure. Zeke stared at the map, wondering if his luck had finally run out. He couldn't help but think that maybe Just maybe he had finally lost his way. Arriving at a massive gate entrance, Zeke felt a mix of awe and frustration. He was here, but how on earth was he supposed to get inside this place? Pushing against the door, Zeke quickly realized that brute force wasn't going to cut it. The door wasn't budging an inch. Suddenly, a red light emitted from the door, casting an eerie glow on Zeke's face. Zeke yanked his hand back, realizing he had almost fallen victim to a security spell. Close one. Looking at his hands, Zeke let out a sigh of relief. His gloves had saved him from losing a hand. Talk about a close call. Zeke glanced back at the gate, feeling a bit defeated. There was no way he could get through that spell. With a hint of desperation, he called out to the system, hoping for a miracle. Just as Zeke was about to give up, the system suddenly responded, announcing that it had received his request and was connecting to the security device. The automatic activation failed, but it was switching to manual mode. Zeke couldn't believe his ears. Was the system actually responding to him? Zeke's confusion grew as he wondered if the system was really responding to his previous statement. The system confirmed his thoughts, addressing him as Administrator Zeke Draker and asking if he had any more requests. Seizing the opportunity, Zeke asked the system why it had forced him to regress. However, the system responded that it couldn't answer that question, leaving Zeke even more puzzled. Not giving up, Zeke tried a different approach, asking what the administrator system was. But once again, the system responded that it couldn't answer the question, leaving Zeke frustrated. Zeke attempted another question, asking who made the system. But as expected, the system responded with the same message, unable to provide an answer. This was getting him nowhere. The system asked if Zeke had any more requests. Zeke, scratching his head in frustration, muttered about not getting answers to any important questions. He decided to cut to the chase and simply asked the system to open the door. The system confirmed his request and announced that the grave of the Dragonslayer storage room had been opened. The gate creaked open, revealing what lay beyond. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight before him, utterly stunned by the revelation. Treasure chests, glittering and ancient, filled the room, and Zeke could hardly contain his excitement. As expected, the chest was brimming with valuable relics and treasures, a true haul fit for a Dragonslayer. Zeke eagerly opened the chest, his curiosity getting the better of him. Gold and jewelry sparkled under the dim light, and Zeke couldn't help but laugh in delight. There was actually something inside. He started looting, picking up items and examining them, musing over their potential uses. A smile spread across his face as he found something perfect for Fanon, finally feeling like his search had paid off. Among the treasures were high-compression mana stones. Not just one, but 4 of them, making the find even more incredible. Zeke decided to use 1 point to expand his inventory by 4 slots. He figured that should be enough space for everything. With a sigh, he realized he would have to come back here regularly until he graduated. As Zeke prepared to leave, a dark energy started creeping up on him. He felt like he had done enough for the day and it was time to head back. Suddenly, Zeke felt an unusual presence. Something was off, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zeke looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the strange feeling. The darkness around him seemed to be closing in. The ominous feeling grew stronger, wrapping around him like a cold embrace. Zeke couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Suddenly, Zeke's hand lit up with a red glow. He stared at it, confused and a bit alarmed. Quickly, he pulled his hand away, but the damage was done. Magic circles started appearing all over his body. Zeke's eyes widened in shock. What in the world was happening to him? This was definitely not on his bingo card for the day. Just as Zeke was trying to process the unexpected turn of events, he found himself abruptly teleported away from the treasure room. Well, that escalated quickly. Zeke Draker found himself suddenly teleported, landing with a thud in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, confusion painted his face as he wondered where the heck he was. The system chimed in, revealing he was at the home of the Dragonslayer. Zeke was baffled, muttering about how he never saw anything about this place in the newsletter. Like, what even was this place? He pulled out a map, trying to get his bearings. After a moment of thought, Zeke realized he wasn't too far from his previous location. But there was no clear path to the home of the Dragonslayer. This was going to be interesting. Zeke wasn't about to ignore this place, so he decided to push the tomb, hoping for some answers or maybe just a shortcut. To his surprise, there was an armor inside the tomb. Before he could even process what he was seeing, a system message popped up, announcing that he had found some exclusive Dragonslayer equipment. Zeke picked up the armor, feeling its weight and wondering what made it so special. As he analyzed it, he noticed it was different from the armor of the Golden Age. He couldn't help but wonder what this was all about. Then he spotted a hole or something that looked like one. This was getting more interesting by the minute. Zeke materialized a mana stone, thinking he couldn't just let this opportunity pass. He had a hunch about what might happen next. The mana stone lit up, and a system message confirmed that he had installed a mana battery in the Dragonslayer exclusive equipment, activating it. Suddenly, the eyes of the armor lit up, signaling that something extraordinary was about to happen. The armor suddenly jolted to life, moving in a jerky, unpredictable manner as if it had just woken up from a centuries-long nap and was still trying to find its footing. Zeke Draker stood there, eyes wide, clearly thinking that this was not the kind of morning he had signed up for. Before he could even process what was happening, a massive green explosion rocked the room. A system message blared in his mind, explaining that an overload caused by equipment failure had led to the activation failing spectacularly. Zeke shook off the dust, muttering about how the explosion had already happened. Thanks very much. The system apologized, but honestly, it felt a little, too late. Zeke brushed himself off, trying to regain some dignity. He turned his attention back to the armor, now lying motionless again. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of power source this thing had been using. A high-compression mana stone? That was some serious juice for an ancient relic. Zeke walked around, pondering what kind of features this armor could possibly have that required such a massive energy source. He made a mental note to ask Fanon about it later. For now, he had more exploring to do. The other rooms had been empty, so this seemed to be the last one on his list. Stepping into the large room, Zeke's eyes landed on a lone glass cube. It was the only thing occupying the vast space, looking suspiciously out of place. He couldn't help but wonder what was up with that. Zeke glanced at his system bar, expecting some sort of explanation. But nope, nothing. Just his luck, right? Suddenly, beads of sweat started forming on his forehead. The name Terrican Draker popped into his mind, sending a chill down his spine. This guy was on a whole other level of crazy, and Zeke couldn't shake off the eerie feeling. And then he saw it, Bahamut, the cursed light dragon, just chilling there. His system finally decided to chime in, announcing the legacy of Terrican Draker and the discovery of Bahamut's heart. About time it said something useful. The heart of the dragon was surrounded by a soft, ethereal light. It looked both mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time. Zeke couldn't take his eyes off it. He recalled the ominous feeling he got when he first entered the room. It was like his gut was trying to tell him something, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. Despite the unease, Zeke took a deep breath and started walking forward. He had come this far, there was no turning back now. As Zeke pressed on, the heart of Bahamut began to react to his presence, pulsing with an eerie glow. Zeke stood stunned as a voice echoed in his mind, claiming it had no choice. Okay, that's not creepy at all. He locked eyes with the heart, the voice ringing out again, this time with a single word, understand. Like, where was this coming from? Suddenly, a system alert blared in his mind. Class skill Indomitable Mental Defense had been activated. Well, that sounded fancy. Zeke clutched his head, a sharp pain shooting through his skull. This was not the time for a headache. His left eye darkened, a creepy black spreading across it. Not exactly a fashion statement. Darkness started to surround him, and Zeke couldn't help but panic. What the hell was going on? The darkness grew larger, swallowing everything around him. Zeke's mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos. This was so not how he expected things to go. Just as the darkness began to consume him, a system error blared in his mind. Skill activation failed. Well, that was just perfect. As if things couldn't get any worse. Voices echoed in his head, chanting kill them all. Zeke, already having a bad day, slammed his head as if that would somehow silence the noise. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Suddenly, Zeke found himself face to face with a darkness version of himself. Great, just what he needed, his own shadow giving him attitude. The dark Zeke started mumbling about freedom and calling him a dumbass. Rude. Much. Zeke barely had time to process his dark doppelganger's existential rant before he was already kicking its butt. Victory notifications popped up, announcing his win against the Light Dragon's curse and the completion of some urgent quest. As a reward, he scored ownership over something called Terrican's dying gift. Zeke let out a sigh of relief, thinking that could have totally gone way worse. But plot twist, victory hangover hit him like a truck. Zeke dropped to his knees, freaking out that his skills almost failed him. What the heck was that all about? Just as he was spiraling, his healing factor and infinite stamina skills kicked in, saving him from a full-on meltdown. Exhausted, Zeke looked up as a new notification popped up. Apparently, he had started absorbing something called the Heart of the Cursed Light Dragon, Bahamut. Great, more cryptic dragon stuff. Just what he always wanted. Suddenly, the heart lit up like a Christmas tree, glowing with an eerie light that made Zeke's tired eyes widen. Before he could even process what was happening, a red aura engulfed him, setting his entire body ablaze. Zeke was officially glowing, and not in the just ace to test kind of way. The red aura wasn't just for show, it sent Zeke flying like a ragdoll in a hurricane. Not exactly the superhero landing he was hoping for. Zeke was still wrapped in that fiery red glow, looking like a human torch. He realized something was off. He didn't have the magical circles needed to accept mana, so why was he lit up like a Christmas tree? The red aura wasn't just clinging to him, it was everywhere. Like someone had set the world's brightness to max. Then, out of nowhere, his hand started glowing purple. Because why not add another color to the light show? Zeke activated something called the Spirit of Soul Seal. Fancy name, but would it actually do something useful? Zeke wasn't messing around. His heart started glowing like a literal light bulb, and he declared he'd use ether to cover the mana. Okay, science time, but make it magic. And just like that, he was trying to seal it in an ether hole. Sounded complicated, but Zeke made it look easy. Plot twist. A massive explosion rocked the place. Guess the seal didn't go as planned. The aftermath? A crater and a whole lot of smoke. Zeke's plan had some serious side effects. Then, red lightning started crackling around the smoke. Dramatic much? And from the chaos, Zeke rose up, looking a bit worse for wear, but still standing. Classic hero move. Zeke glanced down and noticed a strange mark on his stomach. He winced slightly, muttering to himself in confusion. Shaking off the pain, he started walking, trying to make sense of what just happened. He searched for the heart, but it was nowhere to be found. Classic. The one thing he needed was missing. Zeke looked around, realizing that the mana he had absorbed was indeed from Bahamut. No wonder it felt so powerful. He turned his attention back to himself, noticing the symbol on his stomach again. He stared at it, wondering what it was and how it got there. As he touched the symbol, he wondered if it appeared when he sealed Bahamut's mana. Suddenly, the system notifications popped up, informing him that he had absorbed the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Zeke read through the notifications, learning that the absorbed mana had changed his body to a divine body. But there was a catch: 95% of the power was compressed and sealed because he couldn't control it. Typical, even his own body was keeping secrets from him. Zeke scratched his head in confusion as a new notification popped up, announcing Tarek and Draker's secure library and something about a tutorial. What in the world was this nonsense? He decided to shelve the mystery for later, hoping the system would just get rid of it for now. But then he paused, pointing at one particular notification. Except this one, he thought. It seemed his ancestor was feeling a bit generous after all. A smirk played on his lips as he read the system's message, asking if he would like to open Tarek and Draker's other dying gift. Classic ancestor move, leaving parting gifts like it was Black Friday. The system confirmed his request, and with a dramatic flair, announced it was time to open Tarek and Draker's second dying gift. Zeke's eyes locked onto the chest. Curiosity piqued like it was a mystery box from his favorite streamer. As the chest creaked open, Zeke's jaw dropped. Whatever he was expecting, this wasn't it. His expression screamed pure, unfiltered shock, like he just found out his favorite series got an unexpected season 2. The scene shifted faster than a TikTok scroll, landing at a mansion that screamed luxury. Platinum Mansion, because apparently Tarek and Draker didn't believe in subtle names. Inside, a locker glinted with enough jewelry to make a dragon jealous. Zeke eyed the treasure, a smirk playing on his lips. This should definitely be enough. With a satisfied nod, he closed the locker, ready to see what other surprises his ancestor had left him. Time to take a look at the next big reveal. Zeke scanned the system's update, eyes widening at the flood of new info. Authority and Constitution? A lot of stuff got added, and it looked like this incantation could be unlocked once he leveled up. Classic ancestor move, leaving him a grind list like it was a gaming side quest. Zeke strolled along, scratching his head as he muttered about the vague descriptions in the system. Seriously, what even was a monim status? It sounded like a typo from a sleep-deprived intern. Taking a seat, Zeke realized this wasn't just another dying gift, but another status window tied to Tarakan. With a sigh, he commanded the system to open the window related to Tarakan, hoping for something actually useful this time. The system responded, stating that an information update was needed to access Tarek and Draker's secure library. Zeke raised an eyebrow. A secure library? What was Tarakan hiding in there? The system prompted Zeke to move to a location where an update was possible and offered to mark it on his minimap. Zeke groaned, realizing he had to go somewhere for this. When the location popped up, his eyes widened. Valhalla? Really? The image of Valhalla gleamed on the screen, looking as majestic and out of reach as ever. Zeke scratched his neck, feeling the weight of the task. Even he would have trouble entering Valhalla, and it wasn't exactly on his to-do list. But if it was related to Tarakan's gift, he might have to make an exception. Zeke pondered the situation, weighing his options. If there was something related to Tarakan's gift in Valhalla, it might be worth adjusting his plans. After all, how often did one get a lead on ancient, hidden powers? With a resigned sigh, Zeke accepted that he was stuck with this family for now. As he pressed forward, a notification popped up, announcing the activation of the beginner quest book. Great, just what he needed: more family drama with a side of quests. The system chimed in again, explaining that a tutorial for a low-level administrator would start soon, followed by a quest and a reward. Zeke mused that it sounded a lot like missions from an adventurer's guild. But what exactly was this tutorial going to entail? Hopefully not a pop quiz. As Zeke glanced back, light grids began forming around him. The system announced the start of the tutorial, and suddenly, the training area was bathed in a grid-like glow. Well, this was new. The grids expanded, covering the entire training area. Zeke found himself standing in a completely transformed space. It was like his surroundings had gotten a high-tech makeover. Zeke looked around, confused. Had he been teleported again? This place was definitely not where he had been a moment ago. It was like his surroundings had been swapped out during a commercial break. Suddenly, Zeke began to glow, as if he had just been sprinkled with magical glitter. This tutorial was already shaping up to be an interesting experience. Zeke's magical glow barely had time to fade before he realized he wasn't alone. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a group of orcs. Seriously, orcs? This tutorial was really pulling out all the stops. As if on cue, a quest notification popped up, announcing the sudden appearance of orcs and an appropriate quest. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if the tutorial was trying a bit too hard. The orcs didn't waste any time, swinging their clubs at Zeke. He barely dodged, thinking that the tutorial seemed to be creating situations where he could take advantage of the system. It would have been nice if he had known about this earlier. The orcs' destructive rampage left a trail of smoke in their wake. Zeke realized that this tutorial was going to be anything but boring. Zeke wasn't about to just stand there and watch the orcs tear up the place. He activated Swift Step and Continuous Slash, turning himself into a blur of motion. The orcs didn't even know what hit them. 1 second they were rampaging, the next they were sliced and diced like a sad dinner salad. Zeke stood amidst the chaos, the claymore feather in hand, feeling the newfound power of his constitution divine body. His combat skills and ether transfer rate had just gotten a serious upgrade. Was this what having a divine body felt like? So he was all for it. Looking down at his sword, Zeke couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. With this power, taking down a purple knight should be a piece of cake. In a flash, Zeke teleported away, leaving behind the aftermath of his battle. He found himself back in the training area, as if he had never left. The whole ordeal had him questioning if it was all just an elaborate illusion. Sheathing his sword, Zeke couldn't shake off the lingering sensations. It all felt incredibly real, like he had truly been in the thick of battle. This tutorial was turning out to be way more intense than he had bargained for. A smile crept across Zeke's face as the system announced his reward. 40 points and access to the shop category. This was getting interesting. He wondered if he could buy items through the shop. His excitement barely contained. Zeke's eyes widened as he browsed the shop screen. The items listed were unbelievable giant's flesh, breath of a flame giant. This place was a goldmine, literally. But as he scrolled further, his excitement dimmed slightly. Everything was rare relics that cost a fortune. He pondered if he could make a fortune just by reselling these items. With a shrug, Zeke realized he could only sell ancient relics. Seeing an item worth 4 points, he wondered if he could sell it for 100 gold in the auction. Not bad for a day's work. Deciding to hold on to it for now, Zeke put the item away. He guessed he didn't really need the points at the moment. Stretching out, Zeke let out a sigh. Today had been a long day, filled with more excitement and adventure than he had bargained for. The scene shifted to the next morning at the academy. The Draker Academy Professor Research Center stood tall and imposing. Inside a room, a professor looked at Zeke with a mix of surprise and curiosity. He had managed to find a high-compression mana stone within a day, something unheard of. When questioned, Zeke simply replied that it was complicated for him to explain, leaving the professor even more intrigued. Zeke, eager to move things along, asked how long everything would take. The professor, holding the mana stone, casually mentioned it was already complete. Zeke was taken aback, impressed by the speed. The professor, however, was more intrigued by how Zeke had managed to bring such a rare item. Sipping his cup, Zeke couldn't help but feel the professor's suspicious gaze. Every time high-compression mana stones were found within the Kinet, they were registered using ancient texts. Zeke pondered, realizing these stones were used to manage ownership of some of the more expensive mana stones. The professor's scrutiny was almost palpable. However, Zeke was confident that the mana stone he had was not registered. After all, he was the first one to find it. The professor held the registration encyclopedia, deep in thought. Setting his cup down, Zeke appreciated the professor's ability to suspect rather than blindly believe. It was a testament to his judgment and skill. Zeke walked up to the professor and asked if they could leave now that the registration number was confirmed. The professor, still in awe, muttered something about not knowing. The scene shifted to a blacksmith shop where Galleon was ready to try activating something. A green magic circle appeared, hinting at the activation process beginning. The magic circle glowed brighter, and suddenly, the Galleon was covered in multiple magic circles, looking like it had just unlocked a new skill tree. The protagonist and the professor stood side by side, looking at their handiwork with the pride of parents watching their kid graduate. No cap, they totally nailed it. The professor checked his watch and announced he had a lecture to attend. Galleon, barely holding back his excitement, thanked the professor as he left. Galleon walked over to the protagonist, still in awe of the completed magic brazier. He thanked the protagonist, but the protagonist just brushed it off, saying it was all part of the deal. The protagonist rummaged through his bag, reminding Galleon of the condition he had offered. Galleon eagerly agreed, ready to fulfill his end of the bargain. The protagonist pulled out a dragon fang and asked Galleon to make it into a sword. Galleon was shook, realizing it was a fang from the cursed light dragon Bahamut. Like, what even was in that bag? Galleon was absolutely mind-blown. He had never seen anything like it before. He stammered, asking where on earth the protagonist had gotten such a thing. Zeke tried to play it cool, mentioning it was Terrakin Draker's second dying gift. He loved collecting things, from the heart to the fangs. But explaining it all was a bit complicated, and Zeke wasn't sure how to break it down. Galleon looked genuinely sad. His usual fiery spirit dimmed for a moment. Zeke looked at Galleon with concern, who then reminded him that he had made a magic bra and even gave him a chance to craft with the dragon's fang. Suddenly, Galleon was fired up again, declaring he would exceed every expectation. With a dramatic flair, Galleon declared himself as Galleon Halloped and vowed to create Zeke's blade, even if it cost him his life. In a flashback, Zeke reminded Galleon that it was a request from the person who saved his life. Galleon, with his usual intensity, repeated his vow to create the blade, no matter what. Zeke, in the flashback, told Galleon not to be so dramatic, as it was a bit too much for him. He assured Galleon that he would sell the same. Zeke strolled out of the blacksmith shop, leaving Galleon to his dramatic antics. He mused about what kind of sword Galleon would craft this time, curious and slightly amused. Meanwhile, Galleon was already hard at work, hammering away with a determined look. Zeke couldn't help but feel a bit excited about the upcoming masterpiece, already looking forward to the result. Back in his room at Platinum Mansion, Zeke couldn't help but groan about the sheer amount of work it took to craft that sword. Like, who knew forging could be such a workout? After his intense duel with Duke, Zeke was still feeling the aftershocks of their clash. It had been a whole week since he received that mysterious note, telling him to come find Duke again. Talk about a cliffhanger. Zeke snapped back to reality, figuring something big was bound to happen sooner or later. No way that note was just a prank. A single step echoed in the room, and the tension suddenly skyrocketed. Duke walked in, looking as intense as ever, and immediately hit Zeke with a why. Why didn't he come find him like the note said? Drama alert. Zeke couldn't help but shiver. Duke's vibe was seriously giving him the chills. Duke's anger was palpable as he demanded the truth. Zeke couldn't shake the feeling that Duke really wanted to end him. Yikes. Zeke tried to play it cool, shrugging it off like it was no big deal. He couldn't believe Duke's accusation, arguing that if he really wanted a rematch, he would have come to find Duke himself. But then he stumbled over his words, making it clear there was more to the story. Duke wasn't having any of it. He instantly grabbed Zeke, demanding the truth once again. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. In a sudden burst of anger, Duke hurled Zeke straight out the window. Talk about a dramatic exit. Zeke was left stunned, the wind rushing past him as he plummeted. Not exactly the kind of airflow he was hoping for. As Zeke fell, he caught a glimpse of just how high up he was. His heart raced as he realized that at this height, he'd be a pancake before he could even think about healing. Luckily, he managed to catch the ledge, barely saving himself from an untimely end. Just as Zeke thought he caught a break, his relief was short-lived. Before he could even dust himself off, a firm grip clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground like a rag doll. The Duke held him there, his voice dripping with a mix of amusement and irritation. He couldn't believe Zeke wasn't even trying to challenge him, almost like he was just there to mess with him. And honestly, the vibes were immaculate. The Duke wasn't having it, though Zeke had ignored his messages twice now, and that was not the move. Zeke realized with a sinking feeling that the Duke had just been toying with him this whole time. The Duke's fury was palpable as he gave Zeke an ultimatum: 5 seconds to spill the truth, or else. Zeke, sweating bullets, tried to play it cool. He cracked a joke, but the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. He pointed out that the Duke hadn't even shown his true face yet. The Duke just stood there, seething, as Zeke called him out. With a smirk, Zeke dropped the miser. At least he tried to. He threw out a name, calling the Duke by his supposed alias, Garden Keeper Dexter. The room was quiet, but then the Duke smiled, and not in a good way. In one swift motion, the Duke tossed Zeke across the room like he was nothing. Zeke tumbled, crashing into the far wall with a less than graceful thud. Yikes. Zeke rubbed his head, wincing from the pain. The Duke, standing over him, acknowledged that Zeke had a point. He revealed that he was once a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke looked up, questioning the Duke's past with a raised eyebrow. The Duke extended a hand and introduced himself as Duke Draker. Zeke bowed respectfully, apologizing sincerely for his earlier disrespect to a member of the family and to an honorable Black Knight. The Duke pointed at Zeke, questioning his intentions. Zeke, looking confused, admitted he wasn't planning anything. As the Duke started walking away, Zeke called out, curious about the Duke's past as a Black Knight. The Duke dismissed it as unimportant, stating he was once a Black Knight but no longer. Zeke was taken aback, wondering how that was possible. Zeke mused aloud, aware that one could rise in ranks but never knew anyone could drop from them. The Duke sat down, addressing Zeke as Kid. The Duke settled in, clearly ready to dive back into their intense conversation. He urged Zeke to keep going, his tone firm yet inviting. Zeke noticed the Duke's hand trembling slightly, a flicker of vulnerability beneath the man's stern exterior. He nodded in understanding, sensing there was more beneath the surface. Since the Duke had been honest with him, Zeke decided it was time to return the favor. He took a deep breath, preparing to lay his own truth on the line. The Duke leaned back, revealing he already knew Zeke's true identity. He questioned whether Zeke had gone through the trouble of becoming his apprentice just to get closer to him. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation. A slow smile spread across the Duke's face as he admitted he couldn't believe Zeke's boldness. The kid had guts, and that was something he could respect. With a sudden slap to his leg, the Duke let out an enthusiastic exclamation. The energy in the room shifted, the tension easing into something almost exciting. The Duke's grin widened as he declared he would accept Zeke as his apprentice. The words hung in the air, almost too good to be true. Zeke stood there stunned, barely able to process how quickly things had turned around. He better accept before the Duke changed his mind. Dropping to one knee, Zeke formally declared his intention to become the Duke's apprentice. He vowed to gain wisdom and power under his guidance, determined to bring honor to his master's name. The Duke couldn't hide his surprise, clearly not expecting Zeke to know the old-school apprentice vow. Zeke, ever the culture king, played it cool, saying it was just what knights do. The Duke smirked, calling him a sly snake, but Zeke just took it as a compliment, smooth as ever. As they walked through the fields, Zeke couldn't help but ask the question burning in his mind. The Duke, a little embarrassed by the whole master thing, told him to just spit it out already. Zeke asked what made the Duke accept him as an apprentice. Zeke recalled how only Andre, the so-called genius of the century, had become the Duke's apprentice after years of begging. He wondered what made him so special. Then it hit him. During their duel, the Duke must have seen something in him, something that could surpass even Andre. The realization made him stand a little taller. The Duke smirked and told Zeke to take a guess at why he chose him as his apprentice. Zeke, ever the confident one, thought it was because he was a genius of the family. The Duke just shook his head, amused by Zeke's confidence. The Duke burst out laughing, saying if that was the case, he would have chosen the girl from the Turin family instead. He liked Zeke's tenacity, though. It was what set him apart. The Duke explained that talent alone wasn't enough to reach the level of a red or black knight. It was about more than just skill. It was about heart, determination, and maybe a little bit of stubbornness. The Duke wasn't done yet. He pointed out that those who never faced real struggles often crumbled when things got tough. Like a delicate flower getting stepped on, they just couldn't handle the pressure. Zeke nodded along, already seeing the truth in the Duke's words. His mind flashed to images of knights, exhausted and on the ground, unable to push through their limits. The Duke stood up abruptly, signaling that the chit-chat was over. It was time for Zeke's first real lesson as his apprentice. Zeke followed, surprised to find himself in a gym hidden beneath the western greenhouse. Who knew plants and punches went together? As he walked, Zeke couldn't help but wonder what the Duke was planning. Had been running for what felt like forever. He glanced at the Duke, who just stood there watching. 3 hours of running, and for what? Finally, the Duke called out for him to stop. Zeke nearly collapsed in relief. But before he could catch his breath, the Duke had another question for him. With a wave of his hand, Zeke Draker asked what else the Duke wanted to know, trying to keep his cool. The Duke burst behind him, claiming it was nothing much, but his actions spoke louder than words. Suddenly, the Duke tried to grab Zeke's hand, catching him off guard. Quick as a flash, Zeke smacked the Duke's hand away, clearly not in the mood for any funny business. Zeke jumped back, putting some distance between them, his guard up. The Duke just looked at his hand, probably wondering what just happened. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the Duke asked if Zeke had a problem with him checking his pulse. Smooth move, Duke, real smooth. Zeke gave him a look, clearly not buying whatever the Duke was selling. Flashback hit, and the Duke recalled how something was off with Zeke from the start. Like no aura whatsoever, even after running around the gym for 500 laps. That's some next-level endurance right there. The Duke was not done yet. He was still shocked at the fact that Zeke had even stopped him from checking his pulse. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He had to ask, even if it made him sound like a concerned dad, was Zeke really unable to use aura? The Duke wasn't done yet. Standing at a distance, he muttered to himself about the bronze statue he was sure he had seen. He approached Zeke, recalling the uproar over that never-before-seen golden light. With a smirk, he pressed further, questioning why Zeke wasn't letting him examine his pulse if he was so sure about what he had seen. Zeke thought to himself, acknowledging that the Duke's curiosity was piqued, not out of suspicion, but genuine interest. He considered himself lucky to be dealing with the Duke, knowing he just needed to get his hands on Graham to avoid further suspicion about his aura. Until then, he had to be cautious. With a swift motion, Zeke pulled off his glove, acknowledging the Duke's point. He activated his mana reflection, a proof of his pure-blooded nature, but internally, he was confused about his inability to use aura. The Duke looked on, his expression shifting to confusion as he tried to make sense of the situation. Zeke looked down, apologizing for his earlier behavior and contemplating the consequences if it were found out that a Draker could not use aura. Zeke suddenly burst into tears, dramatically declaring that he would be chased out and was terrified of what might happen. The Duke reached out a hand towards Zeke, a gesture of comfort or perhaps curiosity. Zeke looked up at the Duke, his eyes still watery, and asked how it was, seeking some form of validation or reassurance. The Duke observed Zeke, noting the malice in his eyes that seemed too mature for his age. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't sense any aura from Zeke despite his supposed successful awakening. Zeke thought to himself, confident that the Duke couldn't be certain even after examining his pulse. That was the absolute power of the blessing right for a Draker. The Duke tapped Zeke's shoulder, suggesting that the reason for this anomaly was because Zeke was an irregular. An irregular, of course that's what the Duke would think. Zeke pondered, realizing that without knowing about classes, it was the only logical conclusion. Zeke asked what an irregular was, and the Duke explained that it was a term used for people with anomalous abilities. The Duke continued, giving examples like using aura and mana together or having an irrational ability like seeing into the future. He warned Zeke that irregulars weren't treated well, so it was best to keep this information to himself. Zeke rushed to the Duke, asking why he thought Zeke was an irregular. The Duke explained that Zeke's insane stamina and recovery were the reasons. Normally, even light damage took time to heal internally, but Zeke recovered almost instantly, which must have taken an insane amount of energy. The Duke asked Zeke what he thought that energy was. Zeke guessed it was aura, but since it was constantly being used for stamina and regeneration, there was barely any left to sense. Zeke worried he would never be able to use aura and wouldn't meet the Duke's expectations. The Duke laughed and told him not to worry about that. The Duke revealed that his Gale Arts was a special art that didn't use aura, leaving Zeke curious and hopeful. The Duke explained that a special art is a unique technique developed by a knight who has reached great heights. Normally, it involves the use of aura, but his Gale Arts was different. It relied solely on a trained body, no aura needed. Zeke was all ears, hoping this could be his ticket to powering up without the usual aura struggles. The Duke wasn't just all talk. He moved his foot slightly, promising a demonstration that would leave Zeke in awe. With a swift motion, the Duke's foot came down, creating a hole in the ground.
No aura, juste pure technique.
Zeke watched, his curiosity piqued. Zeke's eyes were glued to the scene, trying to catch every detail. The Duke was a blur, moving so fast that only his footprints were visible. It was like watching a ghost dance. Zeke was amazed. This was next-level stuff. No aura, no problem. The Duke was rewriting the rules right in front of him. The Duke stopped and asked if Zeke saw that. Zeke could only manage to ask if footsteps were really enough. The Duke chuckled, ready to show him more. Zeke got up, eager to see more. The Duke asked if he was ready for another round. Zeke nodded, confirming it was enough. The Duke praised Zeke's spirit, saying it was at least that of a black rank. Zeke, feeling the hype, told him to give it a go. Zeke readied himself, his body tingling with anticipation. This was his chance to learn something new, something that could change everything. With a deep breath, Zeke took that first step, his body buzzing with anticipation. He began to move, mimicking the Duke's posture and gait, trying to embody the same presence. Each step he took was deliberate, filled with purpose, just like the Duke's. He was determined to get this right. Suddenly, Zeke stopped, feeling like he nailed it. He waited for the Duke's reaction, hoping for approval. The Duke observed Zeke, recalling that he had indeed given him a gift just a week ago. He couldn't help but be impressed. A wide smile spread across the Duke's face. In his eyes, Zeke was perfect, like absolutely slaying it, no cap. Zeke smirked, wondering if his newfound confidence was enough to match the swagger of a top-tier black rank. The Duke playfully grabbed Zeke, teasing him about his earlier emotional moment. Zeke, trying to save face, shot back that a real black knight wouldn't go blabbing about it. The Duke just laughed, calling him out as his own disciple. The scene shifted to the Academy's dining hall, where the aroma of delicious food filled the air. The spread looked amazing, making anyone's stomach growl on sight. Zeke dug in, realizing it had already been a month since the Duke started training him. His appetite had grown as much as his skills, it seemed. As he ate, his gaze lifted, noticing someone approaching. Andre stood nearby, asking if Zeke could spare some time. Zeke shrugged, saying he was busy but could chat right there. Andre, slightly taken aback, agreed. Andre sat down, curious about how Zeke had managed to win over Sir Dexter. Zeke thought for a moment, figuring it was probably because Sir Dexter wasn't the Duke's disciple yet. The news of his own acceptance had probably made him a little anxious. Zeke shrugged, thinking he hadn't really done anything special. Sir Dexter had just picked him out on his own. Andre, looking mad, wasn't buying it. Andre scoffed, asking if Zeke was a pureblood. The tension was rising, and Zeke wasn't backing down. Zeke pointed out Andre's inferiority complex, and Andre's hands trembled with rage. Andre challenged Zeke, asking if that was all he had to say. Zeke grinned, replying he wasn't even halfway through. Zeke wiped his mouth, continuing that of course, even if the reason Sir Dexter took interest in him to begin with. Did Andre really believe Sir Dexter was a man who would pick a disciple for such a simplistic reason? Gripping a napkin hard, Zeke stated that the fact he was able to use that intrigue as a foundation to become his disciple was a testament to his own abilities. Zeke crumpled the napkin and threw it down, suggesting Andre stop wasting his time patting his ego with that inferiority complex of his. Looking down at Andre, Zeke finished by saying how about putting in some effort to be chosen himself. The scene shifted to the Western Greenhouse Arena, a place buzzing with anticipation and mystery. Suddenly, a figure was seen darting across the area, their swift movements drawing attention. Zeke and Duke exchanged glances, both bewildered by the unexpected sight. Zeke wondered aloud what was going on, but Duke was just as clueless, admitting he had no idea either. As Andre continued running, Duke explained that Andre had come to him, begging to stay by his side even if it meant being a servant. Talk about dedication or maybe just desperation. Duke had set a condition for Andre run 300 laps without using aura, and that's exactly what Andre was doing, pushing himself to the limit. Duke scratched his neck, chuckling at Andre's tenacity. This guy was really going all out. No aura, just pure grit. Andre was visibly tired, his body straining with each step, but he kept going. This was some next-level determination right here. Meanwhile, chaos was unfolding elsewhere. A summon for all students went out, and suddenly everyone was freaking out. Cue the panicked voices asking what was going on, with someone yelling about the Patriarch's visit like it was the biggest news of the century. The sound of horses stepping filled the air, adding to the dramatic tension. The carriage rolled into view, looking all fancy and important. The commander walked alongside, looking all serious and official. He mentioned something about the Patriarch, and you could tell this was a big deal. Howard stepped up, telling everyone to get ready. The response was immediate and respectful, with a chorus of "Yes, sir," echoing around. The carriage came to a stop, and the anticipation was palpable. Someone stepped out, and all eyes were on them. Howard bowed deeply, greeting the master of the Drakers with all the respect in the world. The vibe was intense, and you could tell this was a moment of great significance. As the master of the Drakers made his way through the room, everyone bowed in unison, their voices echoing in a powerful greeting. The energy in the room was electric, like a K-pop concert, but with more dragons and less glitter. The master then approached Howard, placing a hand on his shoulder, and praised his hard work. Howard, being the humble guy he is, brushed it off, saying his efforts were nothing compared to the master's. Cue the collective "ah" from the audience. The master then dropped a bomb, saying Howard was the only one who truly understood him. And just like that, Arthur Draker, the patriarch of the third transcendent household Dragonslayer Drakers, was introduced. No pressure, Howard. Howard, still bowing like a pro, suggested they move inside, noting the sunlight was rather hot. Because nothing says intense moment like a casual comment about the weather. Just as Howard finished his weather report, Arthur turned, and suddenly the crowd lost their chill. Cue the dramatic gasps and frantic whispers. Turns out, the patriarch himself had just walked in, and nobody saw that plot twist coming. Arthur, ever the cool cucumber, raised his hand, signaling for silence like a teacher trying to calm a classroom full of hyperactive kids. With the crowd finally settling down, Arthur dropped some wisdom on the young Dragonslayers, calling them the hope and future of the Drakers. No pressure, right? The crowd was all smiles as Arthur continued his pep talk, telling them to train hard and train more, because, nothing says bright future like a whole lot of sweat and probably some tears. Arthur flashed a smile, reminding everyone that their development was basically the Drakers' development. Group project vibes. Anyone? The people were hyped, cheering like they just won the lottery. Yes, sir. Master of the Drakers indeed. Arthur had officially dropped the mic, and the crowd was eating it up. Arthur strolled away, all cool and collected, dropping a casual "let's go now." Howard, ever the eager assistant, replied with a quick "of course, sir." No time to waste, they had places to be. Cut to the door, where Zeke Draker stood tall, ready to make an entrance. He wasn't just any knight, he was the big boss, the guardian of the Dragonslayer legacy. Time to greet the leader of all knights. Zeke bowed, respect dripping from every pore. With all respect, he was here to show some serious admiration. Arthur turned, chuckling at the old-school greeting. No one did that anymore, but he wasn't mad about it. He told Zeke to take a seat, relax. Arthur had heard Zeke was a tea lover, so he'd pulled out all the stops. Rare stuff, the good tea, and some sweet pastries to boot. Zeke was thankful but also low-key freaked. How did Arthur know his favorite snacks? Zeke couldn't help but wonder, was there anything this guy didn't know? Even his snack preferences were on Arthur's radar. Zeke stared into his cup, feeling the weight of his family's rep. There was a saying, that there might be things the Emperor didn't know, but there was nothing a Draker didn't. And right now, that saying felt all too real. Arthur got down to business. He'd called Zeke here because word on the street was that Duke had taken in a disciple. Zeke nervously held his cup, confirming the rumor. Yeah, Duke had done him a solid, no doubt about it. Arthur leaned in, confirming that Duke had indeed taken Zeke under his wing. He knew what Zeke was after, no secrets there. But Arthur wasn't about to let him slide. If Zeke kept up with the teachings, he'd be gunning for the top spot, strongest on the continent, no less. Arthur's glare could have frozen lava. Zeke wasn't backing down, though. He wanted to be stronger than everyone so he could live life on his own terms. Classic big dream energy. A smirk crept across Zeke's face as he laid it all out. That was the goal, plain and simple. Arthur's whole vibe shifted. The air got heavier, like when your Wi-Fi cuts out right before the final episode of your favorite show. Then Arthur dropped the bomb. If Zeke was aiming to surpass everyone, that meant he was coming for Arthur too. The aura rolling off him was basically a neon sign saying, "Try me." Zeke's confidence wavered just a smidge. Arthur's presence was no joke, and suddenly, the reality of his goal hit him like a truck. Zeke started sweating buckets. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, trying to process what he was seeing. Then it hit him. That sword, it was the legendary astral sword, the one that granted its wielder power over all living beings within a certain radius. No wonder Arthur was so chill. Zeke wiped the sweat off his brow and managed a nervous smile. This was either going to be the best day of his life or the absolute worst. With a deep breath, Zeke turned to Arthur, his voice steady despite the internal chaos. Of course, he thought this was the moment he had been preparing for. Arthur, ever the picture of calm, sipped his tea like they were just chatting about the weather. No big deal, just a casual tea party with a legendary sword in the mix. Arthur calmed his aura, his expression shifting to something more intrigued. He admitted that Zeke's statement was the most interesting thing he had heard in ages. Reaching into his pocket, Arthur pulled out something that glinted in the light. He explained that he had come to support both the Academy and Zeke, but he wasn't sure if that would be enough. Zeke couldn't help but think that Duke was impossibly strong. But Arthur was on a whole other level as he placed a card on the table. Arthur mentioned that this was a gift for having become Duke's disciple. As Arthur revealed the black card, Zeke was stunned. A Darun card? He couldn't believe his eyes. Arthur noted that Zeke seemed to know what it was. A credit card only given to a very select few. Zeke admitted he didn't think he'd get to see one in person. Just having it gave incredible benefits and it didn't even have a limit. Arthur said he would have it under both their names so Zeke could use it freely. Zeke bowed and thanked him, promising to use it only when necessary. Looking at the card, Zeke thought that Arthur was making it seem like he was being nice, but his intentions were too obvious. Using a credit card leaves a record. He just wanted to keep track of what Zeke was doing. But if this was Arthur's method instead of opting for the Black Martial Squad, that meant he didn't see Zeke as a threat yet. Arthur mentioned he wouldn't waste any more of Zeke's time, as he was sure Zeke was busy with training to become the strongest on the continent. Zeke bowed as Arthur excused him, addressing Arthur as the master of the Drakers. As Zeke left, Arthur closed the door behind him, the quiet click echoing in the room. Arthur took a moment, walking away from the door, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. With a heavy sigh, Arthur tried to gather his thoughts, but the day was far from over. Suddenly, Duke appeared behind Arthur, his expression twisted in disgust as he accused Arthur of being sickening. Arthur, taken aback, asked why Duke was so angry. Duke wasn't having it, calling Arthur out for suddenly playing father to Zeke after neglecting him for so long. Arthur defended himself, saying he had no choice as the head of the household. Arthur, trying to keep his cool, pointed out that Duke's words were basically character assassination. The tension was real. Duke, not backing down, plopped himself down and challenged Arthur to take him away. Drama level 100. Arthur, ignoring the theatrics, pulled something out and admitted that Duke was the only one he could talk to without worries. Feelings. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Arthur offered a drink to go with their conversation. And not just any drink, Dragon Breath, the red one. Duke's eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning. Priorities, right? Arthur handed Duke the glass cup and casually mentioned how the atmosphere in the continent had been rather strange lately. Duke, who had been cooped up in the academy, wondered how Arthur knew that. Arthur just smirked, saying Duke had eyes and ears all over the place. Duke accused Arthur of already knowing his answer, calling him a snake. Arthur explained that the Emperor had gone crazy over the idea of immortality and was searching the entire continent for it. Duke agreed and Arthur asked if he thought immortality was possible. Duke scoffed, saying magic could make someone look young, but immortality was a whole other story. Arthur, about to take a sip of his drink, agreed but added a however, hinting there was more to the story. Arthur dropped a bombshell, suggesting that the relic the Emperor was looking for might be something related to the Elder Dragon. Duke's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. Arthur and Duke were in the middle of a heated discussion, their voices rising as they debated the limits of magic. One insisted that magic could turn back the clock on aging, but the other shot back with a firm reality check: immortality was still off the table, no matter how powerful the spell. Just outside the door, the main character leaned in, ears practically glowing with curiosity. The conversation inside had taken a sharp turn, and whatever was being discussed had him totally hooked. Not content with just eavesdropping, he tapped into his soul manifestation ability, tuning in like he was adjusting an old radio to get the clearest signal. In his mind's eye, he visualized Duke and Arthur deep in conversation. Duke was throwing out theories about some relic tied to the Elder Dragon, and Arthur, ever the voice of reason, was cautiously considering the possibility. Duke wasn't letting up, pressing Arthur on whether this mysterious someone had already gotten their hands on the artifact. Arthur, still playing it cool, admitted it was possible but didn't seem too worried about it. Arthur dropped another bombshell: the Order of Black Knights had intel pointing to the northern continent. Duke's mind was clearly racing as he processed this new lead. Duke was quick to ask if the Empire was still in the dark about this. Arthur confirmed it but warned that it was only a matter of time before they caught on. Duke, lost in thought, muttered about how this whole situation was giving him serious flashbacks. Duke's mind wandered back to the past, recalling the chaos that unfolded when the Emperor took the throne. The guy had gone full conqueror mode, waging war to unite the continent. It was only after Head claimed half the central continent that he finally pumped the brakes. Duke had assumed the Emperor's wild ambitions had fizzled out, but now, it seemed like the old man was back at it, still chasing that immortal dream. And if even one of those artifacts could make someone live forever, well, that changed everything. Arthur dropped the bomb, declaring the continent was about to be lit up again in flames. Classic Arthur, always bringing the drama. Duke wasn't having it, though. He decided to step up and head north himself, leaving his seat empty. But then he had a moment of doubt, wondering if leaving his post would just let the Emperor go wild up there. Arthur, smooth as ever, revealed that was exactly why he wanted this little chat with Duke. Duke let out a sigh, calling Arthur out for being as sly as a fox. The guy just couldn't be straightforward for once. They tapped cups in some weird bro moment, with Arthur throwing in a "you're the best," like it was some kind of consolation prize. Duke wasn't buying it, though, grumbling about how Arthur always stuck him with the most annoying tasks. Meanwhile, Zeke was eavesdropping on the whole thing. Suddenly, Zeke lost his footing and took a tumble. He hit the ground, exhausted, realizing he'd been manifesting for way too long. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, the side effects were still kicking his butt. Zeke recalled the artifact he had obtained before his regression, confirming it was indeed an Elder Dragon's artifact. He couldn't help but wonder about its creator and their motives, his thoughts racing as he tried to piece together the puzzle. A laugh escaped him, the absurdity of the situation hitting him like a wave of nostalgia. Despite the exhaustion, A chuckle was all he could muster. Arthur walked away, a satisfied smile on his face after a refreshing drink. He knew it was time to make his move, declaring his faith in the master of the dragons before departing. Suddenly, Arthur came to a halt, his steps echoing in the silence. His gaze shifted towards a door, a sense of determination and curiosity filling his eyes as he prepared for what lay beyond. Zeke looked up, stunned. If that really was the artifact the Emperor was searching for, what did it have to do with immortality? His mind raced with questions as he stared at the door. Arthur opened the door, curiosity filling his eyes as he stepped through. But Zeke was nowhere to be seen. Arthur's eyes scanned the empty room, confusion setting in. Zeke had already dipped out the window, leaving Arthur to mutter to himself that it was probably nothing. Meanwhile, Zeke was at the training grounds, sweating it out. Someone started banging on the door, interrupting his session. He reminded Decker not to bother him when he was in the training hall. Decker apologized and mentioned that a fellow student had come looking for him. Zeke was surprised. A student? He didn't have any friends at the academy though. With a sigh, he told Decker to let them in. As the door opened, Zeke looked at the person bowing down before him, wondering who it could be. Zeke was shocked to see Liam Stone, of all people, bowing down before him. Zeke couldn't help but wonder why Liam would even consider being his friend. Liam, however, was desperate and pleaded to be taken in, leaving Zeke regretting not ignoring him earlier. Both of them ended up bowing down on the ground as Zeke questioned Liam's intentions and Liam pledged his allegiance to Zeke. Zeke asked about Jaken, and Liam revealed he had been abandoned. Liam declared he must go to Valhalla, which left Zeke even more confused. Zeke looked down at Liam, recalling how obsessed Liam was with Valhalla even in his past life. Liam continued to beg to be taken in. Zeke pointed and asked if Liam was stupid, suggesting he go to Turin or Simmons instead. As Zeke walked away, he mentioned Liam would be better off with a support family. Grabbing his sword, Zeke stated he wouldn't be of any help to Liam entering Valhalla. Looking at his sword, Zeke wondered how he was supposed to believe Liam. Zeke bluntly accused Liam of possibly being a spy sent by Jaken. Liam couldn't help but shiver at the accusation. In a swift motion, Liam pulled out a dagger, the cold steel glinting ominously. With a determined look, Liam raised the dagger high, the tension in the room escalating. Liam grabbed his ear, the cold metal of the dagger pressing against his skin. Without hesitation, Liam made a swift cut, the pain evident on his face. Liam, holding the dagger firmly, stammered that it was natural for Zeke to doubt him. He vowed to prove himself no matter the cost, even if it meant cutting out his own tongue to become mute. With a dramatic flair, Liam slammed the dagger down, his cut ear bleeding profusely. He declared that if Zeke wished for him to become a cripple, he would cut off his own foot. Zeke looked absolutely stunned as Liam proclaimed he would place his life in Zeke's hands, calling him his lord. Talk about a dramatic plot twist. A flashback revealed Zeke's harsh words, offering to take Liam's ear in place of his worthless life. Ouch, that's cold. Liam's expression hardened with determination, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. He begged, pleading to be taken in, his voice filled with desperation. He wished to become stronger, stronger than anyone else, his words echoing with a fierce determination. Flashback hit like a nostalgia bomb. Zeke, the protagonist, was once in the same spot, begging to be taught, to be guided by a master. The past and present were colliding like an awkward family reunion. Zeke looked back at his past self, the memories flooding in. It was like watching an old cringe compilation, but with more emotional stakes. In a dramatic move, Zeke threw his sword, the clatter echoing like a mic drop. Liam, on his knees, begged and pleaded, his voice breaking with desperation. The scene was intense, the tension palpable. Zeke pointed at Liam, laying down the challenge with a smirk. If Liam could handle even a single hit from him, he would take him in. Liam's face lit up with a grateful smile, thanking Zeke profusely, his voice trembling with relief and excitement. At the training area, Zeke asked if Liam had received adequate treatment. Liam nodded eagerly, his nerves barely contained. Liam admitted he thought enduring one strike would be easy, given that he, too, was a user of the Drakkar aura. His confidence was palpable, but his nerves were showing. But as he witnessed Zeke's overwhelming power, Liam's confidence began to waver, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Liam was breathing heavily, struggling to even stand properly. The reality of the situation was hitting him hard. Zeke launched his attack, his movements swift and precise, leaving Liam barely any time to react. Liam mustered all his strength and attacked back, his determination clear despite the obvious struggle. The clash of swords echoed through the air as Liam pushed back, his blade meeting his opponent's with a resounding ring. With a swift motion, Liam's sword was sent flying, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Liam stumbled and fell to the ground, his body clearly exhausted from the intense battle. Sweat poured down Liam's face as he looked up, his opponent looming over him, taunting him about his strength, or lack thereof. The main character gazed down at Liam with a look of pity, commenting on how miserable he seemed. Yikes, talk about a burn. Zeke admitted that Liam was determined, but he was about to drop a truth bomb. He suggested that Liam should just give up on Valhalla already and walked away, leaving Liam stuttering in shock. Zeke pondered Liam's situation, figuring he was probably cast aside by Jaken. Plus, Liam came from such a distant branch of the family that if he wasn't Jaken's attendant, he likely wouldn't have even gotten into the cradle. This was the academy that even expelled a direct descendant like him, so it wouldn't be odd for Liam to be expelled soon too. Zeke looked up, thinking it was natural for Liam to be in this position. Back in Zeke's past life, Liam was known as the Mercenary King. Quite the glow-up from his current situation. But now, Liam was crying and begging for another chance. Talk about a fall from grace. Zeke looked disgusted, realizing that Liam wasn't planning to give up anytime soon. This guy was persistent, if not a little delusional. Zeke, grabbing his shirt in frustration, finally decided to give Liam a chance, though it was clear he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. He stuck his sword into the ground, setting a condition that Liam probably wouldn't like. Turning around, Zeke reminded Liam of his previous promises, about how he would go to extreme lengths if asked, like cutting his tongue or even his feet. Grabbing Liam's shoulder, Zeke's grip tightened, his expression serious. With an intense energy radiating from him, Zeke laid down his condition, cut off his right arm. Liam stood there stunned, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Zeke, with a smirk, asked if Liam valued his right arm that much, clearly enjoying the moment. Liam was trembling, realizing that Zeke was basically telling him to give up on becoming a swordsman. There was no way he would do it if he was in his right mind. Zeke grabbed his sword, stating he had plenty of training to undertake himself. If Liam couldn't meet his condition, he should just get out of there. Liam wasn't about to back down that easily. He rose to his feet, ready to prove himself. Zeke watched, realizing why Liam was so desperate to prove himself. Zeke almost felt bad for Liam. Almost. Even if Liam didn't make it into Valhalla, he'd still be able to reach Red. Whatever that meant. Liam picked up his sword, determination etched on his face. Without hesitation, Liam slashed down towards his own right arm. Zeke couldn't believe what he was seeing. This guy was absolutely nuts. Zeke darted forward, ready to intervene. In a flash, Zeke moved so fast his motion was only visible in the reflection of a water drop. With a swift strike, Zeke cut Liam's sword clean in half. Liam's bold move was over before it even began. Liam stared at his trembling hand, the weight of his impulsive decision sinking in. Zeke grabbed Liam by the collar, his voice a mix of fury and disbelief. He questioned Liam's sanity and demanded to know what he would have done if Zeke had gone back on his word. Liam's eyes welled up, his expression crumbling as he struggled to find the words. Zeke's anger faltered as Liam confessed that he was afraid of losing something more precious than his arm. Zeke turned away, his tone firm but not unkind. He warned Liam that if he ever pulled something so reckless again, loyalty or not, he would be out. A small smile crept onto Liam's face as he realized Zeke wasn't throwing him out. Zeke urged Liam to hurry up, joking that people might think less of him if his subordinate was missing an ear. Liam quickly agreed, not wanting to disappoint. They settled at a table, the tension from earlier slowly fading. Liam's ear was reattached, the physical reminder of his impulsive act now healed. Liam hesitated, wondering if it was truly all right for him to use something so valuable. Zeke brushed it off, saying he was simply investing in Liam. Zeke fixed Liam with a serious gaze, asking him what was so important that it could rival the value of his own right arm, or even his life. Liam looked down, the weight of the question pressing on him. Clutching his arm, Liam finally revealed that it was his mother. Liam began to share his story, explaining that a few days after Jaken abandoned him, his mother had collapsed from a high fever. Though the fever broke, her body became covered in rose-like red spots. Liam continued, his voice heavy with concern, saying that she was growing weaker by the day. The village healers were baffled by her condition. Zeke, listening intently, asked why Valhalla was the solution. Liam explained that Valhalla students and their families were offered the best medical treatments available on the continent. Zeke, holding a pen, started to write down the symptoms, noting the rose-like red spots. Turns out, the illness was a full-on rose disease situation. Highly contagious, super deadly. Not exactly the kind of bouquet anyone wants to receive. Zeke handed Liam a note, explaining that it was the method for producing the medicine to heal his mother's illness. He assured Liam that it wasn't very difficult to make, and the village healers should be able to handle it. Liam was confused but grateful. He stammered his thanks but couldn't help wondering how Zeke knew about the disease when even the healers were clueless. Cue the flashback to the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. These guys were legends in their own right. The brothers had managed to invent a treatment for the disease that was plaguing the central continent. With a smile, Zeke simply said that he knew an alchemist, leaving it at that. Grabbing his tea, Zeke told Liam that since he now had the treatment method, there was no need for him to go to Valhalla or become his subordinate. Mic drop moment right there. Liam wasn't having it though. He stood up and declared that his life was already dedicated to Lord Zeke. Then, in a dramatic turn of events, Liam knelt down and swore loyalty to Zeke. Talk about a plot twist. Zeke smirked, clearly pleased with this new development. Having the mercenary king from his past life as his subordinate was quite reassuring. But he made it clear that if Liam lagged behind, he would be left behind. Liam, of course, eagerly agreed to follow his lord well. Meanwhile, inside a window, a mysterious voice responded to a knock, asking what was needed. It turned out to be Cadet Owen, bowing respectfully and addressing the voice as Dean. Owen, standing respectfully, dropped a bombshell proposal, suggesting they crank up the difficulty of this semester's exams. Like way up. Howard, stroking his mustache like a classic villain, raised an eyebrow and asked for the reasoning behind this sudden academic power move. Owen, owning his confidence, explained that this year's first years were no joke. With all the big family kids and 2 pureblood awakeners in the mix, the usual exam difficulty would barely scratch the surface of their skills. He leaned in slightly, driving home the point that keeping the same difficulty as last year would make the exams a total snoozefest and a poor assessment of their abilities. Howard, nodding in approval, complimented Owen on his sharp thinking, calling him a true Simmons. He promised to consider the proposal seriously, and Owen, bowing respectfully, thanked the dean for his time. With a quiet click, the door closed behind Owen, leaving Howard alone with his thoughts. Turning around slowly, Howard let out a soft chuckle, clearly impressed by Owen's boldness and sharp mind. Gazing out the window, he mused that the apple didn't fall far from the tree, noting how much Owen reminded him of his own sharp-witted ways. Howard leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips as his thoughts drifted to the main character. If Owen was anything like him, future problems would be handled with the same sharp wit and cleverness. But just in case, he couldn't help but consider what surprises might be lurking around the corner. As the scene shifted to a dense forest, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. It was the day of the semester exam for dungeon exploration, a test of skill and nerve. The exam was straightforward yet challenging. Groups of 2 had to escape a dungeon within a set time, with each group assigned at random. The tension was palpable as students prepared to face the unknown. Zeke turned to Liam, his partner for the exam, and asked if he was nervous. Liam admitted he was feeling a bit anxious, his nerves getting the better of him. Zeke acknowledged that being nervous was natural. He advised Liam that being too nervous could lead to mistakes, but being too relaxed and arrogant could be just as dangerous. A balance of tension would help guard against both extremes. As they began to walk, a voice called out their names, signaling it was their turn. Zeke led the way, with Liam following closely behind, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Just as they were about to proceed, a hand stopped them, halting their progress. The sudden interruption added a layer of suspense to the already tense atmosphere. A man pointed them in a specific direction, indicating the path they were to take. Without a word, they followed his instructions, stepping into the unknown. As they approached the dungeon door, eerie noises emanated from within, setting the stage for the challenges that awaited them. The adventure was about to begin. Zeke shot a suspicious glance at the man barking orders, clearly not thrilled about the whole hurry-up-and-die vibe. The man insisted that Zeke needed to move faster, but our protagonist wasn't about to be rushed into a dungeon of doom without at least a little hesitation. With a reluctant sigh, Zeke muttered under his breath that he would do as ordered, but you could tell he wasn't exactly jumping for joy about it. The dungeon loomed ahead, and the adventure was officially underway whether he liked it or not. As they ventured deeper, the rules of the dungeon were laid out. Difficulty levels varied, but since this was basically an exam dungeon managed by the Drakers, it wasn't supposed to be a total death trap. The goal? Escape within 96 hours. Easy, right? Oh, and because basic battle abilities were graded too, there was extra credit on the line for bringing back monster heads. Because nothing says academic achievement like a little decapitation. But Haray's the kicker. If they didn't escape in time, it was an automatic fail. No pressure, right? Zeke and Liam exchanged glances, fully aware that their grades and possibly their lives were on the line. After a quick meal, Zeke told Liam to get some rest, but Liam wasn't having it. He pointed out that Zeke had done all the camp setup and cooking, so it was only fair that Zeke rested first. Zeke brushed it off, claiming he could go 4 days without sleep like it was no big deal. Classic overachiever. Liam, however, wasn't about to argue. He shamelessly declared he was going to lay down, leaving Zeke on watch duty. Zeke agreed to wake him if anything happened, and with that, the duo settled in for what promised to be a very interesting night. Zeke sat by the campfire, the flames casting long shadows as he tried to keep himself awake. Glancing at his watch, he realized it had been 16 hours since they entered the dungeon. With all the training he had been doing leading up to the exam, he had been awake for 90 hours straight. No wonder he was feeling the strain. He recalled that his infinite stamina only helped with physical fatigue, not the mental kind. In a place like this dungeon, where anything could happen, he needed to stay sharp and minimize risks as much as possible. Zeke fought to keep his eyes open, thinking he would have to switch with Liam once he woke up, but his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, they closed. Suddenly, a bell rang loudly in front of a gate, jolting him awake. He jolted awake, his heart pounding as he found himself surrounded by a gruesome scene. A woman lay lifeless, blood pooling around her, painting the ground crimson. The familiar horror of the recurring nightmare gripped him once again. Frustration surged through him as he realized it was the same dream that had haunted him time and time again. He couldn't escape the cycle no matter how hard he tried. With a deep breath, he looked up, hoping to find something, anything, that might be different this time. Suddenly, the sound of bells echoed in the distance, pulling him from the nightmare's grasp. The familiar chime was a stark contrast to the horror he had just witnessed. He quickly dashed water on the campfire, extinguishing the flames in an instant. No time for hesitation, he had to act fast. He rushed to wake Liam, his voice urgent and commanding. There was no room for delay, An enemy was near, and they needed to be ready. Liam, ever the loyal companion, quickly understood the gravity of the situation and sprang into action. As the bells continued to chime, he weighed his options. Using his dragon eyes during an exam that would take 4 days was too risky. Instead, he decided to let his eyes adjust to the darkness, a safer approach in the face of uncertainty. As his eyes adjusted, a familiar stench hit him. The scent of sulfur, like rotten eggs left in the sun, filled the air. Zeke's nose wrinkled, definitely not the usual exam hall aroma. His thoughts raced. Hellhounds? Seriously? Like right now? This was so not on the syllabus. Sword up? Zeke braced himself. Sure. Reina had hunted an orc during her semester exam. But this was next level extra. A glance at his sword's reflection made his stomach drop. The echoes bouncing around him were all wrong. Even the beefiest hellhound pack leader shouldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilos. But this sounded like several tons. Mutant vibes. Much? A bead of sweat slid down his face. Great, just great. Instinct kicked in. Zeke dove to the side just as something massive crashed into the spot where he'd been standing. Okay, maybe this exam was going to be harder than he thought. Zeke barely had time to process what just happened before Liam's panicked voice cut through the chaos. He dragged his sword along the ground, sliding into a defensive stance as his loyal companion rushed to his side, eyes wide with concern. Zeke's expression darkened, his frustration boiling over. Those damn Zimmons had really done it this time. This was supposed to be a simple exam, not a full-blown ambush. Before he could catch his breath, an orange-eyed hellhound lunged at him, its snarls echoing through the arena. Okay, so not just Zimmons know there were demon dogs involved. This exam was turning into a nightmare. Zeke barely had time to react as a monstrous figure emerged, gripping the hellhound's head like it was nothing more than a ragdoll. Seriously, what was next? And as if on cue, a massive troll lumbered into view, its spiked club dragging behind it. Zeke swallowed hard. This exam was officially the worst. Liam was frozen in shock. A troll? Seriously? This was definitely not in the exam brochure. Trolls were no joke. Rank 1 monsters, casually munching on orcs and hellhounds like they were popcorn. Yikes. Zeke just stared, processing the situation. This was bad, really bad. Liam stepped in front of Zeke, determination in his eyes. He would be the decoy, he insisted. Zeke needed to take that opportunity to flee. Zeke smiled and tapped Liam on the shoulder. He wasn't having any of that depressing talk. Back to back, they stood ready. What kind of lord would abandon their subordinate? Not Zeke, that's for sure. Liam looked at Zeke, who told him to believe in his own efforts. Liam wasn't weak, and Zeke made sure he knew it. With a smirk, Zeke promised to support Liam. He could do as he pleased. Liam smirked back, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, my lord. With a shared glance, they charged at the troll, their determination burning brighter than a well-lit meme. Their blades danced in the air, slicing through the troll's tough skin like a hot knife through butter. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed. The guy was good, really good. Wounding a troll was no joke, but hitting its weak spots with such precision? That was next-level stuff. The troll stumbled, falling to its knees. Zeke smirked, thinking that someone had clearly been hitting the books or rather, the monster manuals in their spare time. But the troll wasn't done yet. With a roar, it swung its massive club at Liam, who barely had time to react. But just as the club was about to make contact, Zeke stepped in, defending Liam with a swift block. With a flash of his sword, Zeke cut the troll's club clean in half. The troll's eyes widened in shock as its weapon clattered to the ground. The troll glared at its broken club, fury burning in its eyes. Liam, still shaken, stammered out an apology, but Zeke reassured him. It was a decent first attempt, aiming for the troll's weak points, but Liam had forgotten one crucial detail: trolls could regenerate. Small cuts wouldn't be enough, they needed to land proper, decisive attacks to keep up with the troll's healing. Realizing its weapon was useless now, the troll hurled the broken remnants aside. Zeke sighed. This was getting out of hand. Time to switch things up. Zeke gripped his sword with both hands, determination etched on his face. With a swift motion, the troll's head rolled to the ground. The system announced his victory, confirming that the beast had been subjugated. Zeke's efforts were rewarded with 30 karma points. Feeling a surge of confidence, he figured they could rack up plenty more. He instructed Liam to pick up the loot, and Liam promptly complied, addressing him respectfully. Zeke glanced at the system, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Suddenly, a new quest popped up: hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species within 72 hours for double karma points. Zeke's eyes widened at the prospect of such a reward. Checking his watch, Zeke noted there were 79 hours left until the exam ended. Hunting 100 monsters wasn't a problem, but the real challenge was finding 10 different species. Even in a large dungeon like this, there were usually only 4 species. But since this was a trap set by those Simon bastards, he was sure there would be 10 if he looked thoroughly. Escaping and completing the quest at the same time, Zeke had a lot on his plate. Liam announced he was done, and Zeke looked at the head collection bag provided to them alongside a timer. It wasn't as good as a subspace pocket, but it was enough to carry the drops. Zeke urged Liam to keep moving and not fall behind. Liam responded with a quick and respectful affirmation, and they continued their journey. 61 hours ticked by as they ventured on. The clock kept running, and 41 hours remained. Time continued to slip away, with 39 hours left on their quest. As the timer showed 12 hours remaining, the pressure was on. Zeke checked on Liam, who was taking a breather in the head collection bag. He asked if Liam had gotten used to real combat after all the monsters they had hunted. Liam admitted he wasn't sure yet, and Zeke reassured him that it was normal to take a while to get used to it. Zeke glanced at the system, checking their progress. The system displayed the remaining time as 50 minutes and 54 seconds, with their quest status showing 9 species out of 99 monsters. Zeke couldn't believe that even after killing a leech the size of a finger, he was still at 9 species. He had looked everywhere and the grind was real. Zeke was over it. Those Zimmons were seriously useless. They couldn't even prepare one more species for him to hunt down. The grind was getting to him, and he was not here for it. Just as he was about to throw a mini tantrum, Zeke heard something. His ears perked up, and he quickly scanned the area, trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, he felt a vibration under his feet. It was like his phone was on silent mode, and someone was calling. The ground was literally buzzing, and Zeke knew something was up. Before he could even process what was happening, the ground started cracking. It was like the Earth had just seen a spoiler for the new Avengers movie and couldn't handle the shock. Zeke sprang into action, moving quicker than a Gen Z on TikTok. He spotted Liam and yelled out, telling him to drop the bag. There was no time to explain, and Zeke was not about to let Liam become a casualty of whatever was happening. But Liam was totally unaware, just standing there like he was waiting for his coffee order. Zeke was going to have to save the day as usual. With a swift move, Zeke cut the bag off Liam. It was like he was playing a real-life game of Fruit Ninja, but instead of fruit, he was saving his friend from impending doom. Liam stood there, eyes wide, looking like he had just seen a ghost. The bag was off, but the shock was very much on. Zeke, with his arm covered in blood, looked like he had just finished a very intense arm wrestling match with a vampire. Spoiler, the vampire didn't win. Liam started to freak out, thinking Zeke was seriously injured. But Zeke, with a casual wave of his hand, assured him it was just the monster's blood. Like a chill vampire slayer, no big deal. Zeke told Liam to just watch this time, like he was about to show off the coolest magic trick ever. But then, a massive worm with fangs that could give a shark a run for its money showed up. Zeke casually mentioned it might be hard to pay attention to Liam now. Zeke started sweating as he recognized the creature. A dungeon worm. Apparently an incredibly dangerous monster that usually requires 8 well-trained purple knights to take down. No pressure, right? As the worm attacked, Zeke muttered about the Zimmons, clearly not happy about their preparation. Like they had really outdone themselves this time. Just as Zeke finished his thought, a massive crash echoed through the room, making everyone jump. Liam, looking like he'd just seen a ghost, screamed for his lord. Liam stood there, frozen in fear, his eyes wide and his body trembling, like he was really not having a good time. Snapping out of it, Liam quickly turned around, his heart probably racing 100 miles an hour. He started digging through his bag, probably searching for something, anything, that could help in this situation. Meanwhile, Zeke stepped up, blocking the worm like a total boss. No big deal, just saving the day. With a swift move, Zeke launched an attack, his focus unwavering. This guy means business. After the attack, Zeke glanced at the door, thinking that even a blue knight would want to avoid encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this. Like, who wouldn't? He looked around, assessing the situation, ready for whatever came next. This guy is always prepared. His sharp eyes caught a suspicious crack in the ground. Not exactly what you'd call a red carpet welcome, but hey, he's seen worse. Suddenly, a worm burst out of the crack, ready to attack. Looks like the ground wasn't just cracking under the pressure of his good looks. With lightning reflexes, he dodged the worm's attack. Smooth moves because getting hit by a worm is so last season. He countered with a swift attack, slicing a massive hole in the worm. Talk about leaving a mark. That worm won't be forgetting him anytime soon. With a determined look, he readied himself for what was coming next. Suddenly, the ground beneath him started to crack, as if something massive was stirring beneath the surface. Before he could react, the worm struck, coiling around him with terrifying speed. He managed to hang on, sword in hand, but the worm was relentless. The worm tightened its grip, tangling him in its massive body. This was not looking good. The worm's body began to glow, warming him in its eerie embrace. Definitely not the kind of warmth anyone would want. The pressure was too much. He coughed up blood, his body struggling against the worm's crushing hold. Yeah, this fight just got real. Liam wasn't just standing there looking pretty. He struck with precision, his blade finding its mark. Liam positioned himself on the worm, ready for whatever came next. Meanwhile, Zeke was healing, feeling the pressure ease up just a bit. Maybe there was a chance to turn this around. With a surge of strength, Zeke broke free from the worm's grip. Freedom never felt so good. Zeke joined Liam on the worm, and Liam immediately checked on him, asking if he was all right. Zeke, though, was more curious about Liam's actions. Liam revealed he had applied an anesthetic to his sword. Smooth move, Liam. Zeke connected the dots, realizing the main ingredient in the anesthetic was belladonna. For a human, it would just weaken the senses. But for the worm, not so much. The worm wasn't having a great time, coughing up what looked like purple Gatorade. Belladonna clearly wasn't sitting well with it. Zeke connected the dots, realizing the worm had basically turned the anesthetic into its own weird power-up. Classic adaptability move, and Liam's quick thinking totally lived up to his reputation. Zeke had a plan and turned to Liam, telling him to get ready to stab the worm again when he gave the signal. He couldn't help but think taking Liam in was one of his best calls yet. Zeke was off like a shot, moving faster than a cheetah on energy drinks. Zeke closed in on the worm, ready to strike. Liam was locked in, waiting for his moment. Liam made his move and went in for the stab. The worm screamed like it had just heard the worst karaoke performance ever. The main character wasn't about to let this worm ruin his vibe, so he pulled out his soul manifestation, ready to turn this battle into his personal concert. With a swift move, he sliced the worm in half, like he was cutting through a bad TikTok trend. Blood splashed everywhere, and just like that, the system announced his reward. 2 random boxes and 780 karma points, because even in battle, the grind never stops. Back at the entrance, the cadets were cheering, probably thinking they had just survived the most intense escape room ever. The instructor called out for everyone to gather around for their grades, because apparently, even after barely escaping with their lives, the real test was just beginning. Those who were done could leave, but let's be real, who wouldn't want to know their score after all that chaos? Reina strolled up to the instructor like she owned the place, ready to hear her fate. The grading began, and just for showing up and not dying, they got 30 points. Talk about participation trophies, but hey, they'll take it. The instructor started listing off the monsters they took down. 10 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. The total came out to 180 points. Not bad for a day's work, right? The cadets started murmuring among themselves, comparing Reina's score to some legend named Sir Abel who apparently scored 200. Purebloods were really on another level, or so they said. Reina just stood there, taking it all in, probably already planning her next move. The instructor gave Reina a nod of approval, saying she had far surpassed the passing grade of 130 points. Reina thanked him because even badasses know their manners. The instructor was clearly impressed, and Reina was just getting started. Next up was Owen. The instructor started his grading, and you could already feel the tension. Owen was not happy, and it showed. Owen's total came out to 120 points. He had surpassed the passing grade of 70 points, but you could tell he wasn't impressed. He thanked the instructor, but it was clear he had bigger things on his mind. Owen glanced over at Reina, muttering something about her not being able to act so cocky forever. Drama alert. Looks like the competition was just heating up, and Reina wasn't about to back down. Owen smirked, clearly not bothered by Reina's attitude, and thought to himself that if he had to, he would put her in her place. A flashback hit Owen, remembering a conversation he had with Howard. Owen heard a familiar voice, Zeke, complaining about how long it had been since they last saw the sun. Owen turned around, recognizing that voice, and his eyes widened in shock. Owen's jaw dropped as he saw Liam carrying a massive dungeon worm and Zeke walking beside him like it was no big deal. The crowd started murmuring, wondering if that was really a dungeon worm and how it was possible that the two of them had slain it, since orcs were supposed to be the highest scoring monster. Liam casually tossed the worm down, like he was just throwing away a piece of trash. Zeke looked at Owen, noticing his shocked expression, and commented on how surprised he seemed. Owen's face soured as Zeke asked if he was seeing things, clearly not happy about being outdone. Zeke couldn't help but smirk, teasing Owen about his lack of a poker face. He added that this new expression suited him better anyway, clearly enjoying the moment. As Owen started to walk away, Zeke called out, asking if he was leaving already, clearly not ready to let the moment go. Owen's face was a thundercloud of anger as he continued to walk away. Zeke watched as Owen's lackeys followed him, muttering about how merciless he was. The instructor stepped in, asking if they were done fighting. Zeke responded, saying it had been a while since he had such a workout. Zeke recognized the instructor as Andre. Andre announced that he would begin grading them now. Zeke pointed out that he didn't have anything but his opponent, questioning the need for grading. Andre firmly stated that as an instructor, he wouldn't carelessly gloss over things. Andre asked if the worm had eaten the bag holding their heads. Zeke responded with a simple affirmation, that was indeed correct. The cadets looked on, their expressions a mix of curiosity and amusement. Zeke couldn't help but recall his lucky encounter with a bag and a certain worm. Talk about a glow-up, right? Andre stepped forward, ready to drop some knowledge bombs. Andre began listing the monsters as if he was reading off a fantasy grocery list. Gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, orcs, and finally the big guy, a troll. The crowd was shook. A troll? Seriously? They couldn't even. Andre casually wiped his arm, mentioning the blood and how it would be unfair to count each head separately. Instead, he decided to count each monster species as one head. He then dropped the mic with the worm and troll stats. Even though they weren't part of the exam criteria, he gave them major points. A troll was apparently 3 orcs strong, and a dungeon worm, 6 times stronger. Boom, 90 and 180 points respectively. Andre dropped the final score like a mic, 368 points. Boom, pass. The instructors exchanged glances, muttering about how back in their day, hellhounds weren't even a thing on the exam. Meanwhile, the cadets leaned in, whispering about the insane score. 368 points? The room buzzed with disbelief. Was that even possible? The cadets were losing it. But not everyone was hyped. One cadet was mad, yelling about how the only proof was a single dungeon worm head. Still, even that alone was worth 180 points. The room went quiet for a sec. Someone muttered about why that even mattered. Then, the mood shifted. Voices dropped to a whisper, telling everyone to think carefully about what they would do if faced with a troll and a worm. Zeke and Liam stood there, just vibing. Zeke glanced around, thinking how different this was from the usual mocking. The noise didn't even bother him this time. Weird, but not bad. Zeke smirked to himself, realizing he must have done something to stand out again, and not in a good way this time. Classic. He wondered if it was Owen's decision alone to mess with him. But even Owen wouldn't dare to tamper with the Academy's examinations. Or would he? Zeke felt the weight of unseen eyes on him, realizing he was being observed more than he thought. No pressure, right? He figured it would be counterproductive to hide his strength in an obvious manner. Might as well own it. For now, he decided to try and adapt a bit while keeping an eye on the situation. One step at a time. As footsteps approached, a voice called out his name, Zeke Draker. Showtime. Raina walked towards him, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder what she was up to this time. As she walked past him, she casually mentioned that he had won this time. Well, that was unexpected. Zeke stood there, staring as they walked away, processing what just happened. Today was full of surprises. Zeke watched as they walked away, processing what just happened. Today was full of surprises. He arrived at the training area, wondering what he should start with. A system notification popped up, revealing a new skill he hadn't noticed before. Gluttony, it was called. It sounded weird, but he figured he might as well check it out. Zeke checked his karma points and saw he had 780. He had been ignoring the gluttony skill as useless, but now he could easily invest 50 points to unlock it. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Zeke decided to activate gluttony, and as he did, the skill description changed before his eyes. It now said he could eat and digest anything, converting it into energy. Plus, if he consumed monsters with bloodline abilities, he would absorb their abilities too. That was a game changer. Zeke smirked at the thought of absorbing a monster's abilities. He couldn't help but think he should have activated the skill before the exam. Could have come in handy. Zeke materialized some meat, thinking he should try using the energy conversion to see what it was like. The system confirmed that the gluttony skill had been activated. Just as Zeke was about to try his new skill, something suddenly knocked the meat out of his hand. He looked up, surprised, wondering what was going on. Zeke turned around, trying to figure out what just happened to his meat. Behind him, there was nothing but darkness, as if the shadows themselves were playing tricks on him. Then, the meat suddenly floated toward the darkness, like it was being pulled by an invisible force. Zeke watched, stunned, as the jerky vanished into the shadows, as if it had been swallowed up by a bog. What in the world was going on here? Suddenly, a notification popped up, saying he had recovered energy from whatever had just absorbed his jerky. And just like that, his migraine was gone, as if he had taken a quick nap. It wasn't much, but Zeke could feel his mental fatigue lifting too. This was actually working. Zeke grinned, tossing more food into the darkness. This skill was definitely worth the points he had spent on it. With this, he could reduce the risk of all his other skills backfiring. He could recover mental fatigue with this new ability, and thanks to his infinite stamina, physical fatigue wasn't even a thing for him anymore. He was basically unstoppable now. Zeke's eyes widened with a mix of excitement and madness. This was going to change everything. Just as Zeke's mind raced with possibilities, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Zeke sighed, remembering he had told Decker not to disturb him during training. But Decker insisted he had important news to share. Zeke's eyes lit up at the mention of important news. When Decker revealed that his sword was finally completed, a grin spread across his face. Without hesitation, Zeke rushed to the blacksmith shop. Galleon confirmed the news and asked him to wait just a moment. Zeke waited, anticipation building with each passing second. Galleon presented the sword, explaining that even with the fang of a dragon as material, the result was extraordinary. Zeke looked at the sword, his eyes wide with awe, but something was off. The sword was black, radiating a dark energy that Zeke couldn't quite understand. Zeke held onto a sword, examining it with a critical eye. It wasn't the prettiest sword he had ever seen. Far from it. He wondered if Galleon had purposely left it unsharpened, as if trying to make some kind of statement. Galleon, standing nearby, confirmed that yes, the sword was indeed supposed to be that way. Zeke set the sword down, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So this was the sword that Galleon believed suited him best. Galleon, slightly flustered, confirmed that it was indeed correct. Most people would have been bewildered at Zeke's words, but Galleon understood exactly what he was getting at. Zeke pondered for a moment. If it was truly him, then perhaps there was more to this sword than met the eye. Galleon admitted that the sword didn't have a name yet. He had tried to give it one, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't think of a suitable name. Galleon, with a hopeful look, asked Zeke if he could perhaps give the sword a name. Zeke pointed at himself, surprised, questioning if Galleon really wanted him to do it. Zeke recalled that Graham, the Sword of Radiance, was a name Galleon had come up with himself in the past. He thought it might be a different form of Graham because he had provided a dragon's fang. A name. Zeke pondered, pulling something out. Before Galleon could react, Zeke cut his wrist, leaving Galleon shocked and frantically asking what he was doing. Galleon insisted he stop, but Zeke assured him that even with his healing factor active at all times, he could control it. The system announced that the passive activation of his healing factor skill had been temporarily stopped. Zeke confirmed it worked. With a determined look, Zeke let his blood drip into the sword, ready for what came next. As Zeke's blood dripped into the sword, Galleon's mind raced with possibilities, wondering if this could be the legendary sword naming ritual. The sword naming ritual, a traditional dwarven rite where the owner infuses their blood and energy into the sword, revealing its true potential. Galleon couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Zeke knew about this ancient, forgotten, and super risky dwarven ritual. Like, what are the odds? As the ritual unfolded, countless names swirled around Zeke, each one echoing with power and history. As the ritual's echoes faded, a single drop fell, rippling outward in a wave of unseen energy. Suddenly, a blade materialized, dark and foreboding. The system confirmed its arrival with a dramatic flare. The Stygian blade, Bahamut, now part of his arsenal. Zeke stared at the sword as it lifted into the air, groaning internally about his choice. Picking the name of an evil dragon for his weapon? Not his finest moment. Zeke wrapped his wrist, trying to play it cool as Galleon geeked out over his knowledge of some obscure dwarven rite. Apparently, even the dwarves themselves barely knew about it. Zeke just shrugged it off, saying he stumbled upon it while cramming dwarven history like it was no big deal. Galleon, still in awe, asked Zeke to hang tight for a sec. He had something he really wanted to give him. Zeke, being the chill guy he is, agreed to wait. As he activated his skill, Zeke couldn't help but feel hyped about being able to suppress a passive skill. That was a game changer right there. A quick flashback hit him, Duke finding out about his abilities. Not a fun memory. He knew he had to keep some tricks up his sleeve. He felt a bit bad for Galleon, but those bandages were coming off as soon as he got back. But first things first, he had to check out that sword. Priorities, right? Zeke stared at the system, eyes wide. The sword was unlike anything he had ever seen. It would unleash its power based on how much he grew, and on top of that, it was indestructible. What even was this thing? He picked up the sword, turning it over in his hands. It might have been made with a dragon's fang, but that was just plain ridiculous. 773 million ridiculous. But none of that mattered right now. A slow smile spread across his face as he thought about the most important thing.
Aura conversion.
That was the key. He had gone all out, creating magic circuits for Galleon when commissioning this sword, and it was partly because of Galleon's incredible abilities. Zeke began emitting ether, the energy swirling around him. The ether started converting, shifting and changing right before his eyes. Soon, aura surrounded him, pulsing with power. He was ready. Galleon strolled in, sighing in relief as he finally found what he was looking for. He quickly apologized for his tardiness. His eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. Zeke stood there, carrying a sword, aura pulsing around him. Galleon was taken aback, stuttering in surprise. A smile spread across Galleon's face as he noticed the sword wrapped in a clear aura. Galleon was impressed, acknowledging that Zeke had already overcome what a purple knight would struggle with. Zeke, on the other hand, was proud of his absurd sword. Zeke couldn't help but tease Galleon about his name, but Galleon brushed it off, insisting that it was nothing compared to the furnace. He then asked Zeke to take a look at something. Zeke was confused as he saw the sheath Galleon presented. Galleon explained that it was a sheath personally crafted by his master. Zeke was shocked. He had never heard of Galleon's master in his past life. He tried to recall the name, muttering it to himself. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. Golan Jobert? The one they called the pinnacle of blacksmithing? Zeke was starstruck, thinking about Golan Jobert, the absolute legend of blacksmithing. His creations were practically perfect, each one packing some seriously cool special abilities. The swords he forged weren't just weapons, they were masterpieces, each one a testament to his unmatched skill. Galleon, his disciple, stepped up, revealing that he too could read the ancient dwarven language. Zeke was impressed, to say the least. Zeke's eyes locked onto the sheath, sensing there was more to it than met the eye. Galleon grinned, turning the dial near the opening. With a smooth motion, the sheath transformed into a sturdy shield right before Zeke's eyes. Galleon explained that it was crafted from mithril and wyvern bones, making it incredibly durable. A simple turn of the dial on the handle would revert it back to a sheath. Holding out the shield, Galleon insisted Zeke take it as a gift, a token of his gratitude for the kindness shown to him. Zeke was taken aback, mentioning he could have sold it to make a furnace. Galleon was shocked at the thought, stating he could never sell his master's work to just anyone. Zeke, with a smirk, noted it was worth several hundred gold coins. Galleon, flustered, stammered that it was that much. Zeke, with a chuckle, accepted the gift gratefully. Zeke held the sheath and sword, noticing the sheath was a bit small for the sword, but he had a feeling about it. As he slid the sword into the sheath, he muttered that if it was Golan Jobert's work, then it was something special. Zeke's eyes widened as he held the weapon, exclaiming that it far exceeded his expectations. This was not just any sword. Back at the shop, Zeke thanked Galleon for the very valuable gift. Galleon expressed his happiness that Zeke liked it. At the training area, Zeke couldn't contain his excitement. He realized the sword was made of meteoric iron, an incredibly rare material. Zeke reminisced about the random box he received from the sudden quest. He had thought it would be similar to the treasure chest, but it contained something far more valuable. Zeke, still hyped from the last chest, decided it was time to check out the second one. Maybe this one would have something even more lit. With a quick flick of the lid, Zeke popped it open. But what he saw inside left him totally confused. Zeke stared at the contents, a map resting in his hands. A map? Really? What was this, some kind of treasure hunt? Just as he was about to shrug it off, a notification popped up. The map apparently had traces of someone named Grand Master Kaiser. Zeke's eyes widened. Kaiser? As in the legendary hero King Kaiser? The hero King Kaiser, a name that echoed through legends and bedtime stories. Could it really be him? A grin spread across Zeke's face. So, the hero King Kaiser was real after all. This just got a whole lot more interesting. Zeke's grin widened as the system stitched the torn map back together like some magical tape. These were no ordinary mountains, that was for sure. The giant mountains loomed on the restored map, and Zeke's eyes lit up. Barbarian territory sounded intense. But honestly, this might just be a breeze. Zeke stood there, mind racing with possibilities. Thanks to his skills, things were about to get a lot more interesting. A notification popped up, announcing the tutorial was wrapping up. But wait, there was more. A potential quest item had just dropped. No way was he ignoring that. The tutorial wasn't just some boring intro, it was a full-on training montage, leveling him up for the real deal. No more baby steps. The real game was starting now, and the rewards? Absolutely worth it. Zeke cracked his knuckles, eyeing the challenges ahead with a smirk. If the game was really starting now, then he'd play his part. No more holding back to claim it all. And to kick things off, time to cash in those hard-earned points he'd been saving like a dragon hoarding treasure. Points were burning a hole in his pocket, well, not literally, but close enough. He had a mountain of them right now, and who knew when he'd get another haul like this. No point in being stingy. He'd splurge on a few upgrades, level up his draconian skills, and still keep 400 points tucked away for a rainy day. Priorities, right? A dragon claw? Why not? If he was going all in, he might as well test out the flashiest skills first. No more baby steps, just pure, unfiltered power. Zeke went all out, summoning the power of the dragon claw without hesitation. The training ground was left in ruins, but Zeke was hyped. This power was way beyond what he had expected. Not stopping there, he activated dragon scale armor, ready to test his defenses. He stared at his arm, shocked. He had struck without using any aura, yet his sword just bounced off. It was like wearing full-plate armor, even though he was completely unarmed. Dragon claw for attack and dragon scale armor for defense. It was all so intuitive. Zeke grinned, feeling warmed up and ready to keep pushing his limits. Zeke was feeling pumped after his training, but the Draker Academy Central Training Hall was buzzing with tension as the semester exams loomed. A voice echoed through the hall, announcing the start of the practical aura exams and a quick rundown of the rules. The instructor pointed to the training dummies behind him, explaining that these weren't your average punching bags. These dummies were basically indestructible, at least without the power of aura. He demonstrated how aura could destroy the dummy with ease, but warned that failing to even make a dent meant game over. And by game over, he meant failing the exam, nullifying all following exams, and being forced to start over from the basics. Yikes. The cadets murmured nervously among themselves, wondering what this meant for their future. The instructor called for the first student, Owen, to step up. Owen was a bit flustered being called first, but he quickly composed himself. With a smirk, he thought about how similar this was to the aura training he had done at home. After all, the Academy's aura education was something his family, the Zimmons, had established. Owen locked eyes with the main character, his confidence radiating as he declared that even as a pure-blood awakener, the main character wouldn't stand a chance against him in aura control. The instructor promptly called Owen's name, signaling his turn. With a fluid motion, Owen drew his sword, the blade gleaming under the light. The instructor gave him the go-ahead, and the room seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Owen's sword hummed to life, resonating with a power that left everyone in awe. The cadets whispered among themselves, barely believing what they were seeing. The instructor couldn't hide his amazement, exclaiming that Owen was using sword resonance at just barely 13 years old. It was incredible, he thought, truly worthy of someone from a great family. In a blur of motion, Owen slashed through all the training dummies, his sword moving like a whirlwind. The cadets watched, their jaws dropping in unison. The room was silent, the cadets stunned into speechlessness by Owen's display of skill. It was like watching a master at work, effortless and precise. As suddenly as he started, Owen stopped, his sword coming to rest. The cadets remained stunned, the echo of his final slash lingering in the air. The instructor couldn't contain his excitement, declaring that Owen's performance was absolutely incredible, just as expected from his Zimmons. With a smirk, Owen soaked in the praise as the instructor continued, claiming that at this rate, Owen would surpass Sir Abel in no time. Owen casually slapped away a hand from his shoulder, clearly not in the mood for any physical praise. The instructors exchanged glances, one muttering about how ill-mannered Owen was, while another wondered why he was acting that way. The cadets, now inspired, took their turns, slashing at the dummy as the instructors called out for the next student. The instructors observed, slightly puzzled as to why everyone was suddenly doing so well. They realized that Owen's performance had intimidated the cadets in a good way. Not a single student had failed, with every one of them able to pour aura into their swords. The special class was really different. Reina stepped forward, gratitude in her tone as she thanked the instructor in advance. With a polite demeanor, she made a request, catching the instructor's attention. He asked what it was she wanted, intrigued by her confidence. Reina wished to be graded according to the dragonslaying arts, a challenging criteria usually reserved for higher-ranked cadets. The instructor reminded her that it was a tough standard, but Reina was aware and undeterred. Owen, watching from the side, couldn't help but comment on her boldness, accusing her of being conceited now that she had become a pure-blood awakener. Owen pointed out that maintaining aura in her sword required incredible concentration, and she'd be lucky to make a swing or two before her aura dissipated. He warned her not to screw herself over just to compete with him. The instructor cautioned her that the conditions for failure were much harsher. But Reina was absolutely sure, and the instructor, though skeptical, agreed to her request. With her sword glowing with aura, Reina thanked the instructor, ready to take on the challenge. As Reina stepped forward, the other cadets couldn't help but sweat, feeling the pressure of what was about to go down. Reina wasn't playing around. With a deep breath, she infused her sword with a dazzling aura, ready to show everyone how it's done. In a flash, her aura-infused sword was a blur, slashing through multiple dummies like they were made of paper. No big deal, just Reina being awesome. And just like that, the training dummies were reduced to splinters. Reina didn't even break a sweat. Meanwhile, Owen was low-key seething. Some unseen onlookers whispered among themselves, admitting that Owen, who they thought was the top dog in aura control, didn't even come close to Reina's level. Ouch, that's gotta sting. Owen was not having it. His face turned redder than a tomato, and he let out a frustrated yell. Someone's feeling the heat. Reina, cool as a cucumber, drew her sword. No big deal, just Reina being Reina. With a swift motion, she pointed her sword towards Owen. Things were about to get interesting. Owen wasn't having it. He snapped, wondering if she was seriously mocking him right now. But as he glanced back, his expression softened. No, she wasn't mocking him. Reina kept her sword pointed right at him, her stance firm and unyielding. Then, in a twist no one saw coming, he just smiled. Like, what was even happening right now? Zeke just stood there, looking at the chaos around him, thinking about what a total disaster this whole situation was. He could practically feel Owen's glare burning a hole through him. Ignoring it? Yeah, right. Like that was even an option. Zeke decided maybe, just maybe, he should try to meet some expectations for once. He asked to be graded according to the dragonslaying arts criteria, too. The instructor was not having it. He snapped at Zeke, asking if he was taking dragonslaying arts lightly just because Cadet Reina made it look easy. Before things could escalate, another instructor stepped in, mentioning that Cadet Reina was a pure-blood something or other. He then asked if the conditions were the same as with her, trying to smooth things over. Zeke just smirked like he'd already won. The instructor, not amused, asked why he even allowed this in the first place. The other instructors chimed in, saying all attendance had been processed, but one of them pointed out he never saw Zeke in class. Turns out, Zeke had won a bet with instructor Andre, which explained his absence. The new guy was just out of the loop. Rewinding a bit, Zeke wasn't just some random new guy. He was a total legend, a golden light pure-blood awakener, which was basically unheard of. And if that wasn't enough, he was also the unprecedented new recruit who totally smashed Sir Abel's record in the dungeon escape exam. Like, what even was this guy? Yep, that was Zeke Dracker, the one and only. But even for him, harnessing his own strength was no walk in the park. Filling his sword with aura, Zeke figured he had charged up enough power to get the job done. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, ready for whatever came next. He assumed the sky slice stance, his form sharp and precise, ready to unleash his technique. Reina watched, her eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't believe it, his technique was flawless, almost as good as hers, maybe even comparable to instructor Andre's level. With smooth, effortless motions, he sliced through the dummies, his body moving on pure instinct, no conscious thought required. It was like muscle memory, but on a whole other level. He paused, reflecting on how he used to find dragonslaying arts extremely boring. But starting over from the basics wasn't so bad after all. A smirk played on his lips as he thought about Reina. This should be enough to stir her up a bit, right? Zeke's smirk faded as murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd. Someone just wrapped their sword in aura, and from the sound of it, that sword was massive. The whispers grew louder, each voice tinged with a mix of awe and fear. Zeke glanced back, his thoughts racing. Could this mean that he was on the level of a purple knight? The tension in the air was palpable, and the crowd's reaction only added to the weight of the moment. In a flash of light, Zeke accidentally let too much aura leak out. The burst of energy was unexpected, drawing even more attention to him. Zeke couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. He wanted to do it on a level similar to Reina's, but now he had gone and stood out again. Typical. The instructors were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. A first-year cadet, a purple knight? This was unheard of, and the realization sent shockwaves through the room. The cadets began to murmur among themselves, their voices a mix of excitement and incredulity. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the weight of what they had just witnessed. Owen stood stunned, his mind struggling to process what he had just seen. This was not something you saw every day, and the implications were huge. Amidst the chaos, Reina smiled, her eyes reflecting a mix of pride and amusement. Zeke had certainly made an impression, and she couldn't help but be impressed. As the scene shifted to a calm setting of tea being poured, Howard broke the silence, mentioning Zeke's participation in the semester exams. Both Howard and Zeke settled into their seats, the atmosphere relaxed yet charged with unspoken tension. Howard couldn't help but express his surprise at Zeke's results, which Zeke casually brushed off as mere luck. Howard raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying the modest act. Reaching the level of a purple knight at just 13? That was no small feat, and Howard made sure Zeke knew he saw right through him. Changing the subject, Howard leaned in slightly, asking how Zeke felt about taking the grade advancement exam. Zeke's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the grade advancement exam. Skipping a grade or more depending on his performance? Howard explained it was a system designed for remarkable cadets like him. Internally, Zeke smirked. He had taken the bait faster than expected, but it was a given that he would end up revealing more than planned. After a moment of consideration, Zeke looked up, a determined glint in his eyes. He would do it. As the door closed behind Howard, Zeke couldn't shake the feeling that Howard had something planned, and he was walking right into it. Classic. Zeke decided to play along, striding forward with a mix of determination and classic Gen Z, whatever energy. Meanwhile, Howard gazed out the window, contemplating the fact that both Reina and Zeke, pure-blood awakeners, had decided to take the exam. Looking up, he muttered to himself about taking measures, sensing that things were about to get interesting. Cut to the Draker Academy upper-class Aura training hall, a place where intense training and dramatic showdowns were pretty much the norm. Reina stood there, her presence alone speaking volumes about her readiness and intensity. And then there was Zeke, stepping in with that signature blend of confidence and nonchalance, ready to face whatever came next. Reina shot Zeke a glare, her eyes practically screaming at him to stop staring. Classic Zeke, caught in the act but totally unfazed. Just as the tension hit its peak, the door swung open with a dramatic flare. A voice echoed, totally casual, like they hadn't just made everyone wait forever. The footsteps stopped, and the room went quiet. This was the examiner for the grade advancement exam, and not just any examiner. The main family's upper-class knight had arrived. The man stepped forward, all serious and official. Sir Owl Draker, as he was introduced, had a presence that filled the room. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Something about this guy seemed familiar, like a memory just out of reach. Then it hit him. The dieback blade? That name carried weight, and Zeke knew it all too well. A flashback hit him like a wave, pulling him into a memory he hadn't thought of in a long time. There was Owl carrying someone who looked like they'd seen better days. The image was stark, etched into Zeke's mind. Footsteps echoed in the memory, slow and deliberate, like time itself was dragging. And then it clicked. A Draker? The pieces started falling into place, but the picture they formed wasn't exactly comforting. Zeke's hand flew to his sword, his mind racing. A Draker? Here? That was so not on the itinerary. What was a dog of the Empire doing in a place like this? But he stopped, his body tense, eyes scanning the area. That's when he saw Ida's lifeless body lying amidst the rubble. His heart sank. Suddenly, an owl swooped in and started digging near the body. Okay, this just got weird. Zeke looked away, trying to process everything. This was not the vibe he signed up for. His gaze shifted to a sea of graves stretching out before him. This place was a full-on cemetery. What had happened here? Grabbing a shovel, Zeke stepped forward, his mind made up. Someone had to do something. He turned to the owl, offering a hand or well, a shovel. Need some help, buddy? Without waiting for an answer, Zeke started digging. Whether the owl liked it or not, he was helping. Zeke paused, wiping his brow. I'm Zeke Murray, part of the Northern Allied Forces. You're a Draker, right? The owl just stared at him for a moment before replying. No, I left. Well, that was unexpected. Zeke felt a strange connection with the owl, who simply called himself Dieback Blade. Well, that was a mood. Back in the present, Zeke mused that the name Owl suited the blunt and curt Dieback Blade perfectly. After the introductions, they greeted Owl Draker, the upper-class knight overseeing the first-year grade advancement exam. The exam was a high-stakes swordsmanship battle, familiar to alumni of the Cradle. The instructor explained the rules continue until unconsciousness or surrender. He expected nothing less than their absolute best. Reina reached for her sword, ready to go first, but Owl swiftly shut that down with a simple no. Owl stated there was no need for them to go separately, leaving Zeke and Reina to exchange glances. Owl wasn't playing around. With a look that screamed, I mean business. He locked eyes with them and dropped the mic. Come with me now. Reina was getting all fired up, but Zeke stepped in with the chill vibes of a guy who's seen it all. He told her to take a breath and remember who she was dealing with. Owl wasn't some random dude, the skill gap was real. Zeke dropped the bomb that the test had already started. Like, surprise. No time to stress, folks. A mysterious voice pointed out that if Reina had let her emotions get the best of her and rushed in, she would have totally lost points. Ouch. Reina let out a deep sigh, the kind that says, I need to get my act together. She turned to Zeke, asking what they should do. The voice chimed in again, hyping Reina up as the genius she is, making quick judgments like it was nothing. Zeke had a plan, though. He said there was a perfect strategy for this situation. They were going to hit Owl with a solid one strike. Game on. Zeke's plan was in motion, and it was time to see how it would unfold. The tension was building, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. The spotlight shifted to an odd sword, a single-edged beauty hailing from the Eastern Empire. This was no ordinary blade, it was the Wandudu, a sword with a history as unique as its design. This sword wasn't just some fancy new toy. Zeke had been wielding this bad boy for what felt like forever, and it was about to see some serious action. Meanwhile, Reina was not having a great time. Her pride had taken a hit, but in this world, pride and honor didn't mean much if you couldn't back it up with strength. Zeke wasn't here to make things personal, though. He had a strategy and he was sticking to it. No distractions, no drama, just pure, calculated moves. The stage was set, the players were ready. All that was left was to see how this high-stakes game would play out. With every passing moment, the anticipation grew. The air was thick with tension, and you could cut it with a knife. The battle was about to begin, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the first move. In the blink of an eye, the calm before the storm was over. It was go time, and the arena erupted into chaos. The crowd was hyped, the fighters were ready, and the battle was about to get real. In the heat of the moment, every move counted, and the tension was as thick as a Gen Z's obsession with avocado toast. The fighter sized up his opponent, realizing he was up against an upper-class knight. No big deal, right? He thought he had a strategy, focusing his attacks on the knight's blind spots just as Zeke told him to. But plot twist, none of his attacks were landing. He couldn't even scratch the guy. Talk about a buzzkill. As the fight raged on, the words Dragon-Slaying Arts, Chapter 3, Verse 1 echoed in his mind. Maybe it was time to bring out the big guns. With a deep breath, he prepared to unleash everything he had, hoping it would be enough to turn the tide. He unleashed everything he had, the sheer force of his attack sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of his desperate strike. Amidst the chaos, a figure lay battered but determined. Lady Reina rushed forward, her voice filled with concern as she called out to Draker, asking if he was all right. Draker, barely standing, reassured her that he was fine, though his battered appearance told a different story. He warned Reina to step back, as it was dangerous. For a moment, he had lost control, and that was a big no-no in his book. Draker realized he needed to create an opening, but with his skills, he had no hope of doing that. Talk about a tough break. Draker was stuck in his thoughts, trying to figure out a way to turn the tables. The opponent wasn't having it, calling out Draker for even considering such a dishonorable move in a duel. But Draker fired back, questioning when honor ever paid the bills. This wasn't some fancy nightly showdown, it was an exam, a test of their ability to take someone down. No holds barred. Draker knew he was the one who asked for help, so he had to see this through, no matter how messy it got. But doubts crept in. Would this risky plan even work? The opponent was a top-tier knight, after all. Yet, they just had to force a situation where it would. Draker recalled their fight in the cradle, questioning why his opponent couldn't dodge that rock back then. The tension was building, and the stakes were higher than ever. The opponent admitted he didn't see that tactic coming, and Draker knew he had to capitalize on the element of surprise. The same went for his opponent. Neither of them could afford to hold back. Draker told his ally to wait for his signal, confident that their plan would definitely work. Draker was sure that even a tiny opening would be enough for their plan to work. But then, someone stumbled upon Sir Duke's secret, and things started to get real. The tension was building, and it was clear that whatever was about to happen, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Draker knew he had to step up his game. It was time to get serious. As the plan unfolded, there was a moment of silence, a calm before the storm. Suddenly, someone noticed something was off with the lights. The usual glow was missing, and it was clear that something wasn't right. It turned out that the enemy had used the traits of a pureblood awakener to mess with the mana. Draker realized they were in for a tough fight. The game was on, and Draker was ready to face whatever came his way. Draker's opponent wasn't impressed, calling his move a childish ploy. Like, seriously, did he think a little smoke would do the trick? The voice echoed with disdain, questioning if Draker genuinely believed that blocking his vision would give him an edge against an upper-class knight. Draker's heart pounded as a sudden realization hit him. A bad feeling crept up his spine. Something was definitely off. The voice taunted, revealing that his vision was unperturbed. He had been wanting to try out a new draconian skill, and this was the perfect chance. Plus, Owl wasn't the type to brag about it anyway. Suddenly, a draconian skill activated. Dragon Claw unleashed. The Dragon Claw was no ordinary attack, it was a first-year cadet sword strike. Or at least that's what it seemed like. But no, this wasn't like a sword strike at all. Zeke Draker had already surpassed that level long ago. His skills had long surpassed the level of a cadet, and this attack was proof of that. The sheer power and precision of the Dragon Claw left everyone in awe. It was clear that Zeke Draker was not someone to be underestimated. Zeke was already adjusting to the darkness, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. It was as if the lights going out had barely slowed him down. The observers were in disbelief. How could anyone adapt so quickly to such a drastic change? Zeke's adaptability was proving to be a formidable advantage, leaving his opponents scrambling to keep up. In a blink, Zeke vanished from sight, His opponents could only make out a hazy figure like trying to fight a shadow. The frustration was palpable. How could they hope to win against someone they couldn't even see? Zeke's tactics were proving to be too much. He was outmaneuvering them at every turn. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught their attention. Could it be the mana lights? Hope sparked in their eyes. Maybe, just maybe, they could turn the tables. But the extraneous noises were covering up any traces of Zeke Draker. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle was a ninja. Suddenly, a sound cut through the noise, like someone just dropped their avocado toast, startling and unexpected. Silence followed, the kind that makes you wonder if your headphones just died at the best part of the song. Then, out of nowhere, a voice shouted for Reina like they just spotted the last slice of pizza. The voice analyzed something, calling the structure simple but clearly not impressed, like a chef judging a microwave meal. They wondered what kind of stuff was supposed to go inside it, like trying to figure out if a mystery box was going to be a treasure or just full of socks. The realization hit hard. Explosion magic was in play, and the shock was real, like finding out your grandma is a secret gamer. A flash and the sound of an explosion were all it took, proving that sometimes, less really is more, like that one emoji that says it all. Talk about perfect timing. Reina dropped in like the ultimate plot twist, leaving everyone wondering if she had been hiding in the wings this whole time. But just as quickly, the tables turned. A groan escaped someone's lips, a clear sign that the enemy had finally landed their hit. Silence hung in the air, the kind that makes you wonder if your Wi-Fi just cut out at the worst possible moment. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, or at least wish you could. Everyone held their breath, waiting for whatever wild twist was coming next. And boom goes the dynamite, literally. The explosion was so massive it could probably be seen from space. Everyone hit the deck, covering their heads as debris went flying like confetti at the world's most chaotic party. But wait, what's this? Out of the smoke and chaos, an owl swoops in like it's the hero of this mess. No cape, but definitely some serious dramatic timing. The crowd stared, confused but also weirdly impressed. Was this owl about to drop some wisdom, or just here for the snacks? Meanwhile, the main character and Reina are being carried away on a stretcher, looking like they've been through a lot. The crowd's attention shifts between them and the owl, wondering what's going to happen next. A man steps forward, giving a nod of approval. Good work, he says, acknowledging the efforts of those who fought. Duke, looking a bit worse for wear, shouts at the owl, accusing it of causing trouble for someone else's disciple. The owl just sits there, looking all wise and mysterious. The owl then greets the Knight of the Gale, commenting on how stiff he is. The knight doesn't seem too pleased with the remark, but the owl continues, asking about how his disciple fared. The conversation takes a turn as the owl inquires about the disciple's performance. Everyone's ears perk up, waiting for the response. A brief silence falls over the scene, the tension building as all eyes remain fixed on the owl, anticipating its next words. The owl begins to explain how Zeke Draker's strike landed on him, revealing that Zeke intentionally abandoned his sword to raise his guard. The crowd murmurs, wondering if Zeke's goal was not victory but advancing. Did he only reveal his abilities to the extent he felt necessary? The owl pauses, letting the words sink in. Zeke Draker's is, it says, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats waiting for the revelation. The owl drops the mic with a conclusion so vague, it might as well be a plot twist from a reality show. Far beyond its capacity to evaluate, it says, leaving everyone in the room questioning their life choices. The room falls silent, the weight of the owl's words hanging in the air like an awkward group chat. The dean steps in, assuming everyone is on the same page about the decisions made. After all, it's just another academy-grade advancement meeting, right? The room echoes with agreement, a chorus of yes. Dean and I have no objections. Because who would dare object after that owl drama? With that settled, the grades are advanced. Reina and the protagonist find themselves leveled up to the 3rd and 5th grades respectively. Like a surprise level up in a video game, no one saw it coming. After the whirlwind of events, the protagonist decides to live as quietly as possible. Probably a good call after all that excitement. He masters all the Gale arts from Duke, but then passes the torch to Andre. Like a gaming guild leader retiring after a big win, it's time for someone else to take the reins. He keeps up a solid relationship with Professor Fannin, but life happens and they part ways when the professor gets chosen by a royal magic laboratory in Delphoa. It's like when your favorite teacher leaves school, but with more magic. No longer tangled up with the heirs of the great families. Life seems simpler. But just when things start to get boring, plot twist, the owl starts showing up every quarter to request a duel. Because why not? Life was getting too quiet anyway. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he handed in a leave of absence and locked himself in a training hall. 2 years flew by, and just like that, he graduated from the academy. Congratulations were in order. He was the youngest to ever be admitted into Valhalla. The patriarch must have been proud, or so they said. He never expected the dean to personally write him a letter of recommendation. Sure, he was grateful, but the title of youngest to be admitted basically made his 2 years of quiet living totally pointless. With around 3 months until the entrance ceremony, he was told to head to Atlas first. His response? Excuse me, what? He intended to rest quietly by himself. No distractions, no interruptions, just peace and quiet. He made it clear, he didn't want to be disturbed by anyone, like at all. Got it? Using his vacation as an excuse, He planned to explore the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains lay, through the Adventurers Guild belonging to the Argos Kingdom. Not feeling the need to spill his plans to anyone suspicious, he stepped inside when granted permission. With a formal greeting, he addressed his liege, Zeke Draker. Zeke told him to chill a bit and just greet him casually next time. No need for the formal stuff. Taking his leave, he was reminded to handle the Valhalla situation with the black card. Curious about why he was called to the Platinum Mansion, he wondered if it had anything to do with his transfer to the special class Thwees. As his liege, Zeke couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Zeke had already set him up with everything he'd need at the academy, from semester exams and expected exam questions to training manuals and essential items. All he had to do was show up at Fafner's Breath and present the card to get the goods. He was also told he'd need his own personal sword in his 4th year, but Zeke had already taken care of that too. He just had to commission it from Fafner's Breath, and the price was already covered. With a vote of confidence, Zeke expressed his belief that he would follow in his footsteps. A mysterious figure declared their unwavering loyalty, vowing to live up to the expectations of their liege. Silence hung in the air, a brief pause that felt like an eternity. Realizing the intensity of the moment, the figure eased up, acknowledging that it had only been a minute. They vowed to rectify their behavior, bringing a touch of calm to the scene. The story shifted to the Argos Kingdom, lying at the northernmost edge of the central continent. Under the support of the royal family, the giant mountains had been divided into hundreds of regions, with shipping routes and bases constructed and managed. A series of calls echoed, directing someone named Zeke Murray to proceed to the next station, adding a sense of urgency and anticipation. Zeke Murray was congratulated on becoming an adventurer and instructed to submit his documents to receive his registration certificate. With a simple thank you, Zeke accepted his new role, marking the beginning of his adventure. Zeke figured that to operate in peace, he needed an adventurer's identification. He quickly grabbed a wig and a magic lens to complete his disguise. Going around as a Draker's would definitely make him stand out, and that was the last thing he wanted. With his new look ready, Zeke decided it was time to go on a treasure hunt. Zeke was relieved to have shared a caravan during the busy season. As he settled in, a fellow traveler greeted him with a cheerful "Hey bro." The traveler asked if Zeke was an adventurer too, eyeing his nervous demeanor. Zeke's new acquaintance noticed how nervous he seemed and asked if it was his first time heading into a dungeon. With a friendly smile, the traveler offered Zeke to join them on their adventure, asking if he wanted to go with them. The travelers boasted about their experience, warning Zeke about the dungeon's dangers and how one mistake could turn someone into Monster Chow. They casually mentioned how newbies like him were everywhere, making the place even riskier. They continued, saying the first party into the dungeon often took advantage of new adventurers, using them as monster bait or even selling them off to slave traders. Zeke listened, feeling a bit uneasy about the whole situation. Suddenly, Zeke had enough and told them to shut up, leaving the travelers taken aback and wondering what they did wrong. The travelers tried to backtrack, asking if they had offended him somehow. Zeke pointed out that there were monsters just 200 meters behind them to the left, seemingly a mob of orcs. He questioned if the place was really as safe as they claimed. The travelers laughed nervously, trying to reassure Zeke that the routes of the main branch Adventurers Guild were managed directly by the kingdom. They insisted that not even wild animals could get inside the safe zone, let alone monsters. Just as they thought they had reassured Zeke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A voice from the shadows pointed out something behind Zeke, causing a sudden wave of panic to ripple through the group. Zeke's eyes widened in shock as he turned around, his heart pounding with anticipation. The group held their breath, the silence growing heavier by the second. Zeke stammered, trying to make sense of the unfolding chaos, his voice barely above a whisper. The group braced themselves, their minds racing with possibilities of what could be lurking behind them. Just as the tension hit its peak, a desperate cry for help echoed through the air, making everyone jump. The group exchanged glances, their hearts pounding. This was not the time for hesitation. The presence of orcs in what was supposed to be a safe zone could only mean one thing: the base was not operating as it should. Major yikes. As if on cue, a voice confirmed their worst fears. Things were exactly as they had suspected. The situation was a total disaster, with chaos and destruction everywhere they looked. Even the Argos soldiers, known for their strength, seemed to have been overwhelmed. Yet, with this much manpower, most monsters wouldn't have stood a chance. What went wrong? A man surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the devastation, trying to piece together the chaos. A fallen knight lay slashed, his armor no match for whatever had struck him down so brutally. And then there were the others, knights who had met the same grim fate, their assailant seemingly human but clearly something far more deadly. The man's expression darkened as he took it all in. This wasn't just a battle lost, it was a massacre, and whatever did this was still out there. Zeke eyed the slashed knight, the damage too deliberate, too clean for a monster attack. Someone wanted this to look like a wild beast's work, but the precision of the cuts told a different story. Rising to his feet, Zeke surveyed the scene. The lack of resistance, the single fatal strikes, this wasn't just any attack. The efficiency screamed of a high-ranking knight, someone at least at the purple knight level. No messy monster business here. Zeke shook his head, knowing lingering would only lead to more questions. Time to bounce before things got even more complicated. Zeke kept moving, his thoughts racing as fast as his feet. Suddenly, Skulls hanging in tree hammocks came into view, a clear sign of barbarian territory. His minimap confirmed Ith was almost at Kaiser's ruins. Great, just what he needed, more trouble. But, as he ventured deeper, the vibe shifted. Something was off. The place had a hidden layer, like a VIP section no one talks about. Only the big shots in the Empire even knew about this place, but they were about to make a grand entrance, like the main act at a festival no one asked for. He had been keeping an eye on their movements, tracking them like a pro. Those skills were hard to forget. The reason being 1,000 mysteries and a whole lot of trouble. The Emperor was on a wild hunt, turning the continent inside out. Rumor had it, the Emperor was obsessed with immortality, like a gamer chasing the ultimate rare drop. Even before things went sideways, the Emperor had a thing for rare artifacts, like a collector with an unlimited budget. Not only did he want to unite the continent, but he also dreamed of something as wild as immortality. Classic overachiever. But wait, plot twist alert. Could it be that the Empire had already stumbled upon Kaiser's ruins? Talk about a major oof. Silence hung in the air, the weight of the revelation sinking in. The Empire was always one step ahead, it seemed. The tension was palpable, the kind of quiet that made one's skin crawl. Something big was about to go down. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, the atmosphere was just as heavy. The kind of heavy that made breathing difficult. The silence was broken only by the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. Someone was approaching. A sudden groan echoed through the ruins. Someone was in pain, and it wasn't just from the emotional whiplash of the recent revelations. Elsewhere, a gold flare lit up the sky, signaling an emergency. Because, things weren't dramatic enough already. The team leader sprang into action. Emergencies were kind of his thing, after all. Time to earn that title. But wait, there were only 3 of them. Normally, a perimeter guard team had 12 men. Someone was seriously slacking on the recruitment. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding to know who they were and why they were there. Clearly, someone was not happy about the understaffed perimeter guard team. Silence fell, the tension thickening as the unseen speaker awaited an answer. The voice grew impatient, questioning if they understood the gravity of the situation they were in. The unseen figure made it clear that they were in charge, and they were the ones asking the questions here. The voice then suggested they think carefully about their next words, hinting at dire consequences if they didn't choose wisely. It was clear that the speaker was not messing around. The voice then commented on their so-called temporary base, clearly unimpressed by what they saw. The unseen figure noted that the place was packed full, almost as if they were expecting a party, not a secret hideout. The voice then deduced that the ones who left the base in such a state must have been these guys. And seeing as they had even harmed the kingdom's knights, had they really found the ruins after all? The figure decided they would have to check it out for themselves. Those who drew their sword against them would be put to rest. No mercy, no second chances. Silence fell once again, the weight of the unseen figure's words hanging heavy in the air. The silence stretched on, thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone was just standing there, processing what had just gone down. You could practically hear the crickets chirping, or at least you would if there were any crickets in this place. The tension was real, and no one seemed eager to break it. Finally, someone broke the silence, grumbling about what kind of crazy person would even bother entering barbarian territory and why anyone would care to watch. Like, seriously, who has time for that? A confused murmur rose up, someone clearly not following the sudden outburst. The silence returned, everyone just kind of looking around, waiting for something to happen. Still nothing. It was like one of those awkward group project meetings where no one wants to start, but everyone's low-key hoping someone else will. Someone finally let out a nervous laugh, trying to break the tension. It didn't really work. Then, out of nowhere, a voice piped up, asking why no one was moving and if they had heard something from the entrance. Like, hello, plot development? Someone started to reply, saying they didn't hear anything. But then a sudden noise cut them off. Everyone froze, eyes wide. What was that? The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next move. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, shouting about an intruder. The tension ratcheted up another notch, and someone muttered something about a Han. Silence fell once more, heavy and oppressive. Then, a voice broke the silence, reminiscing about old times. It was like a blast from the past, and not in a good way. The room was quiet again, but the tension was still there, lurking in the background like an uninvited guest. Everyone was on edge, waiting for something, anything, to happen. A voice suddenly asked about the knifemanship of a southern hitman. It was clear that things were about to get real. The voice continued, addressing someone named McCain or Pabella, saying they couldn't be allowed to leave alive. They were offered an easy death if they surrendered. Talk about a tough spot. The intruder pondered if the person speaking was in charge, musing that they were probably just a small fry compared to the challenges they had faced in the past. An easy death? That wasn't going to happen. The intruder scoffed at the idea of an easy death, questioning if they truly understood the weight of their actions, mocking their lack of vengeance for their fallen comrades. Realizing they were from the central continent, the intruder wasn't impressed, brushing them off as losers. With a chill determination, the intruder vowed to tear them apart as long as they kept breathing. The intruder found their strength oddly overwhelming, wondering if hunting dogs were always this weak. Pondering their own strength, The intruder mused that whether the enemies were too weak or they had just gotten too strong, it didn't matter at the moment. Suddenly, a skill activated mana reflection, shifting the dynamics of the battle. The intruder was taken aback by a sudden power outage, questioning if it was happening at such a crucial moment. The intruder was left baffled, wondering if this was some kind of mana interference from a dragon slayer. But that couldn't be, since the intruder was empty-handed from the start and hadn't used any aura either. His swordsmanship was more like southern knifemanship, definitely the style of a hitman. It had to be a simple malfunction. The intruder told himself not to panic, as power would be restored soon. Until then, he needed to focus on defense. Silence fell as the intruder tried to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him whisper in confusion. What was this? The emperor sure was bold, going after the hero King Kaiser's ruins. It was hard to believe.
Kaiser's ruins?
The intruder echoed in his mind, confusion growing. Frustration took over as the intruder exclaimed, what were they talking about? But then, a calming thought came, telling him not to worry. He could find it on his own. Suddenly, a voice echoed, trying to interrupt his thoughts, but it was too late. The voice stuttered, trying to explain that they didn't know anything, but it was clear that the damage had already been done. Silence fell, the weight of the situation sinking in. The air was thick with tension, the aftermath of the revelation hanging heavy. Moments passed, the gravity of the situation becoming more apparent. The scene shifted, the focus turning to a new development. A message appeared, attributing all the events to someone named McCain, a criminal organization from the South known for doing anything for money. A figure mused, confident that they could have covered their tracks using advanced skills, but chose to use a specific technique to leave a mark. They intentionally left McCain's unique warning, believing it was better to leave a clear mark behind. The Empire would think it was the work of the Southern Cartel, and any move they made would only serve to eliminate McCain, benefiting the figure either way. The letter in his hand revealed that the Emperor was in way over his head. His obsession with ancient ruins had reached new levels of extra. His only directive was to find these ruins, no matter the cost. The central continent was a given, but even the eastern regions in ceasefire and the unexplored dark seas were under scrutiny. Hunting dogs were mobilized everywhere. There was even a hint of an ancient ruin. This meant the hunting dogs were already at the scale they were at before his regression. Yet, it seemed they hadn't found Kaiser's ruins. Zeke realized he needed to hurry, but a sudden flare caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a red flare lighting up the sky. Couldn't be anything good. A red flare was a signal for disaster. Zeke bolted through the forest, his heart pounding like a drum solo. The red flare's ominous glow still lingered in his mind, urging him forward. He swiftly pulled on his mask, the familiar weight settling on his face. If he was going down, he'd do it in style. His pursuers were closer than he thought. Zeke's mind raced, the red flare's meaning crystal clear. This was an all-hands-on-deck kind of disaster. The mission parameters echoed in his head. Eliminate the hazard, no matter the cost. Classic assassin vibes, but the stakes had never felt higher. A flashback of his own demise flickered through his mind. He had cheated death once, but lightning rarely struck the same place twice. Zeke barely dodged an attack, his instincts kicking in just in time. He was in deep trouble, but if there was one thing he knew, it was how to survive. Just as Zeke thought he had the upper hand, he found himself completely surrounded by his enemies, their shadows looming over him like a bad case of Monday morning. In a move that screamed, "Not today," they all swung their swords at him, aiming to end this quickly. But Zeke, being the slippery guy he is, managed to escape their attacks, leaving his enemies looking as confused as a group of cats at a laser pointer party. As Zeke glanced around, a look of realization dawned on his face. He knew it, this was all part of some bigger plan, and he was ready to face it head-on. But as Zeke stood ready, assassins emerged from the shadows, surrounding him in a tight circle. Looks like the party just got crashed. Zeke glanced at the map, frustration creeping in. This was turning into a real hassle. He knew he could escape, but doing so would ruin his plans to pin everything on McCain. Talk about a major plot twist. With a sigh, Zeke reached for his necklace. Couldn't be helped. He didn't want to use it here, but desperate times called for desperate measures. In a swift motion, Zeke blew the horn, the sound echoing through the air. Time to turn the tables. The assassins were totally caught off guard, their minds blown as they struggled to figure out what was happening. Before they could even process it, Zeke tossed a smoke bomb into the mix, sending them into a frenzy as they realized the sound was just a distraction. Zeke stood there with this wicked grin, looking like he was totally owning the situation. And then, poof, he vanished into thin air, leaving the assassins scrambling. The assassins were freaking out, trying to keep it together as they shouted orders to guard their positions and watch for any suspicious movements or shadows. Suddenly, one of them got slashed out of nowhere. They were totally confused, wondering how Zeke had pulled off his disappearing act and what that horn sound was really about. Just as they were trying to figure out what was going on, barbarians came crashing the party. The assassins were totally taken aback, wondering what was happening. They were sure they hadn't done anything to provoke the barbarians. One of the assassins tried to fight back, thinking they could take on one or two of them. But then they realized the barbarians were attacking en masse. The assassin yelled at the barbarians, calling them uncivilized brutes. The assassin's attack didn't even scratch the barbarian. They were shocked, wondering how the barbarian was so strong. Before they could even finish their thought, the barbarian punched the assassin's head clean off. Yikes, that escalated quickly. Another assassin saw the barbarian and was taken aback. They had never seen the barbarian so enraged before. They realized they were in serious danger with their current forces. In a desperate move, the assassin pulled out a flare, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. The assassin fired the flare, and suddenly, a voice boomed about withdrawing the absolute snare. Talk about dramatic timing. The barbarians paused, looking around as if trying to figure out what was going on. Even they seemed confused by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the moment, the assassins bolted, shouting for everyone to retreat. It was time to get out of there, but the barbarians weren't about to let them go that easily. They charged after them, ready to chase them down. Meanwhile, Zeke emerged from the dirt, looking a bit worse for wear but relieved. Phew indeed. He couldn't help but admit that the flare had been way more effective than he'd expected. Sometimes you just get lucky. A barbarian horn sounded in the distance, cutting through the chaos. It was a tool of war designed for moments just like this. Zeke knew all about it. He explained how the horn was created for efficient communication during battle. It was a barbarian thing and he seemed to know his stuff. Sitting with the chief, Zeke reminisced about his past life, where he'd somehow managed to befriend the Mohawken tribe. They had taught him how to make and use the horn. The signal he'd just sent? It was a big deal. People always thought barbarians were just uncivilized savages, but Zeke knew better. They had culture, history, and some seriously cool tech. Zeke glanced at the horn replica, shrugging. It was a one-hit wonder, but it had done its job. Time to find the real deal. With a burst of energy, Zeke dashed through the forest, his mind set on one thing: finding the real ruins. No more replicas, no more fakes. It was time for the real adventure. The ruins loomed ahead, ancient and mysterious. Zeke stepped inside, ready for whatever came next. Hiding behind a crumbling pillar, Zeke sighed. Seriously, it was always one thing after another. Couldn't he catch a break? A notification popped up, informing Zeke that he had discovered a fallen dragonborn corrupted by contaminated energy. Zeke raised an eyebrow. What even was a fallen dragonborn? And judging by the minimap, it was behind that door up there. But something felt off. Zeke decided to ask the system if he could open that door. The system confirmed his request and connected to the control system. Time to see what was behind door number 1. As the door creaked open, the system chimed in with its usual robotic charm, announcing their arrival at the home of the hero King Kaiser. No grand fanfare, just a simple confirmation that they had officially entered the big boss's turf. But surprise, surprise, the welcome committee wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet. Instead, the Fallen decided to crash the party with a not-so-friendly attack. Zeke sighed, realizing he couldn't just stroll past these foes like they were NPCs in a low-budget game. Time to bring out the big guns, or in this case, the dragon-slaying arts. With a burst of speed, Zeke bolted into action, his movements a blur as he prepared to face whatever came his way. Using his signature shadowless steps, Zeke dodged every attack with the grace of a seasoned gamer avoiding lag spikes. Each move was precise, each step calculated, as he effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Zeke wasn't done yet. With a plan forming in his mind, he aimed to interfere with the creature's view using his shadowless steps, hoping to reach the entrance swiftly. Just a little further and he'd be safer, so he thought. But plot twist, a dragonborn mouth appeared out of nowhere, ready to turn Zeke into a quick snack. Not the best surprise, to say the least. And as if things couldn't get weirder, the creature had clothes in its mouth. Fashion choices aside, this was not the time for a laundry day. Zeke wasn't about to give up. Channeling his aura, he prepared for a counterattack. The glow around him intensified, signaling he was about to bring the heat. With a swift and precise motion, Zeke executed a dragon head severance. The creature let out a roar as Zeke's attack landed, proving his skills were no joke. Blood splattered onto Zeke, leaving him wondering if the creature's blood was acidic, because, that would just add insult to injury. Just as Zeke was about to panic, his healing factor skill activated, saving him from a potential acidic meltdown. He couldn't help but think, seriously, a monster with acidic blood and 9 heads? What was next? A unicorn with laser eyes. And there it was, in all its terrifying glory, the 9-headed dragon, Hydra. Zeke was really going to need that healing factor. Zeke barely managed to block the Hydra's crushing blow with his sword. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through his arms, threatening to knock him off his feet. The Hydra's strength was overwhelming, and despite his best efforts, Zeke found himself slammed into the ground, the wind knocked out of him. As Zeke looked up from the ground, he couldn't help but wonder how this was supposed to be dragon slaying. Felt more like getting his butt kicked. He remembered that in this age where dragons were extinct, dragonborn monsters were said to be the most similar to dragons. But his attacks weren't working on it at all. No matter how much he tried to take it down, it healed immediately. Talk about frustrating. He knew it, taking it down with his current skills was too much for him. Zeke glanced at the door, estimating it to be about 30 meters away. If he could just make it there, maybe he could find a way to turn the tables on this beast. With a swift motion, Zeke drew his sword, his mind racing as he called out to the system, desperate for a way to turn the tide. He commanded the system to close the door, hoping to buy himself some time. The door to the home of the hero King Kaiser slammed shut, sealing Zeke inside. The system's voice echoed in his mind, confirming that the door had been closed. Zeke plunged his sword into the ground, and light erupted through the cracks, illuminating the darkened room. He channeled his energy, activating the Gale Art's fifth form, a powerful technique that could turn the battle in his favor. A gust of wind split the air, creating an opening for Zeke. He saw his chance and took it, bolting towards the door. With a grin, Zeke thought to himself that he might just make it out of this alive. He wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Zeke glanced back, relief washing over him as he realized he had made it. But then his expression shifted, remembering something crucial. The Hydra. He had almost forgotten about the Hydra. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm. He looked down to see a snake sinking its fangs into him. Seriously, not this again. Zeke yelped in pain, the snake's bite sending a jolt through his system. He really needed to stop running into snakes. He groaned, frustration clear in his voice. This damn snake had ruined his moment of victory. He glared at the snake, his frustration boiling over. If it wanted his arm that badly, then fine. With a dramatic flourish, he offered his arm to the snake, practically yelling for it to take it already. The snake lunged, its jaws wide open, ready to claim its prize. But plot twist, this snake had more tricks up its sleeve than a magician at a kid's party. Turns out the snake was packing some serious venom. He had been poisoned by the nine-headed dragon Hydra's poison. As the poison coursed through his veins, he couldn't help but wonder if he had just made the worst decision of his life. The room spun around him, the venom's effects kicking in fast and furious. As the world blurred around him, he could feel the venom coursing through his veins, turning his triumph into a dizzying nightmare. His vision cleared just enough to see the devastation around him, a stark reminder of the battle he had just endured. But there was no time to rest, not yet. The fight wasn't over. With a surge of adrenaline, he realized there was just one enemy left standing. The final foe declared this was the end, and with a flash of light, their draconian skill, Dragon's Dignity, activated. The tension was palpable as the two locked eyes, the air crackling with anticipation. But he wasn't having it. With a defiant glare, he told his opponent to screw off, adding that if they didn't want him to cry, they should just give up already. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air like a challenge. Both fighters stood their ground, ready for the final showdown that would decide it all. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as both fighters stood there, ready to throw down. You could almost hear the crickets chirping in the silence. But then, plot twist, one of them realized something major. Dragon's Dignity, a move they didn't think would work against a Dragonborn, had actually landed earlier. Mind blown. They were low-key freaking out, though. That move was supposed to be a one-time deal, and they'd already used it. Classic overuse of a killer move, and now they were stuck wondering what was next. And as if that wasn't enough, they were suddenly hit with a wave of exhaustion. Like, hello? Infinite stamina was supposed to be active, so why were they feeling like they just run a marathon? Then it hit them. Could it be the poison? Because, of course, why not add a little toxic drama to the mix? But plot twist number 2. Turns out, they'd actually managed to strike fear into the fallen Dragonborn corrupted by some seriously contaminated energy. Not bad for a day's work. They were left scratching their head, though. Was it really because of that Dragon's Dignity move they'd pulled earlier? The mind games were getting intense. But there was no time to dwell on it. They had to make a move and fast. So they decided to give it another shot. Why not, right? When in doubt, just wing it. But then, the ultimate letdown. Turns out, they didn't have the admin rights to subjugate the target Dragonborn. Like, seriously? Even in battle, there's bureaucracy. And just like that, the moment was gone. No epic victory. No dramatic finish, just a big ol' access denied. The system hit him with an, "I lack administrator authority" message. Like, seriously? He was ready for an epic power-up, and now this? He had been looking forward to it too. But maybe not having any restrictions on such a cheat skill was even weirder. Talk about a major letdown. Suddenly, a warning flashed. The nine-headed dragon Hydra's poison had surpassed dangerous levels. Not good at all. He cursed under his breath. The poison was spreading faster than he thought. He needed a solution, and fast. Healing wasn't working on the poison. Another warning flashed. The poison levels were critical. There had to be a way to fix this mess. Then an idea struck. A skill description popped up: gluttony. It allowed him to eat and digest anything, turning it into energy. Plus, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities would grant him their powers. Given the potent poison coursing through him, the Hydra must have a bloodline ability involving resistance against poison. It was worth a shot. With a deep breath, he activated the draconian skill, Gluttony. It was time to see if this would work. The moment he activated Gluttony, the head of the fallen Dragonborn was consumed, tainted energy and all. As the energy seeped into him, his body began to adapt, granting him an incomplete resistance to poison. Not bad for a snack, he thought. Suddenly, a notification popped up, warning him about the nine-headed dragon Hydra's poison. He couldn't help but smirk. Bingo, just what he was looking for. The term mostly resistant was a bit iffy, but he wondered if this new skill meant he could finally stop worrying about poison. Like, at all? That would be pretty sweet. And as if that wasn't enough, his gluttony skill, which had been stuck at beginner for what felt like forever, finally leveled up. Expert level, baby. He pondered if it was because he had absorbed an elimination target life force. The system must have been feeling generous, tossing him a bonus for taking down that corrupted beast. A new notification confirmed his suspicions. Subduing a system-designated monster came with extra rewards. Useful info, indeed. He was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. With the Hydra's poison no longer a threat, he decided it was time to get moving. No more holding back, it was time to make some real progress. With the poison no longer a concern, he was ready to make some serious progress. But first, a quick flashback to set the mood. Like any hero worth his salt, Kaiser's life was a struggle right from the start. Thanks to an evil mage's schemes, he was separated from his parents and left to fend for himself in a forest. Talk about a rough childhood. Everyone from the central Kanitsmani knew the legend of how Kaiser's journey began. These days, there were barely any documents left about it, leaving it all as just a so-called legend. But plot twist, the ruins of Kaiser were way smaller than what the books had led him to believe. He never expected that the ruins of Kaiser would turn out to be the Kronos Kingdom itself. Talk about a major downgrade. Reflecting on it, the Dragonslayer's home had a certain vibe, almost like a major throwback to simpler times. Suddenly, the entrance to the hero King Kaiser's domain appeared, as if the ruins themselves were inviting him in. Stepping inside, his eyes widened at the sight. Could this be the legendary technique of hero King Kaiser himself? Confusion set in as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. None of this made any sense. A sudden warning echoed, stating he couldn't leave until he completed a linked quest. A voice boomed, demanding to know who he thought he was. The quest was clear: acquire the wisdom of hero King Kaiser from the remnants of his presence in the ruins. The reward? Fairy Monarch Tears. No time limit, but no way out until it was done. Zeke stood there processing the quest details. The reward for all this trouble? Fairy Monarch Tears. He couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of cosmic joke. Kaiser's mother, a being said to grant the wishes of men, was involved, and the reward was tears? Really? Zeke's face was a mix of surprise and disbelief. Fairy Monarch Tears? He must have heard wrong. This was some next-level stuff, and he wasn't sure if he should laugh or cry. Maybe both. Zeke stared at the monarch's tear, his mind still reeling. He wasn't sure what this treasure was, but it had to be something insane. With a deep breath, he called out to the system, asking how to obtain this mysterious item. The system responded, confirming his request and extracting data from a magical video recording device. It discovered an entry from hero King Kaiser's magic video records. Zeke waited, anticipation building. There were 12 entries within the recording that matched his request. The system prepared to replay the first video. The video began to play, revealing an ancient language no longer in use. The system automatically translated it into the common language of the central continent. A voice echoed, questioning what a lesser sword was. The scene shifted, revealing Kaiser, who scoffed at the idea of swords being different. Kaiser ranted about old men who didn't know how to swing a sword, calling their words nonsense. Suddenly, he shouted at someone named Sheltern, telling him to get it together as the screen shook. Zeke noted that Sheltern was Kaiser's most loyal knight. The video continued, with Kaiser asking what one had to do to wield a sword well. Zeke watched, a small smile playing on his lips. Kaiser really did exist, and he was just as intense as the legend said. This was going to be interesting. Kaiser, standing there with all the intensity of a legend, shrugged off the challenge like it was no big deal. Swinging a sword was easy, he seemed to say, as long as you put some real effort into it. With a swift motion, Kaiser demonstrated just what he meant, his blade slicing through the air. Sure, you might wonder how much effort was really needed, but he had a goal in mind and was ready to show it. The main character felt the sharp sting of Kaiser's cut, the sudden pain making it clear this was no joke. Sweat poured down as he stumbled back, the weight of that strike hitting harder than expected. Kaiser wasn't messing around. Kaiser stood there, calm and collected, like he hadn't just sent someone flying with a single swing. No big. Zeke, still reeling, knew he needed to see that again. There was no way he was letting that slide. He quickly requested a replay, needing to break down every second of what just happened. The system confirmed, ready to roll it back. It had been about 4 days since he locked himself into train, but after that, he knew he had to step it up. After stepping up his game, Zeke found himself staring at 3 doors across the entrance. Like, why did everything have to be so extra? The first room turned out to be a food storage container. Not exactly the training ground he was hoping for, but hey, a man's gotta eat, right? Zeke realized this room was a training room meant for Kaiser's successor. Perfect, he could focus purely on training and swinging his sword without distractions. With determination, he started mimicking the forms he had seen, pushing himself to the limit. Suddenly, a notification popped up. He had acquired hero King Kaiser's wisdom, the elemental sword basic form. Elemental? Zeke couldn't believe it, that was next level stuff. But it didn't stop there. He had surpassed the basic level and reached the applied level. What in the world was the applied level? Before he could even process it, hero King Kaiser's soul started to summon. Zeke watched in awe as Kaiser's form began to materialize before him. Things were about to get real interesting. And there he was, the one and only, the king of the ancient Kronos kingdom, hero King Kaiser, standing right in front of Zeke. No big deal, just a legend popping up like it's casual Friday. Zeke was absolutely floored, his mind racing as he tried to process the fact that Hero King Kaiser was actually, literally, right there in front of him. This was not something he had ever expected to happen. Kaiser, with a swift and fluid motion, drew his sword, the blade gleaming as it caught the light. The atmosphere suddenly became charged with anticipation. Before anyone could react, Kaiser's command echoed through the room, demanding that Zeke stand up. The sheer force of his presence had sent Zeke flying with just a guard, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. Kaiser's voice boomed again, questioning how Zeke could ever hope to learn anything with such lackluster skills. The knights around them were visibly shaken, pounding the ground in frustration and lamenting the sight before them. Confusion filled the air as everyone wondered why Kaiser had suddenly attacked. Was this some kind of test to confirm Zeke's abilities? The tension was palpable, and the stakes had never been higher. The room fell silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone. Kaiser's sudden attack had left everyone in shock, the air thick with tension and unanswered questions. Zeke stood there, his mind racing. What was happening? Why was Kaiser attacking him? This wasn't part of any test, was it? As if reading his thoughts, Kaiser's next words echoed in the room, dripping with sarcasm. He wasn't here to test Zeke. He was here to take him down once and for all. Zeke's heart pounded in his chest. Could he really fight against Kaiser? The man was a legend, a monster in battle. This wasn't looking good. The silence stretched on, the tension coiling tighter and tighter. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Zeke's next move. But the answer was clear. Zeke couldn't fight Kaiser. Not yet, at least. He needed more training, more power. He needed a miracle. Just as despair began to set in, a voice rang out. It was him, the Hero King, stepping into the fray. The Hero King strode forward, his presence commanding and powerful. He wasn't about to let Kaiser have his way. The Hero King confronted Kaiser, his voice steady and strong. He asked about Kaiser's past, about his connection to Shelton, and the mysterious power he wielded. This was about to get interesting. The Hero King narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. Was this power connected to Aurora? The plot was thickening faster than a viral meme. Kaiser just stood there, smirking like he knew a secret no one else did. The tension was real, and the Hero King was not here for it. Or maybe not. The Hero King was low-key freaking out. Kaiser was way too strong, and the vibes were all over the place. What was his deal? But Kaiser wasn't about to let the Hero King's confusion slide. He wasn't here for a history lesson or a heart-to-heart. This was about to get wild. All that mattered to Kaiser was the thrill of the fight. He was living for the chaos, and the Hero King was just another player in his game. With a grin that screamed trouble, Kaiser declared it was time to have some fun. The Hero King braced himself. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. The air crackled with energy as Kaiser prepared to unleash his power. The Hero King steeled himself, ready for whatever came next. Kaiser's power surged, the air humming with anticipation. The Hero King braced himself, wondering if this was Kaiser's way of proving his title. The tension was real, and Kaiser was taking things to a whole new level. The Hero King couldn't help but question if Kaiser was trying to establish why he was called the Hero King. But before he could dwell on it, the battle took a dramatic turn. Kaiser's skills activated in quick succession. Critical Strike was ready to deal some serious damage. But that wasn't all. Dragon Claw, a draconian skill, roared to life, adding a fiery twist to the mix. The Hero King was left in awe, struggling to process what he was seeing. How was Kaiser wielding draconian powers despite not being a dragonoid? The Hero King couldn't help but wonder if Kaiser was hiding more than just a few tricks up his sleeve. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had just gotten higher. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had just gotten higher. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Someone couldn't believe what they were seeing, muttering about an elemental force like it was the latest plot twist in a drama series. Silence hung in the air, heavy and full of anticipation. It was one of those moments where you could hear a pin drop, if pins were still a thing in this high-stakes showdown. The calm before the storm continued, each second stretching out like an eternity. It was the kind of pause that made everyone hold their breath, waiting for the next big thing to happen. Still, the silence persisted, like that awkward pause in a group chat when someone drops a bombshell and everyone is trying to figure out how to respond. The tension was palpable, the kind of quiet that made you want to scream just to break the silence. It was intense, to say the least. Suddenly, confusion broke through the silence. Someone let out a bewildered huh, like they had just realized they'd been reading the wrong manga this whole time. A voice boomed out, calling someone a weakling and announcing their awakening like it was the grand finale of a hype trailer. No chill, just drama. The air was thick with tension, the kind of moment where you know something big is about to go down. It was like waiting for the season finale of your favorite series. The voice continued, acknowledging someone's talent like a proud mentor in an anime. It listed off abilities like they were checking off a shopping list: Shelton's talent, draconian powers, and even elemental force. Someone was seriously stacked in the powers department. The voice paused, and a sense of disgust filled the air like a bad smell. It revealed that part of someone's soul was stuck in the spirit realm, like a sock lost in the laundry. Confusion filled the room as the news hit like a plot twist in a late-night anime binge. The voice explained that despite having a human body, Someone had managed to overcome the wall of death, and their ability to force made sense now. Someone interrupted, asking the voice to explain all the nonsensical topics like Sheltern's talent, the spirit realm, and elemental force in a way that made sense, like trying to understand the rules of a complicated board game. The voice hummed, considering the request like a teacher pondering how to explain calculus to a kindergartner. Suddenly, the voice dismissed the questions, asking if there wasn't a more important goal, leaving someone wondering what they meant. Kaiser pointed, accusing someone of pretending not to know what they were attempting to learn. With a dramatic flourish, Kaiser revealed he was talking about the elemental sword, like it was the ultimate cheat code in a video game. Kaiser dropped the ultimate knowledge bomb, explaining that the elemental sword was basically the application of 4 fundamental elements, like mixing the right ingredients for the perfect power combo. And just like that, Kaiser whipped out the Tempest sword, showing off his wind-based skills like a pro gamer flaunting their best move. He went on to clarify that among the 4 elements, this one was all about wind, the Windfield Tempest sword. The source of its elemental force? The ether they had been chatting about earlier. Zeke couldn't help but smile, thoroughly impressed by both Kaiser's explanation and the sheer power he was flexing. With a smirk, Kaiser turned the tables, declaring it was now Zeke's turn to step up and show what he could do. Zeke pondered if ether was truly the source of elemental force, but he couldn't sense any ether from Kaiser. He wondered if there was some hidden secret behind converting ether into elemental force. As Zeke walked, he continued to mull over the method of converting ether into elemental force. Kaiser, looking confused, stumbled over his words, trying to explain something. A flaming sword appeared, adding to the intensity of the moment. Kaiser seemed flustered, struggling to explain how he just knew how to use his powers without understanding the mechanics behind them. Zeke couldn't help but wonder why all his masters were like this. Zeke clarified that it wasn't that he didn't feel anything, but that he couldn't feel anything at all. Zeke was amazed by Kaiser's perfectly controlled ether usage. It was so refined that Zeke had to focus all his senses just to barely feel anything. Deciding to try it out for himself, Zeke's tone shifted, leaving Kaiser to question his sudden change in demeanor. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if even the elemental force was part of this mystery. A soul manifestation began to take form, leaving everyone in awe. Kaiser watched with a mix of curiosity and disbelief, muttering under his breath about the unexpected turn of events. Zeke, with a determined look, declared the manifestation of a gale, his voice echoing with power. A mysterious voice chimed in, questioning Zeke's use of elemental force and his so-called incantation, clearly unimpressed by his skills. The voice continued, explaining that incantations were exclusive to dragons and humans definitely couldn't use them, leaving everyone wondering about Zeke's true abilities. The voice pointed out that Zeke seemed to be pushing himself past his limits whenever he used that power, hinting at the strain it caused. It was explained that there was a huge difference in the size of humans and dragon souls, suggesting that Zeke might be able to imitate the power but could never use it as effectively. The creator of this technique wasn't impressed, calling it a low-grade knockoff of something called incantation. Clearly, this wasn't the top-shelf magic Zeke was hoping for. Zeke was told to try again, as if he needed another reminder that mastering this would take more than just a few attempts. Incantation seemed familiar, like something he had come across before but couldn't quite place. A brief pause followed, giving Zeke a moment to process what he had just learned. The silence lingered, the weight of the situation sinking in. He recalled seeing something about incantation being acquired but not usable. The system mentioned a skill called Draconian Skill Incantation, but it was locked, stating that the administrator lacked experience. It was like having a superpower but not knowing how to use it. Zeke took a moment to let that sink in, the frustration of having something so powerful just out of reach. If soul manifestation was based on incantation, then maybe, just maybe, if he got strong enough to unlock incantation, he could use soul manifestation too. That was a big if, but it gave him a goal. 771 million reasons to get stronger, to be exact. Zeke had found yet another reason to push himself to grow stronger as fast as he could. A voice urged him to hurry up and get back on his feet, and with a shaky response, he complied. Training for practical application took much longer than basic training. Through the effects of Divine Body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless sparring sessions, Zeke began to grasp the fundamental principles of Elemental Sword. Just like magic was activated using mana, Elemental Sword was founded on the principle of utilizing ether to drive the power of the spirits, known as elemental force. Understanding the fundamentals made the actual use of Elemental Sword not as difficult as he had feared. With the basics of Elemental Sword finally making sense, he could finally face what was before him without flinching. But reaching the next level was going to be a grind, so he was told to take a breather for now. He nodded, understanding the need to recharge. As he settled in, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked if he could get some questions in while resting. The response was a green light to ask away. He reflected on what he had learned so far. Even the way his mentor floated effortlessly was all about harnessing elemental force. He wondered why, when they first met, his mentor had called him Sheltern's disciple just from seeing his aura. What did that even mean? Aura, the term echoed in his mind. His mentor confirmed that was the name for it. Sheltern had said humans couldn't use Elemental Sword, so he created the technique he used now. The mentor couldn't believe Sheltern had ignored his own techniques and only passed down his own. Typical Sheltern Drakers, always doing things their own way. Sheltern Drakers? The right-hand man of the Hero King, the noble knight Sheltern, was the founder of aura usage. And he was a Draker, so the progenitor of the Drakers wasn't Nadarakan, but the ancient character of Sheltern? Why wasn't this common knowledge? The realization hit him like a light bulb moment. He finally got it, but that just led to more questions. What even was this spirit realm where spirits supposedly lived? He had this new elemental sword, and he could feel the power of the spirits, but the whole concept was still a bit fuzzy, like trying to understand Wi-Fi signals. He pondered, trying to make sense of it all, but his thoughts were as scattered as his notes during finals week. He mumbled to himself, trying to piece together the puzzle, but it was like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. The instructor dropped a truth bomb. The spirit realm was basically the afterlife. The current realm was this life, and once you left your body behind and entered the spirit realm, there was no coming back. It was like a one-way trip to the airport with no return flight. He scratched his head, confused. If that was the case, then how was part of his soul already in the spirit realm? And how was the instructor, a soul himself, standing right in front of him? He waited for an answer, his mind racing with questions and theories, each more wild than the last. The instructor admitted it was his first time seeing a case like this, but there were ways to cross between realms. It was like finding a hidden level in a video game. In his case, a dragon had helped him. He couldn't help but fanboy a little. A dragon? That was next level cool. But the instructor just confirmed it, leaving him even more stunned. But really, a dragon helping a human? That sounded too wild to be true. Like, what was even happening here? Turns out, dragons actually really cared about humans. Who knew, right? Mind officially blown. This was getting too deep. So if dragons and humans used to be besties back in the day, what even was history anymore? Nothing made sense anymore. The plot was getting thicker than his confusion. And then it hit him, his very existence was proof of this wild truth. His heart and his sword? Gifts from Bahamut. Bahamut might have been questionable, but even he had a soft spot for sincere requests. Who would have thought? So Kaiser and Bahamut were actually friends. That was a twist no one saw coming. But maybe keeping the whole subjugation thing on the down low for now was the smart move. As the realization hit, it turned out there had been a misunderstanding all along. Lord Bahamut had actually given these gifts to their clan as a sign of admiration, not subjugation. The clan worshipped him, and this was his way of showing appreciation. This revelation led to a hearty laugh, reminiscing about how Lord Bahamut always took great care of those under his wing, despite his fiery temper. It seemed that dealing with his temper had been a challenge, especially since he often clashed with someone named Kronos because of it. Wait a minute, was Kronos the name of another dragon? Or perhaps something else entirely? The confusion deepened as the conversation took an unexpected turn. It turned out that Kronos was indeed someone significant. Lord Bahamut had mentioned him often, and it seemed that the kingdom's name might have been inspired by him. The story went that while someone was racking their brain for a name, Lord Bahamut was leisurely sipping tea, and so the kingdom was named after Kronos. The idea of a dragon drinking tea was amusing, and it was confirmed to be a form of polymorph. The reaction was muted, almost as if this was expected. The truth was, the name was chosen so that Kronos would be remembered for generations to come. Still, there was a sense of something left unsaid, a lingering thought that hung in the air. The conversation seemed to pause, leaving room for reflection and the weight of the revelations to sink in. The silence stretched on, thick with unspoken thoughts, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Everyone seemed to be lost in their own world, processing the weight of the revelations that had just been dropped. You could almost hear the gears turning in their heads, trying to piece together the puzzle that had just been presented to them. The atmosphere was heavy, the kind of heavy that made you want to break out some popcorn and wait for the drama to unfold. Then, out of nowhere, it was revealed that the ancient figures were so powerful because they had dragons on their side, like the ultimate power-up in a video game. But wait, plot twist. If dragons and humans were once best buds, what caused the rift between them? And why did it feel like they were about to find out? Someone had apparently waited over 2,000 years for a successor, but now they were being told to chill and wait a bit longer. The sass was real and the shade was thrown. The final course of this historical drama was about to be served, and everyone leaned in, ready to take a bite. But plot twist number 2. It seemed like the final boss was about to dye their hair against the main character. Because, that's what you do when you've been waiting for 2,000 years. But just changing his hair wasn't going to cut it. The vibe around him shifted, like when your Wi-Fi suddenly decides to work at full speed. So he decided to spice things up with some new rules. No more eating, sleeping, or basically anything fun from now on. And the duel? Oh, it's going to be a marathon. Like, until he says so kind of marathon. Also, Kaiser dropped another bombshell. Only elemental swords of the same element as his are allowed. Zeke, not impressed, asked what happens if he breaks these rules. Kaiser wasn't messing around. He unleashed a massive flame field, like he was trying to set a world record for the biggest bonfire ever. But Zeke blocked it because of course he did. Kaiser, looking all intense, asked if he really thought he could break the rules. Kaiser then dropped another line. If Zeke had more than one life, he was free to try. Like, thanks for the permission and all. An elemental sword, powerful and ancient, splits into 4 distinct elements. The first one, fire, ignites the scene with a fierce glow. Suddenly, the surroundings transform into a vast field of flames, the heat intense and all-consuming. The fire spreads rapidly, creating a sea of flames that threatens to engulf everything in its path. But the main character isn't having it. With a swift move, they block the flames, standing firm against the fiery onslaught. Just as the fire subsides, the scene shifts dramatically. The element of steel takes over, transforming the battlefield into a metallic landscape. Out of nowhere, Kaiser appears, soaring through the air with an aura of intimidation. The main character braces for impact. Kaiser strikes, but the main character is ready. They block the attack, the clash of steel ringing out as the two forces collide. With a swift counter, the main character sent Kaiser flying back, the force of the blow echoing through the air. Kaiser skidded across the ground, his body leaving a trail in the dust. But Kaiser wasn't done yet. In a flash, he retaliated, his blade grazing the main character's cheek. A thin line of blood trickled down, a stark contrast to his determined expression. The battlefield shifted abruptly. The main character found himself in a vast, open field, the wind howling around him, whipping his hair and clothes wildly. Nature itself seemed to be reacting to the intense clash. Kaiser lunged again, his sword gleaming under the sunlight. But the main character was ready, his blade intercepting Kaiser's strike with a resounding clang. Harnessing the power of the wind, the main character channeled it into his sword. The blade shimmered with an ethereal glow as he launched a swift and precise attack towards Kaiser. Suddenly, the environment morphed once more. The wind died down, replaced by the gentle lapping of water against the shore. They now stood in a serene, watery field, the calm waters reflecting the fierce battle above. The watery field around them wasn't just a pretty backdrop. It was a balanced battleground, perfect for both attack and defense. The calm waters belied the storm of battle about to unfold. Kaiser wasn't about to just stand there and look pretty. With a swift motion, he parted the water like it was the Red Sea, ready to make his move. Zeke wasn't having the best day. He found himself cut and confused, frustration bubbling up. He should have had the upper hand in both power and range, yet something wasn't adding up. The gap between them felt insurmountable, and he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Before Zeke could dwell on it further, a sword came out of nowhere, smacking him right in the head. He yelped, more surprised than hurt, wondering what on earth that was for. Kaiser wasn't having any of it, scolding Zeke for not understanding the difference between the power of a waterfall and just water. Zeke, ever the stubborn one, shot back that it should be fine as long as he unleashed the right attribute. Kaiser explained that with the other fields, one needed to manifest the right attribute and wield it with all their force for its power to come to life. But with water, it was all about fluidity. He emphasized that fluidity would always trump strength, asking Zeke if he understood. Then, with a firm tone, he ordered Zeke to try again. Zeke was frustrated, wondering what kind of nonsense Kaiser was spouting. How could fluidity possibly win against strength? A flashback hit Zeke, transporting him back to a moment he'd rather forget. He remembered losing something precious because he lacked the strength to protect it. To survive, he had to adhere to his convictions. In order to adhere to his convictions, he had to become stronger. Back in the present, Zeke's thoughts were interrupted by the clash of swords. He couldn't understand what Kaiser was trying to teach him. Zeke snapped back to reality, his mind racing. He wondered if Kaiser was just messing with him during their duel. Zeke blocked the water blade, still wondering if Kaiser was just messing with him. As he slid back, Zeke realized this duel had been going on for way too long. Shivering, he admitted to himself that he had stopped keeping track after the 15th day. Facing Kaiser, Zeke thought it should have been at least a month since this insane duel started. Endlessly fighting without any food or rest had made him realize that infinite stamina wasn't all-powerful, especially against a monster like Kaiser. Kaiser attacked again, his relentless assault pushing Zeke to his limits. Their water blades clashed, the force of the impact reverberating through the room. Zeke was overtaken, his strength failing him. The floor was slippery, making it even harder to stand his ground. In a final struggle, Zeke slipped, his body giving out on him. As Zeke slipped, his body giving out on him, the world around him erupted. A massive water explosion burst forth, threatening to consume everything in its path. But Zeke wasn't going down without a fight. With a surge of determination, he managed to parry the heavy water attack, his sword clashing against the force of the water. A smile crept across his face, the adrenaline of the moment fueling his resolve. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared for whatever came next. As the battle raged on, Zeke began to understand the deeper meaning behind Kaiser's words, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together. With a newfound clarity, Zeke realized he needed to control the blade's arc, to flow like water and break the chains holding him back. It was time to create his own path, to forge his own destiny. Zeke took a deep breath and channeled his newfound clarity into action. With a fluid motion, he summoned a shimmering sword of water, the blade glistening as it arced through the air. Moving like a river unleashed, Zeke flowed towards Kaiser, his strikes seamless and precise. In that moment, he felt an incredible connection, as if he and the world around him were one. No cap, it was like he was in the zone, totally vibing with the universe. As the dust settled, Zeke and Kaiser stood facing each other, a mutual respect passing between them. Slowly, smiles spread across their faces, a silent acknowledgement of the growth and power they had both achieved. With a swift motion, Kaiser blocked the incoming water attack, his focus unwavering. The main character, caught off guard by the sheer force, stumbled and fell to his knees. Kaiser couldn't help but smile, a mix of satisfaction and anticipation playing on his face. Both fighters readied themselves, the tension between them almost palpable as they prepared for their next move. In unison, they unleashed their signature water edge technique, the attack creating a spectacular display of power. As the water rained down, a light shone on the two combatants, highlighting the intensity of their battle. When the dust cleared, Kaiser stood tall and victorious, while the main character found himself on his butt, looking up in disbelief. Kaiser stood over the main character who was sprawled out, looking like he had just taken a quick nap on the battlefield. With a tone of approval, Kaiser declared the fight magnificent, praising Zeke Draker as the embodiment of his teachings. Zeke slowly came to, blinking away the stars as he wondered if he had just taken an unplanned nap. Realizing this was his second time losing consciousness, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. His mind flashed back to the first time this happened, during his intense duel with Duke. The memories were not exactly his favorite throwback. A mechanical voice echoed in his head, informing him that his excessive use of skills had led to fatigue beyond the allowed limit. His consciousness was about to be forcibly shut down, whether he liked it or not. The only difference this time was that he didn't have the system to blame for his blackout. It was all on him, and that realization stung a bit. As Zeke turned his head, he mused that this was the first time since his regression that he had passed out due to pushing his body's limits. His gaze landed on Kaiser, or rather, where Kaiser had been. A single stone lay on the ground, the only remnant of their intense battle. The room around him was in shambles, a testament to the power they had both unleashed. Zeke wondered if Kaiser had returned to the spirit realm, leaving him alone in the wreckage. But what about the quest? He had managed to use Waterfield decently that last time, so maybe it wasn't a total loss. As if in response to his thoughts, a notification appeared before him, marking the completion of his linked quest. Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment wash over him, despite the state he was in. The system confirmed that he had indeed completed the linked quest. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. And as if the universe wanted to give him a little extra pat on the back, his reward would be increased due to a time bonus. Maybe things weren't so bad after all. Of course, all that hard work was going to pay off. As a quest reward, he received Fairy Monarch's Tears, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. The rewards were impressive, but the real surprise was yet to come. Thanks to a time bonus, his reward would be increased. The universe really was looking out for him. But the bonuses didn't stop there. His elevation to Intermediate Administrator unlocked certain system functions. The elementary level questbook had turned into the intermediate level questbook. Things were definitely looking up. An item hotkey slot had been unlocked, and the Minimap's portal transportation function was now available. Convenient much? The administrator's soul had seen growth, and due to the soul's growth, the seal on Bahamut's heart had been partially unlocked. Current seal percentage 90%. Progress was progress, no matter how small. Looking at the intermediate rank administrator status window, it was clear that he had come a long way. Name Zeke Draker. Class Immortal. Unique indeed. The titles and authorities were impressive, but the list of system functions and skills was extensive. There sure were a lot of them. Reading through all of it was going to be a lot of work. But first, he needed to look at the seal percentage. Upon first absorbing Bahamut's heart, it was at 95%. Back then, he had tried to unlock the seal immediately, but the system blocked it. Of course, he was well aware of what it meant to face a power he couldn't handle. This must mean that, given his current abilities, he could only handle 10% of it. Whether it be incantation, which he couldn't unlock through points alone, or draconic control. It might be related to the seal percentage. He had a feeling that unlocking more of his potential would unlock more of Bahamut's power. Back then, he had tried to unlock the seal immediately, but the system blocked him. It was a harsh reminder of his limitations. But he had come a long way since then. He was well aware of what it meant to face a power he couldn't handle. This must mean that, given his current abilities, he could only handle 10% of it. It was a humbling thought. Whether it be incantation, which he couldn't unlock through points alone, or draconic control, it might be related to the seal percentage. He had a feeling that unlocking more of his potential would unlock more of Bahamut's power. It was a goal worth striving for. He knew he had to keep an eye on his progress. The next step was to check out those random boxes he had received. As a quest reward, he had scored an elevation in administrator rights, 500 karma points, and 3 random boxes. Not too shabby. He wondered what could be inside those boxes. Maybe something useful, maybe something not so much. But first, he had to check out the other loot he had managed to get his hands on. He was sure that he could sell the SIL 113S lulls to a mage for a good price. On top of that, he had managed to get boots and lower body armor to match with the gauntlets he already had. It wouldn't be long until he had a full set. He was getting closer to being fully geared up. And then, there were the random skill cards. He was curious to see what they held. He guessed, judging by the name, that they contained skills. It was time to find out. Opening the random skill cards, he found that he had received Static Discharge, a rank C skill that allowed him to generate electricity and give a target an electric shock through touch. Not bad. Next up was Flashbang, a rank C skill that shot condensed energy which then exploded, generating a bright light that disabled vision. Useful. Lastly, he had received Dissonance, another rank C skill. All the skills he received were rank C, but he wasn't really complaining. If he could get high-ranked skills for free, there would be no point to all the hard work he had put in so far. He activated Static Discharge, curious to see what a rank C skill could do. The air around him crackled with energy as electricity danced at his fingertips. He could feel the power surging through him, ready to be unleashed. This was rank C? The power was alright, considering its rank. He could see the potential, the different ways he could use this skill to his advantage. If he used Flashbang and Dissonance together, he was sure he could produce something that surpassed the effect of the artifact he used during the Great Advancement exam. He also thought he had unlocked more system functions by raising his administrator level. And there it was. Item Hotkey Slot. Use items in the slot just like a skill. That could come in handy in an emergency. But since he had Healing Factor and infinite stamina, he wouldn't need any healing potions. Wait, that wasn't entirely true. He hadn't been able to confirm the limits of his Healing Factor yet either. He paused, reconsidering his previous thought. It was always good to have a backup plan just in case. Although overwhelming, he hadn't been able to confirm the limits of his Healing Factor yet either. There was still so much to learn and explore. The anticipation of what was to come next hung in the air, the possibilities endless. A notification popped up, announcing the purchase of the top-grade healing potion, Salvation. The kind of purchase that makes your wallet cry, but hey, at least it wasn't an impulse buy on some questionable late-night infomercial. The karma points took a hit, dropping from 1,465 to 1,115. Ouch. But at least the potion was now registered in an item hotkey slot, ready for action. Salvation, the masterpiece of Javer Even Hassan, was no ordinary potion. It promised to instantly recover mortal wounds and stamina, a true lifesaver. But with great power came great caveats. It wouldn't work a second time on the same person, and it had some unknown effects. A bit of a gamble, but sometimes you've got to roll the dice. Besides, it had to be this good, or it wouldn't work as a replacement for infinite stamina or a healing factor. Finally, the moment of truth. The most important reward was about to be revealed. The Fairy Monarch's Tears, a legendary item said to be spilled after the fall of the hero King Kaiser to an evil mage's conspiracy. This was no ordinary trinket. It could be used exactly once as a medium to summon the Fairy Monarch from the spirit realm. The weight of the moment settled in. This was huge. The Fairy Monarch, a being from legends, known for granting wishes. If all the legends of Kaiser were true, then could it be that summoning the Fairy Monarch would lead to a wish being granted? The possibilities were endless, the potential incredible. But there was a catch: it could only be used once. No do-overs, no testing the waters. It was a one-shot deal. The stakes were high and the pressure was on. This was not the time for mistakes. With the stakes high and pressure on, a decision was made to hold off for now, knowing timing was everything. Confidence filled the air as the certainty of the right moment arriving as long as patience was maintained. A brief pause followed, the calm before the storm, as the weight of the decision settled in. Silence lingered, the kind that made one wonder what was coming next. The anticipation built, each second feeling like an eternity as the next move was contemplated. Then, a realization hit like a ton of bricks: something big was about to go down. The moment of truth arrived, and it was clear that whatever came next would change everything. Suddenly, a new reality unfolded, one that was both exciting and terrifying in equal measure. The surroundings shifted, and it became clear that this was no ordinary place. An adventurer's outpost materialized, confirming that transportation had indeed occurred. This was the real deal. The new system portal transportation function was something else, a game-changer that promised to make life a whole lot easier. The system prompted for a destination, offering a world of possibilities at the user's fingertips. The current location was the Argos Kingdom's 8th adventurer outpost, but the options were endless. With a simple selection from the minimap, instant transportation was possible. The home of Kaiser required 150 points, a small price for such convenience. The current outpost required 0 points, making it a breeze to move around. The only catch was that the required points increased with distance. But with enough points, the continent was theirs to explore freely. Not only did it make travel easy, but it also offered the perfect way to conceal one's whereabouts. Talk about a win-win situation. With the continent at their fingertips, the next phase of the plan could finally begin. This was going to be a game-changer, but something unexpected caught his eye, leaving him utterly confused. Flowers in winter? That was not something you saw every day. What was going on here? He couldn't believe his eyes. This had to be some kind of joke, right? Meanwhile, at the central continent's top night nurturing facility, Valhalla, a dean was reflecting on his tenure. For 10 whole years, he had been a dean, but he had never seen anything like this before. A freshman arriving a whole month after the entrance ceremony? That was a first. The student explained that he didn't think he would be locked in there for a whole month. Talk about a rough start. According to the entrance guide he was given alongside a letter of recommendation, there was a clause stating that upon failure to participate in the entrance ceremony, the dean had authority regarding entrance. Entering next year would be too late. He needed to get into Tarakan's secret library and fast. Zeke knew he had to use every connection he had to reach the dean. The truth was, he had pushed himself into a state of unity during training to compensate for his shortcomings and ended up losing consciousness for a significant amount of time. The dean listened intently, his expression unreadable. Unity? The dean's eyebrow twitched slightly. Was that really the best excuse Zeke could come up with for missing the entrance ceremony? Valhalla Dean Flaubert Borges was not easily impressed. Zeke knew he had to tread carefully. The dean was someone who highly valued honor and order. Making an emotional argument would only have the opposite effect. Zeke had to stay calm and collected. Zeke took a deep breath. He had no excuses for his absence. That was the truth, and the dean deserved to hear it. The dean stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unity was not easily achieved, and he had to admit, Zeke's explanation was intriguing. If Zeke were any other cadet, the dean would have dismissed his story as absurd. But Zeke had a letter of recommendation from the academy's dean. The dean let out a sigh. He would arrange a place for Zeke. After all, he couldn't ignore the potential he saw in him. Flaubert laid down the conditions for Zeke's enrollment, stating that his month-long training would be evaluated against a month at Valhalla. Kay, though her words were a bit scrambled, agreed to permit his entrance exam. Zeke couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and annoyance. He thanked the dean but internally grumbled about Howard's involvement. Still, he knew beggars couldn't be choosers. The scene shifted as preparations began. Flaubert sprang into action, ordering an empty training room to be reserved immediately. He also instructed for all full professors from each department to gather for an extra entrance exam. The dean complied without hesitation. The training room stood ready, labeled specifically for Valhalla cadet individual training. Zeke pondered the prestige of Valhalla, feeling the weight of the moment. As he looked around, he realized that all the professors were renowned knights, faces he recognized from the continent's news. Flaubert, noticing everyone had arrived, prepared to begin the proceedings. Flaubert, with a serious expression, wasted no time and got straight to the point. He demanded to see the results of the training they all had supposedly been grinding through. The professors locked their gaze on him, their expressions unreadable, as if trying to peer into his very soul. The weight of their expectations hung heavy in the air. Zeke scratched his head, sweating bullets. What could he possibly show them? It wasn't like he could just whip out the elemental sword. That would be too easy, right? The pressure was unreal. These weren't just any professors, they were the ones training the greatest knights on the continent. They had seen it all, and any old technique wouldn't even make them blink. Zeke took a deep breath, and suddenly, he lit up, his body radiating a powerful aura. The room seemed to brighten as his power intensified. His sword began to glow, pulsing with an intense aura that left everyone in awe. One professor muttered under his breath, while another voice trailed off, lost for words. The glowing blade left everyone stunned as someone shouted, recognizing it as the legendary Aura Blade. The professors began murmuring in disbelief. He had reached the level of a Blue Knight at just 15, shattering the previous record held by Sir Abel at 19. The room was buzzing with shock and excitement. Someone even speculated that he could be a Golden Awakener, a rare and powerful being. The tension in the room was palpable as another voice cursed in frustration. After facing only Kaiser for so many months, Zeke realized he had forgotten how to hold back his aura. The power within him was overwhelming, and he struggled to contain it. Despite the commotion, Zeke felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the professors only thought of him as being at the level of a Blue Knight, unaware of his true potential. Zeke stood there, his aura blade still glowing, as the professors continued to murmur amongst themselves. The atmosphere was charged with a mix of awe and uncertainty. The moment hung in the air, everyone in the room processing what they had just witnessed. Unbeknownst to the professors, Zeke's power had already surged past the Blue Knight level. He was now at the Red Knight level, a fact that would surely leave everyone even more stunned if they knew. Zeke explained that the aura blade was a technique that wrapped a sword in a thin, sharp layer of aura, optimizing its deadliness. It could even change form freely while maintaining its lethal edge. He felt a wave of relief, thinking how things could have gotten way more annoying if he had gone all out with his power. A voice echoed in the room, exclaiming in awe at Zeke's incredible display of power. Flaubert praised Zeke's progress, stating that his results were incomparable to spending just a month at Valhalla. He even joked that it would have been fine if Zeke was late by several more years for such a precious awakening. Zeke couldn't help but think that Flaubert was acting like a completely different person. Zeke bowed respectfully, apologizing once again for missing the entrance ceremony due to his own incompetence. Flaubert turned to the other professors and asked if anyone opposed Zeke's entrance. One of the professors muttered under his breath, noting how unbelievably indulgent Flaubert was towards talented students. The professors agreed that they did not oppose Zeke's entrance, acknowledging that such a clear manifestation of Aura Blade was rare even among active knights. They concluded that they didn't need to see anything else to be convinced. The professors nodded in agreement, confirming that Zeke's skills were indeed as impressive as they seemed. With a warm smile, they extended their congratulations to Zeke Draker on his enrollment. Zeke stood there, taking it all in, his mind already racing with thoughts of the adventures ahead. Cut to a sprawling cityscape, the Midland Atlas, a massive city the size of a kingdom, right in the heart of Midland. The view was breathtaking, a true marvel of architecture and grandeur. Zeke couldn't help but mutter to himself about how imposing it all was. And then there it was, Atlas, Zeke's new personal mansion, looking like something straight out of a dream. But even with his new black card status, Zeke couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by it all, wondering if this was all too much. Zeke took a deep breath, trying to shake off the overwhelming feeling that had settled in. The black card in his hand felt heavier than it should have, a symbol of a world he was still trying to understand. As he stepped forward, the weight of his new status pressed down on him. He wondered if he was ready for what was to come, if he could truly handle the expectations and responsibilities that came with it. Suddenly, a voice echoed around him, congratulating him on his entrance. Zeke looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, feeling a mix of confusion and anticipation. The voice continued, addressing him as master, then correcting itself to instructor. Zeke's confusion deepened. Who was this mysterious voice and why were they addressing him like that? The voice praised him, calling him incredible and mentioning that it was their first time seeing someone miss the Valhalla entrance ceremony. Zeke couldn't help but feel a little proud, even though he was still confused about the situation. The voice then suggested that since the star of the show had arrived, they should get started. Zeke was taken aback, wondering what they meant by that and what he was supposed to do now. As Zeke tried to process everything, he found out that after arriving at the mansion in Atlas, Duke and Andre had prepared a surprise enrollment celebration party for him. He felt touched by their gesture, even though he was still trying to understand everything that was happening. Zeke wondered why people who should have been at the academy were at Atlas. It turned out that Duke had been called back to the Four Seasons Fortress by the Patriarch and had decided on his own to be a housekeeper at his mansion. Zeke was surprised by Duke's decision but felt grateful for his support. As for Andre, he had entered Valhalla as an assistant professor. He apologized to Zeke, saying that he would be imposing on him. Zeke realized that Andre had followed him there and felt a sense of camaraderie, knowing that he had allies in this new world. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, chaos was unfolding. The owner of the mansion was fuming, feeling utterly left out and abandoned by his so-called friends who had made decisions without him. The mansion owner's frustration was palpable. His friends had really messed up this time. He paced around, trying to figure out his next move. He needed a plan and fast. But first, he needed to calm down. He decided to grab a beer, hoping it would help him relax and think clearly. As he sipped his drink, he realized he needed to meet up with someone named Kay, who might have some answers. With a newfound determination, he set off to find Kay, ready to get some much-needed answers. With a newfound determination, he set off to find Kay, ready to get some much-needed answers. His journey led him through familiar yet eerily quiet halls, the silence almost deafening. Suddenly, a voice echoed, questioning his intent to leave, as if trying to shake his resolve. He turned to see a figure, barely recognizable, uttering his name with a mix of surprise and hesitation. The figure seemed to struggle with something unseen, a weight pressing down on their conscience. With a heavy heart, the figure apologized, admitting they should have stopped something, but left the thought hanging, unfinished. A moment of silence passed between them, the air thick with unspoken words and regret. Breaking the silence, the figure offered to guide him to the branch manager, a glimmer of redemption in their eyes. They moved forward, the path ahead unclear but their steps steady with purpose. As they approached, he noticed a secret door, layers of security magic wrapping around it like a puzzle. Classic K, always with the dramatic flair. The door stood before him, its magic layers humming with complexity, a puzzle only K would design. He could almost hear her smirking through the enchantments, daring him to figure it out. Taking a deep breath, he reached out, fingers tracing the edges of the magical barriers. This wasn't just a door, it was a statement, a challenge, and he was ready to meet it. What started as a ragtag group of smugglers became something far greater once Kay stepped in. She saw potential where others saw chaos, weaving their shady operations into a web of intelligence that could rival even the most established networks. Back in his previous life, this was the point where everything went sideways. Kicked out of the academy, left with nothing but the cold streets and the even colder welcome of McCain's crew. Survival became his only goal, clawing his way up from nothing to becoming one of their most feared hitmen. Then came Kay, the branch manager, with a mission. She had a job for him, something about cleaning up a critical transportation route. Little did he know that job would change everything. Kay wasn't just expanding routes, she was building an empire. Syndicate wasn't going to be just another smuggling ring. She wanted it to stand toe-to-toe with the Black Order, the Information Bureau, anyone who thought they could outplay her. And with sheer tenacity, she made it happen. But then the Empire took it all away. Everything he had built, everything he had fought for, gone in an instant. Now, here he was, staring at intel on an artifact the Emperor himself was after. The stakes couldn't be higher. Kay's voice echoed in his mind, a warning wrapped in her usual confidence. This wasn't going to be easy, but for once, he wasn't alone. Kay was all in on his revenge, and together, they were going to make the Empire regret ever crossing them. Zeke knew information was power, and he had just the right kind. The kind that could shift futures and rewrite destinies. Kay's warning still echoed in his mind, but so did the thrill of what was to come. Information was a weapon, and Zeke was armed to the teeth. Just like what Abel had witnessed during the Blessing Rite, the future was a fickle thing, always changing, always shifting. And Zeke was ready to make some serious changes. Zeke's abilities were top-notch, and if he played his cards right, this deal could be a major win for him. Maintaining a good relationship was key, and he was determined to make it happen. As he pondered his next move, Zeke couldn't help but think about Kay. Her tastes were as bold and unapologetic as ever, and he found a strange comfort in that familiarity. The weight of his thoughts was heavy, but Zeke carried it with ease. He was in his element and the game was just getting started. Kay's tastes hadn't changed a bit. She still went for the bold, the daring, and the unexpected. And Zeke wouldn't have it any other way. With a flick of his lighter, Zeke took a drag from his cigarette, the hood of his jacket casting a shadow over his eyes. He was the picture of cool, calm, and collected. Kay's voice cut through the silence like a knife. She was curious, and Zeke knew that curiosity was never a good sign. The rising star of the Draker family wanted to meet with her. Kay's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. This was going to be interesting. Kay wasn't here for small talk. She wanted the key points, and she wanted them now. Zeke could feel the intensity in her gaze. Zeke dropped the bomb. He wanted to open up trade with the syndicate. Kay's eyebrows shot up, clearly not expecting that. Kay's mind was racing. This was a curveball she didn't see coming. Kay couldn't help but wonder why someone like Zeke, a prodigy who reached the top at just 15, would need to make a deal with a criminal organization. She must already know about what happened in Valhalla. Zeke could see the gears turning in her head. Zeke pulled out something, and Kay's eyes widened in surprise. He could tell she was playing games, not quite ready to take him seriously. Time to change that. With a smooth move, Zeke placed a pair of earrings on the table. He suggested she take a look before making any decisions. Kay was intrigued but confused. Earrings? Zeke clarified they weren't just any earrings. They were an artifact. He urged her to try them on, hinting that she might be surprised. Kay's curiosity was piqued. Kay put the earrings on, wondering if they enhanced mana recovery or something. She was about to find out. Kay was surprised as she felt her mana recovery rate skyrocket. Those earrings were way more than she bargained for, boosting her recovery by a whopping 15%. Artifacts usually gave a measly 1% boost, with the impressive ones barely hitting 3. But this was next level. There was no way something this powerful was just lying around on the market. Kay pondered how he got his hands on such powerful artifacts. Either he had a secret route she didn't know about, or he somehow managed to snag these himself. This guy was full of surprises, and Kay couldn't help but be intrigued. Zeke popped up, asking if she was down to talk business, catching Kay off guard. Kay explained that he could open a new account using the sealed personal statement he got. She had already requested a representative, so all he needed to do was go to the Atlas Northern Bank and take care of the items. She had expected the earrings, but he wanted to work with her to sell unknown artifacts on his behalf. Kay held up the documents outlining the deal. 10% for each item sold, plus an additional bonus for every 10,000 they sold. This was the upper limit of the type of deal she had in mind. Kay stood up, her gaze sharp as she pointed out that Zeke already knew about her being a magician, suggesting he had some serious intel. She agreed to the terms laid out, wishing him luck with a smirk, because let's be real, they were both gonna need it. Zeke wasn't about to back down. Firing back that luck was definitely on the menu for both of them. But then, with a casual tone that didn't quite match the tension, he dropped a question about her ghost ship. Kay's expression turned icy. The ghost ship? That was not up for discussion. Suddenly, the room felt a lot smaller as men with murderous intent appeared out of nowhere. Kay's voice was dangerously calm as she asked where Head heard about that. Zeke stood up, unfazed, and threw his hands up in mock surrender. He was just asking, but why was she so on edge? He locked eyes with her, his stare just as intense. Threats were fine, he said, but was she really ready for what came next? Kay could feel it shift in the air, the unspoken challenge hanging between them. This wasn't just business anymore. The tension was getting to Kay, her fear palpable as the weight of the moment settled in. And she wasn't the only one feeling the pressure. The whole room was on edge, hearts racing. Sweat trickled down Kay's forehead as her mind raced. This wasn't good. She didn't have enough intel, and the pieces weren't adding up. Zeke Draker, the youngest Blue Knight? That couldn't be right. Zeke, ever the strategist, suggested a change of scenery, but Kay wasn't having it. Staying put meant certain defeat, and she knew it. They found themselves in the Syndicate Atlas branch office, the air thick with tension and unspoken strategies. Zeke broke the silence, mentioning a contract of oath. A pretty standard move for a magician, but in this high-stakes game, every detail mattered. A contract of oath, sealed with one's own blood as ink. Simple, yet undeniably effective. A magician's way of ensuring a deal was as solid as it could be. Once the deal was signed, a seal would appear on both of their arms. Harming the other party would cost the aggressor their life, a pretty solid deterrent if you ask anyone. Even if the seal disappeared due to something shady like an assassination or betrayal, the consequences would still be a major buzzkill, leading to an unending restriction. Kay wasn't playing around. She wanted that contract signed ASAP. No cap. She needed insurance, just in case things went south. Trust was a luxury she couldn't afford, not when her life was on the line. Zeke, the protagonist, wasn't about to argue. If signing a contract was what it took to earn her trust, he was down. He signed it without hesitation, ready to sign as many as needed. And just like that, the contract was bound. The deal was sealed, and there was no turning back. With the formalities out of the way, Zeke walked away, ready to get down to business. They were officially partners now, and it was time to continue their conversation. Sitting down, Zeke cut to the chase. He wanted to know if the person using her ghost ship was also the one distributing Soma from Markin. Kay slapped her forehead, realizing she had let something slip. She knew Zeke was aware of her ghost ship, but how did he know about its use for distributing Soma from Markin? She admitted it, confirming that she was indeed using her ghost ship to distribute the banned substance, Soma, from Markin. Soma, a banned drug within the kingdom, had found a breeding ground in the southern continent after the fall of the kingdom due to the civil war. Zeke figured that the message from the Transcendent must have tipped him off about the Soma distribution. Kay agreed, adding that even if the Soma was from Markin, they would want to avoid any conflict with the Transcendent. The only land route connecting the central and southern regions of the continent was through the desert, controlled by the Transcendent household, Ishtar. But Ishtar had denied entry to all outsiders a few years back, cutting off trade with the south. With land routes closed and sea routes under Pabella's control, Kay had taken advantage of the syndicate sea routes. She lit a match, grateful that there were clients willing to pay the price for Soma. Markin and Pabella, two criminal organizations controlling the lawless southern region, used the central forest as a boundary. Markin controlled the north, and Pabella controlled the south. Markin had the upper hand with their land routes for distributing Soma, leaving Pabella to get creative with sea routes since they were landlocked. Classic case of making lemons out of lemonade, or in this case, waves out of water. The plot twist. Ishtar shut their doors, forcing Markin to suddenly care about the ocean. Guess they finally realized they needed a plan B, or in this case, a plan C. Too bad Pabella was already out there ruling the waves like they were born with sea legs. Markin was late to the beach party, and Pabella had already claimed the best spot. Kay wasn't having it though. She brushed off the history lesson and got straight to the point, asking how he even knew about her ghost ship. Turns out, the syndicate had a ghost ship, and they weren't just hiding from pirates and the navy. They went full stealth mode, casting an invisibility spell on the entire boat like it was some kind of magical heist movie. This ghost ship wasn't just a cool party trick, it was a major moneymaker for the syndicate. And they were keeping it under wraps like it was the world's best-kept secret. Zeke, not one to spill the beans on his intel sources, played it cool. He wasn't about to admit he knew about the ghost ship from some past life deets. Instead, he flipped the script, asking if an information broker like Kay should really be asking him for info. Zeke wasn't here to chat about ghost ships, though. He steered the conversation back to business, reminding Kay that Pabella's offer was the real topic on the table. Kay stumbled a bit but got back on track. Pabella was offering double what Markin had on the table, but there was a catch: they wanted the syndicate to cut ties with Markin completely. Kay was feeling it, but Zeke, not so much. Zeke walked over to Kay, laying down the facts. The syndicate had the power to take down both Pabella and Markin if they wanted. He was sure they'd think long and hard about Pabella's offer, because cutting ties with Markin meant losing a major client for Soma. And nobody wanted that kind of drama. Kay stood up, ready to hear more. Zeke dropped a bombshell, revealing that the Pabella were actually pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver. Kay was shook. There was no way the Pabella were pirates. They were known for their principles and were nothing like those stupid pirates. Zeke calmly explained that it was all just for show. Zeke continued, explaining that the true purpose of the Pabella was to find the syndicate's hidden treasure, the hidden sea route. Unlike the Markin, who wanted to keep the goose that lays golden eggs alive, Zeke was sure that if the Pabella were to learn about the ghost ship, they would bombard it with attacks. Zeke slammed his hand down, emphasizing that the southern pirates and the Pabella were supposed to be two separate entities. He then turned to Kay, asking if she shouldn't be paying for this information first. Zeke made it clear that all he wanted was one simple thing: to get to Don Juan, the boss of the Markin. Zeke offered Kay a deal, saying that if she helped him, he could make her the boss of the syndicate. As night fell, the weight of Zeke's words hung in the air. Zeke, now hooded, walked away, leaving Kay to ponder his offer and the revelations he had shared. Zeke, deep in thought, considered Kay's network of information impressive but ultimately insufficient. He reminisced about the past, recalling the fastest way to access the syndicate's intel. Flashback time. Back in the day, the quickest route to getting the syndicate's secrets was way different. Snapping back to the present, Zeke thought about the small flame he had started that day, hinting at a larger plan beginning to unfold. Zeke found himself at the night nurturing facility Valhalla, a place that felt completely different from the cradle and the academy. The atmosphere here was surprisingly free and unburdened. According to the dean, a guide would come to get him if he waited there. But as time ticked by, Zeke began to wonder if anyone would show up at all. Just as doubt started creeping in, a voice suddenly broke the silence, catching Zeke off guard. A man appeared, asking if he was Zeke, the guy the dean had mentioned. Zeke barely had time to process before the man extended his hand in greeting. The man's hand hung in the air for a moment, but Zeke didn't make a move to take it, leaving him hanging literally. The awkward moment stretched on, the man's hand still outstretched, unclaimed. The man, undeterred, reached out and tapped Zeke's shoulder, commenting that he had a long way to go to shed that academy stiffness. Zeke, clearly not in the mood, slapped his hand away. With a sharp tone, Zeke asked if he was the guide the dean had sent, making it clear he wasn't interested in casual chit-chat. The man, taken aback by Zeke's cold demeanor, repeated the question before exclaiming about his tone, clearly not expecting such a frosty reception. The man, not letting Zeke's cold vibes kill his own, tried to lighten the mood, telling him to chill out and not be so prickly. He reminded Zeke that he was personally assigned by the dean to show him around Valhalla, every nook and cranny. Zeke, internally rolling his eyes, thought this guy just wouldn't stop yapping. Then, as if realizing he forgot something major, the man suddenly introduced himself as Diego. Diego went on to proudly declare himself as an evangelist of New Age fusion music, blending Southern traditional percussion with central melodies. He repeated his name, Diego Vaya, with a flourish, and extended a friendly hand, telling Zeke they should get along. Zeke, starting to walk, simply agreed, saying they should get along. As they walked, Diego, noticing a slight thaw in Zeke's frosty demeanor, commented that Zeke seemed to be warming up to him. Zeke, however, replied that it depended on something. Zeke then dropped a bombshell, addressing Diego as Diego Vaya, the metered knight. He admitted he never thought he would meet a man destined to be known as one of the 5 divine knights. The scene shifted to a list of knights: Bishop Kastek, the Silent Knight Jeffrick Salma, the Haze Knight, and Estelladopel, the Illusory Knight. The knights were displayed, their titles hanging in the air like legends. Zeke, putting 2 and 2 together, wondered out loud if all 5 divine knights were Valhalla alumni. He made a mental note to confirm whether this was true. As they strolled along, Zeke was already plotting how to beef up his influence. Meanwhile, Diego's stomach had other plans, and he started craving some good old Southern grub. Zeke wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea, given his less-than-stellar memories of Southern cuisine. But Diego, ever the foodie, insisted that Zeke just hadn't had the real deal yet. Soon enough, they found themselves digging into a plate of food that had Zeke doing a 180 on his Southern food stance. He had to admit it was pretty darn good. Diego, with a mouth full of victory, grinned and said he knew it all along. Diego couldn't help but sing praises for the Valhalla-only shark dragon dish, something even he, a Southern boy at heart, could get behind. Zeke nodded in agreement, admitting it was way better than anything he'd had down south. Diego shot Zeke a look, surprised he'd never been to the south. Zeke just shrugged it off, saying he'd only heard bits and pieces about the place. Curiosity got the better of Zeke, and he asked Diego how a Southern native like himself ended up in Valhalla. Diego launched into his backstory, revealing that his parents were the big shots ruling a small kingdom in the south. Zeke's eyes widened as he put 2 and 2 together, realizing that Diego, the metered knight, was actually Southern royalty. Zeke's mind wandered to the Southern continent, a patchwork of smaller kingdoms with the Cusco kingdom at its heart. He recalled how most folks had packed up and moved to the central continent after the Cusco kingdom went belly up following a nasty civil war. Diego, with a grin, summed it up nicely. He was a prince, a real somebody. Zeke, though, wasn't exactly impressed, muttering about how royalty could be so undignified. Diego went on, explaining that some old-school traditionalists were all about keeping the royal family's twin swordsmanship alive. And guess who got sent to Valhalla because he was a total prodigy with those swords? Yep, Diego himself. But did he care about living up to those expectations? Not really. He was more into chasing his music dreams. Zeke couldn't help but wonder about all the people expecting great things from him. Then Diego dropped another bombshell. He was into Southern fusion New Age music research. Zeke was just done with his antics at this point. Diego was all about breaking the rules, crashing upperclassmen lectures like it was no big deal. He was loving the freedom Valhalla offered. Anything goes for the sake of learning. If there was a lecture he wanted to check out, he was there, no questions asked. He hinted at something huge prepared for the day's special lecture. Zeke, though, was just tired of Diego's endless chatter. As Zeke glanced around, whispers filled the air. People were pointing at him, recognizing him as Zeke Draker, the youngest to ever enroll in Valhalla and a direct descendant with a prodigy reputation. Diego was caught off guard, asking if Zeke was really a Draker. Zeke, confused, asked what Diego thought he was then. Zeke showed Diego his emblem, leaving Diego even more puzzled. Zeke couldn't believe Diego's cluelessness and dropped a truth bomb. Those gloves were the mark of a pure-blood Draker awakener. Diego's mind was officially blown. Diego was still reeling, yelling about how he thought Zeke was just really committed to his fashion choices. Like, who wears gloves while eating? Apparently a badass Draker does. Zeke was low-key shocked. Diego had made it all the way to Valhalla without even knowing about the pure-blood gloves. What kind of journey was that? But then again, Zeke figured, freaking out over a pure-blood awakener was pretty much a standard reaction. Diego was just being normal in his own extra way. Diego finally had his lightbulb moment. Everything clicked. Zeke's mysterious vibe, the whole hard-ass persona. It all made sense now. Zeke, though, just facepalming at Diego's endless energy. Diego, being Diego, cracked a joke about Zeke owing him a meal now that he knew he was a Draker. Classic Diego. Zeke just sighed. This guy was never quiet, and now he was even louder. Just then, the instructor clapped, and the room went silent. Finally, some peace. The instructor called for everyone's attention, and suddenly, the chatter died down. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the front. Zeke glanced around, finally understanding why the place was packed. Turns out, this special lecture was being led by the dean himself. The dean, Flaubert, kicked things off, totally hyped to see the lecture hall packed. Meanwhile, Diego was over there whispering about some lyrics like it was the most important thing ever. Zeke wasn't having it. Thuff nudged Diego to at least pretend to pay attention. Flaubert, feeling the energy, decided to skip the boring formalities and jump straight into the main event. Flaubert teased that he had a hard time convincing this special guest to show up. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as he introduced a mysterious figuria Black Knight of Drakkar, fresh from the battlefield. Zeke smirked, thinking this knight's return to the Four Seasons Fortress might mean some big international moves were about to go down. Then, the big reveal Flaubert dropped the name everyone was waiting for, Sir Duke Drakkar. The room exploded with murmurs. Duke Drakkar? The Glay Knight? The one who vanished without a trace? Rumors had been swirling about him being spotted near the Four Seasons Fortress, and now here he was, in the flesh. Duke stepped up to the podium, looking every bit the legend he was. Flaubert grinned, saying it was an honor that everyone still remembered him after Head stepped back from the front lines. Duke took over, his voice steady and commanding. Duke started dropping some serious wisdom, telling everyone to engrave this lecture into their hearts and souls. He revealed that he, Duke Drakkar, became a Black Knight after being in the normal class of the academy. Zeke was low-key impressed. This was way better than he expected. But as Duke kept talking, the room slowly turned into a snooze fest. One by one, students started nodding off, their excitement fading into a sea of yawns. Duke was still going on, smiling like he had just won the lottery. Zeke couldn't believe it. 2 hours of non-stop bragging, and there was no end in sight. He wondered if Duke was even human or some kind of talking statue. Just as Zeke was about to doze off, Flaubert stepped in like a superhero saving the day. He cut Duke off mid-sentence, declaring that time was up. Zeke couldn't help but think, "Nice job, Dean." Finally, someone put an end to the endless monologue. Flaubert then introduced the next speaker, someone everyone in the room knew well. "No introductions needed," he said, building up the suspense like a pro. He went on about how this person, despite being incredibly busy as a Guardian Knight, had taken time out of their schedule to be there. Zeke's mind wandered to the knight rankings: Guardian Knights, Advanced Knights, Intermediate Knights, and Normal Knights. He thought about how there weren't even 10 Guardian Knights, making them super rare and elite. Zeke was sure the second speaker would be a prominent figure, someone important and probably very impressive. He couldn't wait to see who it was. A figure with long hair appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The room was silent, all eyes on this mysterious person. The long-haired person took a step forward, the anticipation in the room growing with each passing second. Zeke couldn't help but notice the striking platinum blonde hair and full white plate armor of the mysterious figure. She definitely stood out, but despite her distinctive appearance, he had no clue who she was. Around him, excited chatter filled the air as students expressed their enthusiasm for being in Valhalla. The energy was palpable, and Zeke couldn't help but feel a little caught up in the moment. As Zeke turned, he heard a voice gushing about seeing the White Silver Knight in person. Wait, what? That meant the mysterious figure could only be one person. And there she was, Carly Drakkar, the legendary Silver Knight, standing right in front of him. No wonder she looked so familiar. The port town of Isen was the ultimate hotspot for sea travel in the central continent. Strategically located, it secured trade routes not just for the Dolta Republic and the southern continent, but also for the eastern continent. Basically, it was the ancient world's version of a super important shipping hub. But plot twist, a few decades ago it was a total mess. Back in the day, southern pirates had taken over Isen, turning it into a lawless land where all sorts of shady business went down. Think of it like the Wild West, but with more pirates and less cowboys. Enter Carly, our knight in shining armor. After becoming a proper knight of the Drakkar family, she took on the mission to clean up the pirate infestation in Isen. Carly wasn't just any knight, she was on a mission to turn Isen around. Fast forward 5 years, and Carly had done the impossible. The pirates were gone, and Isen was finally safe. The town was so clean of pirates it was like they had never even been there. Carly had truly outdone herself. Under the Drakkar's protection, Isen transformed into the greatest port city. The surviving pirates? They hightailed it to the deathly water south of the Dolta Republic, probably to lick their wounds and plot their next move. Carly's incredible achievement didn't go unnoticed. She was acknowledged for securing the trade routes in Isen and became the youngest Guardian Knight. This was a big deal, a feat that even someone as accomplished as Abel, before his regression, couldn't pull off. Cut to the present, and Carly is standing in front of a group of students on a podium. She's come a long way from her pirate fighting days and is now sharing her wisdom with the next generation. Zeke Drakkar never expected that the important figure standing before him would be his eldest sister. Not only that, but she was also in the middle of a battle of succession against Abel Drakkar. It made sense that he couldn't recognize her face. Before his regression, Carly Drakkar had already changed a lot. Carly cleared her throat, ready to address the assembly. Her voice boomed through the hall, commanding silence with a single word. The students were instantly terrified. Zeke thought to himself, what else were they supposed to do when a Guardian Knight yelled at them like that? Carly began her speech, pointing out that their attitude and behavior were far from the disciplined Valhalla they were supposed to represent. She reminded them that the peace they enjoyed was not granted without cost, but brought about through the blood, sweat, and tears of those who came before them. Carly wasn't done yet. Knowing the cost of peace wasn't enough, she declared. It had to be shown in their actions, their training, their every move. Zeke could only stare in bewilderment, wondering if this was really the same Carly he knew. With a dramatic slam of her hand, Carly drove her point home. Strict rules and rigorous training were the only way to forge a true knight. Zeke couldn't help but think she was channeling some serious young boomer energy. As the assembly wrapped up, Murmurs filled the air. Some cadets found Carly's speech brutal. Others missed the meaningful advice from Sir Duke. Zeke sighed, wondering if any of it had even made an impact. But his thoughts quickly shifted to Diego, that eccentric guy who always marched to the beat of his own drum. Speak of the devil. Diego came bouncing over, full of energy after his 5-hour composition session. He was off to finish his Valhalla tour, leaving Zeke shaking his head as he watched him go. But maybe this was for the best. With Diego off doing his own thing, Zeke could focus on hunting for talents and living his life at Valhalla. And who knows, maybe he'd even find Tarakan's secret library in his downtime. Zeke took a step, ready to start his search. But before he could even get started, a voice called out his name, stopping him in his tracks. Turning around, he found Carly, looking a bit desperate as she called out to him, asking if he could spare her some time. They found themselves in the Valhalla public training room, a place where warriors could test their mettle. Without a word, Carly drew her sword, the gleam of the blade catching his eye. His eyes widened as he recognized the mithril sword, a rare and precious metal, said to be a gift from the Holy Kingdom. He recalled that the Holy Kingdom had gifted Carly with 100% purity mithril sword and armor as a token of gratitude for clearing out the pirates that plagued their borders. The gear had earned her the alias White Silver Knight, due to her striking appearance when clad in it. Carly wished for him to show his abilities without holding back. He stretched, realizing that this was an invitation to a duel. It seemed like she had heard the rumors of him reaching the level of a Blue Knight due to his usage of Aura Blade. Well, it looked like it was time to show her what he could do. Zeke slammed his sword down, ready to show his abilities without holding back. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, determined to give it his all. He pondered, knowing he wasn't the only one curious about his abilities. Why put himself at a disadvantage? The Drakers followed the law of the jungle. Reaching Blue Knight level was already a big deal, but if word got out about his Red Knight potential, the Zimmons family would stop at nothing to take him down. And the Patriarch? He'd try to control him. No thanks. What did being from a transcendent family even mean? He bolted, having no intention of following the family's orders. Their blades clashed, the sound echoing as the duel began. Carly swiftly deflected his sword downward, her movements precise and calculated. A sharp pain shot through his nose as her blade grazed it. He quickly paused his healing factor, knowing that Carly, being a guardian knight, might notice his rapid recovery. No need to spill all his secrets just yet. Their blades clashed again and again, the sound of metal ringing through the air as Carly pushed him back with relentless force. He was on the defensive and she was not letting up. He jumped back, creating some much-needed space between them. A quick breather wouldn't hurt, but Carly wasn't having it. With a powerful strike, she sent him flying back. She was really putting her all into this fight. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if he really had to go all out with the red level. Limiting himself to blue 131 wasn't exactly making this fight a walk in the park. Carly, however, was not about to let up. She bolted toward him with the speed of a lightning strike. Before Zeke could even process, Carly was already flying from the ceiling straight towards him. Talk about a fast girl. Zeke barely managed to block her attack. The clash sent a shockwave through the air, making it clear this was no ordinary fight. The impact was so intense that it caused a huge explosion, lighting up the entire scene. This was getting serious. Carly's momentum carried her forward, overtaking Zeke. She mused that anyone else would have been split in two by now, acknowledging the excellence of his sword. Despite the intensity of the battle, Zeke couldn't help but smile. There was something thrilling about this fight, something that made his heart race with excitement. Zeke leaped back, his mind racing. A full-on battle against a red while limiting his aura to blue levels? This was going to be interesting. Carly wasn't having it, though. She questioned if he was letting his guard down just because he created some distance between them. Zeke smiled, a memory sparking in his mind. He had forgotten something crucial. Carly swung her giant aura blade, the sheer force of it resembling a giant's sword. She lived up to her reputation, and Zeke was about to feel it. The area was left in ruins, with a gaping hole marking the aftermath of their intense clash. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the already battered landscape. Carly looked at the devastation, realizing she had gone all out, perhaps a bit too much. The dust began to settle, revealing the extent of the damage caused by their fierce battle. Through the haze, Zeke emerged, walking through the hole left by the explosion. Zeke stepped forward, wiping his face and thinking he had managed to pull off a convincing act. The training ground was a mess, looking like a tornado had gone through it. Zeke's little act had really done a number on the place. Carly sheathed her sword, looking at Zeke with a mix of awe and respect. She couldn't help but admit, he was pretty amazing. Zeke was barely standing, struggling to keep his balance. Carly was shocked. She couldn't believe he had blocked her strike. He was way better than she had thought. Carly let out a sigh, realizing that Zeke was really something else. But she had other things on her mind. There was something she needed to take care of. Suddenly, Zeke collapsed, falling to the ground. Carly rushed to his side, panicking. She couldn't help but worry about him. Zeke was in rough shape, his internal wounds were pretty serious. He was really feeling the pain. Carly quickly dug through her bag, looking for something to help him. She found what she was looking for and popped it open, ready to tend to Zeke's injuries. Carly handed over the family's high-tier recovery potion, reminding him to drink it slowly. He took a sip, the liquid shimmering as it went down. As the potion worked its magic, his wounds began to close, his strength returning bit by bit. Suddenly, his class skill healing factor kicked in, speeding up his recovery. He wondered if anyone would notice just how powerful this potion really was. But this was all part of the plan. He had intentionally reactivated his healing factor, keeping up the act. He wanted to hide his true strength, making everyone believe he was barely at the level of a blue knight. When the giant's blade came at him, he barely defended himself, letting it hit him on purpose. Somehow, a tiny opening appeared right before impact, and everything went smoothly from there. He took Carly's aura into his body, but since his body didn't allow the use of aura, he naturally resisted it. Carly would just think he pushed himself too hard, believing his internal wounds were from overdoing it. With a soft groan, he sat up, feeling much better. Carly asked if he was feeling okay, her voice filled with concern. Feeling much better, he expressed his gratitude to Carly, thanking her sincerely for her help. A moment of silence passed as he gathered his thoughts. He then turned to his sister and Zeke, telling them to feel free and be at ease. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Atlas, where an empty alleyway set a quiet stage. In the quiet alley, a figure mentioned that tea had been prepared, specially shipped by air from the east, just as he liked it. He thanked them warmly, though he wondered how far the tale of his tea preference had spread. Even the patriarch had mentioned it, making him curious about the reach of this seemingly trivial detail. A brief pause followed as the scene prepared to transition. Inside a surprisingly luxurious carriage, he marveled at the interior, never expecting such elegance from its plain exterior. The magic of camouflage was at play, hiding the true nature of a guardian knight's carriage. He pondered the day's events, from training rooms to secretive carriage rides, wondering if the subject at hand was something that needed to be kept under wraps. The mention of the butchering knight sent a chill through the air, hinting at darker themes to come. The mood shifted as someone declared the need for more power to stop Abel Draker, setting the stage for a deeper conflict. Questions flew about what was meant by that, clarifying that Abel was indeed the second son of the Draker. The speaker didn't take the topic lightly and promised to explain from the beginning. Despite the family's oath of neutrality, Abel had broken the creed by getting involved in national disputes, siding with the Rome Empire against Valencia. It became clear that Abel had been making his move for a while, leaving everyone wondering if the Four Seasons Fortress was aware of this. The response was blunt: the fortress was overlooking it, and things were about to get messy. The Four Seasons Fortress was divided, with supporters of the Empire appearing in the Elders' Assembly, giving Abel the backing he needed. It wasn't that all the elders were on the Empire's side, but their neutrality was basically just vibes at this point. Some elders were still trying to maintain neutrality, but let's be real, it was only a matter of time before they all went over to the dark side. The situation was looking pretty bleak. Time was ticking, and waiting for Abel to get caught wasn't an option. If left unchecked, things would devolve into a full-blown war. Carly's predictions were spot on, and the stakes couldn't have been higher. 3 years had already passed since the regression, and the weight of time bore down with urgency. The future loomed dark, with the Drakers and the Rome Empire under Abel's command set to ignite a continental war in just 7 years. The thought of countless lives lost, skies blackened, and lands soaked in blood painted a grim picture. This wasn't just a prediction, it was a future that had to be stopped at all costs. With that in mind, a resolve hardened. No more waiting, no more hesitation. Action was the only path forward. Power was the key. Abel's influence over the higher-ups of Draker was undeniable, and he likely assumed the lower ranks would fall in line. But true knights didn't blindly follow authority, they stood for justice and righteousness. Staying true to those beliefs, the plan was set: rally the knights around the Four Seasons Fortress. This wasn't about blind loyalty but about standing up for what was right. Yet, there was no intention to force anyone into this fight. The younger knights had bright futures ahead, especially as pure blood awakened. Their paths were their own to choose. And with that, it was clear what kind of person Carly Draker was: someone who understood the weight of the future and the importance of choice. Carly Draker was a force to be reckoned with, her will unbreakable as steel. But here's the thing about her: she wasn't all about brute force. If justice was on the line, she could bend like a reed in the wind, adapting to whatever the situation demanded. And let's not forget, she was the real deal, righteous and pure, like a knight straight out of a fairy tale. That tiny opening in her giant's blade? Yeah, that might have been a little slip-up on her part, all because she was worried about someone else. Classic Carly, always putting others before herself. But hey, even heroes have their moments of doubt. In the worst-case scenario, she could end up branded as a traitor. A heavy thought, but she was asked to think it over carefully. Carly thanked her sister for the concern, because family always looks out for family, right? But Carly being Carly, she wasn't one to back down from a challenge. She had already made her decision, and nothing was going to change her mind. Even if she was still a bit green, she was ready to dive headfirst into the path of chivalry. No fear, no hesitation, just pure determination. And with that, she was ready to take on whatever came her way. Zeke thanked her, and just like that, they were off to the Valhalla research facility. No turning back now. Carly couldn't believe the corruption ran this deep, even before the Continental War. It was like finding out your favorite childhood hero had feet of clay. Carly was ready to dip out of the Drakers early. No cap. She wanted to avoid the mess of Abel's counter-moves while trying to rally enough troops for the Continental War. Classic case of wanting to avoid the drama. But then she thought, if there's someone out there with the same goals, maybe she didn't need to leave the family after all. Like finding out your squad actually wants to go to the same concert as you. Actually, staying in the family could be a win-win. She could keep tabs on Abel's moves, and with Carly at the forefront, she wouldn't have to face the backlash alone. Perfect setup, really. But to make this work, Carly needed to officially become a knight and turn public opinion in her favor. Even though she was the firstborn and a guardian knight, she wasn't a pureblood awakener or from one of the great families. In her past life, Abel's forces pushed her back and she failed to take control of the Drakers. But if a pureblood awakener like her became an official knight and supported Carly, the scales might just tip in their favor, even if just barely. So, Carly ended up playing the part of a knight, even though it wasn't really her vibe. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Anyway, she was almost there. The end was in sight, and she could practically taste the victory. Valhalla Research Facility, Great Central Library. The final destination. Carly was ready to make her move. Carly stepped forward, her heart pounding with anticipation. This was it, the moment she had been waiting for. A mechanical voice echoed, announcing her arrival at the destination. But as she looked around, she couldn't help but wonder if this was really the secret library she had been searching for. Her expectations crumbled as she took in the sight before her. This wasn't at all what she had imagined. There was nothing special or meaningful here. It was just an ordinary room, devoid of any grandeur or mystery. She had thought that a place guided by the system would hold something extraordinary, like the heart of Bahamut or the hidden Fong. But alas, it seemed like she had come all this way for nothing. Just as disappointment began to set in, a notification chimed in. A data restoration point had been detected. Carly's curiosity piqued. Maybe there was more to this place than met the eye. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what might come next. Her eyes scanned the room, trying to make sense of the cryptic message that appeared before her. What was Isekai? Before she could dwell on it further, another notification popped up. The secret library of another administrator, Tarakan Draker, had been detected and a connection was being established. Carly's mind raced. Another administrator? Did this mean Tarakan was another user of the same system as her? Carly considered that if the bookshelf only appeared in reaction to the system, it made sense that it had not been discovered until now. The information within Administrator Tarakan Draker's secret library was now part of Zeke Draker's system. From that point forth, she would always be able to access it. She decided to think about anything difficult later, as judging by the titles, there was not anything special. Carly requested the system to find what would help her growth the most at that moment. The system confirmed her request and found a book matching her needs. Carly's curiosity piqued as she waited for the system to reveal the book. Her eyes widened as she saw the title of the book. Could it be the one? The title read, Secret Technique of the True Dragon's Swordplay. Carly was intrigued, as she had never heard of such a technique. She decided to look into it further, checking the author's name. The anticipation built as she flipped to the author's page. The author was Shelton Draker, the close advisor to the hero King Kaiser. Carly was taken aback, as this was a name she recognized. As the door creaked open, it was clear that this was going to be a deep dive into some serious lore. The vibe was set for a history lesson that Carly wasn't expecting today. Shelton Draker, the advisor to the hero king, was in full-on study mode. He was about to spill the tea on why he even created the true dragon swordplay in the first place. With a quill in hand, he began to write, explaining that the whole dragons and humans thing started with the great hero king. Thanks to him, even regular humans could make contracts with dragons, which was a big deal. But here's the catch, dragons weren't just helping humans out of the goodness of their hearts. They felt pity for us because, let's face it, humans lacked the special traits that other races had. After that, the number of contractors skyrocketed, and they spread across the continent, building civilizations left and right. But with great power came great worries, and Shelton was feeling it. He was low-key terrified of the dragons. If they were helping humans out of pity, what's to stop them from turning on us just as easily? This single thought haunted him. If his fears ever came true, the consequences would be catastrophic. The weight of his concerns hung heavy in the air, setting the stage for whatever came next. The weight of his concerns hung heavy in the air, setting the stage for whatever came next. Without any means to resist, humanity would face complete annihilation in a single day. Left with no choice, the search for a way to combat dragons began. Magic seemed like the obvious solution, the first thought that came to mind. But magic was the first gift granted to humans by dragons. Dragons inscribed circles into human hearts, enabling them to cast magic despite being unable to generate mana on their own. Attempting to fight dragons with magic would be a fool's errand. The next thought was the elemental sword wielded by the hero king, a power feared even by dragons. However, that power was only granted to those who inherited the blood of the fairy monarch. Determined to find a new power that only humans could wield, he immersed himself in research. From the primitive swordsmanship of the north to the mysterious powers of the east, there was nothing he did not try to transcend the limits of his own humanity. Ironically, the one who aided him most enthusiastically in his research was the hero king's contracted dragon, Kronos. Kronos claimed to help because he found it enjoyable, but there was a strange determination in him, too strong to simply accept his given answer as truth. Continuing his research, he and Kronos stumbled upon Aura. It was neither elemental force nor mana, but a power that only humans were able to wield. Finally discovering a clue after the Hero King had left for the spirit world, he continued his research on Aura. It was not long before his research bore fruit, working out the theory and application of Aura, as well as the style of swordsmanship utilizing it, and writing and distributing the true dragon swordplay. But as fate would have it, his efforts seemed to be in vain. In a world where dragon-made artifacts offered a quick and easy power boost, who would bother with a technique that required actual effort? The true dragon swordplay was basically the medieval equivalent of choosing stairs over an escalator. At least the dragons hadn't gotten their hands on it yet, but Zeke had a feeling that someday, someone would need these techniques. And if they were reading this, he hoped they'd understand the weight of his words. Zeke's will echoed through the pages, urging whoever found this book to master the techniques within. And just like that, the book appeared, as if it had been waiting for him. The Kronos Kingdom's treasury was rumored to be packed with insanely powerful artifacts. The catch? A 3-month time limit. This wasn't going to be as easy as learning elemental sword techniques. Guess it was time to buckle down and focus on the true dragon swordplay. Well, that was that. Sheltern had been right all along. No one knew exactly how long it had been since the Hero King's era, but just as predicted, the dragons had betrayed humanity, sparking the Liberation War. In the aftermath of the war, someone was digging through the secret library, desperate for any useful intel. They were really hoping for something juicy like Tarakan's journal because apparently the Liberation War wasn't dramatic enough. The system took a moment, probably scrolling through ancient files, trying to find something relevant. Finally, the system responded with the digital equivalent of a mic drop. One record found, and it was exactly what they were looking for. The magic video record of Tarakan's journal was about to play. Cue the dramatic music. Suddenly, the space around started shifting, like a bad trip or a really intense VR experience. Confusion set in as the surroundings morphed into something unfamiliar. Where even was this place? It seemed like the system had cooked up this space, but something felt off like a glitch in the Matrix. The scene hung in suspense, waiting for whatever came next in this wild ride. The suspense was killing everyone, and then suddenly, nothing happened. Like literally nothing. Just a blank panel staring back like it forgot its lines. Awkward. And then, still nothing. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, but the page just stayed blank. Someone really needed to check on the artist. Just as everyone was about to call it quits, a sudden notification popped up out of nowhere. Indomitable mental defense had been activated. Okay, things were getting real now. Whoever was experiencing this suddenly felt like it was way too real. Like next level real. No turning back now. And then, another blank panel. The suspense was killing. But also, what was going on with these empty frames? Finally, a voice echoed out of the void, uttering a single word, Ahmet. Okay, so maybe the blank panels were just building up to this dramatic reveal. The voice continued, identifying the mysterious figure as the evil dragon Bahamut. Plot twist alert. This was getting juicy. And then, another dramatic pause. The voice trailed off with an ominous and leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. Turns out, the guy had been standing right behind the protagonist the whole time, and no one even noticed until he decided to speak up. Sneaky much? The protagonist was still processing the fact that someone had been lurking behind him unnoticed when suddenly, things got even weirder. Before he could react, the mysterious figure just walked right through him like he was some kind of ghost. The protagonist was left stunned, questioning if this meant he was literally inside the recording now. Talk about a plot twist. As the shock settled, the scene began to shift, hinting at something even more intense about to unfold. The atmosphere tensed up, and you could almost hear the dramatic music building up in the background. It was starting. The legendary battle that had been talked about for generations was finally about to go down. The stage was set, and the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting for the first move. Then, out of nowhere, a voice boomed, calling out Tarakan for hesitating. No pressure or anything, right? The air hung heavy with tension, the kind of silence that makes you want to yell. Well, say something. But nope, just awkward quiet. Suddenly, the silence shattered like glass as a voice boomed, dripping with disappointment. It was clear Tarakan had seriously messed up this time, and the shock on his face said it all. This was not the pep talk he was hoping for. Plot twist alert. Turns out Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, and the revelation hit like a ton of bricks. The room was spinning with confusion, and the weight, energy was strong. But hold up, if Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, then what was the deal with the whole Dragonslayer legend? The one where he supposedly subjugated Bahamut? The mental whiplash was real, and the confusion? Next level. The shock was so intense, you could practically see the question marks exploding over everyone's heads. This was the kind of twist no one saw coming. A beat of silence passed, the kind that makes you wonder if the world just glitched for a second. Then chaos erupted. The confusion was so thick you could cut it with a knife, and honestly, it was kind of hilarious. Someone in the background was clearly losing it, mumbling about not being able to understand a single word. Mood. Absolute mood. Zeke Draker was not having a great day. He yelled at the system, demanding if it could do anything about the chaos unfolding. Classic tech support moment, right? But of course, the system responded with the digital equivalent of a shrug, stating that the administrator's request could not be confirmed. Thanks for nothing, tech support. Silence fell, the kind that makes you want to scream into the void. A random emoticon popped up, as if to say, well, this is awkward. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everyone was just standing there, processing the madness. Suddenly, a question hung in the air. Could a contracted dragon kill its contractor? The room went silent, waiting for an answer. Someone laughed it off, calling the idea nonsense. But the seed of doubt had been planted. Then, a chilling thought was voiced: a dragon could betray a human. The mood shifted, and not in a good way. But plot twist, the real betrayal might not be from the dragon. It was more likely to come from the contractor themselves. Mic drop. Zeke stared at the recording, watching as Bahamut's massive form crumbled into ashes, vanishing without a trace. The scene was intense, but something felt off. His mind raced, trying to piece together what he was seeing. The recording held more than just a dragon's demise. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a realization struck him. There was something familiar in the ashes. It was the heart and fang of Bahamut, the very same ones he had acquired at the home of the Dragon Slayer. But how? Dragons turning to dust and leaving behind parts of themselves was unheard of. Yet here was Bahamut doing just that. Zeke pondered the pureblood gloves made from dragon leather. Maybe Bahamut was a special case, an exception to the rule. This was getting complicated. Zeke's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud bang, jolting him back to reality. The screen went blank, leaving him in silence. He couldn't help but wonder if that was the end of the video. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, trying to figure out what was going on. Deciding to revisit things later, he stepped back for a moment. After accessing the Valhalla Great Library, he found that Tarakan's secret library was linked to the system, allowing him to view its records anytime, anywhere. He immediately tried to replay Tarakan's diary. But as expected, there was too much noise in that part, so he couldn't hear the final exchange between the two. Of course, it wasn't like he gained nothing from it. Thanks to consistently looking through the records in the secret library, he managed to learn something new. It was the fact that the true dragon swordplay was the origin of the dragon-slaying arts. Tarakan simplified the complex true dragon swordplay and refined it to create the dragon-slaying arts. But because its strength fell as much as it got easier, unlike its name implies, it became a technique that was unable to deal a fatal blow to even a dragonborn. But wait, there was a twist. By tapping into some innate traits, Tarakan managed to turn the technique into something way more practical. Sure, the raw power took a nosedive, but suddenly it could actually land a hit that mattered. What really grinds his gears, though, is how different the legend of the Dragon Slayer is from what Tarakan actually wrote in his diary. Like, the legend is out here telling one story, but the diary? Totally different vibes. The legend says Tarakan slayed Bahamut and brought in this golden era of prosperity. Pretty standard hero stuff, right? But even though the big picture matches the diary, the details are way off. For starters, the fact that Tarakan and Bahamut were contracted isn't mentioned anywhere. Like, at all. It wasn't just left out, it was completely erased from history. Cue the dramatic pause. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. It's been a while, partner. The voice continues, not sure why he suddenly got into folktales. But he did his homework. He dug up every version of the Dragon Slayer legend across the continent, even the ones not translated into the common tongue. It was a given, but after all that research, he hit a wall. There was nothing on contracts between humans and dragons like anywhere. Not even a single book mentioned the dragons that Tarakan or the legendary Kaiser were contracted with. It was a total blank. But then things got weird. After some digging, he kept hearing the same thing over and over, like some kind of conspiracy was going on. And then, boom, a warning message directly from the Great Draker family. Because of that, the syndicate decided to back out of the investigation. They weren't trying to start anything with the Drakers. Silence. But the pieces were starting to come together. He was certain of it now. The Drakers were definitely censoring information about Tarakan. But why? The Drakers were one of the 3 transcendent families, and they made their name thanks to Tarakan, the first Dragon Slayer. Yet, that very same Draker family was restricting information about Tarakan and Bahamut. Something wasn't adding up. Regardless of the Draker family's motives, it was clear there was more to the situation than meets the eye. Feeling like they might have missed something, they decided to revisit the secret library, hoping to uncover more clues. As they prepared to dive deeper, the system flickered to life, ready to assist. A moment of silence passed as they gathered their thoughts. The anticipation built, knowing that today was the perfect day to investigate further. With everyone else occupied, the coast was clear for some serious sleuthing. The plan was set, and it was time to put it into action. Double-checking the details, they confirmed that all employees, including Decker, should be off today. Duke and Andre were also expected to be late, tied up with their own business. The timing couldn't be better. With everything in place, it was time to make a move. Activating the system's minimap, they prepared to navigate the hidden corners of the library. The adventure was about to begin, and the secrets of Tarakan and Bahamut were within reach. The journey was just getting started, but already, there were signs of trouble. Someone had confirmed the presence of 2 mysterious figures, one lurking outside and another hidden inside. The adventure was about to get real, and not in a fun way. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Had the hunting dogs from the giant mountains tracked him down? That would be just his luck, running into trouble before the adventure even really began. But then again, it couldn't be them. He hadn't even used his dragon-slaying arts or a lanceword. Even if they were hunting dogs, they probably hadn't connected the dots between him and the events that transpired there. Phew, close one. If it wasn't the hunting dogs, then who was it? The protagonist knew that figuring out their identities wasn't the top priority right now. The most likely culprit behind this had to be someone else, someone with a grudge or a hidden agenda. The plot was thickening, and the protagonist was right in the middle of it. Could it be Abel? The name sent a chill down his spine. An assassin sent by Abel, who had seen through the alliance that Carly and he had formed, would roughly explain what was going on here. The shadowy figure offered a choice, claiming he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. But the tone made it clear that silence might not be the best option here. A heavy silence hung in the air, the weight of the unspoken threat lingering like an awkward group chat after someone drops a truth bomb. The figure broke the silence, boasting about having plenty of ways to get the truth out of him. Yikes, talk about a red flag. The threat hung in the air, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Or maybe just unfollow and block. He stood there, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. This was not how he thought his day would go. The figure loomed, waiting for a response. The silence was deafening, like when your crush leaves you on read. He knew he had to say something, do something. But what? This was one of those moments where you wish you had a script. He stood there, mind racing, trying to piece together what to do next. The silence was deafening, and he knew he had to break it. But how? Then, like a lightbulb moment straight out of a cheesy action flick, it hit him. The way his opponent moved, the style, it all clicked. After crossing blades with him, he had a rough idea of who this guy might be. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together. Even if you could mask your appearance, it was difficult to hide your style of swordsmanship in the midst of battle. It was like trying to hide your dance moves in the middle of a TikTok challenge, just not gonna happen. This was a style of knife work from the Gorka Kingdom, which was in the northern regions of the continent. It was like recognizing someone's accent, but with knives. The Gorka Kingdom's rangers. They were known to be the strongest of rangers, the guardians of the northern continent. They wielded a kukri, a dagger with a distinct shape. It was like the Swiss army knife of daggers, but way cooler. And thanks to their outstanding skill, they were highly valued in the central continent and were used as special forces assigned important missions. They were like the Avengers, but with more daggers and less spandex. Anyway, if it was a Gorkan ranger, then it couldn't be Abel's doing. They didn't take on requests that created grudges, like assassinations. They were professionals, not some petty hitmen. Also, there was something else that didn't add up. For a ranger, he was acting far too giddy. It was like watching a seasoned warrior fanboy over their favorite anime. Something was definitely off. The ranger was acting sus, leaving openings during the fight but not capitalizing on them. It was like he was playing the game on easy mode just to flex his skills. It was clear he had the skills to react and pressure his opponent, but he chose not to. This was giving major, I'm not here to fight vibes. So what was his goal? Suddenly, the one outside began to move. The plot was thickening, and it was time to find out what was really going on. The earthy scent in the air was unmistakable. It was the characteristic aroma of mandragora rootlets, a common ingredient in sedatives. Someone was definitely trying to put them to sleep. The air was thick with tension, the kind that makes you want to sneeze but also hold your breath forever. Suddenly, a notification popped up like an unwanted ad. Compounds from the mandragora's rootlets had been detected. Great, just what they needed. But then, like a superhero making a grand entrance, another notification appeared. Skill poison resistance had activated. It was like having a built-in antidote, no dramatic fainting required. With the poison resistance in play, the main character was basically immune to the sleepy time vibes of the mandragora. Crisis averted, for now. The main character decided to play it cool like a spy on a secret mission. He pretended to be out cold, but his mind was racing faster than a caffeine-fueled squirrel. He lay there, motionless, but his senses were on high alert. The room was quiet, too quiet. It was the kind of silence that makes you want to yell just to break the tension. He could feel the presence of someone else in the room, lurking in the shadows. It was like playing a game of hide and seek, but with higher stakes and less fun. The main character kept up the act, waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. It was like being in a bad action movie, but he was determined to see it through. Meanwhile, in the moonlit darkness, a man with an eye patch sat with his hands folded, like a villain from a classic tale. His presence added an extra layer of mystery and danger to the already tense situation. Cut to the serene farmlands on the outskirts of Atlas, where Zeke Draker found himself, taking in the view with a weary sigh. He hadn't expected to end up here, an outsider in chains of all places. Meanwhile, at the edge of a cliff, stood Cliff Lionheart, leader of the Reinhardt merchant group. With a confident smirk, he introduced himself, expecting a smoother conversation now that his identity was known. Zeke recognized him, a familiar face from his past life. The Reinhardt merchant group, one of the 10 great merchant groups, operating with the Alencia Kingdom at its center. Zeke couldn't help but think about the looming continental war that Abel and the Empire were about to ignite. If things continued on this path, it would end up razing not just the Empire, but the Alencia Kingdom to the ground as well. In a flashback, Zeke recalled how both he and Cliff had once fiercely opposed the Empire. But after passing on some critical intel, Cliff had returned to the crumbling Alencia Kingdom, and Zeke had never seen him again. Until now, that is. Zeke couldn't believe that after everything they went through to escape, Cliff had gone back. He wasn't sure if it was some patriotic urge or what, but from his perspective it was a totally foolish move. Cliff apologized for the rough treatment, acknowledging that his methods were inevitably harsh. He assured Zeke that an apology for the discourtesy would come from the merchant group's side as he untied him. Zeke stretched his wrists, cutting Cliff off mid-sentence. He wasn't in the mood for pleasantries and wanted Cliff to get to the point. With an aura emitting from him, Zeke demanded to know what Cliff wanted. Cliff gulped, realizing that even though Zeke was young, a Draker was a Draker, and he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even the most experienced knights would struggle to remain calm in such a tense situation. But Zeke didn't even break a sweat. Cliff had set the stage to take the initiative in their discussion, but Zeke had effortlessly taken back control. Fine, Cliff thought he would tell Zeke what he wanted. Cliff slid some documents across the table, trying to play it cool. He asked Zeke to take a look like it was no big deal, but you could tell he was holding back something juicy. Zeke opened the documents and Cliff dropped the bomb. It was a record of those infected by the new pandemic that had been spreading like wildfire in the southern regions of the central continent. Zeke was confused, wondering why Cliff would want him to see this. As Zeke flipped through the pages, his expression changed. Something caught his eye, and it was clear this wasn't just any old document. Zeke's eyes widened as he saw a name that hit close to home. Elena Stone. His reaction was immediate and intense. Memories flooded back. Elena Stone, the mother of his first subordinate, Liam Stone. She had suffered from the Rose disease, a brutal illness with no survivors. But because of Zeke's instructions, Liam had managed to create a cure, and she had recovered. Zeke slammed the documents down on the table, demanding to know what this was all about. Cliff calmly explained that the disease was now known as the Rose disease, a horrific and torturous illness with a 100% fatality rate. Cliff paused, looking at a picture of Elena. He revealed that Elena Stone was the only one who didn't die. In fact, she had recovered completely. Even the physician in charge of her case couldn't explain it. Cliff, still staring coldly at the picture of Elena, suddenly shifted his gaze and asked if Zeke knew anything about the Iseses. Zeke smirked, sensing Cliff's intentions from the start. He wasn't about to let Cliff poke around like this, especially not after hinting at being just a mere merchant. Zeke pondered the situation. Given the fatality rate of the Rose disease, it made sense that someone would go to great lengths for a cure. The value of such a cure was beyond imagination, enough to make someone consider robbing the entire continent of its wealth. But if Cliff was who Zeke thought he was, then he was a reasonable man who wouldn't lose himself to greed. He wouldn't risk kidnapping a descendant of one of the transcendent Satos. That meant there was only one possibility. Of course, Zeke knew about the Iseses. Cliff immediately stood up, his eyes wide with realization. Zeke casually mentioned that he was the one who gave Elena the cure to begin with. Cliff, desperate and willing to pay any price, begged Zeke to sell it to him. Zeke stopped Cliff mid-sentence with a smirk, calling out his excitement. He pointed out that Cliff wasn't acting like a typical merchant at all. Cliff paused, realizing Zeke's goal wasn't money. Zeke, with a grin, suggested they make a deal as merchants do. Zeke's smile turned slightly evil as he revealed his intention to save someone's life. Cliff, trying to keep up, asked if Zeke wanted 3 requests fulfilled in exchange for the cure's production method. Zeke confirmed, making it sound simple. Cliff, curious, asked what exactly those requests were. Zeke casually mentioned he didn't know yet and would call in those favors when needed. He assured Cliff not to worry too much, as he'd only ask for something a merchant group couldn't handle. Cliff, trying to keep his composure, replied that if they could come to terms on what exactly can't meant, then they could proceed. Zeke started scribbling notes, probably plotting his next move. Zeke handed over some instructions to Cliff, who looked like he was about to lose it. Cliff was visibly shaken, muttering to himself about how this was it. But Zeke, being the dramatic person he is, suddenly took it all back, saying there was something he was personally curious about. Zeke, with a sly grin, said there was something he was personally curious about. Cliff was trembling as Zeke leaned in, asking who exactly was the person in need of this medicine. Cliff stammered, trying to keep it together, saying he simply intended to procure a product with immense worth as a merchant. Zeke wasn't having it, pointing out that Cliff had not only gotten the Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a transcendent family but also lost his cool completely. He reminded Cliff that this wasn't how the great Reinhardt merchant group should be presenting itself. Cliff, now sweating bullets, admitted it was a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Valencia. Zeke, clearly enjoying this, asked who among them it was. Cliff was at a loss for words, and Zeke couldn't believe it. How many people were even in the royal family of Valencia? It seemed like a plot twist straight out of a drama series. Zeke flashed back to a previous conversation. He had warned someone about returning to the Kingdom of Valencia, saying both the kingdom and the Reinhardt merchant group were doomed. He had even advised seeking asylum in the north, as returning would mean certain death. A tired Cliff had responded, thanking him for the suggestion but insisting he wanted to face his end in Valencia. Zeke had apologized, understanding the weight of Cliff's decision. Back in the present, Cliff reiterated that he couldn't say anything more. His resolve was clear, but there was a new depth in his eyes. Zeke noticed the change in Cliff's demeanor. The look in his eyes was completely different from before. It was as if someone precious to him was involved. Regardless, the Valencia kingdom was standing against the empire at that very moment. And here was Cliff, siding with the Rome Empire against Alencia in their dispute. The irony was not lost on Zeke. The map laid out the messy state of affairs. Alencia Kingdom was a hot mess with racial tensions and weak royalty causing chaos. Meanwhile, the Rome Empire was just chilling, watching the drama unfold. Zeke knew the Continental War was coming, but he had time. Making friends with the Alentian royalty now would be a power move for the future. But for now, he played it cool, not pushing for answers. With a nod, Zeke handed over the contract to Cliff. The deal was sealed, and both sides were ready to roll. Cliff gripped the note tightly, feeling the weight of the agreement in his hands. Zeke snapped Cliff back to reality, apologizing but not really apologizing for cutting through the emotional moment. He had a request and he wasn't about to wait. Cliff stammered a bit but agreed. Whatever Zeke needed, as long as his merchant group could handle it, he was down. Zeke raised his fist, ready to drop his first request. The vibe was intense, and everyone was all ears. Cliff questioned if Zeke wanted to be hired, wondering if he was planning to start a business. Zeke clarified that he needed a fake identity for temporary use. Cliff pointed out that if that was all Zeke needed, there wasn't any need to ask them for it. Zeke explained that he planned to use it in the southern continent, a crime-ridden territory where he couldn't afford to take any half-hearted measures. Zeke mentioned that the Reinhardt merchant group had built enough trust to even occasionally make use of the cartels. Cliff agreed, although it wasn't particularly pleasing. Cliff understood what Zeke was saying and offered his cousin's name for Zeke to use, ensuring that he wouldn't be outwardly suspected so easily. Zeke, thinking about the money, asked for regular transportation to and from the south, specifying that he would be storing cargo in it, so it needed to be on the larger end. Zeke stated that this was the end of his first request and reminded Cliff that since they had kidnapped and brought him there, they should have prepared a way back for him as well. Cliff, angrily smiling, muttered that Zeke didn't have a conscience. Cliff agreed to Zeke's requests and told him to contact him once the preparations were complete. He mentioned that the Rangers would provide a horse for Zeke to return on. Zeke couldn't believe that the Reinhardt would respond so meekly to this deal. Zeke thought to himself that it seemed like that person was really important to Cliff. Cliff left the scene. Zeke turned around and addressed someone nearby. Two men gestured for him to follow them, their expressions serious and urgent. A horse nearby let out a loud neigh, drawing everyone's attention. Zeke walked over to the horse, clearly impressed by its appearance. He couldn't help but admire the horse's strength and beauty. With a swift motion, Zeke mounted the horse, ready to make good use of it. The two men began to walk away, indicating that their business was concluded and it was time for them to leave. Zeke called out to them, asking if this meant their contract with Reinhardt was over. The men seemed surprised, one of them commenting that he didn't think Zeke would know Gorkalai, and questioning if the Drakers even learned such things. Zeke smirked, suggesting they say it was his hobby. He then shifted the conversation to money, expressing his interest in hiring them for something this time. Zeke casually dropped a bombshell, asking if they were up for rescuing someone imprisoned by the infamous McCain. Just another Tuesday. The men exchanged glances, one of them nodding slowly. It was clear they were considering the offer, even if it sounded like a plot straight out of an action movie. Zeke raised an eyebrow, wondering if the reward was the issue. But the men quickly shook their heads, explaining they could make more profit under the same conditions as with the Reinhardt merchant group. Turns out, the real problem was Zeke's identity. Their king had a strict no-deal policy with the Transcendent Satosno. Drama much? Zeke looked baffled, asking if that was really what they were so worried about. Like, seriously? Zeke then dropped another bombshell, mentioning he had a fake identity prepared by Reinhardt. The commission request could be sent under that name, and they'd be good to go as long as he didn't get caught. Smooth. But before they could wrap up, Zeke reminded them there was still something else they needed to settle. Because, of course, there was. The men leaned in, ready to hear what else Zeke had in store. Because why not add more to the already overflowing plate of chaos? Zeke leaned back, smirking like he had just unlocked the ultimate cheat code in a game. The men around him were practically on the edge of their seats, waiting for whatever wild plan he was about to drop next. Because why not add more to the already overflowing plate of chaos? He started off with a dramatic pause because of course he did. The Kukrias were not just any old weapons, he explained. They were basically the soulmates of the Rangers of the Gorka Kingdom. These blades carried as much weight as the Rangers' lives themselves. Losing one was like losing a part of their soul. Pretty heavy stuff, literally and metaphorically. The men exchanged glances, probably wondering if Zeke was about to suggest they go on a soulmate weapon hunt, because that sounded like a quest and a half. Zeke continued, explaining that since the Kukrias were so deeply connected to the Rangers, their lives were basically an all-you-can-lose buffet for anyone who managed to take the weapons. He then casually thanked someone for kidnapping him because apparently that was a thing that happened. He then complimented a monster on its language skills because sure, why not? This guy had been kidnapped, and he was out here making friends with monsters. Priorities, right? The men were probably starting to think that Zeke had a very unique way of making friends and influencing people. Or monsters, in this case. Zeke wrapped up his little speech by saying he wanted to meet up with them again after chatting with someone named Reinhardt. He had started searching for comrades, which sounded a lot like he was trying to assemble a superhero team. His targets were the heroes who had made a name for themselves during the Continental War in his past life, earning the title of the 5 Divine Knights. If he could get chummy with them now and win them over later, they would be some serious assets. Basically, he was playing the long game, making friends with the cool kids so he could sit at their lunch table later. With Dean Flaubert's solid backing, he managed to confirm the rumors. All of his targets were indeed graduates of Valhalla, which was a great start. But timing was a bit of an issue. The Silent Knight, Bishop Kastek, had already graduated and joined the Knight Order of the Thebia Kingdom. The Haze Knight, Jeffrick Salma, was in his graduating year and busy with on-site training. Asta Elidopple was on leave, skipping out due to some serious insomnia. Reyna was likely to enroll next year, and as a blood relative, he'd have plenty of chances to connect with her then. In the end, that left only one person on his list. Diego was the only one left to approach. He remembered heading to Diego's club room to win him over. But as soon as he walked in, he was greeted with an enthusiastic welcome. They were in desperate need of a drummer, and he was volunteered before he could even explain why he was there. Looks like he was about to jam whether he liked it or not. The club members greeted him with a huge banner, welcoming him to the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. They were all about having fun and making music, and he was about to dive headfirst into this new experience. Before he knew it, he was caught up in the rhythm, totally vibing with Diego's pace. After the jam session, he was welcomed back like a returning champ. He declared he was going to train immediately and ordered not to be disturbed. He dove into some intense training, trying to concentrate the flow of aura to pierce through his blood, leading from microcosmic orbit to macrocosmic orbit. But honestly, he had no clue what any of that meant. Those terms were totally new to him. Still, after seeing it for himself, he could understand why Terrakin reformed the dragon-slaying arts. The true dragon swordplay was on a whole other level, demanding insane amounts of aura control that made the dragon-slaying arts look like child's play. This technique wasn't designed for human opponents but was solely crafted to take down dragons, making it nearly as deadly as an elemental sword. The weight of this revelation hung in the air, the sheer power of the technique almost palpable. Familiarity with the dragon-slaying arts helped exaggerate the shape of the sword in his mind, making the technique somewhat more approachable. The silence that followed was heavy, the implications of such a powerful technique sinking in. The air seemed to hum with the potential of this newfound knowledge, the path ahead both exhilarating and daunting. With the true dragon swordplay now a tangible goal, the journey to master it began, promising challenges and growth beyond imagination. The journey kicked off with a laugh, marveling at the sheer power of this newfound divine body. It was like upgrading from a flip phone to the latest smartphone suddenly. Everything felt possible. With the divine body came a system update, boosting combat skills and ether transfer rates to max level. No more buffering, just pure, high-speed action. Then, like a GPS unlocking the fastest route, a mental map unfolded, revealing the ultimate form of the technique. The path to mastery was suddenly crystal clear. And just like that, the pieces started clicking into place. The power wasn't just there, it was becoming a part of him, like muscle memory but for epic combat skills. A moment of pause, the weight of the transformation sinking in. This was more than just an upgrade, it was a full-on glow-up. But wait, what was this new sensation? Something unexpected flickered at the edge of perception, like a notification popping up out of nowhere. Just recently, he had flexed his way past the ultimate boss level, the Red Knight, stepping into a whole new realm of the game. Talk about leveling up. But as they say, the higher you level up, the tougher the next boss becomes. The heart of Bahamut in the Ether Hall was resonating with the true dragon's swordplay, crying out before he could even process what was happening. Time to brace himself before he lost all sense of reality. Little did he know, Bahamut's heart had reacted to Sheltern Draker's true dragon swordplay. The memories engraved within Bahamut's heart were being replayed. Bahamut's memories? This was about to get interesting. As the memories continued to unfold, the scene shifted, plunging into an abyss of darkness. The darkness was so intense that it was impossible to make out anything. It was like trying to see in a room with no lights, absolutely pitch black. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared, growing brighter and brighter. Someone was coming. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, his presence as mysterious as the darkness itself. He addressed Bahamut with a sense of urgency, stating that he had a request to make. Bahamut stood there, his expression unreadable, waiting for the hooded man to continue. The silence between them was palpable, the weight of the request hanging in the air. The hooded man held out a book, its cover worn and ancient. He explained that he had created a true dragon swordplay and needed Bahamut to safeguard it. Bahamut, the dragon, couldn't believe his eyes. He had always known Sheltern was a pete, but he never expected him to be mad. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker watched the scene unfold from a vision, realizing the identity of the hooded man. Bahamut, however, was not convinced, and trusting a dragon with a dragon-killing technique seemed like a bad joke. Sheltern confirmed Bahamut's suspicions with a simple affirmation. He went on to explain that Kronos had also agreed to this plan. Bahamut would be the better choice for a reason he didn't quite finish. Bahamut took a loud, deliberate step, the sound echoing through the room like a thunderclap. Swords materialized around the dragon as he declared that Kronos had been led astray by humans and had lost his sense as a mediator. Sheltern rested his hand on his sword, the tension in the room escalating like a reality TV show about to drop its season finale. Sheltern barely had time to process the sudden plot twist as a forest of spears materialized. All pointed directly at him like he was the main character in a suspense thriller no one told him he auditioned for. Bahamut, clearly not here for the drama, dropped the mic with a declaration that he wasn't buying whatever Shelton was selling. And just like that, Bahamut went full beast mode, roaring out his disapproval like a mythical creature who just found out his favorite prophecy got cancelled. Rabid, rambling prophecies? More like a bad Yelp review for Shelton's entire existence. The dust settled, but the tension? Oh, it was still hanging in the air like an awkward group chat after someone drops a spoiler. Silence. The kind that makes you check if your headphones are still working. Everyone was waiting for the next move, like when your Wi-Fi buffer icon decides to take a coffee break. The energy shifted. It was one of those moments where you could almost hear a pin drop, but instead, it was just the weight of the unknown pressing down on everyone. No one dared to move. It was like a game of musical chairs. But the music had stopped, and no one was sure if they should sit or bolt for the door. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Or, just awkwardly stare at it like it's your ex's new relationship status. And then nothing. Just the lingering sense that something big was about to go down. Like when your favorite show ends on a cliffhanger and you're left screaming at the screen. The scene kicked off with a dramatic reveal of the pinnacle of all creation, draconic magic. And let's just say it was not your average party trick. The sheer force of it left everyone in awe, like when you see someone parallel park perfectly on the first try. Even the most powerful beings would struggle to knock down a couple of these magical towers, but taking them all head-on? That's where Shelton came in, the guy who apparently eats magical chaos for breakfast. Shelton wasn't just any man, he was a monster all on his own. Like that one friend who can down an entire pizza by themselves and still ask for dessert. The kind of guy who looks at an army of magical towers and says, "Yeah, I can take him." Suddenly, a voice boomed out, telling Shelton to get the heck out of their lair. And not just a polite "please leave," but a full-on "get out or I'll blow up your kingdom" kind of threat. Drama level 100. But then, a calm and collected voice chimed in, asking if that was really okay. Because, actions have consequences and all that jazz. Karma was about to come knocking, and not in a good way. The response? A laugh and a dismissal of the karmic sanctions like they were a bad Yelp review. What a joke, was the verdict, because apparently, this guy wasn't afraid of a little cosmic payback. The tension ramped up as the mysterious voice wondered what a human like Shelton knew about anything. But Shelton wasn't having it. He declared that no matter how many of his enemies he crushed, those karmic sanctions wouldn't ever apply to him. Spoiler alert, that's not usually how karma works, buddy. And in the end, it all played out just like Kronos predicted. Because of course it did. Why break the trend of dramatic irony now? And then silence. The kind of silence that makes you lean in and go, "Wait, what happens next?" And then silence. The kind of silence that makes you lean in and go, "Wait, what happens next?" Suddenly, a loud exclamation broke the quiet. Like when someone realizes they've just stepped on a Lego. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, or maybe just a really sharp glance. A voice echoed, filled with a mix of anger and defiance, questioning if wielding Kronos' power made someone invincible. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. The air was still, charged with an almost electric tension, like waiting for your Wi-Fi to reconnect during a crucial moment in a game. Another gasp, this time laced with shock and disbelief, as if someone had just seen their favorite character get cancelled. The silence returned, but it was different now, heavier, like when you realize you've been binge-watching a series for way too long. Then, the unthinkable happened. Bahamut's attack was halted, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. Like when your phone battery hits 1% but somehow keeps going. It was Shelton's magic, restraining Bahamut, like a superhero holding back a villain in a climactic showdown. The tension was real, and the stakes were higher than ever. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension as everyone processed the sheer magnitude of the magic unfolding before them. The crowd was absolutely losing it, their minds blown by the insane amount of magical power on display. It was like watching a superhero flex their muscles for the first time, and everyone was here for it. But Bahamut wasn't having it. He scoffed at the idea that anyone could challenge him just because they had Kronos power. The sass was strong with this one. Then it hit them considering Bahamut's earlier reaction. That clock had to be an artifact packed with Kronos power. The plot was thickening, and everyone was leaning in. Suddenly, the tension spiked. Did Bahamut just break the spell? The crowd collectively gasped, waiting for the next big reveal. The crowd erupted as the name Shelton Draker echoed through the air. Was that vision just a glimpse into something much bigger? The tension was real. It was Kronos' prophecy, and the stakes were higher than ever. The question hung heavy: why was the true dragon's swordplay being entrusted now? The mood shifted. The idea of dragons making deals with humans was called out as wrong from the start. Humans should stand on their own, no dragon crutches needed. Then came the demand handed over. The technique to take down dragons, the true dragon's swordplay, was up for grabs. Silence fell, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone. What would happen next? The pause stretched on, the air thick with anticipation. The crowd leaned in, waiting for the next move. A voice broke the silence, acknowledging the job well done. It was all to protect the world, or so they claimed. But not everyone was buying it. The accusation flew: protect mankind, not the world. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The voice declared they would handle things themselves, prophecy or no prophecy. It didn't matter either way, they had a plan. But humans were bound to learn about Aura eventually, and that was a problem. If that happened, they'd personally wipe out humanity. No way were they letting humans mess with powers beyond their control. They admitted their fear of dragons led them to create the true dragon swordplay. But hey, at least they trusted someone. Kronos always believed they'd find someone to open their heart to. And now it seemed like they had. They'd find a contractor, someone to share the journey with. The future wasn't looking so bleak anymore. But as they say, life's got a funny way of throwing curveballs. The idea of a smooth journey ahead? Yeah, that wasn't happening. Not a single word of their conversation made sense, and it was all going over their head like a bad Wi-Fi signal. But one thing was crystal clear. Bahamut was not about to trust humans anytime soon. After getting a glimpse into Bahamut's heart, they could totally see where he was coming from. Still, something didn't add up. Why would Bahamut contract with Tarakan? It was a plot twist they didn't see coming, and honestly, it made zero sense. Cue the dramatic pause. Diving into Bahamut's memories was like scrolling through an endless feed of curiosity. They just had to know more. Turns out, history had been majorly manipulated by the Drakers. And in this era, Bahamut, Tarakan's contracted dragon, was labeled as straight-up evil. Finding any useful documents on this? Yeah, that was a big no-go. Like trying to find a decent meme on an ancient forum just not happening. Zeke Draker was out here grinding, leveling up his sword skills and hunting for clues like a detective on a caffeine binge. Then, like an unexpected plot twist, a letter from Reinhardt slid into his life, announcing that his first request was all set. He had asked for an identity that would keep him under the radar, but this was next-level stealth mode. Turns out, he was now the deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. Like, who even saw that coming? The plot thickens, and so does his resume. Zeke took a moment, letting the weight of his new title sink in. Something caught his eye, pulling him from his thoughts. A carrier pigeon swooped in with a message, and Zeke couldn't help but smirk. Finally, some progress. And it seemed like Kay had found her resolve too. The squad was getting back on track. As a lady guided the protagonist, she welcomed him, explaining that this was the Draker Treasury, home to 17,000 rare artifacts. He could exchange his tokens for any of them, she added, inviting him to follow her. While walking, she mentioned that once he left, he wouldn't be able to re-enter, so he should plan his time wisely. She also pointed out the lack of guards, which seemed odd for a place storing such valuable items. The lady clarified that guards were unnecessary here. The security magic cast here was as strong as the one protecting the Patriarch. Plus, all the relics were tracked with magic, making it impossible to steal any of them. Talk about high-tech security, am I right? The protagonist thought to himself that appearances could be deceiving. The lady then instructed him to place the token he had received into a designated spot. As he did so, a loud noise echoed, signaling the start of something big. As the loud noise faded, a large door creaked open, revealing what lay beyond. Behind the door was a massive space filled with tools and equipment scattered around, looking like a tech enthusiast's dream garage. Zeke Draker stepped in, his eyes widening as he took in the sight. The inside was way bigger than it seemed from the outside, very much like the Draker style. With a smirk, he muttered about how typical this was of his family. A lady nearby, seemingly unimpressed, decided it was time to take her leave. Zeke pondered how it would take ages just to identify each relic's function. He wondered if there was a way to organize the relics according to his desired criteria. Suddenly, a voice confirmed the administrator's request, linking the relevant functionality to something called Dragon Eyes. The voice instructed to please select a target item using Dragon Eyes. Zeke, a bit confused, repeated the instruction to himself, trying to make sense of it. A sigh of realization escaped him as he finally got it, ready to proceed with the task at hand. He finally got it and was ready to warm up. With the draconian skill, Dragon Eyes, he could now see detailed information about anything he observed carefully. It was like having a built-in scanner, but way cooler. He took a moment to process the new skill, feeling the power at his fingertips. He pondered if this should be enough for what he had in mind. He hoped this would be sufficient for his plan. The selected items would appear on his minimap, making it easier to track them. He selected a bunch of items, 138 in total, and they popped up on his minimap. He took a breath, preparing for what was next. There were way more items than he expected. He decided to exclude any non-artifacts, like normal and consumable items. After sorting, he was left with 9,832 items. Talk about a serious inventory management situation. Even after narrowing it down, there were still way too many items. He decided to up his game and exclude all swords that couldn't match up to the Stygian blade. Turns out, every single sword got the boot. That could only mean one thing: the Stygian blade was the ultimate flex, even when stacked against a mountain of artifacts. But then, something unexpected popped up, leaving him totally confused. Out of nowhere, information started displaying itself. What in the world was going on? He figured whatever it was should be around there somewhere. Suddenly, a notification dropped he had arrived at the specified coordinates. Silence. Nothing happened. A weird noise rang out, and then, a bracelet appeared out of nowhere. Like, seriously, a bracelet? Even though its details weren't showing up, it looked completely normal. No glitches, no errors, just a plain old bracelet. He stood there, staring at it, totally lost for words. What was this thing and why was it acting so mysterious? He stood there, totally clueless about what was going on. The item in his hand seemed to hum with an energy of its own, like it was waiting for something. Suddenly, words flashed before him, saying the item had reacted to the title heir to Terrakin Draker. Okay, that was not what he was expecting at all. The fact that it responded to the heir title must mean it was once Terrakin's. Plot twist: this thing was basically a hand-me-down from some ancient, probably super powerful dude. He blinked, processing the info dump. This was getting weirder by the second. More text popped up, explaining that this was a sacred guardian stone. A bracelet with a guardian stone embedded in it that could call forth a summon. Apparently, it bore the fairy monarch's blessing, whatever that meant. Fancy. Before he could even wrap his head around it, another message appeared, saying the sacred guardian stone had entered his possession. Like, congrats or whatever, but he didn't even ask for this. Then it hit him with the big one: could now call forth a summon suitable to his soul using the stone. Okay, that sounded equal parts cool and terrifying. He mentally freaked out. His possession. Says who? And could he even remove it from his possession if he wanted to? But before he could spiral further, the system chimed in again, confirming the administrator's request. Like, whose administrator? His? The stones? The universes? So many questions. He groaned internally. He hadn't even seen everything yet, and already all his plans were going off the rails. Classic. But hey, maybe he should think positively. If this was Terrakin's legacy, then it had to be better than most artifacts, right? With a deep breath, he told the system to activate the bracelet's properties. Time to see what this thing could really do. The system confirmed his request, and the sacred guardian stone lit up, searching for a summon suitable for his soul. No turning back now. The system hummed to life, its gears turning in the digital ether, ready to find the perfect match for his soul. And just like that, the system announced it had found a holy beast that vibed with his soul. No catfish here, folks. The summoning sequence initiated, the air crackling with anticipation as the holy beast prepared to make its grand entrance. The moment hung heavy, the world seemingly holding its breath as the summoning circle glowed brighter. Then, in a flash of light, it arrived, the holy beast materializing before his very eyes. The dust settled, revealing the silhouette of the summoned creature, its form slowly coming into focus. The system confirmed it: a holy beast draconic steed stood before him. But was this really a holy beast? It looked more like a mythical creature straight out of a fantasy epic. Its presence was overwhelming, leaving him in awe and slightly questioning the system's taste. The system dropped another bombshell. Bahamut's heart and Fong were already insane pulls, but now an artifact that could summon a holy beast? Someone had been hitting the legendary loot table pretty hard. Seriously, just how many overpowered things did Terrakin have stashed away? This was getting ridiculous. The realization hit like a sudden plot twist, leaving him momentarily speechless. So, being suitable for his soul meant having access to all these crazy powerful items. No wonder the system was so excited. The holy beast seemed to approve, its presence radiating a sense of mutual liking. Wait, what? The holy beast actually liked him back? That was unexpected. The system explained that by granting the holy beast a name, he would be able to summon it any time using the guardian stone. That was convenient. A name? Huh? What about Bucephalus? That sounded pretty epic. The system seemed pleased with his choice, glad that he liked the name. Despite the grand title of King of the Draconic Steeds, he had never actually seen one before, leaving him clueless about what this new role truly meant. He stood there, processing the weight of his new title, when suddenly, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a majestic creature appeared before him. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, calling out the name Bucephalus in sheer amazement. The creature seemed just as surprised, responding with a mix of confusion and curiosity. After a moment of mutual surprise, the creature offered him a ride, confirming its status as a holy beast. He was in awe. This was really happening. Sensing his desire to test its abilities, the creature allowed him to mount its back, ready to showcase its true power. With a surge of excitement, he urged Bucephalus to run like the wind, eager to experience the thrill of riding a draconic steed. And with that, they were off, the wind rushing past them as they embarked on an incredible journey together. As they continued their journey, the world around them blurred with speed. Zeke couldn't help but notice the eerie silence despite their breakneck pace. The lack of hoofbeats was unsettling, making him wonder if he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. The journey continued, the mystery of their steed deepening with each passing moment. Suddenly, magic circles appeared around them, and a voice echoed with laughter, praising Bucephalus as the best. Zeke couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and confusion. The scene shifted to a horse carriage, adding to the enigmatic atmosphere surrounding their journey. In a flashback, a lady hesitated, her voice trembling as she questioned whether he would really go through with his decision. Zeke recalled the guide's reluctant response when he mentioned he would choose the bracelet. The memory lingered, adding a layer of complexity to his current adventure. Zeke flashed back to the guide's warning about the treasure room being filled with both priceless treasures and plenty of junk. He wondered if the bracelet he chose was just another piece of trash. But something about it felt different. The system hadn't shown any information about the bracelet until it responded to his title. Maybe they hadn't realized its true value, and he had stumbled upon something incredible. Zeke thought he would only discover Terrakin's legacy through dungeons the system led him to. But here he was, getting lucky and finding it in the most unexpected way. Regardless, Zeke felt great about his find. he decided to head back and relax, needing to unwind from that exhausting party. As he left, a voice congratulated him on becoming a proper knight of Draker, addressing him as Sir Zeke. Zeke found the sudden formality creepy and wondered what was up with that. Cliff Reinhardt revealed himself, explaining that as a formal knight of Draker, it was only natural for him to speak more reservedly in Zeke's presence. Cliff abruptly ended the conversation, clearly not vibing with the sudden appearance. He cautioned that unexpected visits could seriously mess with his future plans if anyone found out about their connection. Sitting across, Cliff apologized but dropped a bombshell. Someone had been super eager to meet, and well, here they were. The hood came down, revealing the mystery guest. The owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group greeted Zeke Draker once more, introducing herself formally. Melissa, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, stood before him, her identity now clear. Zeke couldn't help but let out a dramatic sigh, realizing that the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia, was also the true head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Talk about a plot twist. Melissa just smirked, totally unfazed. She had that, yeah, I know you know vibe down to a T. Zeke recalled how Princess Melissa had suddenly shown up at his promotion party, right after she'd supposedly been MIA from all her royal duties. Suspicious, much? And get this, her sudden appearance coincided perfectly with the timing of the Rose disease patient being cured. What are the odds? Zeke wasn't buying the coincidence story. Like, not even a little bit. Melissa, ever the efficient royal, suggested they skip the small talk and get straight to business. She revealed that she had urgently requested to meet with Zeke because she needed his assistance. Drama and intrigue. Anyone? Zeke, ever the curious one, asked what kind of assistance she was referring to. Melissa, being the smooth operator she was, asked him to take a look at some documents first. The documents revealed that the Rose disease had been spotted on the borders of the Alencia Kingdom. Melissa explained that these were the results of the Rose disease analysis from the Nirvana Transcendent family. Zeke began sifting through the documents, his eyes scanning the pages with intense focus. Suddenly, something caught his eye. His expression shifted as he stumbled upon a particularly intriguing piece of information. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't help but question the shocking revelation before him. The Rose disease, a mere mention of it sent shivers down his spine. The document suggested that the Rose disease was not a natural occurrence but a pathogen created with magic. Zeke's mind raced, trying to comprehend the implications. Melissa chimed in, confirming that the analysis was indeed conducted by the Nirvana family, renowned for their proficiency in magic. If they said it was true, then it was. Zeke couldn't believe that the Rose disease was man-made. The speed at which it was spreading was even faster than in his previous life. The weight of this revelation hit him hard. He wondered if the regression had changed something fundamental. But as he delved deeper, he realized that there was more to uncover. As he continued his investigation, the pieces started to come together. The Rose disease was first spotted in a village on the border of the Alencia Kingdom and the Rome Empire. But here's where things got interesting. The disease wasn't spreading towards the Rome Empire. Plot twist. Anyone? He paused, letting that sink in. It was like finding out your favorite series had a spin-off you never knew about. The realization hit him like a sudden plot twist in a late-night binge session. This was bigger than he thought. The disease was only heading towards the Alencia Kingdom. It was like the disease had a GPS and it was set to Alencia Kingdom only. Wait, that means... His mind raced with the implications. This wasn't just a disease, it was a targeted attack. Yes, they were on the same page, Sir Zeke. The Rome Empire had created the Rose disease and was spreading it to Alencia on purpose. Talk about a villain reveal. The pieces were falling into place, and it all started to make sense. Before the regression, the Alencia Kingdom had fallen so easily to the Rome Empire because of the Rose disease. Classic villain move, right? Now, it was clear why she needed his help. So, what she wanted from him was the rights to mass-produce and distribute the treatment for the Rose disease. Yes, that was correct. The merchant group had only acquired the rights to produce it in the previous contract. For the kingdom to distribute the treatment, an additional contract was needed. There was also a very interesting condition written in the contract. But even so, he had no plans to annul it. Of course, neither would she if she were in his position. As a businesswoman, she knew that the ones who reveal their motives are the ones with the shorter straw. However, since she was able to create an opportunity to strike a deal with him, she couldn't leave without reaping anything. Classic power move, Sir Zeke. She had to admit Sir Zeke had played his cards well. But she wasn't about to be outmaneuvered that easily. The Reinhardt Merchant Group wasn't just some lucky underdog. They had strategy, influence, and clearly, a boss who knew how to make power moves. He laid out his plan, smooth as ever. Distribute supplies to the citizens, handle all the logistics, and of course make sure she was properly compensated. Classic negotiation tactic. But she wasn't biting just yet. 20% of the merchant group's shares? That was a big ask. She had to consider this carefully. The Reinhardt Merchant Group was already a major player, and with the right moves they could climb even higher. But the Continental Wars were a wild card. One wrong step and they could fall just as fast as they rose. She weighed her options, the stakes high and the pressure on. This wasn't just business, it was a game of thrones and merchants. Silence hung in the air as she considered her next move. The tension was real, and she wasn't about to make a hasty decision. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what came next. This was chess, not checkers, and she was playing for keeps. His offer was tempting, no doubt about it. But she had questions, and she wasn't about to sign on the dotted line without some answers first. She admitted that she might have had ties with the Empire, but the fact that he openly shared this information and offered 0% of his merchant group's shares as compensation was something she couldn't comprehend. He pondered for a moment before deciding to answer her questions in order. He assured her that he knew she had not sided with the Empire. Thanks to the advantage of having the identity of a princess, he had honed his perception by growing his merchant group. He confessed that after their conversation at the banquet, he had observed her from afar. It was very subtle, but her actions toward those affiliated with the Empire were cold. He pointed out that she had declined a handshake with Callus, the fourth imperial prince of the Rome Empire. Though it may have looked like she was showing respect by bowing instead of shaking his hand, to others, it was an instinctive rejection of disgust, and it appeared that she wanted to avoid him. He concluded that was how he knew she wasn't on the Empire's side. She silently acknowledged that he was spot on. As for her second question, he felt there was no need to explain. If it meant being able to save his people, he was willing to do whatever it took. With 0% of his merchant group's shares, he believed it was worth every cent. The scene paused, leaving the weight of the moment hanging in the air. Zeke was desperate, begging Alicia to retreat, insisting that even if they stopped the Empire now, losing her would make it all meaningless. Alicia agreed, acknowledging that a strategic retreat was necessary for future plans. Someone questioned why she would consider such a sacrifice if she was aware of the consequences. Alicia explained that if she could buy her people time to escape with her life, it would be worth it. She concluded that such a sacrifice was worth every cent, echoing the sentiment of the previous scene. The weight of her words left everyone in a contemplative silence. Someone internally struggled, not wanting to think about it but acknowledging that her words mirrored Alicia's sentiment. Despite her internal struggle, she pushed aside her doubts and decided to move forward. With a burst of determination, she agreed to proceed, and the response was immediate and enthusiastic, promising no regrets. She cautioned about keeping her identity under wraps, but was quickly reassured not to worry about it. 2 weeks later, time had passed and the scene was set for what came next. The estate's basement training hall stood ready, the stage for whatever was about to unfold. The anticipation hung in the air, the quiet before the storm of action. Moments ticked by, each one building on the tension of what was to come. The stage was set, the players ready, and the next move was just around the corner. With the stage set and the tension thick enough to cut with a knife, the protagonist's sword began to glow with an aura that screamed business. In a move that was all style and no mercy, he swung his sword, sending smoke billowing everywhere like a dramatic action scene from a blockbuster movie. The smoke swirled and danced, creating a whirlwind that had everyone wondering what just happened. As the smoke cleared, there he stood, looking like he just walked out of a boss fight, ready for whatever came next. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification that was music to his ears. Zeke Draker had finally mastered the true dragon swordplay, and the system was quick to let him know. He couldn't help but wonder if it had taken a month of grinding to get there. The system also dropped the news that he had completed the achievement quest, Sheltern's Heir, and as a bonus, he scored a time reward. Jackpot. 2 random boxes popped up, and he couldn't help but think about making up for the points he used to burn down McCain's storeroom. With a smirk, he muttered, "All right, then." Ready to dive into whatever came next. Zeke Draker was on a mission, and the first stop was the Kronos Kingdom's report radar. No time to waste, he was diving right in. But plot twist, the system hit him with an error. The administrator's request was confirmed, but the coordinates were a no-go. Typical tech glitches, right? The system wasn't done though. It dropped another quest bomb, find the seals to activate the coordinates. For seals, 2 in the middle, 1 up north and 1 down south, all linked and visible on the minimap. Like a treasure hunt, but with more running around. Zeke wasn't thrilled about the distance between each seal. This was going to take a hot minute, but he was ready to grind. Then it clicked. Zeke smirked, realizing why this quest hadn't popped up earlier. The system laid it out, a linked quest for the treasure from the legendary kingdom. Find the scattered seals, restore them, and boom, he'd be the Kronos Kingdom's successor. No time limit, just pure adventure vibes. Zeke glanced at the system bar, his excitement fading faster than a TikTok trend. He scratched his head, totally unimpressed. A title? That was it? No treasure, no epic loot, just a fancy name? And sure, the title might come with some perks, but still. He wondered if the system was counting any treasures he found after restoring the seals as part of the reward. Then he remembered how artifacts could respond to titles. Maybe this title had some special function like a backstage pass to hidden powers. But ugh, the lack of info was frustrating. He let out a low growl, feeling the annoyance bubble up. With a sigh, he tucked the radar away. He'd put this quest on hold for now. There were more pressing matters to deal with. Zeke walked through the door, muttering about having no time. He had just gotten word back from Kay, and that took priority. A sly grin spread across his face. It had been a while since he last got to see those junkies from the south, and he was ready for a reunion. The scene shifted to a bustling shipping dock, where the salty breeze of the sea mingled with the distant cries of seagulls. Welcome to Port Galfa, the southern continent's port town, where the air was thick with the scent of adventure and the faintest hint of chaos. Zeke Draker stepped onto the dock, his nose wrinkling slightly as the sharp scent of blood mixed with the briny smell of the sea. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The air in the south really didn't change, did it? As he strolled through the docks, people bowed in respect, their voices filled with admiration. It was an honor to have him there, the vice branch manager of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Zeke waved them off with a casual smirk, telling them to get back to work. The crowd dispersed, their voices echoing promises to await the day they would be graced by his presence once again. Zeke couldn't help but feel a little flustered by the sudden attention. As he walked away, he mused that the similarities between his life before the regression and now weren't just limited to how the sea smelled. He had to keep his mind sharp. The past and present were intertwining in ways he hadn't expected. The docks faded behind him as he ventured further into the town, his thoughts a whirlwind of memories and newfound determination. As he wandered through the town, a voice suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. The voice continued, urging him to hurry, leaving him no time to dwell on his thoughts. He quickly composed himself, ready to face whatever came next. A group of northern rangers approached, greeting him warmly and wishing him well on his journey. As they parted ways, a mysterious figure appeared, questioning whether he had memorized the plan. He confirmed that he had, explaining that they would use the chaos of the operation to rescue the girl imprisoned by McCain. The figure warned him to stay vigilant, as the target's protection and escort were part of the plan. He acknowledged the advice but had a burning question of his own. He asked about the incident behind the chaos that would unfold during the operation, expressing his concern about the lack of information. The figure responded cryptically, hinting at an event in the south that would be far more chaotic than any festivity. It would be the day that McCain would disappear after all, leaving him with more questions than answers. As the dust settled from McCain's disappearance, a sudden realization hit like a plot twist no one saw coming. Turns out, the vice branch manager had been lurking in the shadows all along. Classic. Just as the tension peaked, a merchant guide popped in, offering the most awkward timing ever. But hey, at least they were ready to roll with a carriage. With a nervous stutter, the guide led the way, clearly not up for any more surprises that day. Then came the big question: were they actually planning to go to war with McCain? No pressure or anything. Silence hung in the air, heavy with unspoken thoughts and the kind of tension that could cut glass. Someone tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but let's be real, no one was laughing. Because when it comes to McCain, nothing is ever just a joke. The vibe? Dead serious. Because when it comes to McCain, nothing is ever just a joke. The vibe? Dead serious. They double-checked the safe house provided by the merchant group. It looked pretty run down from the outside, but inside, it was surprisingly well-maintained, just like one of their fancy hotels. Phew, what a relief. Alright, enough about the safe house. Time to confirm the plan with yet another briefing. Today just happened to be Don Juan's birthday, a day of celebration, but also the day when all the executives would gather for business. And guess who would be there? Kay, the center of the deal, and her supporter, Zeke Murray. Cue the nervous sweating. How many briefings were they going to have? This was already the fifth one. At this point, even someone hooked on Soma would have memorized the plan. Like, come on, how much more prep did they need? One of them was clearly feeling the pressure. Nerves of steel? Not quite. They didn't have that luxury. It was only natural to be nervous, and they weren't about to let their partner off the hook. After dragging them into this mess, the least they could do was sit through another briefing. Something was off about her lately, and now it all made sense. The big question was, what if they found out they were behind the Soma warehouse burnings? McCain wasn't exactly known for his mercy. Rumor had it he'd paralyze traders and leave them for dead in a shock dragon swamp. Yikes. No way. After all the cover-ups, were they really about to get caught? She was so panicked that it was almost tempting to tease her a little. Like, chill out, but also, maybe don't? Kate, being a mage would apparently be handled a little differently, so no need to worry. Handled differently? That didn't sound ominous at all. Nope, not one bit. In the south, there was a widespread belief that keeping a mage's corpse could block curses. So, instead of leaving Kay to be dragon feed, they would chop up his body and sell the parts across the south. Yikes, talk about a grim fate. Kay couldn't help but wonder about the necklaces that McCain members wore. Were they just accessories or something more sinister? The thought of his own fingers being sold sent a chill down his spine. He joked nervously about the potential price tag on his fingers, but the humor fell flat. If that happened, Kay hoped his partner would gather his body parts and bury him somewhere nice. But then, he wondered how his companion even knew such gruesome details. His companion revealed that nobody knew the South better than him, given that he had raised McCain into prosperity and dragged it down into ruin as a hitman. Talk about a resume. This toxic relationship with McCain began after he was chased out of the academy and captured by a slave trader. Not exactly a meet-cute story. It all started when he was sold to a Soma plantation owned by McCain, just when he thought his life couldn't get any worse. McCain's Soma plantations were a place where all he had to do was follow orders and harvest Soma. Eventually, he was dispatched to the battlefield as a human shield, because that's totally a normal job progression. But he managed to be the sole survivor several times over. Maybe he had a hidden talent for dodging death. He didn't question anything at the time, relieved by the fact of his survival. But looking back, it was likely that he activated healing subconsciously, purely as a survival instinct. Turns out, he might have been a natural at self-preservation. After somehow surviving 6 times as a human shield, he caught the eye of Don Juan, who saw potential in him. Turns out, Juan had a knack for spotting talent because our guy was a natural at the whole hitman gig. Purple Knights? Easy. He could just lower their guard and take them out with poison. Classic hitman moves. But Blue Knights? They were a whole different level. Even when he sneaked up on them, they'd spot him every time. And forget about poisoning them. They had this aura thing where they could just burn the poison away. Annoying, right? They would manipulate their internal aura to burn or expel the poison, making them nearly untouchable. But even Blue Knights had their weaknesses. He mastered the art of exploiting the tiniest openings, and soon enough, he was taking down Blue Knights left and right. After racking up a dozen Blue Knight kills, he was basically a legend in the McCain cartel. His reputation was solidified, and he became a key player in the cartel. He went on to achieve great things, even contributing to the downfall of the Pabella cartel. His position grew stronger, and eventually, he became Don Juan's foster child and heir apparent. But just when things seemed to be going perfectly, on the day when all the cartel's top executives were gathered to reveal the successor, something unexpected happened. In a shocking turn of events, he took out everyone in the room, including Don Juan himself. After leaving the McCain cartel behind, he reflected on the past, realizing that 773 million memories were now just history. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, demanding attention and accusing him of ignoring their questions for quite some time. The accusations flew, questioning his loyalty and suggesting he might be a McCain spy, plotting to use and then betray the syndicate. A brief silence followed, the tension hanging thick in the air. The voice, now uncertain, questioned if their suspicions were true, hoping for a denial. Frustration grew as the voice demanded an immediate response, complaining about the clumsiness of the situation, unlike the smoothness before his regression. Another pause, the tension almost palpable. The scene shifted to Don Juan's mansion, leaving the unresolved confrontation hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the mansion was buzzing with a lively party, the atmosphere thick with chatter and clinking glasses. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Kay stood at the door, announcing herself as an official from their side. Kay. With a respectful bow, Kay greeted Don Juan, expressing her honor at the meeting. Zeke Draker, the protagonist, observed the scene, musing that money indeed made the world go round. He noted that the gathering wasn't just about the McCain hitmen, but also included infamous outlaws and rangers on the run, quite the diverse roster indeed. Behind the mansion's banquet hall, a secret meeting room was set up with people sitting around a table, mob-style. Don Juan, cigar in hand, greeted Kay, expressing his surprise and pleasure at meeting a female mage, noting that a beautiful mage was rarer than a jewel. Don Juan, cigar in hand, leaned in with a smirk, clearly amused by the whole situation. He playfully encouraged Kay to share her wise words, as if she were about to drop some major truth bomb. The title McCain cartel boss Don Juan flashed, reminding everyone just who was in charge here. Kay stood there, calm but with that look like she was about to drop a serious truth bomb. She didn't waste any time, bringing up the Soma warehouse fires from several months back. The room got tense real quick, like someone just dropped a major plot twist in a drama. Don Juan's expression darkened as he put out his cigar, his voice sharp. Of course he remembered, how could he forget something like that? Kay hesitated for a second, but then she went for it, asking why he was bringing it up. Don's face turned icy, his tone cold enough to freeze the room. He demanded to know why she was bringing up such a touchy subject. Kay looked a little shaken, stumbling over her words. The pressure was on and she was clearly feeling it. She finally managed to spit it out. There was a traitor in the room, someone who had conspired with Isabella to set those warehouses on fire. Mic drop. The room was left in stunned silence, everyone processing the bombshell she just dropped. The room erupted like a pack of hyenas on energy drinks. Dudes were yelling, demanding she be dragged out immediately. Chaos central. Then, a loud punch into the table. Boom. Silence, please. Everyone quieted down, like someone had hit the mute button. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Don shot her a look that could melt steel. He wanted to know exactly what she just said, and he wasn't messing around. Zeke grabbed a guy, pressing him about accountability. Then he dropped the bomb. Was her beloved brother Joaquin really a traitor? The room was spinning. Zeke wasn't done. He pulled out a knife and turned to El Mencho, calling him out directly. Time to confess, buddy. El Mencho started sweating bullets, wondering how Zeke caught onto something even the boss missed. Plot twist. Much? El Mencho's crew surrounded him, but all they did was stare. El Mencho wasn't having it, yelling at them to earn their paychecks and actually do something. He wasn't done, calling them out as ungrateful wretches who couldn't even pull their weight. Yikes, tough crowd. But the guys backed down, saying there was nothing they could do. Talk about a tough spot. Kay watched the whole scene unfold, just taking it all in. Don stepped in, pointing and giving Zeke the floor, asking who would dare betray McCain. Drama alert. Zeke wasn't messing around. He held a knife to Don Juan's throat, introducing himself with an eerie calm. Talk about making an entrance. He dropped the bombshell, saying he could help Don Juan with his little betrayal problem. Mic drop. Zeke Murray stepped into the scene, introducing himself with a hint of confidence, as if he owned the place. The room was thick with tension, but Zeke was all about that smooth first impression. But instead of a birthday gift, Zeke brought a blade because apparently that is what you do when you are trying to make friends. The vibe in the room shifted from tense to downright icy. Meanwhile, somewhere in the shadows, someone was sweating bullets. Realizing that Zeke was a pro and there was no opening to make their move. Attacking from a distance? Nope, he would just use someone as a shield. Classic spy tactics. And to top it off, they started wondering if Zeke was a spy sent by Pabella. Drama was unfolding. Zeke, being the second in command of McCain, had some serious trust issues to deal with. Despite being accused of being a Pabella spy himself, everyone was side-eyeing him instead. The plot thickened as accusations flew around like confetti at a party. Zeke wasn't having any of it, though. He called out the nonsense, asking if they really thought he would be doing all this without any proof. Mic drop again. Then, out of nowhere, a single name was dropped: K. The room fell silent, and everyone was left wondering what just happened. Silence hung in the air, heavy and full of unanswered questions. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The moment stretched on, everyone holding their breath, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. A single question mark hung in the air, metaphorically speaking. The confusion was real, and everyone was scrambling to figure out what was going on. The silence continued, broken only by the sound of everyone's thoughts racing a mile a minute. The suspense was killing them. Still nothing. The tension was at an all-time high, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. Finally, someone broke the silence, acknowledging that Zeke had brought something quite interesting to the table. The game was on, and everyone was ready to see what Zeke had up his sleeve. Zeke dropped a bombshell, revealing Joaquin's betrayal with the syndicate and the shocking truth about the Pabella family being pirates. The room was left in stunned silence, the weight of the revelations hanging heavy in the air. The vibe shifted instantly as the pirate story unfolded. I mean, who actually likes pirates? But for Southerners, it was like mentioning their ultimate nemesis. The tension was as thick as a bad Wi-Fi signal. Southerners had every reason to hate pirates. They were practically neighbors with pirate outposts and suffered the most losses. It was like living next to the worst kind of party animals who never cleaned up after themselves. But here's the kicker. Don Juan had a personal vendetta against pirates. They had taken his family from him, and there was no way he could ignore anything involving pirates. This was getting juicy and everyone knew it. The pressure was on, and all eyes turned to Mon. What was his next move going to be? The room was practically buzzing with anticipation. Mon was sweating bullets. This was not the kind of attention he wanted. He was backed into a corner, and there was no easy way out. The questions were piling up. How did Zeke get that photo? And that report, it connected Mon to the Pabella and the Soma warehouse fires from months ago. This was turning into a real mess, and Mon was right in the middle of it. The situation was getting worse by the minute. Suspicions were growing, and Mon felt the weight of it all crashing down. Mon muttered a sarcastic thanks to Zeke Murray for the mess he was in. But honestly, he didn't know much about Syndicate. Did Zeke really think this would be enough to make him suspicious of Joaquin, who was basically like a brother to him? It wasn't enough, not by a long shot. Mon didn't want to resort to drastic measures, but it seemed like he was running out of options. The names El Mencho and Asura echoed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. If this was all there was, then for the crime of insulting his brother, his boss would have to answer. The tension was building, and Mon knew he had to make a move soon. Zeke Murray had said it himself. He was the traitor who joined hands with the enemy. Mon was processing everything, the betrayal, the lies, it was all too much. He never thought Zeke would betray him like this. There was nothing left to say. The silence spoke volumes. Zeke, with a hint of respect, acknowledged his confession, setting the tone for what was to come. A heavy pause filled the air, the weight of the moment sinking in. The tension was palpable, the aftermath of betrayal lingering like an unshakable fog. The silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. Zeke mused on the irony of the situation, noting how fascinating Southerners could be, even in their downfall. Turning to El Mencho, Zeke demanded he admit to his betrayal, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. El Mencho reflected on the absolute nature of oaths, though he never intended to harm anyone's family. It was clear, El Mencho truly was the boss of a large criminal organization, his actions speaking volumes. Don Juan's actions were likely not driven by belief in El Mencho's betrayal, but rather by the lack of any other choice. The culprit behind the Soma warehouse fires from several months ago resurfaced, bringing up memories of McCain's past struggles. It turned out there was a traitor in their midst who had conspired with Pabella to set those warehouses ablaze. This Pabella spy, being the same traitor, had caused chaos within the organization, as confirmed by Kay's testimony. Through decisive actions, Don Juan secured El Mencho and declared him the traitor, aiming to restore order amidst the turmoil. Adding to the drama, it was revealed that the Pabella cartel were pirates, which was a shocking twist no one saw coming. Despite the chaos, Don Juan maintained his composure and calmly attempted to analyze the situation, showing his leadership skills. However, the same couldn't be said for his subordinates, who were struggling to keep it together. Meanwhile, El Mencho himself confessed to being the traitor, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Even if El Mencho wasn't the traitor, Don Juan realized that leaving him be would cause the organization's discipline to fall apart. He's as calculating as ever, weighing the consequences of each decision carefully. He took a deep breath, preparing for what he had to say next. He began, choosing his words carefully. Since Joaquin was indeed the traitor, as Kay had reported, that meant the syndicate folks were traitors too. It was all part of the plan to move from McCain to Pabella, starting with the burning of the Soma warehouses. The pieces were falling into place, and the truth was finally coming to light. Don gave a cold stare, his gaze piercing through the silence. With a knife resting on the documents, he offered a chilling proposition: confess, and a painless death would be granted. The accusation hit hard, and the response was immediate: this was slander. The accusation of a scheme was met with a furious denial, fingers pointing at Kay as the supposed mastermind. The room tensed as the suggestion of interrogation hung in the air, the drama unfolding like a bad reality show. Suddenly, the accuser found himself splattered across the floor, the tension broken by an unexpected turn of events. Talk about a plot twist. Kay stood there, visibly scared, her trembling figure drawing all eyes. The atmosphere shifted, the focus now on her fearful expression. Kay continued to tremble, her fear palpable as all attention remained fixed on her. Don stepped in, his presence commanding as he questioned the unfolding chaos. What was this all about? The protagonist, Zeke Draker, was quick to respond, his voice cutting through the tension as he pointed towards someone. He had only helped punish a traitor as ordered. Zeke continued, his tone firm as he reminded everyone that Don himself had punished Joaquin, a confessed traitor. The room listened intently, the weight of his words sinking in. He went on, stating that the syndicate who had worked with Joaquin were also traitors. There was more than enough justified cause, wasn't there? The room was silent, considering his words. Don pondered, his gaze thoughtful. He had been wondering what this brat, Zeke, was planning, but perhaps there was more to it than he initially thought. Zeke flashed a grin, his expression shifting to something more playful yet still laced with intent. Don rose to his feet, his tone measured but carrying the weight of someone who had just connected the dots. There was a justified cause here, and Zeke Murray was at the center of it. His gaze sharpened, a killing intent flickering in his eyes as he questioned whether Zeke was some messenger of God, sent to test him, or worse, an agent of the devil here to bring everything crashing down. Zeke, however, wasn't having any of that dramatic speculation. He cut through the tension with a straightforward declaration: wasn't some celestial or infernal being. Nah, he was just a business partner and he had a deal to propose. Don was taken aback, questioning the idea of Zeke being just a business partner. But Zeke confirmed it with a straightforward tone, making it clear that he was indeed just that. Zeke continued, stating that he shared the same view as Don. He was sure that Don would like to exterminate the traitorous syndicate and reestablish order. He pointed out that with the exile of Ishtar and Pabella's dominance over the ocean routes, the only distribution channel for Soma available to McCain was the syndicate. Given Don's intelligence, Zeke assumed he already knew all this. And so, Don hesitated in punishing the organization that was colluding with a traitor. Don was surprised, thinking that Zeke was speaking like he knew what Don was like. Zeke told him not to fear, as up until now all distribution of Soma in the syndicate had been handled by Kay. From now on, Zeke declared, he and Kay would take charge of McCain's Soma on behalf of the syndicate. Don leaned back in his chair, looking all kinds of chill as he dropped the truth bomb. Zeke's offer was tempting, no doubt about it. But Don wasn't about to jump on the bandwagon just yet. If what Zeke was saying was the truth, then maybe, just maybe, they had a deal. Any deal worth its salt had to be built on trust, though. And that was a pretty big ask. Trust wasn't exactly Don's strong suit, especially since this was their first rodeo together. How could he possibly trust Zeke with something this huge? Zeke had to admit Don had a point, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. He had an idea, and it was time to lay it all out on the table. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of the conversation hanging heavy in the air. You could cut the tension with a knife as both men sat there, sizing each other up. It was a classic standoff, neither one willing to back down just yet. Then, Zeke dropped the name that would change everything. Paulo Santos. The name echoed through the room, and you could tell it meant business. Zeke was ready to raise the lands under that coward's charge to the ground. Paulo Santos, known as Cowardly Paulo, was the target. Apparently, Paulo was called Cowardly Paulo because he always played it safe, reducing risks at every turn. This made him pretty much a nobody in the organization. But surprisingly, he knew about his nickname and still kept a low profile. Zeke didn't care about any of that, though. As long as Paulo was useful to him, nothing else mattered. That would be enough to win his trust. Respecting the courage shown, Zeke pointed out that it was far too dangerous to attack alone. So, he decided to assign McCain's elite assassination troops to assist. Assist? More like observe, right? And just in case, while proving bravery, there was more to the plan. The tension was building, and the stage was set for a high-stakes showdown. The tension was building, and the stage was set for a high-stakes showdown. Then, out of nowhere, a declaration was made. The responsibility of guarding this mysterious lady fell to someone named McCann. But let's be real, calling it guarding was just a fancy way of saying he was taking her hostage. The room seemed to collectively roll its eyes at the euphemism. With a nod of understanding, the plan was set. The lady would be left in the boss's hands. No questions asked. The deal was sealed with a simple agreement. Cut to the Pabella cartel's turf, specifically Paulo Santos's assigned territory. The scene shifted to the Soma production factory, a place that screamed trouble with a capital T. Silence hung heavy in the air, the calm before the storm. Everyone knew something big was about to go down. And then, a single word echoed, halting everything in its tracks. The tension was palpable, the kind of moment that made hearts race and palms sweat. This was it, the point of no return. Manuel, the assassination squad commander, found himself in a situation he never thought possible. He was waiting for orders, something completely out of character for someone of his rank and experience. But after witnessing his skills firsthand, it was hard not to fall in line. The man was a force to be reckoned with, and even Manuel couldn't deny that. His stamina was on another level, far surpassing what any hitman was capable of. And his movements were quick and precise, as if he had the entire layout of the vast southern lands memorized like the back of his hand. But what really set him apart was his combat skills. He was more skilled than even the beastmen, capable of taking down werewolves, one of the toughest opponents out there. In short, the man was a monster, a true force to be reckoned with. With a simple command, he ordered everyone to wait where they were. No questions asked, no arguments made. He had that kind of presence. But one person couldn't help but speak up, accusing him of never intending to help in the first place. They saw through his act, realizing he was only there to observe. He didn't deny it. Instead, he pointed out that this was the only place where they could see the entire factory at once. He told them not to bother saying something they didn't mean and to just focus on observing him properly. As tensions rose, someone called out for Sir Murray, their voice filled with a mix of fear and desperation. As the call for Sir Murray echoed, the scene shifted to a group of soldiers scrambling in the chaos. One soldier panicked, shouting about what they should do. The commander, keeping a cool head, suggested they just observe from a distance like they were told. Another soldier agreed, adding that there was no need to put themselves in harm's way. The commander then ordered them to set up an outpost. The commander reminded them to focus on camouflaging the outpost so they wouldn't get caught. The soldiers got to work, trying to blend in with their surroundings. Meanwhile, someone noticed Sir Murray already leaping into action, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. The scene cut to another group of soldiers, their faces filled with shock and fear. The tension was palpable as they realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a shout rang out, warning that there was a mage among the intruders. The soldiers' faces paled, knowing they were out of their depth. One soldier yelled that this was too much for them, urging someone to call the magic weapons squad for reinforcements. Another soldier agreed, adding that it was only natural for them to react that way when seeing the elemental sword for the first time. The scene was pure chaos, with everyone trying to keep their heads above water. Amidst the chaos, a voice suddenly cut through the noise, declaring that the intruder had been found, as if they had just won a game of hide and seek. Another voice chimed in, casually reminding everyone that this was the same organization that had caused a massive rift between McCain and the South, like it was just some old drama being dug up again. Someone else commented on how quick the response was, almost like they were impressed by the speed of it all. But the show was far from over, and the crowd was already buzzing with anticipation. The energy in the room shifted, and everyone could feel that something even more intense was about to go down. Then, out of nowhere, a voice boomed, claiming that the previous move wasn't even good enough for a warm-up. The crowd lost Ithis was about to get wild. The tension was building, and you could practically hear the collective gasp as everyone waited for what would happen next. Suddenly, someone shouted about cowardly Paolo, calling him a madman like it was some kind of twisted compliment. And as if that wasn't enough, they pointed out that Paolo had even called in a magic tank. The crowd was hyped. This was next-level drama. The crowd wasn't done roasting Paolo yet. Someone shouted about how he must be swimming in all that money, while another pointed out that hiring a mage would have been way cheaper than whatever he was doing. Classic case of spending big just to flex, but the results? Not so impressive. The crowd's laughter and jeers filled the air, their words hanging over Paolo like a bad meme that just wouldn't die. Paolo stood there, probably wondering if all that cash he dropped was worth the public roasting session he was getting. The tension was thick, and Paolo's confidence seemed to be taking a nosedive. This wasn't just a fight, Anna Maria, it was a full-on spectacle. You could almost hear the collective facepalm from the audience as they watched Paolo struggle to keep it together. Zeke Draker, the main character, mused that if you're not a criminal, a cartel wouldn't even bother hiring you. The audience could practically hear the sarcasm dripping from his thoughts. With a swift motion, Zeke unsheathed his Tempest sword and went full wrecking ball on those tanks. Boom, just like that, they were toast. Zeke reflected on how in his past life, he would have hauled tail at the mere sight of magic tanks. But things were different now, and he wasn't about to back down. He stumbled upon an underground door, the kind that screams, plot twist ahead. The hall beyond was a grim scene, bodies littered about. Clearly, something sinister had gone down here. Zeke wasn't about to let his guard down. With a quick throw, he took someone out, proving he meant business. Zeke wasn't done yet, striding forward with confidence. He had taken down so many foes already, and he knew it was only a matter of time before his real target showed up. Suddenly, an arrow came flying out of nowhere, aiming straight for him. But Zeke was quick on his feet, catching the arrow midair like it was no big deal. Turns out, the arrow was a duder, so he thought. It exploded in his hand, but Zeke just shrugged it off. With a cool toss, he threw the remnants of the arrow to the ground, barely breaking a sweat. Finally, the moment he'd been waiting for. His eyes locked onto the shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, and he couldn't help but smirk. The game was on. Paolo stepped out from the shadows, gun in hand, looking seriously annoyed. He couldn't believe someone had managed to sneak in and cause this much chaos. Paolo was casually strolling, dropping some serious knowledge about a poison gas called SIOLD3-SODX3. He mentioned it was no joke, strong enough to take down even those with aura abilities. Then, he pulled out an antidote, offering a trade for some intel on Zeke's companion. The label read Pabella Cartel Executive Paulo Santos, so you know this guy means business. Zeke wasn't buying it, thinking this was all just a distraction. He called Paulo out, suspecting he was bluffing with a fake antidote. Like seriously, did Paulo think he was that gullible? Zeke knew his stuff, pointing out that the black mamba poison Paulo used was notorious for having no antidote. Anyone else would be a goner in minutes, and even a blue knight would suffer some nasty aftereffects. But Zeke? He just smirked. Thanks to his poison resistance, this stuff was basically water to him. In a swift move, Zeke shattered the antidote. Paulo was freaking out, asking if Zeke had lost his mind. Why would he destroy the antidote? Did he have a death wish? But Zeke just calmly reassured him. Poison wasn't going to work on him. Zeke shot Paulo a killer stare, casually mentioning that the only reason it was so quiet above them was because they had taken care of everyone up there. Paulo was shocked, unable to comprehend what Zeke was saying. Outside, the scene was chaotic with fires burning and people down. Paulo couldn't believe it, insisting it was impossible because those people were equipped with magic weapons. Zeke just calmly suggested that if Paulo doubted him, he could go check for himself if he could afford to. Paulo, in disbelief, asked who Zeke was and whose orders he was following. Zeke asked if Paulo didn't have any suspicions, to which Paulo, starting to catch on, asked if it was McCain. Zeke noted that Paulo was catching on quick. Paulo realized that the only one who could do this to Pabella was McCain, but they should have been respecting their territorial boundaries. He asked why Zeke would do this. Zeke questioned if Paulo really didn't have a conscience. Paulo, confused, asked what he meant. Zeke asked if Pabella considered loitering around another's distribution routes or looking for an opportunity to strike to be proper. Pabella had crossed the line, and the boss was not having it. He vowed to crush her and burn her to ashes, declaring that he would eradicate the South of such filthy pirates. The justification was clear, and the boss was not backing down. They had even caught on to the fact that Pabella and her crew were originally pirates. This revelation was a major setback, and the frustration was palpable. The boss, fueled by his rage, chased after Pabella, shouting that she couldn't run from him. The chase was on and the tension was high. After a while, the boss stopped and looked around. He realized that the chase had led him to a completely different place from the underground mines earlier. The surroundings were unfamiliar, and he couldn't help but wonder where he was. On top of that, there were tons of traps on his way there. It was hard holding back just in case there were any prying eyes. The boss had to be careful, and it was a struggle to navigate through the traps. The boss noticed that the traps didn't seem like they were originally part of the ruins. It seemed like someone had installed them recently. This realization made him even more cautious. The boss couldn't help but wonder what Pabella was up to down there. The traps and the unfamiliar surroundings hinted at something bigger, and he was determined to find out what it was. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, a figure lurked, eyes locked onto the boss with an intensity that could melt steel. The boss had no clue he was being watched, but the observer knew exactly what he was up to. The observer's gaze narrowed as the boss moved cautiously through the traps. It was like watching a puppy trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, entertaining, but you just want to step in and help. Every step the boss took seemed to trigger something new, and the observer couldn't help but smirk. This was getting good. Suddenly, the observer's expression shifted. The boss had stumbled upon something unexpected, and the observer leaned in, curiosity piqued. The boss hesitated, sensing something was off. The observer held their breath, waiting for the moment of realization to hit. The boss finally looked up, eyes scanning the darkness. The observer stayed perfectly still, blending into the shadows like a ninja on a stealth mission. The boss's voice echoed through the chamber, demanding to know who was there. The observer stayed silent, letting the tension build like a season finale cliffhanger. The boss took a step forward, his determination growing. The observer watched, knowing this was about to get interesting. The observer prepared to reveal themselves, a sly smile playing on their lips. The boss was in for a surprise, and they couldn't wait to see his reaction. The observer stepped forward, their smile growing wider as they prepared to make their presence known. The boss stood there, clueless, as the observer relished the anticipation of the surprise they were about to spring. Just as the observer was about to reveal themselves, a sudden commotion echoed from nearby. A figure burst in, looking flustered and annoyed, muttering about running into the same people everywhere they go. The observer's smile faltered for a moment, their grand reveal interrupted by this unexpected entrance. The boss, now alerted, turned to see what the commotion was all about. His curiosity piqued. The newcomer, clearly frustrated, seemed to be having one of those days where you just can't catch a break, running into the same folks no matter where you turn. The observer, now slightly annoyed themselves, had to put their grand plan on hold, thanks to this untimely interruption. The observer was fuming, clearly not a fan of the southern crew. They should have handled their own mess, and now this? Sending in a rat? Really? Well, too late for regrets. Since they showed up, they weren't leaving alive. Drama time. The observer recalled the hunting dog's operation maps, where the giant mountains and southern continent's ruins were marked. Could these ruins really hold one of the artifacts the emperor was after? Silence fell as the weight of the realization settled in. The dagger looked ordinary, but there was something about the wind wrapping around the blade. It had to be an artifact. Time to face the music. Something was off. A strange energy filled the air. A magic scroll? Seriously? Yep, it was a magic scroll. Someone yelled to brace for impact, but then, plot twist, it was just a soundproofing and barrier spell. No lethal effects, just a chill vibe. No need to panic. The spell was harmless, just setting up a quiet zone. Drama averted, for now. For the next 30 minutes, whatever went down in there would be their little secret. No peeking, no eavesdropping, just pure, unfiltered chaos waiting to happen. No worries about getting caught. No unexpected interruptions, just a golden opportunity to test out some new skills. And you know what that meant? Time to turn this place into his personal playground. How about it, indeed? The stage was set, the rules were clear, and the energy was about to go from 0 to 100 real quick. A subspace pocket? Nah, this was something else entirely. He didn't just pull it out of thin air, bent the rules, making it clear this wasn't your average magic trick. First, there was that weird weapon, then he was throwing around spells like a seasoned mage, and now a sword? What even was this guy's deal? The realization hit like a gut punch. This wasn't just some random show-off, this was next-level stuff. Wait, did that mean he was a blue knight? The stakes just got a whole lot higher. And just like that, he unleashed his signature move, Sky Slice, cutting through everything in his path like a hot knife through butter. No big deal, just your average Tuesday. One poor soul wasn't quick enough to dodge and got slashed down. Oof, tough break. Suddenly, a portal appeared out of nowhere. Plot twist? Maybe. But as quickly as it came, the portal closed shut. Guess no one's going anywhere fun today. Bodies were left burning in the aftermath. Not exactly a pretty sight, but war is war, right? Zeke figured burning the corpses would make it harder to find any traces, pinning the attack on mages and knights alike. He was already planning to stir the pot between McCain and Pabella. Classic Zeke, always thinking 3 steps ahead. But then he paused, scratching his head. Why were Pabella and the Rome Empire even working together? The only thing that made sense was if they were after those ancient artifacts down south. Because, why not add some ancient mystery to the mix? Zeke recalled his past, scratching his head. Before his regression, there had been no traces of the artifacts in this area. But then again, that was 3 years later from now. It was possible they had already found the artifacts and left. Either way, he was just glad he managed to foil the Emperor's plans. Time to head back now. It might have been a coincidence, but Zeke was still happy he managed to mess up the Emperor's plans. Now, it was really time to head back. But just as he was about to leave, Zeke heard something. His ears perked up, and he turned around, trying to figure out what was going on. A single footstep echoed in the silence. Someone muttered about an awful situation, and Zeke's curiosity was piqued. A figure with long orange hair clad in red armor appeared. They mentioned sensing a strong, chaotic energy that disappeared in a way akin to magic. Zeke raised an eyebrow, wondering who this new person was. The masked man approached Zeke, stating that an uninvited guest had found his way there. Zeke sighed internally, thinking that his day just got a lot more complicated. Zeke found himself locked in a stare-down with the masked man, whose red armor gleamed with an unsettling intensity. Zeke turned his gaze, his mind racing. That armor looked familiar, like something out of a history book. The intricate designs and the way it seemed to hum with power, it had to be the legendary Herzion armor, the kind only the elite red knights of the Roman Empire were supposed to wear. He recalled the Legends Herzion wasn't just any armor. It was packed with enchantments, from lightning magic to automatic restoration. Basically, it was the ultimate cheat code for knights, making them nearly invincible. But something felt off. The Herzion armor this guy was rocking wasn't quite the same as the one described in the Empire's archives. Zeke couldn't help but call it out. He needed answers. Who was this guy, and why was he wearing armor that looked like Herzion? And more importantly, was he really one of the Red Knights of the Empire? Before he could even finish his thought, the masked man made his move. A swift slash of his sword sent Zeke into high alert. Zeke barely had time to process the attack before his instincts kicked in, blocking the strike with a swift motion. But the force behind the masked man's attack was no joke. Zeke found himself flying through the air, crashing through pillars like a ragdoll. Ouch, that had to hurt. Not one to stay down. Zeke quickly got back up and launched a counterattack, his blade slashing through the air. Just as Zeke thought he had the upper hand, the masked man, let's call him Red, came launching at him from above. Talk about a plot twist. The impact of their clash created a huge explosion, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Things were getting intense. Amidst the chaos, their blades clashed again, the sound of metal against metal echoing through the air. This fight was far from over. Zeke Draker found himself being pushed back, struggling against an almost overwhelming force. He couldn't help but think that this wasn't the strength of a mere human. Was the Herzion also enchanted with some kind of strength-enhancing magic? Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the battlefield, sending debris flying and creating a massive cloud of smoke. The intensity of the blast left everyone stunned. Amidst the smoke and chaos, Red looked around, trying to get his bearings. The explosion had left the area in disarray, but he knew he had to act fast. With a sudden surge of power, the earth around Red began to shift and form, creating a protective barrier. His skill, Elemental Sword Steel Field, had activated, surrounding him with a shield of earth and rock. Talk about a glow-up. Without hesitation, Red sliced through the rocks, his blade cutting through the earthen shield with ease. He was ready to take on whatever came next. The rocks were left in pieces, like a broken piñata at a birthday party gone wrong. Suddenly, a bright light flared up, turning the battlefield into an impromptu rave. Red was left blinded, squinting like someone who just walked out of a movie theater into broad daylight. Seizing the moment, the main character attacked from behind, ready to turn the tables. With a swift motion, the main character sliced through the air, his voice ringing out with the confidence of someone who just found the last slice of pizza. "Got you," he exclaimed, ready to claim his victory. Zeke Draker deflected the aura blade with a precision that left everyone stunned, as if he just pulled off the ultimate gaming combo. The mysterious red figure began repairing, like a glitchy NPC resetting for another round. Zeke stood there, mouth agape, his mind clearly screaming, "What just happened?" Before Zeke could process, the red figure lashed out again, slashing through the air. Zeke barely jumped back in time, sliding across the ground like he was on a slip and slide from hell. The red figure noted Zeke's strange abilities, sounding more impressed than a judge on a talent show seeing the next big act. The red figure began speaking, reminding Zeke of his earlier question about his identity, like a plot twist no one saw coming. Zeke braced himself, ready for the reveal. The red figure acknowledged Zeke's skill, deciding he was worthy of knowing his name. With a dramatic flair, the red figure introduced himself as Kane Gaimons Constantinus, like he was dropping the ultimate mic. Zeke was not having it. Not only was Kane a Gaimons, but he also had the audacity to flaunt that Constantinus name like it was no big deal. That name though, Constantinus? That was some next-level imperial bloodline energy right there. Zeke couldn't even. Constantinus was not just any surname, it was the surname, reserved for the Roman Empire's imperial bloodline. And those middle names? Only the creme de la creme, the Electroprince families, got to rock those. Zeke's mind was blown. Did this mean House Gaimons, his powerful family, was actually one of those fancy Electroprince families of the Roman Empire? Like, what even was this plot twist? Zeke stood there, shocked, trying to process this new information. It was all getting a bit too much. Suddenly, the system dropped another bomb. Slay a target with miasma and get bonus points. Miasma? Zeke had no clue what that was, but it sounded sketchy. But one thing was for sure, that energy radiating off Kane was giving off major dangerous vibes. Zeke could feel it in his bones. Kane wasn't playing around, whipping out a massive blue light sword that screamed, "Boss fight." He admitted he never thought he'd find a worthy opponent in such a remote place, but here they were. Kane promised to go all out, giving Zeke the respect of a full-powered showdown and even an honorable exit. Zeke knew his basic moves wouldn't cut it against that glowing beast of a sword. Even with his elemental blade, he wasn't polished enough to counter Kane's power. Time to dig deep and pull out something crazy. Zeke unleashed his dragon scale thrust, but even that wasn't enough to take Kane down. Kane's abilities were next-level enhancement, aura deflection, insane defense, and regeneration. As long as he had his powers, landing a fatal blow seemed impossible. Zeke realized he had to drag Kane down to his level. Activating mana reflection, he aimed to turn the tables and even the playing field. Kane was caught off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, Hersion's function stopped, leaving him utterly confused. Facing each other, Kane demanded to know what Zeke had just done. Zeke, playing it cool, shrugged and claimed he had no idea what Kane was talking about. Kane, not buying it for a second, laughed it off as amusing. He declared that if Zeke didn't want to answer, that was fine by him. Kane, with a smirk, added that figuring out an enemy's tricks himself was part of the joy of battle. Both of them readied themselves for the next move. In a flash, they both launched towards each other, the tension reaching its peak. Their mighty auras clashed, creating a spectacular show of power and determination. The battle was on, and neither was backing down. The clash of their powers reached its peak, resulting in a massive explosion that lit up the battlefield. The aftermath left destruction in its wake, a testament to the intensity of their fight. Zeke Draker found himself bleeding, his healing factor struggling to keep up. He cursed his luck, realizing the severity of his situation. Collapsed in a puddle of his own blood, a deep cut across his stomach, Zeke Draker knew he was in serious trouble. Despite his dire state, Zeke managed to catch Kane's words, acknowledging his skill as expected of the Draker bloodline. Zeke, confused and weakened, asked how Kane knew about his lineage. Kane explained that the only force capable of temporarily halting Hersion's functions was the Draker's mana severance. He noted that Zeke had used that very sword technique in their final exchange. Kane pointed out that Zeke's technique resembled the Draker family's secret dragon-slaying arts. Zeke acknowledged the similarity but was shocked that Kane, an Imperial Knight, knew about the forbidden dragon scale thrust. This could only mean one thing: the Gaimons had betrayed the family by handing over their secret techniques to the Empire. Talk about a family drama leveling up to international scandal. Zeke coughed up blood, his condition worsening by the second. The corrosion spreading through his body was taking its toll, and it wasn't looking good. Kane swung his sword, noting how far the corrosion had spread. He admitted it must be painful but said leaving Zeke like this wouldn't be honorable after such a brave fight. In a swift move, Kane's sword found its mark, stabbing Zeke. The situation was going from bad to worse for our protagonist. Kane delivered the final blow, stabbing Zeke. The battle had reached its climax, and it wasn't looking good for Zeke. As Kane delivered the final blow, Zeke's eyes dimmed, the light fading fast. Kane muttered a solemn farewell, wishing for Zeke to rest in peace, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. Zeke's body went limp, the finality of the moment settling in as the life drained from his form. Kane turned away, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Zeke had been a formidable foe, a worthy opponent he hadn't encountered in a long time. As Kane walked, a strange sensation prickled at his skin. Something was off. His hand flew to his neck, fingers brushing against a fresh cut. When had that happened? Before he could ponder further, Zeke's body vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Kane whipped around, eyes wide. How was this possible? A mechanical voice rang out, announcing the use of a top-grade healing potion, Salvation. Suddenly, Kane's neck bore a deep gash, his wounds and stamina instantly restored as if by some unseen force. What kind of trickery was this? Zeke Draker stumbled, his body giving way as he crashed to the ground. A harsh cough racked his frame, his breath coming in ragged gasps. In a moment of clarity, he realized that if he hadn't stashed a healing potion in his shortcut slot, he would have been a goner right then and there. Talk about a close call. As the potion took effect, he could feel his wounds knitting together. But the damage ran deeper than the surface. His insides still screamed from the aura-inflicted injuries that no potion could heal. His vision blurred, the world spinning around him as he fought to stay conscious. His last thought before darkness took him was that he couldn't let his enemy get the best of him. Coming to, Zeke's gaze locked onto the potion in his hand. He needed to recover and fast. His territory depended on it. Zeke barely had time to process his surroundings before he noticed Kane's body nearby. His mind raced, wondering what had happened here. But before he could dwell on it, a massive dragon loomed into view. Okay, not what he expected to see today. Zeke stood there, utterly stunned. This was getting out of hand faster than he could keep up. In a flash, Zeke activated Gluttony. If he was going down, he'd at least go down fighting. Gluttony surged forward, devouring Kane's body. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, announcing that his stamina, mental power, and mana were all refilling. Well, that was a plot twist he didn't see coming. Zeke absorbed the remnants of Kane's power, his body pulsing with a strange, new energy. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he jolted awake with a gasp. Talk about a power nap. Scrambling to his feet, he muttered about how close he'd come to dying. Gluttony had saved him, and he couldn't help but wonder why that particular sin had crossed his mind in the nick of time. His eyes landed on a striking set of red armor lying nearby. Wait a minute, was that Kane's armor? How did it get there? As he stared at the armor, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. A voice asked if he would like to register himself as the user of the armor. Well, that was convenient, but the name wasn't popping up. Typical tech glitch even in a fantasy world. He waited a moment, wondering if he should try again. Suddenly, another message came through. He had been registered as the user of the armor. Score. The armor's form could be decided according to his will, and there were currently 3 magic circles that could be activated from the 28 great magic circles engraved in the armor. Now, this was getting interesting. He couldn't believe it. The armor's functions were way better than he expected. But wearing it right now would be a one-way ticket to getting caught by the Imperial goons. Better to take it off for now and hope he could use it later after changing its form. Time to bounce. As he moved, a strange smell hit his nose. What was that? His stomach dropped. The smell was unmistakable. Blood and corpses. This was not good. Silence fell as he took in the grim scene before him. This was no ordinary mess. It looked like a full-on human experiment gone wrong. This was no ordinary mess. It looked like a full-on human experiment gone wrong. The kind of stuff that would make even the shadiest scientists side-eye. Clearly, these Imperial goons had been up to no good. Suddenly, alarms blared as someone spotted an intruder. Guards started shouting, scrambling to catch whoever had the audacity to crash their sketchy science party. The intruder wasn't there just to ruin their day. They knew about the experiments, the lives being messed with, and even sensed some magically formulated poison in the air. Not your average home invasion. Silence fell for a moment, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Whatever was about to happen, it wasn't going to be pretty. The intruder realized the poison in the air wasn't just any poison. It was the kind that could bypass even the toughest resistance. Basically, the VIP of poisons. And just like that, the intruder felt that poison had done its thing. Not the best news, but at least they knew what they were dealing with. Quick thinking kicked in, and the intruder used an upper-class antidote. But the situation was far from over. They had to be ready for whatever came next. A brief pause, a moment to catch their breath. The intruder knew they had to keep moving. The mission was clear. They needed the lab's research materials. Whatever was in there, it was important enough to risk everything. And since it was an Imperial lab, there was a chance it held secrets about the Rose disease. The kind of secrets that could change everything. As they stepped into the lab, a voice echoed, catching them off guard. It was him, the one they had been searching for. The group exchanged glances, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. Silence filled the room as they processed the revelation, hearts pounding with anticipation. Then, out of nowhere, a blade materialized, glowing with an aura that left everyone in awe. Like, what even was that? The blade shimmered, its light dancing across the walls, casting an ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with energy. Eyes widened as the group took in the sight, the blade's presence shifting the atmosphere entirely. The tension was real, each second stretching out as they tried to comprehend what was happening. In that moment, everything felt surreal, the lab's secrets beginning to unravel in ways they never expected. As the lab's secrets began to unravel, the atmosphere grew tense, almost like the calm before a storm. The crest and magic pointed to one conclusion: he was part of the Desert Scorpion clan, known for their forbidden magic. Not just any member, but an executive-level Sixth Circle practitioner. This was going to be a pain to deal with. The Empire collaborating with such individuals was a twist no one saw coming. Suddenly, a skill was activated: mana reflection. Things were about to get interesting. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. The question hung in the air: was he a pure-blooded? The tension was palpable as the realization dawned. This was no ordinary situation. A brief pause, a moment of silence as everyone processed the revelation. The truth was out: he was a synthetic chimera. The plot thickens, and not in a good way. A maniacal laughter echoed, claiming this was his greatest masterpiece. He boasted that even a Draker wouldn't stand a chance against him. Someone had a serious case of overconfidence. The scene settled, but the tension remained. The stage was set for a showdown that no one was prepared for. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The main character braced himself, ready to block whatever came his way next. With a grunt, he held his ground, blocking the incoming attack with all his might. The clash sent a shockwave through the air, making it clear this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. But our guy wasn't just about defense. In a swift move, he deflected the claws, turning the tables in a blink. Talk about a power move. Suddenly, a glow emanated from his feet, like he was channeling some serious energy. The aura around his feet was lit, and it was clear he was just getting started. With a quick sidestep, he dodged the next attack, making his opponent stumble. Smooth moves, right? Then, in a flash, he used his signature shadowless steps, leaving his opponent confused and off balance. The main character was bringing his A game, and it was a sight to behold. With a swift motion, Zeke Draker slashed through the air, his blade cutting sharply as he pressed his advantage. Zeke wasn't messing around. He made sure there were no blind spots, his focus razor-sharp. The chimera roared in frustration, clearly not enjoying being on the receiving end of Zeke's skills. Zeke knew he couldn't waste time here. The longer this dragged on, the higher the chance of reinforcements showing up, and he was not about that life. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, offering him the chance to activate innate authority Draconic control. It asked if he'd like to subjugate the Draconic target. Talk about perfect timing. Zeke's eyes widened as he realized that Draconic control might actually be possible. This fight just got a whole lot more interesting. Zeke wasn't playing around anymore. With a fierce glare, he activated his dragon dignity, commanding the beast before him to submit. The dragon, once towering and terrifying, now seemed to shrink under Zeke's gaze. This was going to be a total vibe shift. The dragon let out a pitiful whimper. The system confirmed that fear had been instilled in this once trivial dragon. Who knew dragons could be such scaredy cats? Zeke smirked as the system notified him that Draconic control's effect had increased. The chimera must have had some dragon traits after all. The system asked if he wanted to activate Draconic control to subjugate the target. Well, obviously. Without hesitation, Zeke pressed yes. It was time to subjugate this dragon and show it who was boss. Chains materialized out of thin air, glowing with an eerie light. This was about to get real. The chains wrapped around the dragon, binding it tightly. The beast struggled, but it was no use. Zeke had total control now. Zeke couldn't help but pet the dragon, a smirk on his face. Nice. He had a new pet now, and it was actually pretty gentle. Who knew dragons could be such softies? Just as Zeke was enjoying his new dragon pet, a hooded man stood frozen in shock, his plan clearly backfiring. The chimera he was supposed to control was not responding to his commands. Zeke, with a smirk, commanded his new dragon to bite the hooded man. The dragon, now under Zeke's control, lunged forward. The hooded man didn't stand a chance. In a swift motion, the dragon obeyed, and the man fell, his fate sealed. Zeke looked at the dragon, curiosity sparking in his eyes. He wondered aloud about the man who had previously controlled the dragon. Zeke's eyes widened as he realized the man's identity. Gurav al-Rahmani, the second-in-command of the Scorpion clan. Zeke pondered the situation, trying to piece together the puzzle. He thought Gurav was just a high-ranking member of the Scorpion clan. But before he could finish his thought, an unexpected interruption occurred. The dragon let out a sound, catching Zeke off guard. A voice echoed, offering Zeke the chance to name the subjugated dragon. Named dragons could be summoned by their master whenever they called. Zeke looked at the dragon, considering the offer. Did the dragon wish to be given a name? Zeke decided to name the dragon Gurav, a name that just popped into his head. He wondered if the dragon would like it, but it was too late to change it now. The dragon was registered as Gurav, and Zeke joked about the dragon's reaction to its new name. The dragon didn't seem too thrilled, but the name was set. The scene shifted, leaving Zeke and Gurav behind for a moment. A new presence made itself known, setting the stage for what was to come. A voice echoed, expressing surprise at the turn of events. Zeke Murray's name was called out, drawing attention to his actions. It was confirmed that Zeke had truly eliminated cowardly Paolo, a feat that seemed to impress the mysterious voice. The voice acknowledged Zeke's achievement, stating that they keep their promises and that Zeke had proved himself worthy of belief. The voice continued, praising valiant warriors and expressing a deep respect for strong fighters, as if they were their own children. The voice continued, expressing a wish to treat them with the same care and respect as their own children. Children, they scoffed, the type that could be freely used as tools? The irony wasn't lost on them. He really said that to their face. That piece of work had some nerve. They vowed right then and there to make him pay with their own 2 hands. Take a look at this Zeke Murray. The tension was palpable as the focus shifted. It was impressive, prepared for something big. The anticipation hung in the air. Didn't he say he wanted to be a business partner? Then he'd need proof of trust to match that claim. The challenge was laid down. There was no doubt about it. The size and weight. It was the real deal. The proof was right there in front of them. The moment hung heavy, the weight of the situation pressing down. Silence stretched, the kind that made ears ring and hearts race. A voice cut through the quiet, asking if they liked what they saw. The question lingered, waiting for a response that seemed inevitable. Of course, the boss liked it. Everything was going according to plan, or so it seemed. The next step was clear, putting K on top. But as always, there was a catch. The issue? Pabella had caught on. She knew they were the ones who attacked, and the jig was up. The knights and mages they used as cover were blown. It was a messy setup, and it had backfired spectacularly. While they were at it, someone wanted to send a warning to those nasty pirate bastards. Because why not add more drama to the mix? But first, a quick lesson for those pirates. Let them know that the big boss of the southern continent is none other than Murray. And guess what? He wants someone to attack Pabella. Drama just keeps getting better. Wait, what? That's right, even the characters are confused. This plot twist came out of nowhere. Someone's stepping up, though. They're heading to Pabella to spread the word about Murray's grand plan. But before they jet off, there's a tiny favor to ask. Give someone some power so they can become the new core of the syndicate. No big deal, right? Silence falls as the weight of the request sinks in. The tension is real. Someone's taking responsibility for being the backer. They're stepping up, ready to support the new core. As for the others, well, they've got a different role to play. The cartel's greatest hitmen and squad are being assigned. Things are getting serious, and the stakes just keep getting higher. The cartel's greatest hitmen and squad were being assigned, and things were getting serious. The stakes just kept getting higher, and the tension was palpable. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The pieces were moving, and the game was far from over. They would be very helpful, indeed. That man, whoever he was, seemed to hold the key to something big. Cut to the territory of the Pabella cartel, under the control of Paulo Santos. The scene was set for something intense. The air was thick with tension. Something was about to go down, and everyone could feel it. Abel was on the scene, but the investigation was already over. Or so they thought. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had already combed through the place, and according to them, there was nothing else to find. Abel had received the results, but something didn't sit right with him. Abel couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. He started investigating, and it was clear there had been at least one squad of Mage Sand Knights there, and a fight had gone down. As Abel picked through the dirt, someone called out to him. But Abel was in the zone, focused on uncovering the truth. He wasn't about to be distracted. Abel muttered to himself that there was only one person there, at least a Red Knight. The voice from earlier was confused, asking what he meant by that. Abel ignored the voice and continued to visualize the man he was thinking of. This man had dealt with everyone there, Abel thought to himself. Abel was shocked to find traces that the Intelligence Bureau had been there. There must have been something they couldn't find out, he thought. Abel was determined to know what the Empire was hiding. He wasn't going to stop until he found out. As Abel started to walk away, the voice from earlier asked if he was really going to look into the Bureau and what if problems arose later. Abel stopped and turned to face the voice, calling out William's name. Abel yelled that there was something he couldn't miss there. His instincts as a detective were telling him that something was off. Abel continued, saying that William, of all people, should know how much this meant to him. Abel wasn't done yet, his fiery gaze burning with determination as he declared his ambitious goal. He wanted to make Drakkar and the entire Empire his. Talk about aiming for the stars, right? The sun dipped low over the Pabella cartel port, casting long shadows and painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The air was thick with tension, a perfect backdrop for whatever was about to go down. Suddenly, a boat came into view, drifting quietly into the port. Abel's eyes narrowed as he spotted it, clearly not expecting to see a random boat just chilling there. Before he could even process it, a man leaned over the edge of the boat, shouting down at him. The guy seemed pretty worked up, demanding to know just who Abel thought he was. Abel didn't hesitate. With a swift leap, he was airborne, his blade flashing as he slashed at the man above. No time for chit-chat when there was a point to be made. The man went down fast, tumbling from his perch with a yelp. Abel wasn't messing around, this was his moment, and he wasn't about to let some random guy ruin it. But just as quickly, someone else on the boat snatched up a sword, their eyes locking onto the falling man. Abel barely had time to react. With a swift, almost casual motion, the sword was hurled through the air, aimed right at the man Abel had just taken down. Things were getting intense, and Abel knew he had to stay on his toes. Zeke was all about efficiency, making sure his opponents wouldn't make a splash literally. He called out for Simon to join him, ready to take on whatever came next. Simon appeared, his presence as steady as ever. Zeke couldn't help but think about how Simon had been the one to teach him everything he knew about Southern-style martial arts and, well, the finer points of taking people out. Talk about a resume. Flashback time. Even in the grimy world of the McCain cartel, Simon had been the only one Zeke could trust. And now, after all this time and some serious life upgrades, their teamwork was still on point. Zeke looked at Simon, thinking it would be awesome to have him on his side for whatever was coming next. The city was crawling with forces, and Zeke knew they had to play it smart. Simon asked if there was a way to sneak in through the central area. Zeke, of course, had a plan. This place used to be Toe Empire territory, so Zeke figured there had to be some underground paths still kicking around. Simon wasn't convinced going underground sounded like a maze with no GPS, but Zeke just told him to watch and learn. Zeke wasn't worried about the maze-like underground. With his minimap guide function, navigating through it was going to be a breeze, almost like having a GPS in a video game. But the path ahead seemed crowded with forces, so Zeke decided to take a detour. No need to rush into trouble when you can just swipe left on it, right? Zeke also realized that the big bosses, the Red Knights and above, weren't showing up on his map. That explained his unexpected encounter with Cain last time. It was like trying to avoid spoilers but still getting hit with a major plot twist. As they neared their destination, Zeke laid out the plan. From here on out, they would split up. Simon and the others were to set up bombs in as many places as possible, while Zeke would take on the second-in-command, Mateo. It was like assigning quests in a game, each with its own boss battle. Simon and the crew acknowledged the plan. They were ready to set up those bombs and cause some chaos. No pressure, just your typical save-the-world kind of stuff. With the plan set, the team prepared to split up and tackle their respective missions. It was game time, and each of them had a crucial role to play. As they went their separate ways, the underground tunnels echoed with their determination. Zeke was on a mission, and failure was not an option. It was like the final level of a game, and he was ready to beat it. Zeke pondered the consequences of his mission. Taking out Mateo would surely ignite a furious reaction from Pabella's boss, potentially sparking an all-out war between McCain and Pabella. The stakes were high, and the tension was palpable. The weight of the decision hung in the air, as Zeke considered the potential fallout. It was a moment of silence, a brief pause in the storm that was brewing. But then a thought struck him. Was this really what Don Juan intended? The pieces didn't quite fit, and Zeke couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. Don Juan was known for his caution, always looking out for his associates. It seemed unlikely that he would send his disciples into a situation without considering the potential fallout. Unless, of course, he had a different plan in mind. Zeke's mind raced as he tried to piece together the puzzle. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Don Juan might be using this ambush as a warning to Pabella. If that was the case, then Don Juan might consider the sacrifice of his men as a necessary evil, a small price to pay for a larger goal. The pieces were starting to come together, but Zeke wasn't ready to accept that outcome. Zeke's determination flared as he made his decision. Things wouldn't go as Don Juan wished, because he was going to see this through. Mateo would fall, and the consequences would be dealt with later. It was time to level up and face the final boss. Zeke stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next, but what he saw left him utterly stunned. The scene before him was so unexpected, it was like finding out avocado toast was actually bad for you. He took a moment to process the bizarre sight, his mind racing to make sense of it all. As he scanned the area, something felt off. The vibe was all wrong, like a TikTok without any likes. He had assumed Pabella and the Empire were in cahoots, but there wasn't a single Imperial lackey in sight. Even the minimap was ghost town quiet, no reactions, no nothing. Zeke's confusion deepened. This was not what he had anticipated. Suddenly, a voice rang out, questioning if they had been hiding. Orders were barked to capture someone alive. Zeke realized things were about to get real, and he needed to be ready. Zeke barely had time to process what was happening when suddenly, chaos erupted. Out of nowhere, a loud groan echoed, setting the tone for the madness that was about to unfold. Someone let out a frustrated yell, clearly not ready for whatever was coming next. Then, a command boomed out, calling for the mage squad to step up. Things were getting serious and fast. In a flash, someone activated swift steps, and the energy in the room shifted instantly. The scene was pure chaos, with everyone scrambling, trying to figure out their next move. Zeke knew he had to think fast. This wasn't the time to freeze up. With everything moving at lightning speed, the pressure was on, and the stakes had never been higher. The tension was already sky-high, but now it was about to go stratospheric. The so-called Imperial forces were looking pretty weak, like they'd been hitting the gym less and the snack bar more. And seriously, were they trying to pull off the whole "we sent our best" vibe with these guys? Because if so, they were failing harder than a diet on cheat day. The disdain was palpable. These bastards were really getting on his nerves like a bad Wi-Fi signal during a Netflix binge. He was done playing games. One chance was all they were going to get, like a final warning before the ultimate smackdown. And just like that, the skill dragon's dignity was activated. Things were about to get real, like really real. He wasn't here to play around. If they wanted to live, they could leave now. But if they were sticking around, They better be ready to face the consequences like a bad guy in a superhero movie who just won't take the hint. The ultimatum was clear: leave or face the music. And by music, he meant a beatdown of epic proportions. The silence was deafening, like when you send a risky text and wait for the reply. The air was thick with anticipation. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the next move. It was like the calm before the storm, and this storm was going to be a Category 5. The question hung in the air: what was the Empire even trying to do, coming all this way to the south? It was like showing up to a pool party with a snowsuit, just plain confusing. The confusion was real. What was going on? It was like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces, and no one had the cheat codes. Just when the confusion couldn't get any more extra. Plot twist: Alone Roach was out here messing up the whole vibe. Cue the dramatic gasp. The squad was losing it. How did he even get here? Where did he come from? It was like he just popped out of nowhere, and now everyone was screaming internally, demanding to know who this mystery guy was. Silence. The kind that makes you check if your headphones are still working. Everyone was just standing there, processing the chaos. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Or, just awkwardly stare at it. Someone groaned, breaking the silence. It was the universal sound of, what even is life right now? Then the order came down: take him out. This guy had messed with the wrong plan, and now he was about to face the consequences. Zeke was slicing through zombies like a boss, but he couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy summon so many at once? That kind of power usually meant a high-level black mage. But something wasn't adding up. Zeke paused mid-swing, his brain catching up to his sword. Most black mages with that kind of juice were part of the Scorpion clan. So why wasn't this guy repping their colors? Where was his squad at? Zeke wasn't about to leave questions unanswered. He activated his dragon eye, ready to get some answers. Zeke wasn't messing around. With a swift motion, he took care of business, his frustration clear. Arrogant bastards indeed. He glanced at his system, checking his progress. No time to waste, there was more to do. A smirk crossed his face as he saw the results. Nice, just what he needed. With a quick slash, he finished off another opponent, his movements precise and efficient. Zeke paused, looking at his system bar. Was that the last one? He hoped so, ready to move on. Suddenly, the black mage looked down, his expression unreadable. Something was up. Before Zeke could react, the black mage disappeared. What? He left? That was unexpected. Zeke shrugged it off, turning to walk away. He'd deal with that guy later, turning him into points. For now, he was done here. Zeke strolled along, thinking about how just a bit more and he'd reach Mateo's office. But of course, he knew that guy wouldn't just let him walk away. And just like that, a slash came out of nowhere, aiming straight for Zeke's throat. Classic. A dagger pressed against his throat. Zeke couldn't help but think how he'd been waiting for this moment. And there he was, Simon, right on time like a bad penny. Simon held a dagger close to Zeke's face, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Zeke couldn't help but think how far he had come, only to end up in this mess. And then it hit him: the guy in front of him was none other than Don Juan. Zeke questioned who had ordered his elimination before things got out of hand. Simon leaned in closer, dagger still in hand, and revealed that the boss wanted to take down the Pabella cartel. He sneered, saying there wouldn't be room for a mid-sized guy like Zeke in that place. Zeke raised his hands in surrender, pointing out that even if the Pabella cartel lost their distribution network, Simon's crew would still use the syndicate through K. Simon smirked, confident they would manage just fine without Zeke. Zeke couldn't help but ask why Simon wasn't killing him already, calling him by his old nickname, Shadowless Ghost. Simon was taken aback, flustered even. He demanded to know how Zeke knew his previous name. Zeke calmly dropped the bombshell, calling him Simon Zapatero. Zeke wasn't done dropping bombshells. He knew Simon's past and his connection to Don Juan. Simon was absolutely floored, his mind racing with questions. Before Simon could even process what was happening, Zeke pulled a dagger to his own throat. Simon was freaking out, demanding to know what Zeke was talking about. Zeke calmly laid it out: Simon wanted to protect the last bloodline of the Cusco kingdom. Simon was stunned into silence. Zeke just smirked and said, Ian. Simon's glare could have melted steel. He was desperate to know how Zeke knew all this. Zeke took a step forward, and you could almost hear the dramatic music cue. Here it comes, he thought, ready to drop another truth bomb. A dagger materialized out of thin air, heading straight for Simon. But Zeke was quick on the draw and caught the dagger midair. In a swift move, Zeke slammed the dagger down, leaving Simon in a state of shock and disbelief. Simon was absolutely fuming, demanding to know just how much Zeke knew and who he really was. Zeke casually questioned his own identity before dropping the bomb, revealing he was one of the direct descendants of Drakkar. The name Zeke Drakkar hung in the air, leaving Simon in even more shock. Simon couldn't believe it, questioning if Zeke was perhaps the rumored youngest Blue Knight. Zeke clarified that his actions were his own and not related to his family, assuring Simon that he didn't need to worry about the Drakkar influence. Simon, still processing everything, questioned why Zeke revealed his name at all, pointing out he could have hidden it till the end. The tension was palpable as Simon tried to make sense of Zeke's revelation. The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation settling in. Zeke simply responded with a knowing look, leaving Simon even more confused. Zeke dropped a truth bomb, urging Simon to ally with him instead of Don Juan. He promised to protect the bloodline of Cusco and even help rebuild the kingdom, which, let's be real, sounded way too good to be true. Simon stood there, mouth probably hanging open, thinking, what even is this plot twist? Zeke wasn't done, though. He acknowledged it was a lot to take in but insisted Simon already knew deep down that staying with McCain was a total dead end. Zeke laid it all out, asking Simon to think about what would happen if he followed Don Juan's orders and took him out right there. He questioned if Don Juan had ever sent reinforcements for Simon or his crew, which, spoiler alert, he hadn't. Simon's mind was blown. Zeke was right, they had always been left to fend for themselves. Zeke dropped another truth bomb, explaining that after the Cusco kingdom collapsed, the cartels swooped in and took over. Don Juan probably wanted the previous royal knights, like Simon, gone for good. And as for the princess, she'd likely be sold off to the highest bidder among the Cusco rebels. Talk about a messed up situation. But let's rewind 10 years, when the Cusco kingdom took an L. Simon, being the MVP that he is, grabbed the newborn princess and dipped to the border for safety. He went full outlaw mode to level up his strength. All for the big plan, taking down the rebels and putting the princess back on the throne where she belongs. Fast forward, and that's exactly why he ended up as a hitman under Don Juan. Plot twist: Don Juan already knew all about Simon's past. In the end, Simon got disposed of because, well, unstable factors. And the princess? Sold off to the rebel forces. Before kicking the bucket, he asked someone to look after the princess. But by the time they found her, silence. The weight of the past hung heavy, the fate of the princess unknown. That's why the plea came: leave McCain, Simon. Time was running out and there was no room to question how they knew. But yes, the plot thickens. McCain, who everyone thought was as stable as a rock, was starting to shake. Talk about a major red flag. From the boss's birthday to getting tangled up with Pabella, things were getting weirder by the minute. And all because of Zeke Draker. But what was his ultimate goal? He might have said there was no room for a mid-sized troublemaker like him, but whatever. For now, he wanted the two cartels to start going at each other. And then, the plot thickens even more. Once it's all over, he's going for McCain. Talk about a major power move. The plot twist: his real goal was Don Juan all along. He was serious, Simon. He really wanted him to join in. But first, he needed to promise him two things. And not just him, but his subordinates as well. And honor the promise to protect the Cusco. And then rebuild the kingdom. Talk about a major glow-up. He swore it on his honor as a knight. No cap, this was getting intense. Suddenly, Cusco's guard commander, Simon Sapataro, rolls up and greets his master, Zeke Draker, with all the formality of a butler at a tea party. Zeke wasn't having it though, telling Simon to cut the formalities and get up. He needed to fill him in on the deets while they made their exit. First order of business? Locating Simon's underlings. Simon assured him that his squad would activate the plan and meet up to escape once he gave the signal. Zeke told him to send it now and rally his crew at the underground path entrance. Simon confirmed he had already tied up their target, Mateo, on the inside. With a plan in place, Zeke gave a casual farewell, ready to dip out of the scene. But then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, like someone just stepped on a Lego. A frantic voice yelled out, accusing someone of being a total jerk and questioning if McCain would be safe. Zeke wasn't having any of it, though. He made it clear that if war broke out between the two, Mateo would be the reason. No cap, he was not about to let Mateo off the hook. With a dramatic flair, Zeke told Mateo to bite the dust, invoking some ancient-sounding curse about those who wield their swords against McCain resting for eternity. Mateo, now gagged and struggling, could only let out muffled protests, like a kid trying to talk with a mouth full of marshmallows. Zeke Draker held up Pabella's secret ledgers like he just found the ultimate plot twist in a reality show. He knew it was time to make his move. Simon rushed toward Zeke, shouting that he had sent the signal to his subordinates. Zeke felt the adrenaline kicking in, like he just chugged an energy drink. Zeke whipped out his sword, telling Simon to get behind him. He was ready to face whatever came next. Arrows flew toward them, but Zeke blocked them with his shield like a pro gamer dodging noob attacks. Pirates burst in, screaming about intruders. Zeke knew they were in for a wild ride. Zeke unleashed his elemental sword, lighting up the place like a 4th of July fireworks show. The battlefield was now a blazing inferno, and Zeke stood ready amidst the flames. As they moved through a dark tunnel, a voice echoed, introducing their new boss. Zeke and Simon exchanged a glance, knowing they had to adapt to this unexpected twist. Zeke and Simeon strode through the corridor, the echoes of their newfound authority bouncing off the walls as people bowed in their path. The air was thick with tension and the weight of their sudden rise in power. Zeke's expression hardened as he glanced around, urging Simeon to keep moving. They didn't have time to waste, and the last thing they needed was an audience. With a shared look of determination, they broke into a run, the urgency of their situation pushing them forward. Zeke's eyes narrowed as he sensed the presence of their pursuers. They had caught up faster than expected. Zeke came to an abrupt halt, turning to face Simeon with a commanding gaze. It was time to split up. He would take the heat, leading their pursuers away while Simeon and the others made their escape. Zeke instructed Simeon to seek out Kay from the syndicate, assuring him that his name would be enough. Simeon hesitated, concern flashing across his face as he mentioned the princess entangled with the McCain cartel. Zeke's confidence didn't waver. He had predicted this very scenario, and his plan was already in motion. A flashback revealed Zeke's meticulous preparation. He had memorized every detail of the plan, including the rescue of the confined girl from the McCain cartel, using the chaos of the day of action as cover. With a smirk, Zeke confirmed that the girl had already been saved. His plan was unfolding perfectly. Meanwhile, in the southern continent, Don Juan was losing his cool in his fancy mansion. He slammed his fist on the table, yelling about how none of this made any sense. It had been ages since they hit the Pavela cartel, and now the attacks were getting out of hand. Everyone in the room was sweating bullets, feeling the heat from Don's rage. He went on about how many times they'd been hit by those sneaky attacks. Half of McCain's executives were gone, and Don was not happy about it. With a heavy sigh, he plopped down, muttering to himself. Just then, he started thinking about the boss and Simon, wondering what they were up to. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked up and asked what was going on. Someone suggested distancing himself from McCain for a while, but that only made him question if he was running away like a coward. He denied it, explaining that the crazy pirates were blinded by revenge and would soon be charging straight at McCain without even knowing their place. They would have to use that against them. Don figured out that he meant to lure them there and try to wipe them out in one go. He also mentioned that Don could give his commands from his villa in Tawani. Don nodded, agreeing that it sounded good. Don reminded everyone that Crisis had always made them stronger and this time would be no different. The guys shouted in agreement, hyped up and ready for action. They walked, the tension palpable as they prepared for what was to come. Suddenly, a guy got up and turned around, only to find himself in a rather precarious situation. The protagonist, Zeke Draker, held a dagger to his throat, complimenting him on his talking skills. The guy gasped, clearly taken by surprise. The man begged for his life, claiming he was just following orders and had lured the boss to Tawani as instructed. Zeke Draker, however, showed no mercy and swiftly ended the man's life, praising him for a job well done before it was over. With a smirk, Zeke expressed his gratitude, stating that he could finally enjoy the main dish now. Talk about a power move. Cut to Tawani Don Juan's lavish villa, a place that screamed wealth and power. Inside, Don Juan fumed, furious that he had been dragged all the way there. He vowed to wipe out those pesky pirates to the last man. Don Juan paced around his villa, the weight of his anger palpable in the air. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the villa. Don Juan paused, wondering if he had any servants left who would dare disturb him. With a sharp turn, Don Juan barked out, demanding whoever it was to leave immediately. Zeke Draker casually strolled in, totally vibing with the whole vacation mode, but the situation was far from chill. Don Juan recognized Zeke and his expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Don Juan stared, his gaze hardening as he processed the unexpected arrival. Zeke wasn't having it, though. He shot back that Don Juan must have faced plenty of threats on his way up, so what was the big deal? Don Juan scoffed, calling the whole thing childish nonsense. Zeke smirked, saying it was perfect because he didn't want Don Juan begging for his life in tears. That would have been boring. From the standpoint of someone taking revenge, Zeke thought, seeing his enemy beg would have been a total snooze fest. Don Juan was fuming, calling Zeke an arrogant brat and ordering his guards to make him kneel. Zeke just stood there, calm and collected, while Don Juan was losing his cool. The guards were about to make their move, and things were about to get real. Zeke dropped a casual bomb, mentioning he had already taken care of everyone else, like it was no big deal. He then got all nostalgic, saying that in his past life, he didn't get to make Don Juan suffer enough and he was still salty about it. Zeke started reminiscing about the days when he had to crawl like a dog under Don Juan's orders and all the people he had to take out because of him, like it was some kind of nightmare he couldn't shake off. Don Juan was freaking out, yelling that Zeke was talking nonsense and he never made him do any of that, trying to play the innocent card. Zeke just laughed it off, like Don Juan's denial was the punchline to some dark joke. Don Juan suddenly switched gears, begging for his life, like he thought he could talk his way out of this mess. Zeke wasn't having it, calling him out for enjoying all his wealth and glory while standing on the blood of others, reminding him how desperately he used to beg. Don Juan was still trying to play the hero card, saying he was the savior chosen by God, but Zeke cut him off, not interested in his excuses. Don Juan let out a scream, like he was finally realizing this wasn't going to end well for him. Zeke wasn't done yet, letting out a frustrated groan, like he was just getting started. Zeke wasn't done yet, letting out a frustrated groan like he was just getting started. He taunted his opponent, telling them to feel the pain and suffer slowly. The tension hung heavy as Zeke asked if it was all over, his voice dripping with a mix of exhaustion and anticipation. Switching gears, he casually asked how things went on the syndicate side, like he was just catching up on some office gossip. Turns out, everything went exactly as planned. The executives who tried to side with Pabella were taken care of, and it all ended without any real punishment. Classic office politics, but with way higher stakes. Zeke nodded, satisfied. The syndicate would handle things from now on. No loose ends, no drama, just business as usual. But then, the conversation took a turn. A merchant group contract? Now that's a plot twist no one saw coming. Zeke Draker set down his wig, and the room suddenly felt like a boardroom pitch. He dropped a bombshell about the merchant group's next big move, establishing a pharmaceutical company. Talk about a glow-up from their usual hustle. Zeke wasn't done yet. He laid out the master plan, producing top-tier soma and distributing it through their new pharma venture. And if they refined it right, boom, endless medical possibilities. Transportation, logistics, you name it. They were basically building a wellness empire. Abel, though, not so fast. He hit Zeke with the hard questions: where's this production happening? And who's running the show? Plus, with their name on it, sneaking around the law was going to be a nightmare. Classic Abel, always the voice of reason or panic. Zeke, ever the man with a plan, casually mentioned that after helping out the Cusco Kingdom, they'd snag their cultivation permits. He had more ideas up his sleeve, but time was tight. With a quick goodbye and a cheeky see you later, partner, to Abel, he was already mentally 3 steps ahead. Zeke paused for a second, then switched gears. Cleanup duty was calling, and it was time to get to work. He slipped a hand into his pocket, and you could almost see the gears turning in his head. Turns out, Decker had spilled the tea that the prince was still MIA after the banquet and was planning to stick around in Atlas. Drama. Zeke knew getting to the central continent would take a few days. And if he didn't hustle, well, let's just say the prince or someone else might not be thrilled about the wait. Zeke couldn't shake the feeling that someone might start getting suspicious about his delay. And if they did, they'd probably start guessing the reason behind his tardiness, which was not ideal. He glanced at the system, pondering if they already suspected him, and that was why they had summoned him. No harm in being careful, he thought. He decided to build an alibi just in case. A magic circle began to form around Zeke as he prepared to use the system's portal function. In a flash, Zeke teleported away, leaving behind the lingering traces of his magic. He found himself in the Atlas Hotel Sky Lounge, a posh place that screamed, fancy schmancy. Zeke turned around as he heard voices calling out to him. Look over there, they said. Zeke's here. And there was Callus, waving at him like he was some long-lost buddy. As expected, he was there too. Abel chimed in, acknowledging Zeke's arrival. Meanwhile, Abel was just chilling, sipping on some wine like it was a casual wine-tasting event. No big deal, just your average day with a side of chaos. Zeke Draker strolled in, bowing like he was in some royal drama, all formal and stuff. He was like, hey, I answered your summons, so what's up? Callus was there, looking all serious, saying he had some super important matter to discuss. You could almost see the dramatic pause before the big reveal. And then, with a flourish, Callus brought out a wine bottle like it was the Holy Grail. Classic move, right? Turns out, William and Abel were great at their jobs but total lightweights when it came to holding their liquor. Callus was like, but you, Zeke, you're the wild card, aren't you? That's why you're here. Zeke, being his usual observant self, mentioned Prince Karis Abel and William Zimmons, saying he could pretty much guess what they talked about. Abel, meanwhile, looked like he had something extra to say to Zeke on the side. Callus wasn't having any of the formal stuff, though. He was like, nah, no need for all that ceremony, just have a drink already. So, they all raised their glasses, Callus toasting to a pleasant time and Zeke cheers NG like it was just another casual hangout. No big deal, right? And just like that, the scene faded, leaving you wondering what wild times were ahead for this crew. As Callus was carried away, Zeke stood there, feeling a bit guilty for being the only one still standing. Talk about survivor's remorse. Am I right? Then Abel showed up, looking all apologetic. He mentioned something about closed-door training and probably interrupting. Classic Abel, always popping in at the wrong time. Zeke brushed it off, saying he was just frustrated with his lack of progress. Abel, being the smooth guy he is, suggested they grab a drink. Because what else do you do when you're frustrated? Why not? As Zeke looked at the wine glass, he couldn't help but think about Abel's suggestion. Who knew Abel was into that kind of thing? Abel poured the wine, and you could almost see the tension melting away. Or maybe that was just the wine. Abel then dropped the big question, asking Zeke what he thought of Housedraker. Zeke must have been thinking, here we go again. Abel, with a cold stare, revealed his plan to bring the Drakers to ruin one day. Talk about a plot twist. Zeke must have been wondering what he got himself into. Zeke was taken aback, clearly not expecting this turn. Abel continued, sensing a familiar scent from him. One of blood, battles, deaths, and victories. That scent, Abel explained, was exactly how a pureblood dragonslayer was supposed to smell. Zeke was the perfect role model, Abel admitted. He smelled like a predator just like him. If Zeke was a predator like Abel, he would understand what Abel was saying. Abel was frustrated. People were always going on about bloodlines. Abel questioned if this was the reason Zeke was staying close to the Empire, to bring them down. Many people Abel began had a high opinion of Atlas, but Abel thought otherwise. He believed they shouldn't be content with just one city. If they wanted to claim the top spot, they needed to become even stronger. Talk about aiming high. Abel was all about that Roman Empire grind, constantly building roads and trying to unite the North, South, and even the Eastern continent into one big happy family. The goal? Roads, culture, resources all leading back to Rome. He was dreaming big, envisioning a world transformed into a utopia where everyone is unified. Talk about having a vision. That really is something the emperor of an empire would say, isn't it? Enter Cain Gaiman's Constantinus. Yeah, that middle name Gaimans? That's the maternal family sponsoring Abel. Fancy, right? After hearing all of this, one could only arrive at one conclusion. Zeke, his blood relative, was about to get a serious offer. Abel believed that outstanding talent deserves an appropriate reward. And if anyone could give him the most dazzling treasure he would ever possess, it was Zeke. So he called out to him, come to me, Zeke. Zeke pondered Abel's offer, realizing that Abel wanted to bring him into his camp. Zeke thanked Abel for the offer but hesitated, leaving the response hanging. He had already made up his mind, and that made accepting the offer difficult. Abel warned Zeke that he would regret his decision. But Zeke was resolute he wouldn't be swayed. Zeke questioned if Abel truly thought he would become a slaughterer like him. Abel seemed to be alone, and Zeke wondered where he was. Abel mentioned that his beloved youngest brother, Zeke, said he would walk a different path, leaving Abel with no choice. Abel wondered if he should crush Zeke right then. Abel concluded that he had clearly given Zeke his last chance. Meanwhile, at Valhalla, right in front of the dean's office, a second-year student named Manziel Y was already planning his next move. 5 years to graduate? Yeah, no thanks. He had bigger plans and wasn't about to wait that long. So, he went ahead and submitted an early graduation application. Time to fast-track his way out of there. Manziel Y had just become a formal knight and was eager to start supporting his family as soon as possible. But being a student was holding him back from doing anything truly eye-catching. So, he decided to make a bold move and requested the dean's assistance for early graduation. And just like that, his interview was scheduled. As Manziel Y waited, someone approached him with a casual greeting, asking if he was there to see the dean too. Manziel Y confirmed with a simple yeah and asked who the other person was, clearly not recognizing him. The other person seemed just as confused, muttering that he had never seen Manziel Y before. The awkwardness was palpable. Manziel Y, taken aback, couldn't help but wonder who this guy was. The encounter was off to a confusing start. Just as the confusion hung in the air, Zeke, Diego, and Asta made their entrance with impeccable timing. It had already been a week since they last saw Asta, and the reunion was about to get interesting. Manziel Y's mind raced as he heard the name Asta. Could he be the same Asta from the legends? Zeke couldn't believe his eyes. Asta, one of the 5 divine knights from his past life, stood before him. There was barely any information on him, and now, here he was, a total mystery unfolding right in front of him. Asta looked exhausted, apologizing for his recent absence due to insomnia. Zeke couldn't help but notice how severe his condition seemed. Diego, ever the joker, offered to sing a lullaby to knock Asta out. But Asta, holding his head, just wanted some peace and quiet. Zeke's mind wandered back to his past life. Asta had worked for the Empire back then. If that was the case now, things were about to get complicated. Zeke thought it would be best if he could recruit Asta to his side, just like he did with Diego. The dean began explaining that the reason for the gathering was straightforward. Zeke, Diego, and another student had all applied for early graduation at the same time. The other professors had also confirmed that there were no issues with their graduation requirements. So, the dean decided to evaluate their abilities through a cooperation mission with Delpoa. Zeke's mind raced as he considered the implications. The dean asked if they had heard of Yaksha, the Black. Zeke responded that he understood Yaksha was an outlaw, an enemy of the entire continent. A public enemy was a target acknowledged by the entire continent as an enemy to be eliminated. Yaksha, the Black Knight, was one such example, and he had recently begun staying in Delpoa. The dean explained that their mission was to cooperate with the Delpoa Knight Order and subjugate him. The dean continued, explaining that outlaws were people who awakened their aura. Their combat style was fundamentally different from that of knights, which was why the Delpoa Knight Order had requested personnel of Purple Knight rank or higher. That gave them an idea of how grueling this mission would be. The dean offered a chance for anyone who wanted to back out to speak now. Diego raised his hand and asked how many rounds this test had. The dean replied that there were 3 rounds in total, and this was the first one. The dean assumed everyone would be participating and sent them off to prepare thoroughly, setting the stage for some serious prep time. As they stepped outside, Asta immediately clutched his head, groaning about a pounding headache. Clearly, the pressure was already getting to him. Asta turned around, only to hear his name being called out by the protagonist, Zeke Draker. Asta looked at Zeke, probably wondering what was up with him. Zeke, with a cheerful grin, asked Asta if he needed some medicine for his insomnia. Classic Zeke, always ready with a playful jab. Asta looked puzzled, questioning if Zeke really had medicine for his insomnia. Zeke, with a grin, reached into his pocket, claiming he had the perfect medicine for it. Asta, still skeptical, let out an uncertain hum. Asta politely declined, mentioning he had already tried all the popular medicines without success. Zeke insisted it was fine and urged Asta to try it out, suggesting they could even write a contract for future supplies. Asta, still doubtful, declined again, saying it wouldn't work anyway. But as Asta caught a whiff of the medicine, he suddenly fell asleep. Classic Zeke, always full of surprises. Asta, now awake, exclaimed that it worked, calling Zeke a master. Zeke, with a playful tone, asked if it worked that quickly and teased Asta about not reading the contract properly. Asta, now happy, seemed to have forgotten his earlier skepticism. Asta, now completely unbothered, declared that as long as he could sleep properly, nothing else mattered. Zeke, slightly amused, wondered if that was really the case. He felt a wave of relief knowing that the system store existed, where he could exchange points for rare relics. He casually mentioned that he had given Asta a strong sleeping pill called the Sandman's Sleep Sand. Zeke thought to himself that after graduating, Asta would be on his side now. Though, he couldn't help but feel anxious that none of the 5 divine knights seemed quite sane. Zeke pondered that this wasn't enough and wondered about Asta's abilities. He called out to Asta, who quickly responded with a respectful yes, master. Zeke drew his sword, suggesting they see Asta's abilities before going out on a mission. Asta spun his spear, getting ready for action. He quickly got into his stance, prepared to show his skills. Zeke's whole vibe shifted the moment he gripped that spear. Suddenly, he was all like, bring it on, I can totally use aura now. Asta wasn't about to back down. He charged forward, ready to take on Zeke's newfound power. Their clash was intense, the sound of metal against metal echoing through the air. Zeke stepped back, analyzing his opponent. With that spear, his reach was seriously impressive, and he was crazy good at blocking attacks. It seemed like he was more about defense than going all out on offense. If that was the case, Zeke had a plan. He'd use his phantom steps to get the upper hand. In a flash, Zeke disappeared from sight, leaving his opponent searching for him. Before anyone could react, Zeke reappeared behind his opponent, ready to strike. Just as Zeke was about to strike, Asta split his spear into two, ready to counter. Asta blocked Zeke's attack and immediately countered with a swift move. Zeke's sword was deflected, leaving him momentarily off balance. Asta seized the opportunity and launched another attack. Zeke flipped through the air, using his sword to regain his footing. Asta pulled out a dagger, and Zeke couldn't help but think that this type of attack was usually done by outlaws. He found himself enjoying the thrill of the fight. With a quick flick of his wrist, Asta threw the dagger towards Zeke. Asta swiftly put his spear back together, ready for the next move. Asta barely had a second to breathe before a dagger came flying his way. With lightning reflexes, he deflected it like a pro gamer dodging a noob attack. But the action didn't stop there. Bolts started raining down, turning the battlefield into a chaotic light show. Asta wasn't about to stand still and get turned into a pincushion. He bolted to the side, moving faster than a caffeine-fueled squirrel. Suddenly, he skidded to a halt. Zeke had seen enough of this nonsense and was ready to bring out the big guns again. With a smirk, Zeke dragged his sword through the ground, plotting something that Asta wouldn't be able to block with that spear of his. The earth itself seemed to slice open, like someone had performed a magic trick gone wrong. Asta's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Asta stood there, stunned, probably questioning all his life choices that led him to this moment. Asta, probably regretting every life decision that led him to this moment, suddenly whipped out his cross-current spear like he meant business. The clash was inevitable, and honestly, it was about to get lit. The collision was loud, bright, and probably visible from space. Asta stood there, hands trembling, wondering if the guy he was up against was even human. As they walked, Asta was low-key salty about getting his butt handed to him by someone who claimed to be a genius. But Zeke just had to remind him that his spear was basically cheating with how OP it was. Zeke let off this crazy aura, making it clear that Asta still had a long way to go. He even dropped the hint that some serious training was about to go down. Asta just stood there, already dreading what was coming next. As Asta braced himself, Decker came in, bowing deeply and addressing him as young Master Zeke. Asta acknowledged him simply by calling his name. Decker informed Asta that he had a guest waiting. Galleon strolled in, eyes wide as he took in the grandeur of the estate, complimenting how impressive it was. Asta greeted Galleon, mentioning it had been a while since they last met. He explained that he had called him because there was something he wanted him to see. Galleon, curious, asked if there was an issue with the Stygian blade. He mentioned that since it was made with magic braziers, it should be difficult to put a scratch on it. Asta thought about how Galleon had become more famous since he used the magic brazier in his last life, making good weapons earlier this time around. Asta was determined to secure Galleon soon before anyone else discovered him, especially since Bahamut had sent his senses on him. Dressed in striking red armor, Asta prepared to address the issue at hand. Zeke Draker stood there, decked out in red armor that screamed, boss level unlocked. And even he was like, wait, how did I even get this? Cue Galleon, looking like he'd just seen a ghost, shocked and totally not ready for this plot twist. Galleon stumbled over his words, clearly freaking out, while Zeke just shrugged. He didn't have a clue either and just wanted Galleon to ID this mystery gear. But plot twist, it wasn't something you could just casually inspect in public. Nope, this was top secret, back alley kind of business. Zeke handed over the armor like it was no big deal, but the vibe was more like, here, hold this mysterious, probably cursed artifact. He just asked Galleon to give it a once-over, casually. Galleon, now fully in professional mode, nodded like his life depended on it. Of course, head, check it out, no pressure. Just a potentially world-ending artifact in his hands. But first, Galleon bolted to the door like head just remembered he left the stove on. Apologies were thrown around, but let's be real, this armor was sketchy, and he needed to set the mood. Galleon dropped the bomb. This thing wasn't in any of his ancient artifact databases. Zip. Nada. He needed deets, anything to even begin figuring out what this armor was made of. Zeke went full thinking mode, eyebrows scrunched like he was trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. The gears were turning, slowly but surely. Then it hit him, his fight with Kane. That chaotic mess where the armor decided to pull a superhero move. Turns out, this armor wasn't just for show. It straight up deflected an aura blade like it was swatting away a fly. Casual. Galleon stumbled to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just witnessed. An aura blade getting deflected like it was nothing? That was some next-level stuff right there. His mind raced as he stared at the armor. There was only one metal he knew of that could pull off a move like that. The legendary metal of gods, or so the stories went. And then it hit him. Orichalcum. The mythical metal that was supposed to be just theta myth. But there it was, shining back at him, very much real and very much messing with his understanding of the world. Galleon was utterly shocked, struggling to believe what he was seeing. Orichalcum, the stuff of legends, right there in front of him. Meanwhile, Zeke couldn't help but wonder if this metal was really as precious as everyone said. Galleon was taken aback by Zeke's casual remark, questioning if he truly understood the value of what was in front of him. Galleon thought about the legends. Orichalcum, a perfect material made by the gods, with extraordinary mana conduction, could hold so much more magic than any other metal. Zeke, trying to wrap his head around it, asked how many big magic circles could be engraved into normal metal armor. Galleon was baffled by the question. Normal metals couldn't even handle large-scale magic circles, let alone multiple ones. Zeke had thought the orichalcum would be unusual, but he never imagined it would be on this level of extraordinary. Zeke wondered if it was possible to change this armor into something else. Galleon was floored, repeating in disbelief that it was orichalcum, and that there was no way this could be happening. Galleon was still processing the whole orichalcum situation. He pointed out that even if they could use the metal of the gods, the armor was already complete. Messing with it recklessly could ruin the magic circles, making it unusable. Classic catch-22, right? But then Galleon had a lightbulb moment. His master might actually be able to pull it off. Zeke, picking up on the vibe, asked if he meant Master Galleon. Galleon confirmed that his master might have the skills to change the form of the armor without breaking its magic. Zeke, now fully invested, asked if he knew where this master was currently hanging out. Galleon casually mentioned that, as always, his master was up in Himonas. No big deal, just a legendary blacksmith chilling in some remote northern location. Zeke, connecting the dots, realized that was the area where the Northern Duke was. Galleon was shocked, asking how he even knew about that. Most people from the central continent didn't even know about the Northern Duke, let alone his whereabouts. Zeke just shrugged it off, leaving Galleon even more curious. How did this guy know so much? A quick flashback hit Zeke something about Mohauen coming to know, but he shook it off just as fast. Zeke got up, thanking Galleon for all the info. He even threw in an invite, saying Galleon could come check out the metal while he was there if he wanted to know more about it. Galleon, caught off guard by the offer, stammered out a grateful response. Young master indeed. Zeke was already stepping up as a leader. Zeke muttered to himself about Himonas, thinking there was still plenty of time to handle his priorities before heading out. With a determined nod, Zeke started walking, his mind set on the tasks ahead. He arrived at Reinhardt Town where the Reinhardt merchant group was based. Sitting in a triangle formation with Cliff and Melissa, Cliff expressed confidence that the production would go smoothly. But then Cliff hesitated, pointing out that setting up a factory for Soma production in the central continent would be a tough sell. Zeke agreed, knowing that the princess's involvement could tarnish Soma's reputation if word got out. Zeke then dropped a thought bomb: what if the production was already complete? Cliff considered it, suggesting it could be treated as medicine if they got safety verification from the magic tower first. Zeke's eyes lit up. That was it. They would set up the factory in the southern continent, produce the goods, and then import and distribute everything through Reinhardt. Smooth. Just as Zeke was feeling pretty smug about his plan, Melissa stepped in with a reality check. She pointed out that the merchant group didn't have the clout to set up a massive factory on another continent. She reminded him that they had barely managed to get a factory up and running for the rose disease antidote, so maybe they should think of another plan. But Zeke wasn't having it. He told Melissa not to worry, that they would handle the factory. He just needed the magic tower to give the okay for distribution. Melissa was shocked. Zeke clarified that this had nothing to do with his family. He was going to cover all the costs with his own money. Zeke then dropped the main point of the day, slapping a document on the table and telling Melissa to read it. Melissa was stunned as she read through the document. Zeke revealed that the Empire was working with the Scorpion clan to conduct human experiments for a synthetic poison. If the rose disease was artificially made using magic, it might have been an empirical clinical experiment with Alencia as its target. Melissa was furious. She had a bad feeling about this, but she couldn't believe they would actually do that to civilians. Zeke Draker calmly explained to Melissa that he was sharing this information with her because the Empire's evil deeds needed to be kept secret for a while. Melissa's face was already turning red with anger. Melissa's expression darkened, her anger visibly growing. In a sudden burst of fury, Melissa slammed her hands on the table and demanded to know what Zeke meant. Zeke responded that they needed to keep the Empire's evil deeds secret, so they never did something like this again. Zeke understood Melissa's feelings but explained that the evidence they had was too weak to use for diplomacy. The Empire had slyly made it so that the Scorpion clan was the main agent behind the experiment. Since they were a famous black magic organization, human experiments weren't that much of a crazy concept for them. Zeke got up and continued, saying that the Empire would deny having a relationship with the clan and simply express their regrets, and it would be over with. Above all, Zeke believed it would be more advantageous for them to hold onto this information for now. Melissa, still furious, asked what he meant. Zeke explained that the Empire didn't know they had this information, and as long as they were carrying out these experiments extensively, there would be existing evidence that the Empire was more involved in this than it seemed. Melissa, starting to understand, asked if he wanted to obtain that evidence using this opportunity to properly pressure the Empire. Zeke confirmed Melissa's understanding and added that the real reason for their focus was to prepare for the future. Melissa, intrigued, asked what he meant by prepare. Zeke explained that if the Rose disease was just a temporary experiment in the Alencia conflict areas, there was a possibility that the Empire would test other synthetic poisons. Melissa listened intently, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zeke emphasized the need to create antidotes for these poisons beforehand. Melissa understood the urgency, imagining Alencia's soldiers fighting while being poisoned, unaware of the danger. Melissa thought for a moment and realized that if they prepared the antidotes in advance, they could prevent losses and gain the upper hand against the Empire. She started to see the bigger picture. Melissa concluded that she had made the right call, feeling a sense of determination and purpose. Melissa looked at Zeke, her mind racing with plans and strategies, feeling a newfound respect for his foresight. Zeke mentioned that he wouldn't be able to partake in meetings for a while since he would be busy in Valhalla. Melissa understood and expressed her hope to welcome him to Alencia if the opportunity arose, leaving the door open for future collaboration. Melissa began describing Alencia as a place filled with beautiful mountains and lakes. Zeke, intrigued, asked if she had been there before. Zeke mentioned he had heard many stories about how it was a good place and expressed his desire to visit it someday, hoping Melissa would show him around. With a polite bow, Melissa and Zeke said their goodbyes. Melissa wished him a relaxing trip as they parted ways. Meanwhile, Asta was already laying down, looking completely exhausted. Back in the training room, Diego was also laying down, feeling just as beat. He dramatically declared that they would die before their mission at this rate. Zeke, standing over them, told him not to say that and instead of wasting time, pick up the sword again. Diego groaned as he got up, calling Zeke the devil and acknowledging that the Draker bloodline was really in him. With a sudden burst of energy, Diego attacked Zeke, ready to train again. Zeke knew he needed to push Asta and Diego to ignite that fire within them. After training together for a week, they started to influence each other in ways they hadn't expected. Diego, usually the class clown, was now all business, listening to Zeke's every word like a seasoned pro. The change was noticeable, and it was clear that their training sessions were paying off. Just as they were getting into the groove, a familiar voice chimed in, acknowledging their hard work. Diego lit up like a kid on holiday, greeting the newcomer with his usual enthusiasm. Zeke turned to see Professor Andre approaching. He wondered what could have brought the professor there, sensing there was something important on his mind. Andre dropped the news like it was no big deal. They were being sent out for the Continental Public Conquest mission. Talk about a plot twist. And of course, since students couldn't just jet off on their own, Andre would be tagging along. Because what's a mission without a little adult supervision, right? A train chugs along, smoke billowing out like it's in a hurry to get somewhere important. Zeke Draker, our protagonist, is caught off guard, never expecting to find himself heading toward the infamous Black Knight Yaksha. Inside the train, Zeke sits with Andre, Asta, and Diego. Andre drops some wisdom, explaining that students can't just be sent off alone, especially with all the extra details they need to know. Andre takes the lead, asking if everyone is aware of what kind of place Delphoa is. He reminds them that they did learn a basic explanation during class, but it's time for a refresher. Unlike other places, mages are favored in Delphoa. Zeke seems to get it, understanding that this place is different. Andre nods in agreement, confirming that Delphoa indeed has quite the unique system. It's not your everyday magical setup. The Knights of Delphoa are a different breed, not like the others. They have their own priorities and ways of doing things. Andre paints a vivid picture, explaining how the Knights of Delphoa drive into their enemies with their shields, while the mages attack from the back. It's a well-oiled, if not a bit intense, machine. Asta raised his hand, looking a bit confused. He wondered about the potential damage to the allies fighting the enemies in such a formation. Andre nodded, acknowledging it as a good question. Andre explained that Delphoa's knights train more often with running shields, which is why Valhalla's graduates aren't exactly lining up to join them. Like, who wants to be a gym buddy with a shield? Diego chimed in, confused and a bit miffed. What kind of knights are only for the mages? That means they don't even consider the non-mages, yo. Andre nodded, pleased that they understood. He mentioned they shouldn't be too surprised once they arrive in Delphoa. Spoiler alert, the mages there are a bit full of themselves. Andre continued, saying that the mages in Delphoa are annoyingly arrogant. Like they need a reality check, am I right? Andre introduced himself as an assistant professor from Valhalla, Andre Draker. Nice to meet you, indeed. As they shook hands, someone thought it was an honor to have someone from the Draker family dispatched. Like, pinch me, I must be dreaming. Jorge stepped forward, introducing himself as the captain of Delphoa's 8th Knights. Plot twist, he's not a mage, but he plays one on TV. Andre stepped up, introducing the top cadets from Valhalla. No big deal, just the best of the best. Totally no pressure or anything. Jorge laughed it off, saying he trusted them. Classic Jorge. He then mentioned the captain waiting inside the carriage, like it was some big reveal. Diego was confused, wondering if Jorge was the captain. Zeke told him to keep quiet, probably to avoid any more awkwardness. This is Delphoa, after all. Land of surprises and plot twists. The carriage door opened, revealing... Well, let's just say the suspense was killing everyone. The captain stepped out, looking intense. Like really intense. Like he just came out of an intense boot camp. Diego couldn't help but comment on the captain's appearance, saying he looked like a total jerk. Zeke told Diego to keep quiet, probably to avoid any more drama. Zeke realized that the guy was Delphoa's mage captain. Plot twist: the night captain was totally sucking up to him. Zeke couldn't help but stare at the captain, wondering what kind of drama was about to unfold. Jorge, looking as chill as ever, drops a bombshell. The captain is bailing on the group, deciding to roll out solo. Diego's face was a mix of confusion and disbelief. Jorge casually mentions that the captain is off to find another carriage, leaving Diego utterly bewildered. Before anyone could react, the carriage was already pulling away. Diego was fuming, feeling like they were being dismissed like yesterday's leftovers. Diego was heated, ranting about how this wasn't the plan. They were supposed to be on a collaboration mission, not getting ghosted by their own captain. Out of nowhere, the main character decides to kick Diego's shin, probably trying to snap him out of his tantrum. Diego hits the ground, clutching his leg and yelling about some demon and wondering why Professor Andre isn't stepping in. Professor Andre finally speaks up, dropping some wisdom about how this kind of situation is going to be a regular thing once they graduate and become full-fledged knights. The captain glances back from the carriage, his expression serious as he tells them to remember this moment. The scene shifts underground, leaving everyone to ponder what just went down and what's coming next. Laying down, Zeke couldn't help but notice how different everything felt. The vibe was off and he was here for a twirl, not really, but he had to deal with it. Reflecting on their new digs, Zeke thought about how run-down the place seemed. It was like they had thrown it together last minute. Definitely not the 5-star accommodations he was dreaming of. But then again, the mage facilities they passed on the way were decked out like they had all the gold in the realm. Zeke wasn't expecting much to begin with, but the contrast was something else. Deciding he needed a breather, Zeke got up and headed out. Fresh air was calling his name, and he wasn't about to say no. Walking around, Zeke shrugged off the less-than-stellar treatment. He had been through worse in his past life, so this was practically a walk in the park. But what really had him worried was the Black Knight Yaksha mission. That was the big unknown, and it was weighing on his mind. During the strategy meeting, the knights and Captain Jorge just stood there while the mages did all the talking. It was like they were extras in their own movie. Zeke knew things were bad, but he didn't think they'd be this bad. Just as he was lost in thought, a guy stopped right in front of him, asking what he was doing there all alone. Zeke looked at the person, sizing them up. This guy was definitely someone, but who exactly? Zeke's eyes widened in recognition. The mage captain from earlier. Well, at least he had something to say, so this encounter might not be a total waste. The mage captain went on, suggesting that Zeke and his team from Valhalla should just go back quietly. No need to make things annoying by getting swept into the magic. Zeke felt his temper flare. Why even request a collaboration if this was going to be the case? He wished he could just beat the guy up and be done with it. The mage captain's gaze dropped to Zeke's gloves, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. The mage captain asked if Zeke was a pure-blooded Draker Awakener, his tone laced with a sudden intensity. Zeke confirmed it, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. Was there something wrong with that? The mage captain seemed to take offense, demanding how dare Zeke speak so arrogantly to him. Gritting his teeth, the mage captain warned Zeke not to take those gloves off, his voice tight with restrained anger. With a final glare, the mage captain turned to walk away, tossing over his shoulder that if Zeke wanted to finish the mission and return safely, he'd heed his warning. Zeke watched the mage captain leave, muttering to himself about the man's sensitivity. He couldn't help but think about how rare it was for pure-blooded awakened mages to have the power to disrupt mana like that. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, hesitantly questioning if it was really Zeke. Zeke turned to see a man he hadn't seen in a long time, stuttering as he tried to confirm Zeke's identity. Zeke's eyes widened as he recognized the man. It was Professor Fannin. Fannin, laughing, confirmed Zeke's suspicion. Fannin walked up to Zeke, greeting him warmly and asking how he'd been. Zeke responded that he'd been good, but couldn't help but wonder why Fannin was there. Fannin explained that he thought research alone was lacking, so he volunteered to enlist. There was no better place to gain experience as a mage than where they were. Fannin then asked Zeke what brought him there. Zeke responded that he was there for the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Fannin looked shocked, simply responding with a disbelieving what. Fannin then asked Zeke to come with him for a moment. Zeke, confused, asked why. Zeke looked at Fannin, waiting for an explanation, wondering what this was all about. Fannin stood there, silent for a moment, before Zeke finally broke the silence, asking what Fannin had to say to him. The tension in the air was palpable as Zeke waited for Fannin's response. Zeke's confusion grew as he asked if Fannin was indeed Professor Fannin. Fannin looked at Zeke and dropped a bombshell, stating that Zeke could not go out on tomorrow's mission. Zeke was taken aback, asking what Fannin meant by that. Fannin gave Zeke an intense look, explaining that he must not go on that mission as it was planned to fail. Zeke was shocked to hear this, his mind racing with questions and disbelief. Like, what was even happening right now? Night had fallen, and the house was quiet except for Diego's sudden exclamation. He had just realized something was very, very wrong. Zeke looked over at Diego, who was clearly exhausted. Like, seriously sleep-deprived. As if he hadn't caught a wink of sleep at all. Zeke's thoughts drifted back to Professor Fanon. The professor had clammed up, refusing to say more, but his words echoed in Zeke's mind. What did he mean by it was planned to fail? As a mage captain, Zeke could only think of two scenarios. Either there was some serious corruption going on within the higher-ups of the raid squad, or the other possibility was that they had some kind of deal with the people they were supposed to be raiding. Delphoa was known for its harsh mage hierarchies, but even so, it seemed unlikely that the military would be that corrupt. Like, sure, there might be some shady dealings, but rampant corruption? That seemed a bit much. If there was something wrong, it was more likely that there was some kind of alliance with the people they were supposed to be raiding. Which meant, Zeke had to consider the second possibility. Like, what if the people they were raiding were actually in cahoots with the military? The mage captain lined up his troops into formation and started barking orders like a drill sergeant on energy drinks. Groups 1 to 3 were told to go up the sides of the mountain. Groups 4 to 6 were to fight head-on, because apparently, subtlety wasn't on the menu today. The captain turned to Jorge, asking if there were any complaints. Jorge, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, simply shook his head. The captain started to give more orders, but Zeke decided to interrupt, raising his hand like a student with a burning question. Zeke asked what they should actually do because standing around wasn't really his style. The captain looked like he was about to blow a fuse. He reminded Zeke that he had told him to do nothing yesterday, but Zeke wasn't having it. He dropped a bombshell, announcing that he was a blue knight and that Diego and Asta were purple knights. The captain was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Zeke gave the captain a cold stare, asking if it was smart to leave dispatched cooperation forces of their level unused. Mic drop. The captain was still processing, but managed to stutter out a question, asking if Zeke was really a blue knight. The crowd started murmuring, shocked that there was a blue knight at such a young age, and not just one, but 2 purple knights as well. Plot twist much? The mage captain was absolutely fuming, clearly not happy with the turn of events. He called out Jorge, ordering him to assign the knights patrol missions. Jorge, looking a bit nervous, quickly agreed. Andre, looking confused, asked Zeke what was up with him all of a sudden. He couldn't believe Zeke would provoke the captain for no reason. Zeke mentioned that something about the mission seemed suspicious. Andre, still confused, asked what he meant. Zeke dropped a bombshell, suspecting an alliance between the raid squad and the Black Knight Yaksha. The revelation left Andre shocked and speechless. Andre, trying to compose himself, acknowledged Zeke's suspicions and trusted that he had his reasons for thinking so. He then announced that they would carry out a patrol mission from their location to the Black Knight Yaksha camp and ordered all members to prepare. As for the commander of the squad, Andre had someone specific in mind. He appointed Zeke Draker as the commander, putting him in charge of the mission. With the mission underway, the team prepared to move out under Zeke's command. A lone figure carried a torch, its flickering light barely piercing the dense forest darkness as he ventured deeper into the woods. The trees loomed overhead, casting eerie shadows that danced with every step he took. Suddenly, he halted, his senses tingling with unease. Something wasn't right. He needed to stop and assess the situation carefully. His sharp eyes caught a glimpse of trolls lurking nearby. This was going to be tricky. They had to proceed with utmost caution, making as little noise as possible to avoid detection. A dagger flew through the air, its blade gleaming in the dim light. The tension was palpable as the group tried to remain silent, but the sudden attack made that nearly impossible. A loud scream echoed through the forest, shattering the silence. The figure's attempt at stealth had gone horribly wrong, and now the trolls were sure to hear them. A troll turned its head, its eyes locking onto the source of the noise. With a grunt, it signaled its awareness of the intruders, and the situation quickly escalated from bad to worse. The troll lunged forward, and the group bolted, screaming for their lives like they'd just seen their student loan balance. Not a great moment. They dashed through the chaos, legs moving faster than their brains could process. Survival mode activated. Diego and Asta weren't just running anymore. They turned, slashing at the trolls' necks with the precision of a chef dicing onions. No mercy, just skill. The trolls hit the ground hard, their massive bodies collapsing like a failed Jenga tower. One let out a final, gurgling cry before going down. Just as things seemed to settle, a new figure landed with the grace of a superhero who's done this 1,000 times. Zeke Draker, the main character, wasted no time. He locked eyes with the group and asked if they were the Black Knight Yaksha's patrol team. Without waiting for a full answer, Zeke cut to the chase. He demanded to know where the Black Knight Yaksha was, his tone leaving no room for games. Zeke and Asta stood side by side, gazing down at the imposing castle below. The place looked tough, and Zeke wasn't feeling the usual hype before a big fight. Asta pointed out the obvious: the fortress was built from some seriously sturdy natural stone. Zeke nodded, already calculating the odds. Breaking through wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Zeke turned to Jorge, cutting straight to the point. Where were the Mage Corps? Because trying to raid this place solo with their current crew? Yeah, that was a hard pass. Jorge hesitated, stumbling over his words. Well, this wasn't inspiring confidence. Turns out, the plan was for them to handle the fortress first, and then the Mage Corps would roll in with backup fire. Zeke blinked. Pardon? That didn't sound like a plan, it sounded like a suicide mission. Zeke wasn't having it. He shot back, what did Jorge mean? Deal with the fortress with their tiny squad? Did he want them all to end up as castle decor? The whole group froze. Huh? Before Jorge could even stammer out a reply, Diego's eyes suddenly locked onto something in the distance. Diego's voice cracked as he pointed at the sky. There were objects flying straight at them, and they definitely weren't friendly. Zeke whipped around, eyes widening. What in the world was happening now? Zeke's eyes locked onto the shells scattered around. Those were definitely not supposed to be there. What in the world were shells doing in a place like this? Without missing a beat, Zeke sprang into action, barking out orders like a drill sergeant on energy drinks. Everyone needed to scatter as far apart as possible and fast. Suddenly, the world around them erupted into chaos. Explosions rocked the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Jorge stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. My goodness, this was not part of the plan. A sudden slap brought Jorge back to reality. Just what was happening? This was not the time to zone out. Zeke grabbed Jorge by the collar, giving him a firm shake. Jorge needed to get it together and fast. Lives were on the line, and this was no time for daydreaming. Zeke's mind raced as he tried to figure out how their location had been compromised. There had to be an internal spy, someone feeding information to the enemy. Just as Zeke's mind was racing with thoughts of a possible spy, his worst fears were confirmed. A horde of armed individuals stormed in, swords drawn and ready for battle. Zeke couldn't help but think that things had just gone from bad to worse. Zeke's eyes widened as he noticed something peculiar about the attackers. There was something off about them, something that didn't quite add up. The scene was chaotic, with the clanging of swords and the shouts of the attackers filling the air. Zeke knew he had to think fast if he wanted to make it out of this alive. The attackers were relentless, their eyes wild and bloodthirsty. They fought with a ferocity that Zeke had never seen before, as if they were driven by something other than mere orders. As Zeke observed the attackers more closely, a realization dawned on him. This wasn't just a regular attack. There was something more sinister at play here, something that made his blood run cold. The pieces of the puzzle started to come together in Zeke's mind. The wild eyes, the relentless attacks, the sheer ferocity, it all pointed to one terrifying conclusion: these were no ordinary soldiers. They were Soma addicts, driven by their addiction and utterly unpredictable soldiers. Soma, the notorious drug being churned out by the Southern Cartel and flooding the central continent. It was spreading like wildfire through the mainland, leaving chaos in its wake. Mages, in their quest for power, used it in controlled amounts for temporary mana boosts. But the real problem? The mercenaries. Living each day like it was their last, they frequently overdosed on Soma, pushing themselves beyond recommended limits. And that made them completely unpredictable. Suddenly, the mercenaries struck, their attacks fierce and unrelenting. These were the Black Knight Yaksha's mercenaries, and they were not holding back. Diego and Asta barely blocked their attacks, their faces etched with shock and exhaustion. These guys were completely off their rockers, and there were just too many of them. Zeke shouted to his comrades, urging them to save their auras. They couldn't overdo it here, not with enemies this unpredictable. The knights alone wouldn't be enough to apprehend the mercenaries in this state. Zeke realized they needed a new plan, and fast. Forget the mission. At this rate, they'd have to sweep the entire fortress. Zeke's mind was racing, trying to come up with a solution. A loud explosion echoed through the fortress. Magic? That could only mean one thing: things were about to get a whole lot worse. The Mage Corps had arrived, and Zeke couldn't help but mutter about their incredible timing. Like, seriously, talk about fashionably late to the party. Chaos erupted as mercenaries scrambled, shouting about the Mage Corps' arrival and ordering everyone to fall back. The panic was real, and the vibe was totally ruined. Zeke observed the scene, noting how the Mage Corps had just shown up but were already flexing some serious magical muscle. If they kept this up, things could get interesting. A single step forward, and the mage captain called for a halt. The tension was thick, and everyone froze, wondering what would happen next. Zeke wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. The mage captain, though, was having none of it and called him out by name: Zeke Draker. The mage captain was furious, claiming that everything had been ruined because of Zeke. The blame game was strong with this one. The mage captain's yelling intensified as he demanded to know if Zeke had any idea what he had just done. Spoiler alert: Zeke was just as clueless as everyone else. Zeke could only manage a confused what, as the situation spiraled out of control. The mage captain's outburst left everyone wondering what had just gone down. Zeke's expression darkened with frustration, clearly not vibing with how things were going down. The mage captain wasn't done yet, calling out his squad for dropping the ball. They were supposed to keep watch, not stir up more trouble. Classic miscommunication, right? Turning to Andre, the mage captain barked out orders to get the cadets to safety while he handled the fallout with Valhalla. Priorities, am I right? Zeke, though, saw an opening and jumped on it. If their collab with Delphoa was over, did that mean they were finally free from the mage captain's commands? The captain wasn't ready for that plot twist. Zeke dropped the mic, declaring they were going rogue on this mission. No more taking orders, they were doing things their way now. Bold move. The mage captain was fuming. This was Delphoa territory, and Zeke was really pushing it. But Andre stepped in with a reality check: the Black Knight Yaksha was a continental-level threat. which meant Zeke and Andre, as official knights, had the green light to handle things their way. Andre wasn't done. As official knights, they had the authority to act independently and report later. The mage captain wasn't thrilled, but the rules were the rules. Zeke and Andre were playing by them, even if it meant going off script. The tension hung heavy, leaving everyone a little drained. What a way to end a convo. The mage captain stormed off, dropping some serious truth bombs about taking responsibility and doing whatever it takes. No pressure or anything. Jorge stood there, stunned, processing the mic drop moment. The mage corps was leaving, and now he was left wondering how they were supposed to pull off this mission without them. Zeke stepped up, asking Jorge a question with the intensity of someone about to drop a major plot twist. Jorge, still in his feels, just asked what was up. Zeke hit him with the big one. Did Jorge even want to defeat the Black Knight Yaksha? Talk about cutting to the chase. Jorge snapped back, reminding Zeke that they were knights. And what kind of knights would just bail when the enemy was right in front of them? Valid point, Jorge. Zeke took it all in, nodding slowly. He got it now. The pieces were falling into place. Zeke then dropped the line everyone was waiting for. If so, he needed Jorge's help with something. Plot twist incoming. And just like that, the scene shifted to a moonlit castle. The vibes? Immaculate. The stakes? Higher than ever. 2 archers stood poised, their arrows nocked and ready. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and the silence was broken only by a sharp intake of breath. Suddenly, the castle was under siege. The once serene night shattered by the sounds of battle. A guttural roar echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spine. Jorge, leading the charge, was not having a good time. He yelled at the top of his lungs, calling out the cowards hiding within the castle walls. His frustration was palpable as he challenged them to come out and face him. In a swift motion, the archers took aim and let their arrows fly. The air was filled with the whistling of arrows and the clatter of armor. Someone couldn't help but scoff at the audacity of the attackers. Jorge's voice cut through the chaos, ordering his troops to maintain formation. He was determined to show their enemies that their attacks were meaningless, their efforts futile. From above, 2 figures watched the scene unfold. Their expressions were hidden in the shadows, but their attention was riveted on the archers below. One of them smacked his lips in disgust, muttering about the nonsense unfolding before their eyes. The other could only nod in agreement, the taste of blood lingering in his mouth. The protagonist, Zeke Draker, spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes narrowing as he watched the scene below. He couldn't help but think about the uselessness of it all, the futility of the battle raging on. Zeke and his crew stood there, the weight of 335 and 11.3 million pressing down on them. He couldn't help but think about the absurdity of it all. Zeke's gaze sharpened, something catching his attention amidst the chaos. There was some guy just casually riding a horse like he was late for a very important date. Zeke couldn't believe his eyes, questioning what was wrong with him to be heading out on horseback in this situation. With a flicker of his dragon eye, Zeke focused, trying to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. As he suspected, the guy's appearance matched the description of the Black Knight Yaksha. This was no coincidence. Zeke made up his mind, ready to leap into action. He turned to Andre, instructing him to deal with the inside and send a signal flare after opening the main gates. Andre understood, ready to follow the plan. With a deep breath, Zeke prepared himself for the chase ahead. In a flash, Zeke leapt, moving as fast as lightning, his determination propelling him forward. Zeke landed smoothly and demanded his opponent show himself. With a swift motion, Zeke summoned his trusted familiar, Bucephalus, ready for whatever came next. The energy in the air crackled as he prepared to make his move. They moved at lightning speed, literally. Zeke couldn't help but feel a rush of adrenaline as he thought about finally catching up to that guy. The guy turned around, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe the incredible speed of Zeke and Bucephalus as they closed in on him. Zeke smirked, feeling the thrill of the chase. This was his moment and he was ready to make it count. With a powerful leap, Zeke soared into the air, his sights set on his target. In a flash, Zeke was above the guy poised to strike. The tension in the air was palpable as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Just as Zeke was about to strike, a loud blue explosion erupted, disrupting his momentum and lighting up the scene. The guy, quick on his feet, dodged the attack and slid back, creating some distance between them. Zeke's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting such agility. With a swift motion, the guy drew his sword, ready for a counterattack. Zeke let out a mix of a laugh and a sigh, clearly impressed but also realizing he had to up his game. Zeke's gaze shifted to Yaksha, his tone laced with curiosity and a hint of playful sarcasm as he questioned where Yaksha thought he was going in such a rush this late at night, calling him Black Knight Yaksha. Without wasting another second, Zeke's sword clashed against Yaksha's, the sound of metal ringing through the air like the start of a seriously intense duel. The two were locked in combat, each move swift and calculated, their blades dancing in the dim light as they battled it out. Yaksha paused for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing as he questioned Zeke's origins, clearly confused by his opponent's unfamiliar presence. Zeke, unfazed, shot back with a question of his own, asking if knowing his background would really change anything between them. Yaksha, not one to play fair, suddenly shot a stream of poison at Zeke, his movements swift and unpredictable. The poison hit Zeke, but thanks to his resistance it was pretty much like getting splashed with water. Zeke barely flinched, recognizing the desert scorpion's poison and shrugging it off like it was nothing. He couldn't help but think how Yaksha really lived up to his outlaw reputation with all these sneaky tricks. Yaksha, looking pretty baffled, wondered aloud why the poison wasn't working and pressed Zeke for answers, guessing if he was from the desert or maybe the southern border. Zeke just smirked, commenting on Yaksha's curious mind, clearly enjoying the mystery. Yaksha, done with the chit-chat, whipped out his throwing knives, clearly meaning business. With a battle cry he charged at Zeke, knives flashing, ready to end things right there. But Zeke wasn't having it. With a smooth move he activated his draconian skill, dragon scale armor, deflecting the attack like it was nothing. Yaksha couldn't help but be impressed. This guy was packing some serious skills. Zeke glanced up, spotting something that made his eyes narrow. What was that? Turns out Yaksha had been holding out with a secret weapon in Blade. Zeke smirked, realizing Yaksha had been playing it cool with his talents. Yaksha wasn't messing around anymore. With a sudden burst of light, he went all out, ready to finish the fight once and for all. The attack hit Zeke hard, and Yaksha thought he had him. Game over, right? Not quite. In a wild twist, Yaksha suddenly found himself getting zapped like full-on electrocuted. Zeke, still standing, casually dropped the knowledge bomb that Yaksha's sword skills screamed Empire training, specifically from the Intelligence Bureau. Yaksha was left stunned, wondering how Zeke even knew that. Yaksha hit the ground hard, his body convulsing like a malfunctioning robot. Zeke just stood there, totally unfazed, and muttered something about it being his turn to ask the questions. Zeke casually strolled over, sword in hand, and dropped the big question: why? Was an Intelligence Bureau agent causing chaos at Delphoa? Like, what was the endgame here? Yaksha coughed up blood, his body still twitching from the electrocution. He was in rough shape, but his mind was racing, needed a way out and fast. Zeke wasn't having it, though. He pulled some kind of poison out of Yaksha's system like it was no big deal, shaking his head at the futility of it all. Then, in a move that probably shocked Yaksha more than the electrocution, Zeke whipped out a healing potion. He muttered something about knowing how stubborn Imperial intelligence agents could be, but Yaksha was going to talk one way or another. Zeke leaned in, his tone low and serious. If Yaksha wanted to save himself, he'd better start talking and fast. Yaksha's eyes widened, his mind clearly racing. Whatever he'd been expecting, this wasn't it, and now he was trapped. Yaksha's breathing grew heavy, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he struggled to find his footing. Zeke raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed with the whole situation. Yaksha, trying to regain some composure, shot back, questioning Zeke's sudden curiosity. Zeke's gaze sharpened, his questions cutting straight to the chase. He wanted answers, and he wasn't going to beat around the bush to get them. Yaksha revealed his identity as an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau's 13th unit. Zeke's reaction was priceless. Turns out, he thought there were only 12 units. Yaksha looked taken aback, clearly not expecting Zeke to know that much. But Zeke wasn't having it, was the one calling the shots here. Zeke fixed Yaksha with a death stare, demanding to know what he was doing out here. Yaksha stammered, admitting he was carrying out experiments. Zeke's eyes narrowed as Yaksha mentioned experiments on stimulants. The pieces were starting to come together, and he didn't like the picture it was painting one bit. Yaksha confirmed that the mercenaries were indeed made using soma. Zeke's mind raced. This was bigger than he thought. Zeke pressed further, demanding to know why Yaksha would create such stimulants. Yaksha's answer was Chilinto create warriors who knew no pain or fear. Zeke couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was one of the Empire's human experiments, using the war to test their creations. The reason Yaksha had survived 3 years at the fortress, absorbing bandits and mercenaries, was all because of the Empire's support. Zeke was fuming. What else had the Empire been doing across the continent? Zeke pointed out that the Empire would kill Yaksha first at this rate. Yaksha agreed, asking Zeke to end his life since he had told him everything. Zeke hinted there might be a way out, but Yaksha doubted he could escape the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Zeke dropped a bombshell, asking what Yaksha would do if the power of Draker could protect him. Yaksha was stunned, questioning what Zeke meant by Draker. The tension in the room was palpable as Zeke prepared to reveal his true power. With a surge of energy, Zeke used his power on Yaksha, leaving him in awe. Yaksha couldn't believe it. Zeke was a pure-blooded awakened of Draker, and he confirmed it with a simple yes. Yaksha was deep in thought. Dying in a place like this was not on his bucket list. He had lost his patriotism doing all the dirty work, and even if he made it back to the Empire alive, they would probably kill him for security reasons. Classic Catch-22. The better choice would be to become a witness under Draker protection. But could Zeke guarantee a complete change of identity? Yaksha was skeptical but running out of options. Zeke had a different plan. He suggested there was an even better choice, leaving Yaksha curious and a bit nervous. Zeke proposed introducing Yaksha to a new workplace. Yaksha was taken aback, wondering what kind of workplace Zeke was talking about. Zeke continued, mentioning that if Yaksha was from the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, there were plenty of places that could use his skills. Yaksha was all ears now. Zeke moved swiftly through the moonlit forest, his mind racing. The fortress hadn't been captured yet, but something felt off. A fortress without the Black Knight Yaksha could easily be captured by Andre's group alone. Zeke needed to get into the camp the knights were in to figure out what was going on. Zeke came to a sudden halt, sensing something was off. A loud, eerie sound echoed through the air, making the situation even more suspenseful. Zeke's eyes narrowed as he wondered what the mages were up to, being all alone like that. One of the mages turned around, staff in hand, as if sensing Zeke's gaze. The tension in the air was palpable. Something was definitely about to go down. Zeke was fuming, demanding to know what the mage was doing, especially to an ally. The mage captain, recognizing Zeke, called out his name with a mix of surprise and disdain. Zeke took a step forward, ready to confront the mage captain. The mage captain accused Zeke of being the reason the Black Knight Yaksha had escaped, and the blame game was strong with this one. The mage captain, clearly not happy, ordered Zeke to move to the barracks for what he called a serious mistake. Zeke let out a sarcastic laugh, clearly not impressed by the mage captain's accusations. The mage captain's words clearly struck a nerve, and Zeke's sarcastic laughter faded into a glare of pure fury. Zeke stood before the mages, his voice dripping with disbelief as he demanded to know how losing the Black Knight Yaksha could possibly be his fault. The mage captain scoffed, blaming Zeke's sloppy attack plan for their failure. He fumed, insisting they wouldn't have missed the Black Knight Yaksha if not for Zeke's mistakes. Zeke, with a raised eyebrow, questioned whether the mage captain had personally confirmed the Black Knight Yaksha wasn't in the fortress, pointing out how well fortified their defenses were. The mage captain, flustered, shouted for Zeke to shut up and insisted he had checked earlier. Someone had escaped from the fortress. Zeke countered that the escapee could have been a messenger sent for reinforcements, pressing the mage captain on how he could be certain it was the Black Knight Yaksha. The mage captain, furious and at a loss for words, could only manage a frustrated grunt in response. Zeke, with a smirk, declared his certainty that the escapee was indeed the Black Knight Yaksha, the one who had been communicating with the enemy forces for 3 years. He added that while the traitor might not have known he was aiding the Imperial experiments, it didn't change the fact that he was, well, trash. The mage captain had heard enough and demanded everyone to follow him, insisting he would testify against their crimes to their superiors. Zeke, however, was unfazed and told the mage captain to do as he pleased. They arrived in front of the castle, the grandeur of the place doing little to lighten the mood. Zeke looked around, taking in the sight, his expression unreadable. His gaze landed on Jorge, who was bound with his soldiers. Zeke couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him. Jorge looked beaten, his usual confidence nowhere to be found as he stuttered, trying to address Zeke. Zeke demanded to know what was going on and why Jorge had been arrested. The mage captain, however, was quick to shut him down, accusing Zeke of overstepping. Jorge, despite his predicament, shouted out that he didn't regret identifying as a knight and wished to remain an honorable one. His declaration was abruptly cut short as he was suddenly electrocuted, his body convulsing in pain. Yikes, talk about a shocking interruption. Zeke barely recovered from the shock, but he wasn't done yet. He argued that even prisoners deserved better treatment than this. The mage captain had heard enough, though, and yelled at Zeke to shut up. The mage captain was furious, warning Zeke that one more word would result in immediate execution. Talk about a harsh gag order. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the scene, cutting the tense standoff short. A single step echoed as a new figure arrived. Andre introduced himself as the captain of the Delphoa Mages 8th Corps. Andre wasn't alone. He arrived with Diego and Asta, and he wasn't happy about the mage captain's threat. He pointed out that threatening to kill Zeke Draker could be seen as a declaration of war. Andre declared that from this point onward, Zeke would be ready to fight alongside Delphoa. The alliance was officially on. Silence fell over the group as the weight of Andre's words settled in. The tension was palpable, but the message was clear: they were all in this together now. Ingrid gulped, the weight of the situation hitting him like a ton of bricks. That warning wasn't just any old heads up, it was straight from the Draker family, the big leagues. But declaring war on all of Delphoa? That was next level stuff. Ingrid's eyes widened as he stammered, trying to backpedal. Too extreme, he squeaked, his voice cracking under the pressure. Andre's stern gaze locked onto him, cutting through the panic like a hot knife through butter. Listen up, Ingrid Haxon. Andre's tone left no room for argument. The Draker name wasn't something to be tossed around lightly. It carried weight, history, and power. Andre's words hung in the air, a reminder of the gravity of their situation. Ingrid cleared his throat, trying to regain some composure. He chalked it up to a slip of the tongue, the war making everyone a little on edge. No need to read too much into it, he insisted, though his fidgeting betrayed his nerves. He was just trying to guide Zeke Draker to the barracks for a more thorough investigation. Andre nodded in approval, understanding the intent behind Ingrid's words. Zeke spoke up, asking if he could have a moment to talk to his comrades before they proceeded. The request was reasonable, and the tension in the room eased slightly. Ingrid, however, was still fuming, his face a picture of barely contained frustration. Inside the barracks, Ingrid finally spoke, giving them 20 minutes. It wasn't much, but it was something. Zeke used a buff, ensuring that the surrounding magic equipment wouldn't work on them. The mage captain confirmed the effect, giving them a brief window of privacy. Andre, looking at Zeke, asked what he wanted to talk about. Zeke dropped a bombshell, revealing that he had captured the Black Knight Yaksha, leaving Andre visibly stunned. Andre questioned if Zeke had managed to do it alone. Zeke confirmed that he had indeed caught the yaksha by himself, having lowered his guard before the battle dragged on. Andre was impressed, acknowledging that Zeke had accomplished something even seasoned knights struggled with, and that this was expected of him. Zeke explained that after interrogating the yaksha, he discovered his deep involvement with Captain Ingrid, complicating things. Andre asked about his next move. Zeke mused that it might be right to let Delphoa handle its own business. Zeke decided he would do what he could for now and started walking. He passed by guards standing in front of a door. Zeke found a spot and sat down, contemplating his next steps. Zeke settled into his thoughts, expecting someone to arrive soon. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the silence, hinting at the arrival he had been waiting for. Fanon stepped through the doorway, his presence immediately filling the room. Zeke's eyes met Fanon's, acknowledging his arrival with a mix of surprise and anticipation. Fanon questioned what was going on, and Zeke responded that it was the result of his warning. Fanon greeted him with a sense of gravity, setting the tone for the serious conversation ahead. Zeke revealed that Fanon already knew about Captain Ingrid's corruption. Zeke explained that not only Fanon, but most high-level mage officers were aware of the corruption. He added that Delphoa mages needed core experience to rise to higher ranks. Zeke paused, then continued, stating he could only offer the path of severing that experience. He hinted at something important he needed to share. Zeke turned to Fanon and asked if he knew about the Empire's stimulant experiments, his voice filled with urgency. Zeke revealed that he had already told Professor Fanon everything he had discovered about the Black Knight Yaksha, laying the groundwork for what was to come. Now, Fanon had two options to consider. He could either confess the internal corruption he had just discovered or neglect it for his own safety. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. Turning to the professor, Zeke addressed him directly, asking if he would be willing to help. Fanon was surprised as Zeke popped the big question: would he help expose this corruption? The moment of truth had arrived, and the tension was real. Ingrid the mage captain strolled through the halls, his subordinates trailing behind like a squad of slightly less intimidating ducklings. Suddenly, Ingrid halted, turning on his heel with the dramatic flair of a man who knew he was about to drop some serious news. His mages exchanged glances, practically vibrating with curiosity as they waited for the tea to be spilled. Ingrid smirked, the kind of smirk that said he was about to serve up some juicy gossip. Professor Fanon had apparently rejected Zeke Draker's offer, and the squad was here for it. Of course, Ingrid added, Fanon's position was way too important for him to be swayed by something as trivial as beliefs. The squad nodded along, soaking in the drama. With a final mic drop moment, Ingrid declared it was time to get started, striding toward the door like a man on a mission. The plan was simple: blow up a few noisy targets, make it look convincing, and then dip out. The squad exchanged glances, silently agreeing that this was about to get lit. The mages readied their spells, fingers twitching with anticipation, as they prepared to unleash some magical mayhem. With a unified cry, they let loose a barrage of fire, turning the place into an impromptu fireworks show. Ingrid stood there, thinking he could just blame Jorge for their lack of achievements. But something felt off. The fire attack had no response, which was strange. Ingrid wondered why they weren't firing back as they usually did, even if it was just for show. What were they up to? Suddenly, the doors opened, which was definitely not part of the plan. A single step echoed in the room. Ingrid was shocked, stuttering in confusion as he tried to figure out what was going on. The protagonist, Zeke, stepped forward, calmly asking Ingrid what was wrong. Zeke stood with his crew, a smirk on his face as he asked if Ingrid saw something he liked. In a flashback, Zeke revealed that he had set up a magic scroll to block others from listening in. No one could hear their conversation now. With a sly grin, Zeke simply said, "So?" Zeke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, questioning if Fanon was truly serious about teaming up with him. Fanon confirmed his commitment, unable to stand by while knowing the truth of the situation. Zeke pointed out that this decision meant Fanon would have to give up on gathering experience at Delphoa. Fanon brushed it off, saying it was better to give up on building a shameful experience anyway. Zeke thanked Fanon, suggesting they should leave. Someone was determined to screw over the captain, no matter what. Fanon was called a useless bastard, accused of betrayal. Ingrid Haxon was mentioned, with someone bringing people to investigate her relationship and secret communications with a continental enemy. The situation was labeled as corruption, adding to the tension. The scene shifted as the command to cooperate with the arrest echoed through the tense atmosphere. Eyes widened as the realization hit: those men were not just any men. With a stutter, the truth spilled out: it was undeniably Delphoa's squad. Panicked protests filled the air, claiming a misunderstanding, denying any communication, and accusing others of framing him. But the evidence was already in hand, and the attempts to act innocent were swiftly shut down. A frustrated groan escaped, the weight of the situation sinking in. In a sudden outburst, threats were hurled, promising that he wouldn't die alone. His connections would ensure others met the same fate. Not just his core, but the entirety of Delphoa. Silence fell, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. A nervous chuckle broke the silence, the tension almost palpable. A pained groan escaped as the tension shattered. The warning had been clear, yet defiance lingered in the air, thick and unyielding. The challenge hung heavy, and offer to try and use them as desired. The silence that followed was deafening, pregnant with unspoken consequences. A proud declaration cut through the quiet, boasting of direct lineage from Duke Draker, a pure-blooded awakened and successor to a Black Knight. The weight of heritage pressed down, demanding acknowledgement. A sudden shift, a bet proposed with a smirk. It was time to see who truly had more connections, the stakes rising with each passing second. An apology stumbled out, shaky and uncertain. The admission of wrongdoing hung in the air, raw and exposed. Pleas for forgiveness echoed, desperate and hollow. But forgiveness wasn't theirs to give. Not when the debt was owed to the knights lost because of reckless actions. A harsh reminder of the cost of arrogance. A respectful address slipped out. A whisper of deference in the storm of confrontation. Gratitude was expressed. A twisted thank you for resolving an injustice. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The resolution coming at a price no one had intended to pay. The aftermath of the investigation left some in the dust, excluded based on a testimony that labeled them unrelated to the incident. But with the 8th Mage Corps vanishing, their Knight Corps was on the chopping block too, a harsh reality setting in. If no other unit stepped up to claim them, the 8th Knights would be dissolved just like that, leaving them in the wind. Regret? Not even a sliver. The decision was made, and standing by it was the only way forward. Jorge stood there, sorrow etched on his face as he apologized for his comrades who had fallen in vain, all because of a captain who had led them astray. But then, a glimmer of hope. Jorge, with a hint of hesitation, offered a new job, a fresh start. The response was a mix of surprise and curiosity. A new job? Really? The protagonist, Zeke, confirmed with a simple yes, his calm demeanor setting the tone for what was to come. Details were handed over, a note that held the promise of a new beginning, the specifics laid out clearly for all to see. Jorge's hands trembled slightly as he looked over the note, disbelief coloring his words. This was too good to be true, wasn't it? The conditions were beyond generous, almost too good to be true. Jorge double-checked the numbers, his voice laced with disbelief. But Zeke just chuckled, assuring him that this was standard when working with him. Zeke explained his recent venture, a merchant group in need of protection. He wanted Jorge and his team to guard it, to be a part of something new. Jorge, still in shock, stammered out his acceptance, ready to embark on this unexpected journey alongside Zeke. Zeke smirked, teasing Jorge with a playful challenge, questioning if he was really up for this new adventure. Jorge and his team cheered, their enthusiasm overflowing as they eagerly pledged their allegiance to Zeke, ready to follow him into this new chapter. Jorge quickly corrected himself, insisting they address Zeke properly as Sir Fanon, their new master. Zeke, now fully embracing his role, instructed them to head to Atlas once their current tasks were completed, hinting at the busy road ahead. Fanon nodded in understanding, accepting his new role with a simple affirmation to his master. Zeke couldn't help but smile, amused by the unexpected twist of fate that turned a professor and student into master and servant. Gazing at the sunset, Zeke reflected on how the mission had taken a wild turn, far from what anyone could have predicted. But he shrugged it off, not letting the uncertainty bother him too much. After all, things had worked out so far, and he was confident they'd figure out the rest as they went along. In Midland, a man expressed gratitude to the main character and another man for showing up despite their busy schedules. They sat in a triangle formation as the man stressed the urgency of discussing the recent incident among the main members of the Order of the Black Knights. Veron Draker, getting straight to the point, took charge of the conversation. He revealed that the southern continent had been acting strangely lately, leaving everyone in shock. One of the men pointed out that even if the South was a criminal playground, it was mostly just drug dealers causing trouble. Another man chimed in, explaining that McCain's Don Juan had taken control of the South through his Soma business, amassing immense wealth and power, which could lead to major chaos. Veron, clearly disappointed, questioned how the squad commander in charge of intelligence could still be unaware of the situation, dropping the bomb that Don Juan was dead. The revelation left everyone in shock, their minds struggling to process the gravity of the news. The shockwave of the revelation still rippling through the room. Someone stammered in disbelief, claiming there was no way this could be happening. Another voice chimed in, pointing out that Don Juan was currently in hiding from Pabella's relentless attacks. Veron stepped in, explaining that after Don Juan went into hiding, the McCain cartel had splintered into many factions. Veron continued, stating that their main opposition, Pabella, had most of their major figures taken out, leaving them in a similar state of disarray. He then posed a question, finding it strange that Don Juan hadn't revealed himself in a situation like this. Suddenly, Veron turned on a recording, revealing that there was a video recorded by the two cartels a month ago. The footage showed masked individuals appearing in both records, their identities concealed behind eerie disguises. Veron explained that they were assuming the person at the front had moved between the two organizations to defeat the cartels. However, neither side had been able to reveal his identity as of yet, leaving everyone in suspense. With a determined look, Veron declared that they were going to find out the truth, no matter what it took. Veron's resolve was unwavering as he vowed to uncover the masked figure's identity and the reason behind his actions against the cartels in the South. They would leave no stone unturned in their quest for the truth. Zeke stood there, eyes wide, totally caught off guard by whatever the dean just dropped on him. He leaned in like, Wait, what did you just say, Dean? And then boom, the Dean hits him with some wild praise about how he crushed it with the Black Knight Yaksha Noisiu. Turns out, Professor Andre had been taking notes like a total nerd, and even the Delphoa inspection department sent over their data with a side of gratitude. Zeke was over here thinking Noisiu Sayo was going to get roasted, especially since you got to follow orders on the battlefield no matter what. But then, plot twist, actually got praised for it. Like what even? Though there was just one tiny little catch. The Black Knight Yaksha apparently kicked the bucket during the move. Cue the awkward laughter. But honestly, not really feeling the loss. Turns out, the whole death thing was just a cover. The plan was to fake his demise, give him a whole new identity, and sneak him into the Central Konite. Classic spy movie level sneaky stuff. But before diving into the new mission, a quick recap of the intel they had gathered. The Imperial human experiment data found in the south, and the Black Knight Yaksha who witnessed the stimulant experiments. Heavy stuff but necessary for the bigger picture. Sir Zeke, with his talent shining brighter than a supernova, got a special exam tailored just for him. The professors decided to switch things up, presenting him with a different type of challenge. Zeke wondered what it could be, his curiosity piqued. A demon hunt. The words hung in the air, almost like a joke. A demon hunt? Zeke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That seemed almost too easy for a special graduation exam. But of course, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. This was an unsolved case, and Zeke would have to tackle it solo. No backup, no hints, just his wits and skills against an unknown demon threat. Demons, unlike monsters, didn't fit into neat little boxes. They didn't have specific species or predictable traits, making them a wild card in any encounter. Their customs and behaviors were a mystery, adding layers of complexity to the hunt. And to top it off, some demons were highly intelligent, making them even harder to read and defeat. This wasn't just a test of strength, but a battle of wits against an unpredictable foe. The incident was clearly the work of a highly intelligent demon. The location, the Duchy of Troy no less. And as everyone knows, the Duchy of Troy is where Draker is based. The fact that he still hasn't been found in a place like that just proves he's no ordinary demon. So, if you're exempted from taking the other exams, consider yourself lucky. In other words, passing this exam alone means graduation. On his honor, Sieghart vowed to wrap up the case as quickly as possible. Moreover, he promised not to disappoint.
No capítulo.
Sir Zeke Draker, what an honor it was to finally meet him. The man introduced himself as Felix Valencia, the guide for this mission. Sir Zeke Draker replied that it was nice to meet him too, though he hadn't heard of Felix Valencia in his past or current life. Yikes. And there was one more peculiar detail that needed attention. A strange energy was emanating from within him, which was unusual considering he was just a young knight, not even a Draker. This made him stand out, and it was something worth noting. The question of his origin came up, and it turned out he was a native of Troy. He had trained at a swordsmanship guild in his younger days and was now working with the Atlas Guards. Quite the resume for someone so young. Despite his seemingly normal demeanor, it was wise to stay cautious. You never know what secrets someone might be hiding. He was thanked for the information, and the conversation seemed to wrap up. With that, Zeke was off, making his way towards the Troy Duchy. The journey ahead was filled with anticipation and a sense of purpose. Upon arriving in town, Zeke was greeted with warm welcomes. The people had been expecting him, and the Troy Duchy was ready to receive its guest. It was an honor to have a pure-blooded awakened visit their place. Zeke expressed his pleasure in being of assistance, and the handshakes sealed the mutual respect. Zeke then asked for more details about the incident report, eager to get to the bottom of things. It turned out that the incidents had been going on for several weeks now. The mystery deepened, and Zeke was determined to find out more. The mystery deepened as Zeke dug into the disappearances. It all started with livestock going missing, but then people who went up the mountain never came back. First, it was the children, then the women, followed by the men. It was like whatever was behind this had a dark sense of humor, starting small and leveling up to larger prey over time. Zeke wondered if there were any scenes where traces might still be found. Following a hunch, he decided to check out the farm where the livestock had disappeared. He began walking towards the mountain path, hoping to find some clues. The fence looked fine, but there was blood splattered on it. Zeke decided to look around some more, activating his dragon eye to see if he could pick up anything unusual. With his dragon eye, Zeke scanned the area, hoping to catch something that others might miss. He spotted big footsteps, way bigger than any humans. Whatever left these was heavy and strong. The footsteps were deep, indicating something with significant weight. Plus, it could jump over a fence like it was nothing. Zeke realized this was no ordinary demon he was dealing with. Zeke's face turned serious, realizing that this mission was going to be tougher than he thought. The demon he was up against was no joke, and he needed to bring his A game. Staring into the flickering flames of the campfire, Zeke's mind wandered, replaying the day's events as he tried to piece together the puzzle before him. The weight of exhaustion tugged at him, no surprise really, given how hard he had pushed himself on this investigation, burning the midnight oil and then some. His thoughts drifted back to the grueling climb up the mountain, following the demon's trail, only to end up in the middle of nowhere, a dense forest far from civilization. But then, a breakthrough. They had found something, a clue that could turn the tide. A corpse, shriveled up like a mummy, with no visible wounds. This was the work of a demon that could absorb bodily fluids without leaving a trace. A chilling realization that sent a shiver down his spine. If it was the demon he was thinking of, then the footprints discovered in the village weren't its. This case just got a whole lot more complicated. Felix stirred, his voice cutting through the night as he alerted Zeke to a noise. It was coming from 2 kilometers to the west, and Zeke knew he had to check it out. With a swift command to Felix to wait there, Zeke dashed into the night, promising to return before the sun rose. The hunt was on, and failure wasn't an option. Zeke raced through the night, his mind processing the chaos around him. An explosion in a place like this could only mean one thing: trouble, and he was running straight into it. As he rounded the corner, Zeke spotted a man up ahead. His instincts told him this was the right place, but before he could even finish that thought, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. The man let out a scream that could wake the dead, and Zeke knew he was in the right place at the absolute worst time. The man was holding a tree like it was a toothpick, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder if he had stumbled into some kind of surreal nightmare. With a grunt, the man swung the tree like it was a sword, and Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. Zeke's mind raced. What in the world was going on? The man was wielding a tree like it was a sword, and Zeke couldn't help but think that this guy must have skipped leg day a few too many times to compensate with those arms. As Zeke took in the scene, he realized the man was a barbarian, and not just any barbarian. This guy was straight out of a nightmare. And if that wasn't enough, the barbarian was fighting something, and Zeke knew he had to figure out what was going on before he ended up in the middle of it. Zeke's suspicions were confirmed as he pieced together the clues. A Juoin appeared, its presence sending a chill down his spine. Zeke recalled his past life, where he had encountered a mummified corpse, a memory that sent shivers down his spine. His master had warned him about an ancient species demon, urging him to be extra careful. The creature moved swiftly and cautiously, much like a monkey, its movements erratic and unpredictable. But above all, Zeke knew he had to be cautious, his master's warning echoing in his mind. The creature leaped about, attacking the barbarian with swift, calculated movements. Zeke deduced that the barbarian had taken the livestock, while the Juoin had taken the people. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, sending a chill down his spine. The Juoin struck with precision, its tongue piercing through the barbarian in a swift and brutal attack. The barbarian, now sweating profusely, let out a garbled cry of pain and surprise. Zeke, positioned behind the creature, readied his weapon for a powerful swing, aiming to strike the Juoin down. But the creature turned swiftly, sensing the impending attack. With a quick motion, it dodged Zeke's strike, narrowly avoiding the blow. The creature wasted no time and bolted away, leaving Zeke in its wake. Zeke couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and annoyance. This thing was ridiculously fast, like trying to swat a fly on caffeine. Zeke glanced at the barbarian, who looked like he had just gone 10 rounds with a dump truck. The guy was barely conscious, groaning in pain. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if this dude had been poisoned by the Juoin. Zeke really didn't want to help the livestock thief, but hey, maybe he could do something kind for once. In a cave with the barbarian laid out, Zeke tried a healing potion. No dice. The potion wasn't working, which made Zeke raise an eyebrow. Was this guy even human? If the barbarian wasn't human, maybe his trusty skill would work. Zeke placed a hand on the barbarian, hoping for the best. Zeke activated his mass buff skill, pouring a ton of healing energy into the barbarian. The cave lit up with a soft glow as Zeke channeled his healing power. Slowly, the barbarian began to stir, his breathing steady and his color returning. Whatever he was, Zeke's healing seemed to be doing the trick. As consciousness returned, the barbarian's eye flickered open, a glint of life breaking through the haze of his injuries. But the dude was not having a chill wake-up. He jolted upright with a series of loud cracks echoing around them, his movements frantic and uncontrolled. Zeke quickly stepped in, trying to calm the suddenly hyperactive barbarian before he hurt himself or worse, someone else. Pointing at himself, Zeke made it clear that he was the reason the barbarian was even alive to begin with, hoping that would snap him out of his frenzy. The barbarian stammered out a shaky thank you, his voice rough but grateful. Zeke let out a small sigh of relief, joking that at least he knew the barbarian language. Otherwise, this whole rescue op would have been way more awkward. Zeke couldn't help but notice the sheer size of the barbarian's fists. This guy was no ordinary warrior, and it turns out he had a rep to match. Despite being only 16, Big Fists was already stronger than any warrior in his village, which honestly was saying something. But being the strongest in the village came with its own set of problems. For his warrior ceremony, Big Fists was given a nearly impossible task: hunt down and bring back the Juoin, the strongest demon known to the barbarians. No big deal, right? Turns out, tracking the Juoin wasn't just hard, it was a one-way ticket to disaster. Big Fists had chased it all the way to the Troy Duchy, and now he was sweating bullets, convinced he was about to fail his mission. The pressure was real, and he was not having a good time. Zeke, ever the opportunist, saw a chance to make a deal. He offered to help with the hunt, leaving Big Fist stunned. Was this guy for real? Because if so, his luck might have just taken a serious turn for the better. Zeke flashed a smile, exuding confidence as he urged them to just trust him. Felix, still processing the unexpected turn of events, stammered as he tried to address Zeke. Felix couldn't believe it. Wasn't that guy a barbarian? Zeke confirmed it but also dropped a bombshell to be joining them in the hunt for the demon. Big Fist was left utterly speechless. His subordinate? What was even happening anymore? Zeke pointed out that the barbarian didn't even reach for his sword when he saw him. That kind of restraint wasn't possible without some serious training. Aside from his aura, the guy seemed like a perfectly ordinary swordsman. Zeke wondered if he was overthinking it. Big Fist suddenly sniffed the air, telling Zeke he smelled something. Zeke, confused, asked what smell he was talking about. Big Fist's nostrils flared as he picked up the scent again. It was definitely him, no doubt about it. The smell was unmistakable, like day-old gym socks mixed with a hint of regret. Zeke glanced around, thoroughly confused. Where in the world was that smell coming from? He couldn't pick up anything unusual, but Big Fist's nose was usually right. Zeke's eyes widened as he realized he was standing in front of a cave. Of course, Big Fist had mentioned that Juyuan loved dark and humid places. The sun was about to rise, so this seemed like a good spot to wait. Turning to Big Fist, Zeke asked if he had a plan to catch the Juyuan. Big Fist nodded, his expression serious. Zeke realized this was why he had been missing out on catching the Juyuan all this time. Big Fist explained the strategy. Zeke would beat the prey from the front, and then Big Fist would strike from behind. Zeke nodded, getting the plan. Big Fist nodded, confirming that the plan was locked in and ready to roll. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Zeke couldn't help but notice the eerie vibe. It was clear this place was the creature's den. The walls were covered in all sorts of bones, like a grim trophy collection. Definitely not the coziest spot to hang out. Zeke glanced at Big Fist, ready to face whatever came their way. Suddenly, Juyuan launched an attack from behind Big Fist. Zeke shouted a warning, but it was almost too late. Big Fist swiftly dodged the attack, showing off some serious reflexes. Close call, but they were still in the game. Big Fist wasn't playing around anymore. With a roar, he launched a fierce counterattack, his fists a blur of motion. But just as he struck, his opponent vanished into thin air. Big Fist skidded to a halt, eyes wide. Where'd they go? Zeke smirked, totally unfazed. He knew this fight wouldn't be a walk in the park. No way was it going to be that easy. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward, muttering about how even his master in his past life struggled with capturing the Juyuan. The Juyuan, now camouflaged, let out a low growl, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Sneaky, sneaky. Then, out of nowhere, it struck. Zeke barely had time to react, letting out a surprised grunt as the attack landed. Zeke wasn't about to go down without a fight. Channeling his powers, he summoned a water field, catching his opponent off guard. The sudden splash left his foe sputtering in surprise, clearly not expecting such a move. Juyuan stood there, completely shocked, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. The water field had clearly thrown him for a loop, and he wasn't sure how to react. Zeke seized the moment, calling out to his trusted technique, Big Fists. It was now or never, and he was ready to go all in. With a swift move, Zeke grabbed Juyuan, catching him off guard. The sudden grip left Juyuan startled, his eyes wide with surprise. Juyuan wasn't about to give up. With a quick elbow strike, he aimed for Zeke's big fists, letting out a sharp cry. Zeke grunted in pain, but he wasn't about to back down. Juyuan turned, ready for another round. Zeke, with a determined look, praised his big fists and told Juyuan to leave the rest to him. It was his time to shine. Zeke then unleashed his earth slice technique, the ground beneath them cracking with intensity. The battle was far from over, and Zeke was just getting started. The creature was literally cut in half, and all it could muster was a weak scream. But plot twist, it wasn't ready to call it quits just yet. With a growl, it tried to pull a fast one and heal itself. Zeke wasn't having it though. He activated his gluttony skill, basically telling the creature, nice try, but not today. He yelled at the creature, asking if it really thought he would just let it regenerate like that. Then, his draconian skill, gluttony, kicked in. Zeke consumed an ancient species corrupted by polluted energy. His stamina, mental power, and mana started filling up. As a bonus, he absorbed the creature's bloodline ability, scoring himself a new active skill, Stealth, A rank. He couldn't help but think, a stealth skill? That's actually pretty great. With the battle over, Zeke took a moment to catch his breath. He then turned his attention to someone he called Big Fists, probably not the most creative nickname, but it worked. Zeke tossed something towards Big Fists, calling it proof of hunt. He explained that it was for the same reason he had one of Big Fist's fingers. Classic Zeke, always keeping it real. Big Fist, overcome with gratitude, pulled Zeke into a massive bear hug, laughing with pure joy. Zeke, ever the chill one, just laughed it off like it was no big deal. As Big Fist finally released him and started to leave, he turned back, his voice booming with excitement. He made Zeke promise to visit his village later, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Zeke, curious, asked which tribe he was from. Big Fist puffed out his chest with pride and declared he was from the Boulder tribe. Zeke's eyes widened a bit. Everyone knew that was the most powerful barbarian village around. Big Fist waved one last time, his voice carrying across the distance as he reminded Zeke to visit his village. Like soon. No excuses. Zeke waved back, a small smile on his face. Yeah, he'd visit. Later, when he had time. Maybe. Cut to a cozy pub scene, where the vibe was all warm lighting and clinking glasses. The kind of place where everyone knows your name or at least the name of the guy who just saved their village. The villagers raised their glasses high, cheering for the knight who had protected their homes. Zeke, ever the humble hero, just smiled and clinked his glass with theirs. The villagers kept thanking him, saying they could finally rest easy because of him. Zeke just shrugged it off, glad he could help but also low-key wondering when the food was going to arrive. As he took a sip of his drink, something felt off. His instincts were tingling, and not in the "oh, this ale is amazing" kind of way. Zeke's instincts were spot on. After handling the Juyuan and returning to camp, he found Felix missing. When Felix finally showed up, he was a mess, claiming he'd just taken a tumble. But Zeke wasn't buying it. Zeke wondered if Felix had been lurking around, watching his fight with big fists. Given how intense the battle was, it wouldn't be surprising if Felix had been nearby, unseen. Deciding to play it cool for now, Zeke figured he'd keep a closer eye on Felix. No need to make a big deal out of it. Yet, after what felt like the longest day ever, Zeke was ready to crash. They'd promised him a decent place to stay, and he was all about that. As he walked, his mind still buzzing from the day's events, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. And then, out of nowhere, Felix appeared. Zeke stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing slightly. What was Felix doing here? Zeke asked Felix what he was doing there, pointing out that his accommodations were in the opposite direction. Felix stammered, clearly caught off guard. Felix, looking nervous, stuttered out a request to become Zeke's follower. The sudden declaration left Zeke taken aback, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Zeke was at a loss for words. This was the last thing he expected to hear after such a long day. Just as Zeke was still processing what he had just heard, Felix pulled out something, urging him to take a look at it first. It was a sword, gleaming under the light, ready to be put to use. Felix began to demonstrate his skills with the sword, his movements swift and precise. Zeke watched, realizing there was no doubt about Felix's abilities. Felix was using the swordsmanship passed down among paladins, each move a testament to his training and heritage. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed. Felix continued to demonstrate his swordsmanship in front of Zeke, each movement precise and full of confidence. Felix then declared that this was the moment Zeke had been waiting for. Zeke couldn't help but question how Felix knew the swordsmanship passed down among paladins, given that he had only completed the swordsmanship guild process. Felix stood there, ready to reveal more. Zeke muttered to himself about paladins, their limited contact with the outside world, and their affiliation with the Holy Knights. Zeke acknowledged that the secret swordsmanship was known to very few. Felix chimed in, saying he thought Zeke would recognize it. Felix reached into his pocket, stating there was no point in hiding anything anymore. Felix pulled out a medallion and asked Zeke to take a good look at it. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized what it was. Felix revealed that the medallion was an official paladin's insignia, and that his grandfather was a paladin. But his grandfather got caught up in some secret drama within the Holy Kingdom, was framed, and had to leave. Zeke was shocked. This was getting complicated. Felix explained that his grandfather risked his life to expose the corruption in the kingdom and fought against internal enemies, but he couldn't escape the consequences. He was at risk of being executed. With the help of his friends, he barely managed to escape the Holy Kingdom and lived in the Duchy of Troy, hiding his identity. Before passing away, he told Felix everything and taught him his swordsmanship. Zeke wondered if Felix's grandfather had also tried aura transmission before passing away. Felix was confused but complied when Zeke asked him to hold out his hand. Zeke was surprised to find that Felix's aura conductivity was high compared to his abilities. Zeke pondered the implications of this discovery. Zeke realized his aura circuits were completely cleared, leaving him in a state of shock. Felix noticed his unusual reaction and asked if something was wrong. Zeke, however, assured him that everything was fine. Quite the opposite, in fact. Zeke told Felix to be thankful to his late grandfather. Felix, confused, asked what he meant by that. Zeke explained that Felix's grandfather must have been a former Arch Paladin, someone on the level of a Black Knight. Felix was taken aback by this revelation. Zeke continued, mentioning a unique skill taught to the paladins of the Holy Knight since the Imperial Age. That skill was aura transmission, a technique that allowed for faster results with aura. But Felix's grandfather didn't just do that. He also increased Felix's aura conductivity and cleared his circuits. Felix was left speechless, having no idea about his grandfather's abilities. Zeke turned to Felix and asked if he wanted to become his follower to avenge his wronged grandfather. Felix responded that it was indeed part of the reason. But after secretly observing the last mission, he had a change of heart. He thought he truly wanted to serve their side. He regretted his initial hesitation, wishing he had allowed himself to join sooner. He considered that if the newcomer was a normal spy, he could keep him close to uncover his enemies. And if not, he could gain a powerful ally with great potential. Win-win, right? He warned that following him wouldn't be easy. They were set to return to Atlas tomorrow, so he advised to get ready. With gratitude, he thanked Sir Zeke, promising to do his best. No pressure, though. Sir Zeke laughed, clearly pleased with the enthusiasm. He praised the incredible reports he had received, especially the part about healing a hurt barbarian and teaming up to defeat the beast. Talk about a power move. The dean wasn't playing around, Keeping a talent like that at Valhalla was the move of the century. But of course, our hero over here was all about that humble life, chalking it up to just luck. The dean couldn't help but chuckle at the modesty, and then dropped the big one. He had something important. Turns out, it was a temporary graduation certificate. The semester wasn't over yet, but with this, our hero could skip the line and do whatever they set their mind to. Gratitude was the name of the game, and our hero thanked the dean, certificate in hand. The dean then hit them with the big question, what's next? Draker maybe? But our hero had other plans. They wanted to stack up some experience as a knight of the family first. The dean was all about it, and told them he'd be waiting for their growth in the future. Talk about a hype man. But then, plot twist. Someone else showed up, and everyone was like, who even is that? The mystery person apologized for the interruption. Rude, but okay. Turns out, the Four Seasons Fortress had sent them to take Zeke to the fortress. So, not a random stranger, just a delivery person. The patriarch already knew about Zeke's graduation, and it seemed like the news had spread fast. With a polite nod, the messenger took his leave, telling Zeke to come visit often. Curious, Zeke wondered why the patriarch had asked for him specifically. The messenger wasn't sure either, guessing it was just a simple congratulations on graduating. Zeke found it hard to imagine the patriarch he knew giving a warm congratulations. I mean, graduating Valhalla in 2 years was a big deal, so maybe that was it. The messenger mentioned seeing Zeke's friends on the way to the dean's office. Friends? Zeke wasn't sure he had any. Turns out they looked pretty down. Apparently, they'd been stuck doing refurbishment work at the northern border. Snow was scarier than monsters, after all. Zeke tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but it fell flat. Typical. With a nod from the professor, Zeke headed into the dean's office, ready to face whatever came next. Zeke pushed open the door, stepping into the dean's office with a mix of anticipation and curiosity. A voice greeted him almost immediately, catching him slightly off guard. The patriarch congratulated Zeke on his graduation, the pride in his voice evident even without seeing his face. Zeke thanked the patriarch and was promptly invited to take a seat, the patriarch's tone warm and welcoming. As Zeke settled into the chair, the patriarch began to speak, hinting at something big. The patriarch revealed his plans to send Zeke to the upcoming Draker martial arts competition, the weight of the opportunity hanging in the air. Setting his cup down with a gentle clink, the patriarch added that he hoped Zeke would bring home a victory, the challenge clear in his eyes. Zeke's expression shifted, determination etching itself onto his features as he absorbed the patriarch's words. The Draker family was hosting a martial arts competition, a major event where young knights who had reached the rank of Purple Knight in the last 5 years could show off their skills. The patriarch and the main character, Zeke Draker, sat together as the patriarch explained the competition's purpose. It was all about finding out which new rookies would lead the continent. No pressure or anything, right? Zeke listened intently and simply replied that he understood. The patriarch, raising an eyebrow, asked if Zeke was saying he would win. With a confident look, Zeke affirmed that he would indeed win the Draker martial arts competition. Talk about setting the bar high. The patriarch nodded approvingly, hoping he could award Zeke the medal on the last day of the competition. Someone's aiming for the top spot. As a token of his confidence, the patriarch set a gift on the table for Zeke, calling it a graduation gift. Wonder what's inside? Zeke opened the gift as instructed by the patriarch. Inside was a title certificate for a territory. Looks like the patriarch was already planning for Zeke's victory. Talk about having high expectations. Zeke was left stunned. A territory? Really? Was the patriarch actually giving him a whole territory? The patriarch confirmed it. The territory was indeed his, located north of the Duchy of Troy, where Zeke had recently caught that beast. Zeke was blown away. A territory as a graduation present? Talk about a major upgrade. He vowed to work hard and meet the patriarch's sky-high expectations. The patriarch stood up, reminding Zeke that he expected much from him. He added that a caretaker would be assigned to manage the territory, so Zeke could hear the details later. With that, Zeke was dismissed. The patriarch told him he could take his leave now. Zeke left, thanking the patriarch for his consideration. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and pressure. He thought about how even as a Draker, he still needed to become a high-level knight to receive a territory. But he had just become an official knight, so this news was quite shocking. Just as he was lost in thought, someone grabbed his attention, calling out his name. Zeke snapped out of his thoughts as a familiar voice called out to him. There stood Duke, his old companion, greeting him with that same old sarcastic charm. Clearly, some things never change. Zeke raised an eyebrow, questioning Duke's sudden appearance. Duke, with a shrug, explained he was just trying to catch a break, but got roped back into work by Arthur. Typical. Zeke couldn't help but tease Duke about his decade-long nap. Duke, unfazed, shot back that he sounded just like his father. Ouch, low blow. Before Zeke could retort, Duke casually strolled over to the window and swung it open. Zeke barely had time to react before Duke was already making his exit. Duke called out for Zeke to hurry up before they got caught by the leeches. Zeke just sighed, knowing exactly what kind of chaos Duke was bringing with him. Back at the mansion, with the sunset painting the sky, Zeke finally let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Maybe now he could actually relax. Duke, ever the dramatic one, asked if being back home felt as good as it seemed. Zeke just rolled his eyes and reminded him whose home it actually was. Duke, with a smirk, declared that since he was Zeke's master, everything Zeke had was his too. Zeke just sat there, probably wondering why he even bothered. Duke, still smirking, wondered out loud why Arthur had called for Zeke. Maybe to congratulate him on graduating, he mused, as if he already knew the answer. Zeke mentioned he had already received his graduation present. Duke, now curious, leaned in and asked what it was. A sword? Armor? Something cool, hopefully. Zeke casually dropped the bomb that he had received a territory. Duke started to say that a territory was good for something, but then he paused, processing what Zeke had just said. Duke jumped up, shocked, and asked what Zeke had received again. Zeke repeated that he got a territory north of the Troy Duchy. Duke was clearly not expecting that. Duke was left speechless, just standing there with his mouth open. The territory was a big deal, and Zeke had just casually mentioned it like it was no biggie. Duke finally composed himself and noted that receiving a territory at Zeke's age was impressive. The Troy Duchy might be up north, but the tax revenue wasn't bad at all. Arthur must be really happy with Zeke. Zeke explained that his mission just happened to be there, and the people were all good to him. Duke agreed that this was good for Zeke. Being a lord of a territory was way better than just having a knight title. Zeke then added that there was one more thing. Duke, now really intrigued, asked if Zeke got another present. The anticipation was killing him. Zeke dropped another bombshell, saying that Arthur told him to win the Draker martial arts competition. Duke's smile faded a bit, realizing that Zeke was being set up for some serious challenges. Duke brought up the Draker martial arts competition, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder what was up with that. Was the competition really that tough? Duke reassured Zeke that with his talent, it wouldn't be difficult. Well, at least if it was just about talent. Zeke was confused. What did Duke mean by that? Duke asked Zeke if he had ever watched the Draker martial arts competition before. Zeke just knew it happened once every 5 years. Duke repeated that the competition wasn't a simple one. Zeke started to get a bad feeling about this. Duke explained that it was a battle of families disguised under the title of a competition. Zeke asked if there was corruption happening underneath. Duke clarified that it wasn't just corruption, it was a place where all sorts of power plays were allowed, and the winner was decided with all of that included. Yikes, talk about a family feud. Zeke thought he just had to win, but seeing Duke's expression, he realized it was more serious than he thought. Duke decided to speak frankly with Zeke. This was getting real. Duke dropped the final bombshell without a sponsor family. Zeke could never win the Draker martial arts competition. Looks like Zeke needed more than just skills to win this one. Zeke took a moment to let Duke's words sink in, feeling the weight of the situation. Duke admitted that even he was distant from politics, but suggested they start looking for sponsor families. Zeke sighed, confessing he wasn't well-versed in that area either. Politics, ugh, the necessary evil. Just then, Decker walked in, interrupting their conversation. Zeke groaned, wondering if there was any other way to compete. Decker politely excused himself, making Zeke do a double take. Decker bowed respectfully, catching Zeke's attention. Zeke asked what was on his mind, and Decker mentioned he had something important to say. Decker revealed he had overheard their conversation about the competition and the need for a sponsor family. Zeke confirmed, feeling a bit frustrated about the whole situation. Decker seemed to have something more to add, leaving Zeke curious about what he was up to. Suddenly, Decker unsheathed his sword, telling Zeke to take a good look. Plot twist alert, maybe Decker was about to drop some serious wisdom or a game-changing idea. As the sword was drawn, a radiant blue aura glowed around it, hinting at something far greater than Zeke had anticipated. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. Decker, a blue knight? His mind was officially blown. Decker raised his sword, a knowing look in his eyes. Zeke was already piecing it together, and Decker could see it. Zeke muttered under his breath, impressed by how quickly Decker was revealing the truth. Decker began to explain, his voice steady and sure. He had once been a knight in the Draker family, and there was more to the story. He revealed that he was the guard who protected Zeke's mother. Zeke's shock deepened. His mother? This was getting heavy. Decker asked Zeke if he knew why no one ever spoke about her. Zeke could only muster a quiet why, his mind racing with questions. With a serious look, Decker dropped the bombshell. Zeke's mother was from the Agamemnon family. Mic drop moment. Zeke's eyes widened like he just heard the most random plot twist ever. The Agamemnon family? Never heard of them, but apparently they were a big deal. Decker dropped some knowledge bombs. The Agamemnon family used to be the top dogs among the Drakers, like even more powerful than the Turin or Zimmons families. Mind blown. The emblems of the Turin and Zimmons families flashed, putting their power into perspective. But the Agamemnon family? They were on a whole other level. Zeke's brain was short-circuiting. That powerful? Then why was he only hearing about them now? Plot hole much? Decker spilled the tea. Everyone avoided them like the plague, calling them a cursed family. Zeke's curiosity was piqued. What kind of curse could they possibly have? The suspense was killing him. Decker dropped a heavy truth bomb. In that family, pregnant women would give birth to stillborn children, and even the few that were born would all die before reaching the age of 5. But plot twist. Zeke's mom was the ultimate survivor, making it to adulthood. Zeke was shook. Decker 113L, what even? Zeke was like, wait, so you're saying he should ask that cursed family for support? Decker nodded, saying they were once the greatest power in the central region. Plus, Zeke had the qualifications to be their sole heir. Zeke took a moment, then dropped an alright, he'd consider it. Decker was just glad he was listening. Decker looked up and called him young master. Zeke was confused but intrigued. Decker got all sentimental, thanking Zeke for trusting him even when he knew he was a blue knight. Zeke just smiled and told him not to mention it. No biggie, right? Zeke and Felix strolled into town. The place was bustling with people going about their day. A sign proudly declared the name of this lively place, Mykean. Felix was immediately starstruck, exclaiming how it felt like they had stepped right into the era of the Holy Kingdom. Zeke couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. Felix's eyes widened as he took in the sights, declaring that this was Mykean. Zeke nodded in agreement, adding that it was definitely better seeing it in person. Zeke explained that Mykean was one of the cities in Midland that Draker supported. He went on to say that according to Decker, the Agamemnon family were nobles who had ruled Mykean and its surrounding territories for a long time. But around 50 years ago, unfortunate events began happening to the family. As rumors spread about them being cursed, they became ostracized. That was probably why their name became hard to find even within Draker. Zeke decided it was time for a break and suggested they find something to eat. Felix, always eager, quickly agreed. They approached an inn, the door creaked open, inviting them in. Zeke led the way, stepping inside the cozy inn, ready to enjoy a well-deserved meal. Zeke wasted no time and immediately called out to the innkeeper, demanding their best dish. The innkeeper laughed heartily and promised to serve up the restaurant's special soup, setting the tone for a warm welcome. As Zeke settled in, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The people seemed relaxed and public safety looked solid. It was a peaceful vibe and he couldn't help but feel a bit more at ease. Glancing around, Zeke noted that the city seemed to be in good shape. The streets were clean, and the buildings were well maintained. It was a far cry from some of the rougher places he had visited. A group of locals approached Zeke and Felix, asking if they were travelers. They enthusiastically offered to treat them to some grilled short ribs, insisting that it was a must-try dish in Mykean. The hospitality was overwhelming, and Zeke couldn't help but smile. Zeke thanked them, genuinely touched by the kindness of the people of Mykean. It was a nice change of pace from the usual reception he got in other towns. Feeling generous, Zeke ordered a beer for each of the locals, wanting to show his appreciation for their warm welcome. The innkeeper quickly obliged, promising to bring the drinks right away. One of the locals tried to decline, saying it wasn't necessary, but Zeke insisted. He wanted to show his gratitude for their hospitality and kindness. Curious about the town, Zeke asked if they had all lived there for long. One of the locals proudly declared himself a native of Mykean and offered to answer any questions they had. Zeke then asked about the mayor of the place, noting that he hadn't seen a city hall building earlier. The locals seemed a bit taken aback by the question, as if it was something they hadn't considered before. As Zeke dropped the name Agamemnon, the whole inn went silent. The vibe shifted so fast, it was like someone hit the mute button on the entire room. A guy suddenly got up, looking flustered. He muttered something about being too nosy, then quickly added that the beer was fine and hoped Zeke would have a pleasant stay. Zeke couldn't help but notice how the atmosphere turned icy the moment he mentioned the Agamemnon family. It was like he'd just brought up the ultimate party poopers. Deciding to check out the area, Zeke got up and told Felix to rest there. Felix, being the good companion he was, simply agreed. With that, Zeke left the inn, ready to explore the mysterious town. The bartender watched Zeke with a keen eye, as if sizing him up. As Zeke walked up to the bartender, the man asked who he was and warned that this wasn't a place for a kid to be. Zeke reached into his pocket, pulling something out that made him raise an eyebrow. He revealed a VIP card, wondering how the bartender would react to seeing it. The bartender's eyes nearly popped out of his head, clearly stunned by the sight of the VIP card. The bartender started freaking out, stuttering apologies for not recognizing someone of such high stature. Zeke calmly asked to be taken to the branch manager. The bartender, now sweating bullets, agreed immediately and began leading the way. Zeke mused that the card must hold serious weight within the syndicate, especially since it was given to him by Kay. As they walked, Zeke thought about how useful this card might be in the future. Suddenly, a person came running towards them. The guy dropped to his knees in front of Zeke, begging for forgiveness and rambling about not knowing someone of his stature had arrived. Zeke asked if he knew who he was, but the guy admitted he didn't know the details. He just knew better than to be disrespectful. Zeke then asked how long he had been in Mykean. The guy, still bowing with his face practically glued to the ground, replied that it had been about 20 years. Zeke couldn't help but think, "Oh, that's a long time." Zeke thought to himself that was a long time, but he was also well aware of the situation in Mykean. The place was more active than it seemed, and he was about to find out just how much. The guy looked up at Zeke, trying to gauge his interest in the underworld. But Zeke quickly shut that down, saying he wasn't interested in stolen goods. Instead, he asked about the Lord of Mykean. The guy got visibly frightened at the mention of the Lord of Mykean, his eyes widening and his body trembling slightly. The guy's arm trembled as he stuttered, trying to form a sentence. Zeke, noticing his fear, asked if he was really that afraid because he didn't know. The guy's trembling intensified as Zeke mentioned the Agamemnon family, clearly struck by fear at the mere mention of the name. Zeke couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, wondering what kind of rumors had spread to make everyone this afraid. It seemed like mentioning the Agamemnon family's name was taboo itself in Mykin. Zeke couldn't help but ask if there was a reason for that. The guy, sweating a lot, explained that the family was cursed. Zeke already knew that much, that it was a curse where children who were born died. Zeke confirmed that he knew about the curse, but the guy stuttered, saying that was not all. Zeke, now even more curious, asked what kind of curse it was, ready to uncover the dark secrets of the Agamemnon family. The guy spilled the tea, literally shaking as he dropped the bombshell. Anyone who so much as steps into the Agamemnon family's castle is basically signing their own death warrant. Zeke's face? Priceless. Shock doesn't even begin to cover it. He was not expecting that plot twist. Zeke, still processing the bombshell, leaned in and asked the guy to confirm the wild claim. So, anyone who steps into the Agamemnon family's castle is basically signing their own death warrant? The guy, still bowing, nervously confirmed it. Not only that, but even those who say the name Agamemnon often find themselves in danger. The plot thickens. Zeke's mind raced with the new information. There must be something to this curse. The more people believe in it, the stronger it gets, making it more likely that such a thing exists. Classic self-fulfilling prophecy. Zeke couldn't help but ask again, do people really die after going to that place? The guy confirmed it once more, adding that it's not just a rumor. Countless years ago, there was a famous story about those who visited the castle and eventually died. That's why the Mycans don't even go near it. The curse is real and it's terrifying. Zeke finally connected the dots. He gets it now. The curse is a deliberate creation by the Agamemnon family. Mind officially blown. Zeke realized that the curse is not just some ancient legend, but a calculated move by the Agamemnon family to keep people away. As night fell and crows flew overhead, Zeke and Felix stood in front of the ominous castle. Felix, looking nervous, asked if Zeke was really going to investigate this place. Zeke, with a determined look, acknowledged that it indeed looked almost ominous. Zeke hesitated, suggesting that maybe they should head back. The castle's eerie vibe was giving him second thoughts. But then, Zeke remembered who he was. A pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family and the youngest Blue Knight in the game. He wasn't about to back down now. With a deep breath, he shouted out his purpose. He was Zeke Draker, and he had come to find the Agamemnon family. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit entrance. Someone was expecting them. An old lady maid stood at the door, her eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't believe her ears. Had he just said Sir Zeke Draker? Zeke nodded, confirming her suspicions. He was indeed the patriarch of the Agamemnon family, or at least that's what he claimed. The old lady let out a nervous chuckle, telling them they had come to the right place. It seemed like their luck was turning around. With a welcoming gesture, she opened the door wider, inviting them in. Their journey into the unknown was about to begin. As they stepped inside, Zeke couldn't help but marvel at the castle's ancient architecture. This place was super old, like 1,000 years old at least. He wondered what secrets these walls held. Felix suddenly got spooked, letting out a yelp. He frantically called out to his master, his voice trembling with fear. Felix's eyes widened as he pointed towards a group of white-haired individuals seated around a table. They looked ancient, like they'd been sitting there since forever. Felix's panic escalated as he mistook the old people for ghosts, and not just one, but a whole bunch of them. His imagination was really running wild now. Zeke, trying to keep things chill, smacked Felix to calm him down. He needed Felix to stay quiet and not blow their cover. Zeke scanned the room and figured the old man in the middle had to be the patriarch. He seemed to be the big boss of this ghostly crew. Zeke stepped forward, addressing the group with respect. He greeted the masters of Mykin and the elders of the Agamemnon family, trying to keep things formal and not freak out like Felix. Zeke took a deep breath and dropped the bomb was here to ask for their sponsorship as the direct bloodline of the Agamemnon family. Talk about a plot twist. The old man slowly got up from his seat, the room suddenly feeling a lot smaller. He took a step forward, the tension in the room cranking up to 11. Then he looked up, his gaze locking onto something or someone beyond the crowd. Zeke suddenly switched gears, pointing out a painting on the wall and telling Felix to shine some light on it. Felix, ever the eager sidekick, complied without hesitation. The paintings came into view, and Felix's reaction was priceless, pure shock and confusion. Felix couldn't even form words, his mind clearly blown by whatever he was seeing. Zeke noticed the patriarch staring intently at two particular paintings, and he couldn't help but wonder why they looked so disturbing. One painting showed people coughing up blood, and it was not a pretty sight. The other depicted corpses being thrown into a lake, which was even more unsettling. Definitely not your typical family portraits. The old man began to speak, his voice carrying the weight of something important, something about a symbol of the family. Suddenly, the old man's tone shifted, his voice rising as he declared that the symbol of the family no longer existed. He went on to say that a curse would befall them, that no one had the right to succession, and that everyone would meet their end in that place. Zeke, the protagonist, processed the old man's words and asked if he was implying that the right to become the heir had vanished because the symbol had disappeared. Felix stood there, stunned. He couldn't help but wonder how Zeke had come to that conclusion from what the old man had said. Zeke continued, piecing together the clues. A symbol of the family and a lake. It seemed like the start of a dark mystery. He couldn't help but ask the question that was on his mind. Did the symbol of the family sink below the lake? Zeke, determined to find the truth, asked to be guided to the lake. The plot was thickening, and he was ready to dive in, literally. The scene shifted to a moonlit lake, its surface shimmering under the night sky. It was time to find out what secrets lay beneath. Felix, looking at the lake, couldn't hide his amazement. He had never seen a lake this big before, and the fact that it was murky only added to the challenge. Finding anything in there would surely be a tough task. Zeke recalled the painting, showing someone diving into the lake with something in hand. It was his only clue, and he knew what he had to do. He purchased whale's breath, an item that would let him breathe underwater. With a determined look, he decided to head into the lake himself. Whale's breath in hand, Zeke examined it, realizing this was his ticket to explore the murky depths of the lake. Without hesitation, Zeke used the whale's breath, ready to embark on his underwater adventure. Zeke informed Felix that he was going into the lake for a bit and it might take a while, so Felix should wait there. Felix, looking confused, could only muster a puzzled pardon. Before Felix could say anything else, Zeke dove straight into the lake, leaving Felix calling out for him to wait. Underwater, Zeke found himself in a whole new world. The murky lake was now his domain, thanks to the whale's breath. As he ventured deeper, something caught his eye. There, in the depths, was something he recognized from the painting. Zeke couldn't believe his eyes. A massive graveyard of skeletal remains lay before him, just like in the painting. His mind raced, questioning if the events depicted had truly unfolded. But something else caught his attention, a faint light glimmering in the distance. As he approached, the light revealed a mysterious mask, seemingly waiting to be discovered. Zeke reached out and grabbed the mask. It was ornate, golden, and adorned with a crest that bore a striking resemblance to the Holy Kingdom's insignia. Talk about a plot twist. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sensation filled the air, sending a chill down Zeke's spine. What was going on? Before he could process the sensation, a fin emerged from the depths, causing Zeke's heart to skip a beat. This was getting intense. Out of nowhere, an ancient underwater dragon, eroded by polluted energy, charged at Zeke. Well, this just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Zeke barely had time to process the sight before him. An ancient dragon, seriously? Out of nowhere? This was not on his bingo card for the day. Zeke cursed his luck. There was no helping it now. He had to face this ancient beast head-on. With a swift motion, Zeke summoned his water-field sword. The blade shimmered, ready for action. The sword sliced through the air, creating a wave of water that surged towards the dragon. The dragon let out a deafening scream, echoing through the battlefield. This fight was about to get real. Zeke felt the dragon's pressure bearing down on him, like the weight of an ocean pressing against his every move. Fighting under these conditions seemed nearly impossible, and he couldn't help but feel the odds were stacked against him. But then, a flicker of determination crossed his mind. He had faced worse, hadn't he? This wasn't the time to back down. With a quick thought, his magic armor materialized around him, shimmering with protective energy. It was now or never. Zeke steadied himself, taking a deep breath. He was ready to make his move. Channeling his energy, he prepared to unleash a powerful technique, one that had been passed down through generations. Dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 8, Verse 1. The dragon, sensing the shift in energy, let out a low, rumbling growl, bracing itself for whatever was coming next. But Zeke wasn't done yet. With a sudden realization, he activated his innate authority, a power that allowed him to control dragons. He couldn't believe it. This ability was working on the dragon, and he might just be able to turn the tide of this battle. With a smirk, he thought to himself that 773 million reasons to try were better than none. It was time to submit the dragon to his will. Golden chains began to form out of thin air, shimmering with an eerie glow as they materialized around the dragon. The chains coiled around the dragon, binding it tightly. The creature struggled, but the chains held firm, their golden hue contrasting sharply against the dragon's dark scales. Suddenly, a blinding light emitted from the dragon, causing Zeke to shield his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter his confusion, utterly baffled by the unexpected turn of events. The light intensified, growing into a huge radiance that filled the entire space, casting long shadows and illuminating every corner. As the light faded, the dragon appeared purified, its once menacing form now radiating a divine aura. The polluted energy that had eroded the ancient dragon was gone, restoring its past divinity. Zeke couldn't believe his eyes. The dragon that seemed like a monster before now seemed auspicious, almost majestic. The dragon let out a soft, rumbling sound, almost like a purr, as if it was happy to see Zeke. Suddenly, a prompt appeared asking if he would like to name the submitted dragon. Zeke pondered for a moment, recalling the minimap. If he remembered correctly, the lake's name was Noel. With a smile, Zeke decided to name the dragon Noel. The dragon responded with another cheerful purr, as if it approved of the name. Zeke looked at the system interface, a bit surprised by what he saw. Noel's stats were impressive, and there was even an option for the dragon to develop into a divine beast. Zeke couldn't help but be intrigued. He wasn't sure what the conditions were for such a development, but he was determined to figure it out over time. Noel cheered, as if it was excited about the prospect. Zeke made up his mind. He would get along with Noel and see where this journey would take them. Meanwhile, Felix was waiting by the lake, wondering what was taking Zeke so long. Felix started to get worried. It had been quite some time since Zeke had gone into the lake. He couldn't help but wonder if Zeke was okay. The murky water of the lake didn't help ease his mind either. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the lake, making Felix jump back in disgust. Before Felix could react, a splash of water hit him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Zeke emerged from the lake, apologizing for making Felix wait. Felix looked up in shock, asking what that creature was that Zeke had brought with him. Zeke explained that it was a monster from the lake, but the curse had transformed it into its current form. Felix, still in shock, could only manage to utter that he understood. Zeke then turned his attention to the strange artifact in his hand, wondering what it could be. Upon closer inspection, Zeke noticed a sun crest on the artifact. It looked eerily similar to the Holy Kingdom's insignia, leaving him puzzled. Zeke considered putting some ether into the artifact, just like he did with the Terracan relic. Suddenly, an alert popped up, announcing that he had acquired a mysterious mask. Zeke raised an eyebrow, noticing that the name was hidden, much like when he first got his magic armor. After investigating the magic armor, Zeke deduced that it was made in the Golden Age at least. This mask, with its similar properties, might also be a relic from that time. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to be registered as the mask's user. Zeke didn't hesitate and chose to register. The system confirmed that he had been registered as the mask's user and asked if he would like to activate the mask's function. Curious, Zeke decided to activate it. The mask lit up, and the system announced that its function had been activated. Zeke was now ready to uncover the secrets of this ancient artifact. Zeke barely had time to process the situation before the system chimed in again, announcing that the mask's function had been connected to some intermediate-level admin system. It confirmed his class as immortal, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder if this meant he had a unique skill. Like seriously, what were the odds? Suddenly, the mask started glowing with a golden aura, and the system declared it was increasing the scope of something called Great Purification. Zeke watched, mesmerized, as the energy began to build. The energy leaped from the mask, and the system announced it was beginning the purification of the polluted mana throughout the land. Zeke could feel the power radiating from the artifact, and he knew something big was about to happen. With a sudden surge, the energy shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Zeke shielded his eyes, but he couldn't look away. This was getting intense. The light spread outwards, and the system declared it was connecting with some unknown admin system. Zeke could only watch in awe as the energy continued to grow and change. The light seemed to be purifying everything it touched, and the system announced it was converting some unknown mode. Zeke was starting to feel like he was in the middle of a sci-fi movie, but he couldn't deny the thrill of it all. Finally, the system declared it was lifting emergency defense mode. The light continued to purify the land, and Zeke could only imagine what this meant for the world. He was ready to find out. As the light faded, the skies cleared, revealing a breathtaking view that seemed to stretch on forever. It was a whole new world out there, and Zeke was ready to dive in. But before he could even take it all in, Felix was already freaking out, grabbing Zeke's attention with a sense of urgency. Suddenly, an old man came out of nowhere, shouting about some prophecy like he'd just won the lottery. Dramatic much? Zeke and Felix turned around, shocked to see the old man wasn't alone. He had a whole crew with him, riding in on horses like they were in some fantasy movie. Felix immediately went on high alert, hand on his sword, ready to defend against these mysterious strangers. He wasn't about to take any chances. Zeke, though, was way more chill about it. He told Felix to relax, these guys weren't enemies. Felix was not convinced, his confusion was evident. Felix was still skeptical, asking Zeke who these people even were. Zeke casually mentioned they'd already met them earlier, like it was no big deal. Felix's mind was blown. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. If they'd met before, then what did that mean for them now? Felix's eyes widened as he processed the wild revelation. The old man before him, looking like he just stepped out of a classic horror flick, made Felix connect the dots. Those people, the ones he couldn't shake off, were they really the ghosts from earlier? His mind was officially fried. As Felix stood there, mind still reeling, the old man dismounted his horse with the kind of dramatic flair that would make any action hero proud. The old man strode toward Felix, his voice booming like a trailer narrator as he declared that the prophecy had come true. Felix blinked, trying to process the old man's words. A child with black eyes had returned the family to normal. Okay, so maybe he wasn't just some random guy with a cool eye color. Felix stood there, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief, like someone who just found out their entire life was a reality show. The crowd behind the old man started shouting, their voices echoing like a hype squad at a sports event. A child of black eyes, the savior of the family. Felix felt like he had just been announced as the winner of a contest he didn't even know he entered. Felix's mind raced. He had been so sure those people were ghosts. But now, it seemed their conditions had simply become sickly due to the curse. Like a really bad filter had been lifted. The old man stepped closer, his voice filled with emotion as he said Zeke Draker's name. Since the curse had been released, they had returned to their original forms. Felix was starting to feel like the main character in a fantasy novel he never read. The old man continued, his voice filled with pride and relief. His grandchild, with his black eyes, had the family curse and had saved them. Felix felt a surge of emotion, like when you finally beat the last level of a really hard video game. Felix smiled, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Yes, grandfather, he thought, feeling like he had just been given the keys to the family kingdom. With a salute, Felix greeted his grandfather, relief and joy evident in his voice. It was a relief that he could greet him like this again, like a long-awaited family reunion. Back at the castle, the scene had shifted dramatically, leaving Felix in awe of the transformation. Felix stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he took in the changes. In just one night, everything had shifted so drastically. The castle looked sleek and renewed, as if it had been given a magical makeover. Felix couldn't believe how much the castle had changed. Zeke explained that the moment the surroundings changed, the system had likely lifted the emergency defense mode, just like it had with the home of the Dragon Slayer or the home of the hero King Kaiser. An old maid approached Zeke, asking if he had enjoyed the meal. She mentioned that she had tried to use her skills for the first time in 50 years and was happy to see him eating heartily. Zeke looked at her, recognizing her presence. Felix looked at the old maid, his eyes widening in recognition. He couldn't believe who he was seeing. Felix asked if she was the one who had guided them yesterday. The old maid chuckled and confirmed that she was indeed the one. An old man walked over, explaining that they couldn't see sunlight because of the curse until now. They couldn't even eat food properly, making it difficult to live. The old man continued, explaining how the curse made them sicker and sicker until they couldn't even talk properly. Talk about a rough time. Zeke stepped up, telling his grandfather that he had something to show him. The old man looked curious, wondering what it could be. Zeke revealed a mask he found at the bottom of the lake. The old man's eyes widened as he recognized it. The old man gasped, realizing it was Agamemnon's golden mask. He couldn't believe that the family symbol had returned after all this time. Zeke asked if he could know more about the mask's origins. The old man nodded, saying he was qualified to know all of their hidden history. The old man began his tale, saying it happened around 50 years ago, when a huge illness spread across Mykean. Sounds like the start of a horror story. Back then, the Agamemnon family did their best to contain the city. The adults quarantined those with the disease and took the rest of the citizens into the castle with thorough preparations. But the disease spread with incredible speed and couldn't be prevented. After a high fever, red spots would appear, and most would start vomiting blood and die within 3 days. Definitely not a fun time for anyone involved. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if this was the infamous Rose disease. The timing of the deaths didn't match, but those symptoms were eerily similar. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, things went from bad to worse. The old man revealed that those who had succumbed to the disease started rising again, attacking the living like something out of a nightmare. Zeke's eyes widened as he processed the information. Zombies? Seriously? The old man explained that these weren't like the zombies led by the black mages. If the dead bit the living, the victims would turn and start attacking people as if infected. Talk about a bad day. With no clear explanation, people started saying a curse had befallen Mykean. It was all too strange and dreadful for most to understand. They fortified the castle and waited, hoping the disease would pass. But without a definite solution, the corpses just kept on coming. The old man then handed Zeke a mask, explaining it was passed down from the family's oldest ancestor. Zeke, curious, asked if he knew who made the mask. The old man shook his head. Most of the records from before the Golden Age had already disappeared. Zeke had hoped to uncover the magic armor secrets, but the lack of records left him hanging. Classic bait and switch, right? The universe really knows how to leave a guy on read. The old man rose, shaking his head as he began to walk away. This castle and the golden mask were the flex of the Agamemnon family, he explained. The holy power kept the undead at bay, but even that had its limits. Like a spiritual Wi-Fi signal that just couldn't reach the basement. Standing before ancient paintings, the old man continued, revealing that the patriarch of the time had to make a tough call. The adults of the family, including the patriarch, volunteered to be bait. Their goal? To drown the dead in the holy lake and purify the corruption. A real hold-my-beer moment in history. But, plot twist, things didn't go as planned. The corrupt energy contaminated the holy lake, turning even the guardian god of the lake into a monster. Talk about an epic fail. Zeke processed the info, realizing that Noel, once a holy beast, had become a monster because of the corruption. Like a glitch in the system that turned the antivirus into a virus. The old man sighed, explaining that the decision was made to help the city and its people. But sadly, no one saw the butterfly effect coming. One small change and suddenly you've got a whole new set of problems. Zeke looked up, putting 2 and 2 together. So, the rumor about the curse was spread to protect the citizens, he mused. The old man nodded, confirming that the remaining corrupt power could still cause another outbreak. Like a bad sequel no one asked for. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if the curse that took the children was tied to the same corrupt power lurking around. The old man sighed, explaining that the weakest among them, the little ones, were the most vulnerable to its grasp. With a heavy heart, Zeke called out to the old man, addressing him as grandfather. He confessed his desire to know more about his mother, a topic that seemed to be shrouded in mystery. The old man was taken aback, asking if Arthur hadn't told him anything. Zeke shook his head, revealing that everyone in Draker avoided talking about her, to the point that he didn't even know her name. The old man's expression darkened as he muttered about Arthur, calling him a bastard. He revealed that he had prevented Laura from marrying, his voice filled with regret and anger. Zeke's eyes widened as he finally learned his mother's name, Laura Agamemnon. He recalled hearing that the Agamemnon family once held more power than anyone in the Blood Alliance. The old man chuckled darkly, telling Zeke that the Draker family used to be allied with the Agamemnon. Zeke was taken aback, asking for clarification. The old man explained that during the time of the Holy Empire, the Drakers were merely a knight family from the countryside. Without the Agamemnon's help, they wouldn't have even dreamed of entering the central inner circle. But the Drakers used the collapse of Mycene due to the disease as an opportunity to swallow the other families and increase their size, becoming the Draker family of today. Zeke couldn't help but roll his eyes at the typical Draker family antics. They always had a knack for turning situations to their advantage, didn't they? He pondered why his mother would have married into such a family, knowing their reputation. The old man shrugged, admitting he didn't have all the answers either. Laura, Zeke's mother, had always been a mystery, especially after she overcame that corrupt power to be born. Zeke's curiosity piqued. He wondered how his mother became the sole survivor of whatever ordeal she faced. The old man hinted there was a reason for her survival, leaving Zeke even more intrigued. The old man revealed that Zeke's mother belonged to the healer class. This revelation hit Zeke like a ton of bricks. Zeke's eyes widened in shock. His mother, a healer? That was the last thing he expected to hear. Class. Those gifted with sword skills naturally become swordsmen. Those with a talent for archery become archers. And those skilled with spears become spearmen. That's what class is all about. Zeke's mother, Laura Agamemnon, belonged to the healer class, which gave her the ability to overcome corrupt power. An old man explained that in ancient times, class was a system to boost abilities, but during the Age of Knights, it was simplified to just swordsmen and mages, losing its original meaning. The old man mentioned that most Drakers start as swordsmen. Zeke thought to himself that this explained why his past self had struggled so much. Zeke pondered if his father, Arthur Draker, knew about his mother being a healer. The old man confirmed that Arthur knew and more. Zeke wondered if his father was aware of his other abilities beyond swordsmanship and why he was expelled from the family in his past life. Zeke wondered if there were many healers in the Agamemnon family. The old man explained that healers were rare, so the patriarch position usually went to those with healing abilities. However, Laura, Zeke's mother, left before she came of age and headed to the Holy Kingdom, saying she was going to find a way to save the family. Zeke pondered if his mother tried to learn about the healer class from the Holy Kingdom to find a way to purify the miasma consuming the family. He realized that the truth about his mother was something only his father, Arthur Draker, knew. The old man handed Zeke something, saying he should take it. Zeke, surprised, called him grandfather. The old man revealed that it was Zeke's mother's portrait. The old man continued, saying there was a time when Laura returned to the castle and asked if Zeke knew what she said. A child with black eyes will bring the family back to normal, she had said. Zeke was taken aback. His mother made a prophecy? Zeke was still processing his mother's prophecy when the old man dropped another bombshell. Laura was always extraordinary, even from a young age, and her irregularity was something no one could explain. Irregular just like her portrait. Zeke couldn't help but stare, his mind racing with questions. The old man reminded Zeke that he had mentioned needing the family's sponsorship earlier. But since Zeke was Laura's son and had saved the Agamemnon family, the old man had a proposition. With a dramatic flair, the old man offered his hand and declared that from now on, Zeke was the sole heir of the Agamemnon family. Talk about a plot twist. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was struggling to spin amidst the clouds. Their instructor was not having it, yelling at them to focus their core more. Felix was getting an earful, his instructor telling him to get it together and hold the sword properly. Ouch, harsh words. Felix, barely holding on, called out for his master to save him. Zeke, ever the mentor, told Felix he had a long way to go and needed to work harder. No sugarcoating there. Zeke's grandfather, the patriarch, kicked off the whole heir appointment process, setting Zeke up as the official successor. With some time to kill before the martial arts competition, Zeke decided to stick around the castle a bit longer, just like the patriarch wanted. While Zeke was busy training Felix, he also started learning the Agamemnon's secret technique, golden swordsmanship. This technique uses both a shield and a sword, making it similar to paladin succession swordsmanship or imperial swordsmanship. Zeke activated his magic armor and equipped Bahamut to Galen's shield, discovering just how stable golden swordsmanship could be. But, plot twist, the magic armor wasn't working properly thanks to some Empire shenanigans. Zeke realized he needed to hurry up and meet Galen to get it remodeled. Just then, the patriarch called out his name. Zeke turned to see the patriarch, who mentioned that trying to work on documents after a long time was quite burdensome. The patriarch suggested they take a short walk in the garden, as there was something important he wanted to discuss. As they walked, Zeke asked about how the city was managed. The patriarch explained that he had left it to trustworthy proxies outside of the territory and that the family made the important decisions, delivering them through letters. The patriarch then revealed that the reason he had called for Zeke was related to this very matter. The patriarch explained that Agamemnon had long been the guardian of Mycene, with 3 families bound by deep vows always coming to their aid. Those 3 families were the key to everything. In other words, they were Zeke's vassals now. The patriarch confirmed this with a simple yes. To become the official heir, Zeke needed to be acknowledged by these 3 families. Zeke had something to ask related to this matter, and the patriarch encouraged him to speak his mind. Zeke requested the patriarch to invite those 3 families and all the families related to Agamemnon to the castle. The scene shifted to the castle, where people were murmuring in anticipation. People walked towards the castle doors. Some couldn't believe that the Agamemnon castle had returned to its original form. As the doors opened, whispers filled the air, wondering if the curse on the Agamemnon family was really released. Everyone looked on as a voice welcomed them all. The patriarch stepped forward, expressing his gratitude to everyone for their hard work during the long absence of House Agamemnon. He looked surprisingly healthy, almost glowing with energy, which was a bit of a shock to everyone. Someone from the crowd couldn't help but comment on the patriarch's appearance, noting how healthy he looked, almost as if he had discovered the fountain of youth. Whispers spread through the crowd as people began to question if the ruler of the central continent was really returning. The patriarch continued, explaining that he had invited everyone to inform them that the Agamemnon family had been freed from their curse and had finally returned. With a dramatic pause, he announced that he wanted to introduce the heir of the Blood Alliance Agamemnon. The crowd was stunned, murmurs spreading like wildfire as they tried to process the patriarch's words. Stepping forward, the main character was revealed, and the crowd gasped in recognition. The Knight of the Continent, the genius who had graduated from Valhalla faster than anyone else, stood before them. A voice from the crowd, belonging to a loyal vassal and old friend of the revered Rufus Agamemnon, asked for permission to speak. Arnold Achilles, the oldest friend, stepped forward with a bow, ready to drop some truth bombs. He congratulated the crowd on the Agamemnon family finally having an official heir. But, plot twist, he reminded everyone about the proxy commandments like it was the fine print no one read. A mysterious figure stepped up, dropping the news that the Achilles family had the duty of proving the right of the Agamemnon heir. Like a surprise pop quiz no one saw coming. 2 more guys stepped behind Arnold, backing him up. They pointed out that the Hector and Aegis families also had to step up to the plate. Squad goals, much? The patriarch, not missing a beat, declared that they must follow their old tradition. Because why not keep things classic? Looking at the main character and the other families, the patriarch laid down the law. According to his will, they would prove the right of the heir through a night match. Cue the dramatic music. The crowd was absolutely hyped, cheering like they'd already chugged 3 energy drinks. The atmosphere was electric, and the anticipation was real. 2 spectators were geeking out over the upcoming duel, hardly believing they'd get to witness such an epic showdown between top-tier knights. One of them was sweating bullets, the excitement almost too much to handle. He stammered, trying to get his thoughts together. Meanwhile, the main character, geared up with a sword and shield, was the center of attention. The crowd buzzed with shock and awe that Zeke Draker himself was stepping into the arena as a challenger. Zeke knew he had to rely on the temporary defensive gear Agamemnon had prepped for him. Magic armor was off the table this time, but he figured this would be enough to get the job done. A knight swaggered up to Zeke, sizing him up. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this was the guy chosen as Agamemnon's heir. Without missing a beat, the knight got into stance, declaring himself as the great warrior of the Hector family, ready to put Zeke's worthiness to the test. The knight wasn't playing around, immediately provoking Zeke, daring him to make the first move and show what he was made of. And just like that, the tension snapped, the clash about to begin with a noise so loud it could wake the dead. And just like that, the tension snapped, the clash about to begin with a noise so loud it could wake the dead. But before anyone could blink, Zeke Draker's opponent was down for the count. The crowd groaned as the fallen warrior struggled to stay conscious, muttering in pain. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. Their mighty warrior, the one they had all put their hopes on, had bitten the dust faster than a Gen Z's attention span on a TikTok video. With the crowd still in shock, the commentator stammered, announcing that it was time for the Aegis family's warrior to step up to the plate. Without missing a beat, the knight from the Aegis family launched himself at Zeke, ready to show the world what his family was made of. The sword inched closer to Zeke's face, the cold steel glinting in the light. It was a tense moment, the kind that would make even the bravest of hearts skip a beat. But just like his predecessor, the knight found himself kissing the canvas. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their jaws on the floor. Zeke, however, wasn't done yet. He charged at his next opponent, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. With a swift and powerful strike, Zeke destroyed his opponent's armor, leaving the crowd in awe and his opponent in defeat. It was clear that Zeke Drakers was a force to be reckoned with. The crowd erupted in screams, their shock and awe filling the arena as Zeke stood victorious. Amidst the chaos, a hint of regret flickered in the eyes of an onlooker, realizing that Zeke, despite his immense power, was only 17 years old. Zeke's strength was undeniable, his presence alone exuding an aura of invincibility. With a calm and collected demeanor, Zeke assessed the situation and decided it was time to end it, leaving his opponent bewildered. Zeke declared his intent to finish the battle, his voice echoing with finality. A loud noise resonated through the arena, signaling the end of the match. Zeke's opponent was knocked out cold, and the announcer declared Zeke the winner. With a humble hum, Zeke acknowledged his victory and realized there was only one person left to face. The final great warrior stepped onto the stage, turning towards Zeke, ready for the ultimate showdown. As the final great warrior stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone in the room already knew his reputation. This was the reigning champion of the traditional dueling league. The tension in the air thickened as the figure stepped into the light. The final great warrior, Pharrell Achilles, had arrived, and he was ready to bring the heat. Silence fell over the crowd as Pharrell locked eyes with Zeke. With a calm and collected demeanor, he greeted Zeke, his voice steady and full of confidence. Pharrell introduced himself with a quiet intensity, his presence alone speaking volumes about his strength and skill. Zeke stood his ground, his expression unreadable. The weight of the moment hung between them, the final showdown about to begin. Zeke could feel it. Pharrell was different from the first two warriors he had faced. There was something about him that set him apart, a strength that went beyond mere physical power. Pharrell's energy didn't waver, not even for a second. His mental fortitude was as solid as a rock, and Zeke knew this would be the ultimate test of his own strength and resolve. Zeke cracked his knuckles and got into stance, ready to see what Pharrell was really made of. Without hesitation, Zeke charged forward, his determination clear. Their blades clashed in a swift motion, the sound of metal ringing through the air. Zeke grunted, feeling the force of Pharrell's strike, but he wasn't about to back down. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed. Pharrell's fundamentals were seriously on point, making this fight way more interesting than he expected. As both fighters slid back, Zeke realized Pharrell wasn't just skilled, he had serious battle experience under his belt, making this duel even more intense. The crowd was losing it. One spectator muttered about the sheer goodness of the match, while another couldn't believe a knight was actually holding his own against the legendary Pharrell Achilles. Another voice chimed in, equally shocked that someone could match the reigning Central Area Knight dueling champion. The whole thing was wild. Amid the chaos, the patriarch's voice cut through, firm and full of conviction. He believed in Zeke, and that was all the motivation he needed. The clash of blades was so fast it was almost a blur, each strike carrying the weight of their determination. Pharrell couldn't help but acknowledge it. Zeke Draker was the real deal. The rumors didn't lie, he was a monster on the battlefield. While Pharrell was starting to feel the burn, Zeke wasn't even breaking a sweat. Pharrell knew he had to dig deeper. If Zeke wasn't backing down, then neither would he. Pharrell wasn't playing around anymore. He charged his sword up, energy crackling like a live wire. This was the moment he'd bet everything on. No more holding back, no more second thoughts. It was all or nothing. Zeke could feel it shift in the air. Pharrell had finally unleashed his full power, and the Black Spear's fury was something to behold. Zeke smirked. This was the fight he'd been waiting for. Zeke wasn't about to be outdone. A grin spread across his face as he pondered his next move. Maybe it was time to pull out the big guns, the ultimate technique he'd inherited from Agamemnon. Why not? If Pharrell was going all out, so would he. Zeke's ultimate counterstrike, Golden Sword's dignity, was a sight to behold. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the battlefield. This was the kind of fight that legends were made of. The moment of truth had arrived. Their powers collided in a spectacular clash, the energy from their strikes lighting up the battlefield. Neither was willing to back down, and the intensity was off the charts. And boom goes the dynamite. The clash of their powers erupted into a massive explosion of blue and gold light, turning the battlefield into a dazzling fireworks show. No way this isn't the grand finale, right? As the smoke cleared, the dust settled, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The battlefield was now eerily silent, the air thick with tension and the lingering scent of burnt magic. The crowd was left stunned, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the spectators as they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired before their very eyes. Suddenly, a man emerged from the haze, his figure slowly becoming clear. The crowd's attention shifted towards him as he pointed towards the center of the arena. Against all odds, the main character and Pharrell were still standing, their bodies battered but their spirits unbroken. It seemed like neither of them was ready to throw in the towel just yet. Their shields were shattered, their defenses broken, but their determination remained unshaken. They were going to keep fighting, even if it meant pushing themselves beyond their limits. Just as the tension reached its peak, a man stepped forward, his voice booming across the arena as he commanded them to stop. The patriarch raised his hand, signaling for silence. His voice carried the weight of authority as he declared that the match would be considered a tie. He explained that it would be meaningless to decide on a winner among such skilled warriors, their prowess and determination equally matched. With a final decree, he acknowledged Sir Zekedraker's right as the heir, bringing an end to the intense battle and leaving the crowd in awe of the warrior's incredible display of strength and courage. The Hector family stepped up, acknowledging Sir Zekedraker's right as the heir. Not to be left out, the Aegis family followed suit, adding their approval to the mix. With that, the patriarch made it official, declaring the matter settled once and for all. Blessings were showered upon the new heir of the Agamemnon family, marking the beginning of a new era. Zeke couldn't help but compliment Sir Pharrell on the incredible match they had just finished. He admitted that he might have even enjoyed continuing the fight. Sir Pharrell, however, humbly disagreed, insisting that it was he who had lost the match. He pointed out that Zeke's final attack was so powerful that it could have destroyed him completely if Zeke had wanted it to. But Zeke held back, and Pharrell's counterattack wasn't enough. Pharrell thanked Zeke for his consideration during the battle. Zeke was surprised that Pharrell had noticed his restraint, but regardless, he had succeeded in becoming the heir. A smile spread across Zeke's face as he realized the weight of his accomplishment and the respect he had earned. Back in the castle, Felix couldn't contain his excitement, gushing over Zeke's incredible match. Felix continued, still hyping up the match, reminding Zeke that drawing a tie against the league champion Pharrell Achilles was no small feat. Plus, the guy had a massive fan club in Atlas, which was kind of a big deal. Zeke, though, wasn't having any of it. He brushed it off, saying Pharrell probably went easy on him out of respect. Felix was confused, asking what Zeke meant by that. Zeke explained that the Achilles family was known for their spear skills, not swords. But Pharrell used a sword against him, which was weird. Felix, confused, pointed out that Pharrell always used a sword in matches. Zeke just smirked, saying that was exactly why Pharrell was such an impressive knight and that Felix should watch and learn from him. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. A voice from the other side asked if they could come in. Zeke, ever the gentleman, gave them the green light. In walked Pharrell, bowing respectfully. He thanked Zeke and apologized for bothering him, knowing Zeke must be exhausted after their match. Zeke, ever the gentleman, insisted it was an honor to have Pharrell, an incredible knight, come to find him. He offered Pharrell a seat, setting the tone for what seemed like a casual chat but had that "this is gonna be important" vibe. Pharrell got straight to the point, mentioning he had a request. Zeke, being the chill guy he is, told him to speak freely. No pressure or anything, just two knights having a heart-to-heart. Pharrell admitted he felt a bit lacking compared to Zeke but asked if he could help him. Zeke was intrigued, wondering what Pharrell had in mind. Zeke asked if Pharrell was talking about the Draker martial arts competition. Pharrell confirmed, saying the competition was like a battlefield. Pharrell added that he wanted to help, even if it was just a little bit. Zeke was curious and asked why his master, Sir Duke, described it as such. Pharrell explained that the Draker martial arts competition was notorious for its strange rules. Zeke listened intently, knowing that this competition was anything but ordinary. Pharrell dropped a bombshell: the events and regulations change constantly and without notice every iteration. Zeke was stunned, because who even does that? Pharrell continued, saying the ones who decide the policies are the preparatory committee members, most of whom are elders from powerful families in the central continent. Zeke was starting to see why this competition was such a big deal. Pharrell dropped another truth bomb, saying that the preparatory committee could totally tweak the rules to favor their chosen candidates, turning the competition into an all-out brawl of epic proportions. That was what made this competition stand out from the rest. He gave an example like setting a rule where aura was a no-go in fights. Zeke's mind was blown, wondering what kind of competition this even was. Zeke realized he never would have known about this stuff since he got chased out of his family in his past life. The plot was thickening, and he was here for it. Zeke finally got why Duke said it would be tough to win without a sponsor family. The competition was looking more like a rigged game show with each passing second. Even as a winning candidate, if the match got manipulated with unfavorable settings, he couldn't rule out the possibility of getting eliminated in the prelims. Pharrell, sensing Zeke's concern, stepped in with a sudden offer. Pharrell grabbed Zeke's hands and pleaded to help him prepare for the competition. Zeke was taken aback, wondering what had suddenly gotten into him. Zeke was confused, questioning if he could really accept this help. He had been backstabbed a lot in the past, so trusting someone like this was hard. But Pharrell was shining with sincerity. After a moment of hesitation, Zeke decided to give Pharrell a chance, saying he'd be honored if he'd help him. The duo was ready to take on the competition, one shady rule at a time. Pharrell reminded Zeke that there was only 1 month left and there was still something crucial they needed to obtain. Zeke, curious, asked what it was. With a serious tone, Pharrell revealed that they needed a broker. Zeke, slightly taken aback, asked Pharrell what he meant by a broker. Pharrell clarified that they needed a highly influential noble who would be on their side. Pharrell continued, stating that one of these influential nobles was the Lady of the Graham Duchy. Zeke realized that to succeed, he must win over Catherine Graham. The scene shifted to a bustling port town, Panstas, filled with a variety of species and vibrant energy. As Zeke walked through the town with Felix and Pharrell, Felix couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of species around them, a sight he had never seen before. Felix pointed out the various species like nagas, dwarves, and birdmen, noting how different it was compared to Atlas. Zeke pondered the significance of the Graham Duchy, which ruled over Panstas, one of the 3 biggest cities in Midland. Their control over the financial and real estate industries made them the perfect candidates as brokers. As they entered a building, Zeke couldn't help but notice another trait of the place: the abundance of beautiful people around. Inside a large mansion, Zeke observed that the people there never entered businesses that would cut them losses, a testament to their shrewdness. Pharrell glanced at Zeke with a nervous energy, clearly uneasy about something. Pharrell quickly apologized to Zeke, explaining that the Duchess was swamped with debutantes these days, making it tough to get a moment with her. Zeke pondered for a moment, realizing that meeting the Duchess might be more complicated than he thought. He decided he needed to speak up now. Taking a step forward, Zeke was greeted by a curious voice asking if there was something he needed. Zeke stated his intention to meet the Duke, which prompted a question about the purpose of his request. Zeke calmly mentioned his interest in investing in mithril mining, which left the man sweating and taken aback. Flexi and Pharrell exchanged confused glances as Zeke explained that the Graham family had been investigating a vein for 3 years, but were almost out of their initial investment fund. The man awkwardly coughed, impressed by Zeke's insider knowledge. When asked about the amount he was considering investing, Zeke handed over a note, cutting off the man's assumption that they weren't accepting small investments. The note clearly made an impression. Zeke slid the note across the table with a simple "here," the kind of casual move that screams "I do this all the time." The kind of move that makes you wonder if he carries around 500,000 gold notes like they're business cards. The guy on the receiving end of that note? Absolutely floored. His face went from professional cool to holy cow in 0.2 seconds flat. Inside the castle, lit up like a fancy party no one told us about, someone was already groveling. Total vibe kill, but okay. They apologized to Zeke like he was the boss of the century. Then, in a move that screamed extra, the guy bowed like Zeke was royalty. He went on about how Zeke came all this way, yet he had to wait. Drama much? Suddenly, the guy introduced himself as Brian Graham, like it was supposed to mean something big. Zeke just stood there, probably wondering if this dude was for real. Zeke cut to the chase, asking if Brian had confirmed the check. Brian stumbled over his words, super grateful that Zeke was even considering investing. The awkwardness was palpable. Brian tried to pivot, asking if Zeke was interested in other investments. Zeke shut that down real quick, saying it was fine but he wasn't biting. Zeke dropped the bomb that he needed to focus on the upcoming Draker martial arts competition. Brian's eyes lit up like he'd just heard the juiciest gossip. He went on about how it was the dream stage for young knights. Brian then claimed he had something perfectly suited to help Zeke with the competition. Zeke raised an eyebrow, probably thinking, this guy is laying it on thick. Brian went on, saying he'd schedule a meeting with his wife, Catherine, because apparently this was a family affair now. Zeke must have been wondering what he'd gotten himself into. As Zeke settled in, a mysterious voice cut through the air, welcoming him with a hint of intrigue. A teacup sat delicately on the table, untouched, as if waiting for the conversation to unfold. Catherine, poised and elegant, joined the conversation, revealing that Zeke's reputation as the continent's most talked about knight had preceded him. Zeke must have felt the weight of those expectations settling on his shoulders. Zeke, ever the humble knight, brushed off the praise, admitting he still had much to learn. He shared his eagerness to participate in the upcoming competition, seeking experience and growth. Classic overachiever move, right? Catherine listened intently, then posed a question about the competition's first match. Zeke confessed he wasn't up to date on the rumors, setting the stage for a classic, "You know what I heard?" moment. Catherine leaned in, her eyes sparkling with a secret. She had heard something about the competition subject. The suspense was killing Zeke, obviously. Zeke, not one to beat around the bush, addressed Catherine directly. He had some intel too and wasn't afraid to use it. The plot was thickening, and so was the tension. Zeke dropped the bombshell, wanted to help Catherine help herself. Mind games or genuine concern? Either way, Catherine was intrigued. Catherine stood up, signaling the end of their chat. It was getting late, but the night had been enjoyable. Zeke must have been wondering what other secrets Catherine held. Just as Catherine was about to leave, Zeke proposed a deal. The night wasn't ready to let the night end without a promise of more. Zeke laid his cards on the table. If he could cure Lady Angelina's illness, would Catherine agree to his offer? High stakes, high rewards. Classic Zeke, always raising the bar. Zeke's mind raced as he recalled the rumors about Catherine's daughter, Angelina, once hailed as the future greatest beauty of the continent. Her name alone sparked curiosity and high expectations. But as the years rolled on past her 16th birthday, the age where she should have made her debut, Angelina remained hidden from high society, a mystery that only deepened with time. Whispers filled the gaps, suggesting maybe her beauty hadn't lived up to the hype, or worse, that some terrible change had befallen her. Catherine's voice cut through the tension, calling out Zeke's boldness, clearly not amused. She made it clear she wasn't interested in whatever strange rumors Zeke had heard and firmly told him to leave the castle. Classic move, kicking him out before he could even finish his pitch. But Zeke wasn't backing down. He dropped a truth bomb, warning that if Angelina's illness was ignored any longer, there would be no turning back. Catherine was visibly shaken, questioning how he could possibly know about her daughter's condition. Zeke's confidence didn't waver. He knew exactly what he was talking about, and he wasn't about to let Catherine brush him off. He started to explain, hinting that the retribution haunting Angelina wasn't what people thought it was. Before he could even finish, Catherine was already losing it, her voice trembling as she blurted out the word curse. Zeke had clearly struck a nerve, and the tension in the room was through the roof. Zeke dropped some heavy knowledge, painting a grim picture of blisters and rotting skin over time. Catherine was shook, stuttering in disbelief, clearly not expecting him to know so much. He went on, explaining that this wasn't some regular illness that could be fixed with a trip to the doctor. Nope, this was a full-on curse, cast with some seriously forbidden magic. Then he hit her with the big question: had she heard about the Agamemnon family's curse? The room felt like it got 10 degrees colder. Catherine nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Shed heard, all right. Rumor was the curse had finally been lifted recently. But then her eyes widened like Shed just made a wild connection. The Agamemnon family's new heir, could it be? Zeke casually dropped the bombshell that had managed to lift that curse, thanks to some divine intervention from the Radiance God. Catherine grabbed his hands, her voice trembling with desperation. Could he do the same for Angelina? Zeke, ever the chill one, just smirked and said something about everything being according to some higher plan. But he wasn't done. Time was ticking, and the longer they waited, the more dangerous things were going to get. No pressure, right? Zeke wasn't messing around. He demanded to take Lady Angelina right then and there, shifting the scene to a tower. Time was of the essence, and he knew it. As Zeke and Catherine made their way up the stairs, Catherine mentioned the rumors about mana being harmful, suggesting they ditch any mana-operated objects. Zeke wasn't having it, though. He had bigger things on his mind. Zeke thought about the lack of mana lights, but honestly, the darkness was the least of his worries right now. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the tower. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie, and Zeke knew they were running out of time. The scream was coming from behind a door, and Zeke recognized the voice. It was Lady Angelina. Catherine confirmed it, and Zeke's mind started racing. This was way worse than he had imagined. Zeke knew he had to act fast, but he needed a plan. Zeke turned to Catherine and told her to wait outside briefly. He was going in alone. No time for chit-chat, it was go time. Catherine nodded, respecting Zeke's authority as always. Yes, Sir Zeke, she affirmed, watching him step into the room alone. As Zeke entered the room, the atmosphere shifted. This was not going to be a casual chat. Zeke took in the scene, his expression grim. This was truly serious, he thought, his gaze softening slightly. She must have been quite beautiful before. The girl in the room was bandaged up like a mummy, with blood spots and chained up. Not exactly a pretty sight. Zeke stepped closer, his voice steady. Lady Angelina, can you hear me? Slowly. She looked up, her eyes barely visible through the bandages. She muttered something, her voice barely a whisper. Please. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, her voice breaking. Please. Kill me. Zeke slipped his hand into his pocket, his expression firm. He wasn't going to let her give up that easily. He was sorry, but he couldn't let her die. With a swift motion, he pulled out a mask, its purpose unknown but its importance clear. Placing the mask on his face, Zeke's voice echoed with determination. For what was to come in the future, he needed her. The mask activated with a hum, and a system's voice rang out, announcing that the mask's function had connected with the system. Zeke's journey was about to take a wild turn, and not the uber kind. Zeke's mind flashed back to a past life incident, one that left him with knowledge about Angelina's curse. Not the kind of knowledge one would want, but here we are. Back then, he had received orders from his master to track down a sorcerer who practiced ancient black magic. Zeke succeeded in arresting the guy, thinking it was just another mission accomplished. But during the interrogation, Zeke uncovered a truth that hit him like a plot twist in a telenovela. The sorcerer had cursed Angelina, and not just any curse, but one that grows more painful the more beautiful the afflicted person is. Talk about a cruel irony. By the time Zeke searched for her whereabouts, she had already passed away. The curse was a forbidden technique, making it nearly impossible to reverse. Standing in front of Angelina, Zeke recalled the curse's cruel nature. It was a heavy moment, like when your favorite character meets an untimely end. A light began to emit from Zeke's hands, signaling that something significant was about to go down. With the mask that could use great purification, Zeke was ready to take action. The mask's function linked with the system, and it was game time. No pressure, right? Zeke wasn't messing around. He channeled the light of great purification straight at Angelina. The system chimed in, reminding him that no curse was too stubborn for this power. Zeke was all in, ready to break whatever dark magic was messing with her. But Angelina wasn't exactly thrilled. Her scream echoed through the room, raw and full of pain. Clearly, breaking curses wasn't a walk in the park. Just then, a knock at the door. Catherine, ever the concerned assistant, was outside wondering if everything was okay. Because, screaming isn't usually a great sign. Catherine wasn't giving up. He pleaded for Zeke to open the door, but Zeke was laser-focused. Just a little more, he thought. The curse was almost broken. Suddenly, things got even weirder. Dark energy started pouring out of Angelina's mouth. Not exactly the kind of thing you see every day. And then, as if things couldn't get any creepier, a face started forming out of the darkness. Like, what even was that? Zeke was probably wishing he'd taken a different side quest right about now. Zeke wasn't about to let some creepy face in the shadows ruin his day. With a smirk, he activated his draconian skill, Gluttony. Oh, it was on now. If the shadows wanted a fight, Zeke was ready to serve it up. The air crackled with tension as Zeke's power surged, the darkness around him responding in kind. Just as things were getting intense, Catherine barged in with her guards, shouting for Angelina. Talk about timing, right? Catherine was clearly not expecting the scene before her. Her eyes widened in surprise, taking in the chaotic spectacle. She turned to Zeke, her voice trembling as she asked if he was responsible for the mess. Zeke, ever the cool customer, just stood there, ready to respond. With a calm demeanor, Zeke addressed Catherine as Lady Catherine, acknowledging her presence with a respectful nod. A smile played on his lips as he told her she had waited a long time for this moment. The tension in the room was palpable, and everyone knew that whatever came next, it was going to be epic. As the morning sun rose, two guys were seen sprinting, their pace urgent and determined. They skidded to a halt in front of Zeke and Catherine, Pharrell panting and barely able to get the words out as he stammered, questioning if Lady Angelina's curse was really gone. Zeke just smiled, looking as chill as ever, and dropped the mic with a line about everything going down as the sun god planned. Catherine, still catching his breath, turned to Zeke with a look of pure gratitude. He thanked Zeke profusely, saying there was no way he could ever repay him for this. Zeke, ever the smooth operator, just hit him with a casual request to help out in the upcoming martial arts competition. Catherine laughed like Zeke had just told the funniest joke, and promised to support him with everything the Graham family had. Just then, a voice called out, announcing that everyone was there. Felix, looking as shocked as everyone else, couldn't believe what he was seeing. As everyone stood in stunned silence, a soft yet commanding voice echoed through the room. Introducing herself as Angelina Graham, the mysterious woman stepped forward, leaving the crowd even more bewildered. The room was filled with gasps as Angelina's beauty left everyone in awe. Even the usually composed Zeke couldn't help but stare. Angelina, with a graceful smile, expressed her gratitude towards Zeke. He, trying to maintain his composure, simply replied that it was a healthy reaction to her beauty. Pharrell, observing Zeke's calm demeanor, couldn't help but admire his master's knightly composure in the face of such beauty. Meanwhile, Felix was internally freaking out, wondering if his master was a eunuch for not being more visibly affected by Angelina's charm. Zeke, trying to focus on the matter at hand, asked Angelina if she had any idea who might have cast a curse on her. Angelina, taken aback, asked him to repeat himself. Zeke clarified, asking if she knew someone who would want to harm her. Angelina's mind raced as she tried to think of anyone who might hold such a grudge against her. Blushing slightly, Angelina wondered if Zeke was angry on her behalf. She couldn't help but admire the knight who had saved her, his concern for her well-being making her heart flutter. Angelina reassured Zeke that she was fine and that the past was behind her. Zeke was taken aback, wondering why she wasn't seeking revenge for what had happened. With a gentle blush, Angelina explained that revenge only leads to more revenge. Changing the subject, she asked if they could have tea together. Zeke couldn't help but think how relaxed she seemed for someone who had just gone through such a tough time. The scene shifted, moving from the cozy room to a new setting. Pharrell stood there, pondering if what he had just heard was really true. He then confirmed that the preliminary event of the martial arts competition was indeed spear throwing. Zeke, addressing Pharrell respectfully, asked if it was strange that spear throwing was chosen as the preliminary event. Pharrell simply replied no, adding that he was surprised because it was actually too conventional. Catherine chimed in, mentioning spear throwing, though. She explained that the distance for the event was far greater than the standard version, with the target placed beyond a mountain, according to what she had heard. Zeke pondered the challenge ahead, realizing that without serious strength and precision, even hitting the target would be a no-go. Pharrell stepped in, hinting he might know which family was trying to game the system. Zeke just let out a dramatic sigh, already sensing where this was going. Pharrell dropped the bomb. The Simmons family was likely behind this. Zeke wasn't even surprised, given their spear-wielding reputation. Classic power move. Zeke smirked, putting two and two together. So that roughneck bastard was entering the competition. Huh? Drama was inevitable. Zeke stood up, asking Pharrell if everyone else had probably already started practicing. Pharrell confirmed some might even be done by now. Zeke realized he had to hustle if he wanted to catch up. Pharrell, confused, asked what the rush was all about. Grabbing his arm, Zeke declared that now that he knew what was up, he had to get to practicing like everyone else. No time to waste. Our main character stands in the forest, spear in hand, looking like he's about to turn someone into a kebab. He pulls back his arm, getting ready to launch that spear like he's in the Olympics or something. With a grunt, he hurls the spear at lightning speed, aiming for a target. Spoiler alert, he's not aiming for the trash can. Plot twist, he misses. Like completely. The spear goes flying, and our guy is left looking a bit embarrassed. Felix chimes in, saying it was so close, just a bit further and it would have been a bullseye. Meanwhile, Pharrell is over there talking about preparing something by the preliminaries. Priorities, people. Felix is confused, asking what Pharrell is on about. He's like, huh? What would I do? Cue the awkward silence. Zeke suddenly had a lightbulb moment and suggested modifying the spear beforehand. This way, they could fight under conditions more suitable for the match. Pharrell nodded, acknowledging it was a good idea, but pointed out that the other families would ultimately come to the same conclusion. It would all come down to who prepares the most suitable weapon. Zeke turned to Catherine and asked if he could make a request. Catherine, being the chill person she is, just told him to go ahead. As Zeke talked to Catherine, Felix and Pharrell were left in the dark, looking at each other like, what's going on? Catherine raised an eyebrow and asked if Zeke was really going through with the modification. Zeke admitted he wasn't super knowledgeable about weapons, but Catherine trusted he knew what he was doing. With a nod, Catherine agreed to do as Zeke suggested. Zeke was pleased and declared that with that, the preparations for the preliminary rounds were finished. He couldn't wait to show the Simmons what he was capable of. A determined look crossed Zeke's face as he thought about the Zimmons, ready to bring his A game. The scene shifted to a dome, a place untouched since the Valhalla graduation. The weight of time hung heavy in the air, memories of the past lingering like echoes. Zeke, Felix, and Pharrell found themselves sitting together, the ghosts of old conversations resurfacing. Zeke couldn't help but ask Pharrell if he too was from Valhalla, a question that seemed to carry more weight than the casual tone suggested. Pharrell nodded, admitting he had always looked up to Sir Flaubert, a knight respected by the central nobles. Zeke mused internally, understanding Pharrell's admiration. Flaubert was indeed a legend among the central nobles. A sudden step interrupted the moment, a voice calling out for their lord. The atmosphere shifted, anticipation hanging in the air. Liam stood there, a figure from the past. Zeke greeted him, noting how long it had been. Liam acknowledged the time past and thanked Zeke for his help during the graduation exam, a debt he clearly hadn't forgotten. Zeke walked towards Liam, congratulating him on his promotion to a Purple Knight. It was a commendable achievement, one that spoke volumes of Liam's skill and dedication. But Zeke couldn't help but probe further, asking about the rumor that Liam had turned down a recommendation to join Valhalla with Reyna. The question hung in the air, a mix of curiosity and something deeper. Liam's response was simple yet profound. He wanted to be of help to Zeke as soon as he could, a loyalty that was clearly unwavering. Zeke, touched by Liam's loyalty, placed a hand on his shoulder. He then asked if Liam had heard anything from his cousins, the question carrying a sense of urgency and concern. Liam nodded, confirming that he had indeed heard from his cousins. Leon Conrad, it seemed, had taken an indefinite leave from the academy, a decision that left Zeke deep in thought. And then there was Owen Zimmons, who, despite managing to skip a grade, had failed his graduation exam. Liam delivered the news with a hint of disappointment. Reyna Draker, on the other hand, was set to graduate and join Valhalla, a piece of news that brought a small smile to Liam's face. As for Jaken Vardek, he had failed to skip a grade but had effectively become the king of his current crop of recruits. Zeke, processing the information, concluded that Leon must have finally snapped. He couldn't help but think that Leon had brought it upon himself. Just then, Decker walked in carrying a chest. He announced that he had brought the items Zeke had mentioned. Zeke, with a hint of excitement, asked Decker to give them to him. Zeke turned to Liam, presenting him with a gift. He declared it as Liam's advancement present, leaving Liam utterly bewildered. Liam stammered, taken aback by the unexpected gesture. He pointed out that Zeke had already done so much for him, but Zeke insisted, urging Liam to take it. Liam, with a mix of curiosity and gratitude, looked at the present, hesitating for a moment. As Liam opened the present, his eyes widened in shock. He was completely bamboozled, struggling to find words to express his surprise and gratitude. Zeke watched as Liam eagerly put on the armor, his face lighting up with excitement. He asked Liam if he liked it, and Liam, still in awe, stammered that of course he did. Liam, trying on the armor, found it fit perfectly. He exclaimed that it fit like a glove and thanked Zeke profusely, his gratitude overflowing. Zeke revealed that he had the armor custom-made by Galleon, based on the armor Liam used in his previous life. He told Liam to continue improving himself, a hint of pride in his voice. Changing the subject, Zeke turned his attention to something else. Zeke looked at Felix and reminded him that Liam was the first man to have sworn loyalty to him, and that Felix was his squire. Zeke instructed Felix to treat Liam as his senior. Felix, taken aback, asked for clarification, confusion written on his face. Felix, looking at Liam with a hint of rivalry, asked why he was below Liam. Zeke, noticing the tension, asked if Felix had a problem with that. Felix quickly backtracked, saying he was just asking, trying to smooth over the situation. Zeke, seeing an opportunity, told Felix that he would give him a chance. If Felix could beat Liam, he would switch their hierarchies around. The challenge was set, and the tension between the two was palpable. Felix hesitated, questioning Zeke's offer, knowing there was no turning back once he accepted the challenge. Liam just stood there, staring blankly, his expression unreadable, adding to the tension. The scene shifted to the training field, where the challenge was about to go down. Armed with wooden swords, Felix and Liam faced off, the clash about to begin. Felix looked rough, taking heavy breaths, clearly struggling to keep up. Felix hit the ground, and Zeke stepped in, declaring Liam the winner of the match. Pharrell rushed in, calling out to Zeke, who responded with a mix of curiosity and concern. Pharrell handed Zeke some papers, insisting he read them himself, leaving Zeke puzzled. Zeke's eyes widened as he read the news Reyna Draker was entering the tournament. Pharrell explained that since any Purple Knight could participate, the Turnen family had quickly signed her up. Zeke turned to Liam and asked if he had heard the news about Reyna entering the tournament. Liam, caught off guard, could only manage a confused response. Zeke informed Liam that he would be participating in the tournament as well, and his goal was to defeat Reyna. Pharrell chimed in, reminding everyone that Reyna Draker was a pure-blooded awakener and one of the strongest contenders despite her young age and lack of titles. Zeke, however, was unfazed and stated that he was counting on Liam to win. He believed that someone who had sworn loyalty to him should easily be able to beat someone of Reyna's level. Pharrell couldn't help but think that only Zeke would think that way, his mind completely different from that of common men. Zeke asked Liam if he understood his orders and reminded him to keep working towards taking down Reina. Liam, determined, responded that he would try his best. Meanwhile, Felix, still on the ground, couldn't help but wonder why he had become Zeke's squire. As Felix pondered his fate, the scene shifted to a serene forest where tents were neatly pitched under a clear sky. The calm before the storm, perhaps? Footsteps echoed through the forest, drawing closer to the tents. Someone was approaching, and the vibe was about to change. A guy peeked out from behind a tree, his eyes widening in surprise. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. There, standing tall and proud, was the Turin family. The guy's jaw nearly hit the forest floor. And if that wasn't enough, the Simmons family made their entrance too. Plot twist alert. The forest was turning into a family reunion no one signed up for. Owen strolled up to Reina like he owned the place. It had been a hot minute since they last saw each other. Owen couldn't help but gloat. The Simmons were going to crush it at the upcoming martial arts competition. But Reina wasn't having any of it. She shut him down real quick, reminding him that he would be joining the competition too. Owen's confidence took a nosedive faster than a lead balloon. Just as Owen was about to ask who he was, a familiar voice cut through the tension. It was Zeke, the main man himself, greeting Reina like it was no big deal. Classic Zeke, stealing the spotlight. Zeke casually asked Reina how she had been, like they were just old pals catching up at a cafe. Owen's face turned red hot. Zeke Draker was the last person he expected to see there. Owen fumed internally, calling Zeke a persistent bastard in his mind. But even Zeke wouldn't stand a chance without a sponsor family, or so he thought. Owen was so sure of his victory, he almost didn't notice the sound of galloping horses approaching. Flags fluttered in the wind as the horses came to a halt. Owen stood stunned as the riders dismounted, their presence demanding attention. The riders greeted Zeke with respect, addressing him as Sir Zeke Draker, heir of not one, but 3 powerful families. It turned out, through Zeke's influence, the Hector, Agamemnon, and Aegis families had gathered. And as if that wasn't enough, Lady Angelina from the Graham family had sent escort guards. Owen's confidence was clearly about to take a major hit. Owen was about to lose it. This was not how he expected things to go. And then, out of nowhere, a voice boomed, making Owen jump even more. The sudden shout echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. It was like someone just dropped a beat in the middle of a silent library. The crowd started murmuring, confused and taken aback by the sudden outburst. It was clear that no one saw this coming. Zeke, the main character, couldn't help but notice the man who had just made the grand entrance. He had a feeling this was about to get interesting. The man was none other than Gareth Draker, also known as the Scarlet Knight. His reputation preceded him, and his presence was commanding. Gareth was a big deal. He led one of the 3 knight groups under the Draker name, the Black Wolf Knights. Zeke remembered him from his past life, from the front lines of the Third Continental War. Gareth announced that the Draker martial arts competition was about to begin its preliminary round. Participants were called to step up and choose their weapons. The energy in the room shifted, and everyone could feel the tension rising. Felix leaned in and whispered to Zeke, pointing out that the weapons had been refitted for spear throwing. This wasn't your average competition, it seemed. Felix explained that normally they would just take the spears, but these were covered in fabric. The rumors must be true, and things were about to get real. Zeke handed Felix the weapon, declaring it was his to use. Felix, taken aback, questioned what kind of weapon it was. Zeke casually mentioned that it was the weapon Felix would be using for the event he had secretly signed him up for. Felix was shocked and protested, but Zeke just grinned. Meanwhile, Gareth announced that everyone must be curious about the preliminary event. He explained that the event was called Pierce It Hard, where participants would receive higher marks for piercing more iron plates. The crowd murmured in disbelief, finding the event's name quite bold. Felix, panicking, turned to Zeke, saying they had thought it would be a long-distance throwing event. Zeke told Felix to look at his spear. Felix, confused, asked what he meant. Felix was shocked to realize it wasn't a javelin. He asked Zeke if he had already known about the preliminary event. Zeke casually mentioned that his family wasn't really into javelins, like it was some kind of inside joke. Then Owen walked up, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder why they picked spear throwing for the preliminary event. The announcer introduced Owen Simmons as the first contestant. Owen, feeling the pressure, told everyone to watch carefully. Owen took his shot, determined to outperform everyone. Owen scored 6 points and couldn't resist looking back at Zeke, asking what he thought of that. Felix, however, wasn't feeling confident at all. Zeke told him to stop making such a fuss about it. Felix took his turn and scored 3.5 points. Liam stepped up next, and with a swift move he scored 3 points. Not bad, but not enough to catch up to Felix just yet. Reina was up next, and she was ready to show everyone what she was made of. Reina struck with precision, scoring 4 points. But she couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated with her spear choice. Maybe something lighter would have been better. Reina glanced at the others, signaling that it was Nooz's turn. Zeke Draker was up next, walking towards the stage with a calm confidence. Owen watched Zeke. Even Felix didn't seem to like him much. Owen couldn't help but wonder what was up with him. Owen's eyes widened as he saw Zeke's weapon. A sword mounted to a spear pole? That was definitely not something you see every day. The instructor raised an eyebrow, questioning Zeke's unusual choice of spear. But Zeke simply nodded, confirming his decision. This was going to be interesting. Zeke wasn't here to play around. He infused his spear with a bright aura, ready to show what he could do. No cap, he was about to begin. A bright blue light engulfed the spear, glowing with an intensity that caught everyone's attention. With a swift motion, Zeke launched the spear, its trajectory a blur of light and speed. Owen was left stunned, his eyes wide as he processed what just happened. Reina, too, was taken aback, her expression a mix of surprise and awe. Even the instructor was at a loss for words, barely managing to utter a shaky count. Zeke stood there, confident and unfazed. As expected, he had passed smoothly, his performance leaving no room for doubt. But Zeke's gaze shifted, a hint of something more lingering in his eyes as he looked around. Zeke's eyes landed on a hooded figure, and his mind raced. Someone else had been sent to this place at the same time as him? That was definitely not part of the plan. Suspicious much? The hooded figure was a woman, her blonde hair barely visible under the shadow of her cloak. Zeke's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but wonder who she was and what she was doing here. Zeke's eyes widened as he read the name Erin Sabrina. That name didn't ring any bells, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and intrigue. The mysterious woman began to approach him, her cloak swaying slightly with each step. Zeke's curiosity grew, wondering who this person could be. She stood before him now, her gaze fixed on him. The intensity in her eyes made Zeke feel like she was staring right through him. Then it hit him. The pieces started to fall into place. This woman was his sister, Helen Draker, known as the Knight of Steel. Memories of his past life flooded back. The chaos that ensued after Carly Draker's death, the White Gold Knight, at the hands of the Pirate King. The Draker family had been in turmoil, split into two factions before Abel took over as patriarch. And right at the heart of one of those factions was Helen, his sister, standing before him, a figure from his past and a key player in the family's tumultuous history. Zeke recalled how Helen, after opposing Abel as patriarch, organized rebel forces and even built a barricade in the Duchy of Troy to fight him. But despite her fierce resistance, she fell in combat against the imperial forces, a true knight till her last breath. Zeke wondered what could have possibly driven her to join a martial arts competition, given her traditional knightly background. It was a surprising turn of events, to say the least. Snapping back to the present, Zeke refocused, pushing aside the lingering questions about his sister. Catherine analyzed the Zimmons family's traits and guessed they would opt for a spearing activity, impressing Zeke with her sharp insight. Zeke acknowledged that without Catherine's help, he wouldn't have prepared a spear for the competition. Thanks to her, 3 of their men made it to the main round as well. Catherine modestly brushed off the praise but hinted at having some precise information this time around. Catherine revealed that the first event in the main round was running. Felix, however, seemed confused by the idea of a running event in a martial arts competition. Pharrell clarified that the running event was not your average race. It was the Draker family's survival running, a whole different beast. Pharrell explained that this was no ordinary running competition where reaching the end fairly meant victory. Instead, it was a brutal match where participants could be ambushed or forced into outright combat. Talk about a plot twist. Liam and Felix deflated like a couple of sad balloons, realizing that without a sponsor family, they'd be out of the game faster than you can say, plot twist. Zeke, however, wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. He knew he had to figure out what Helen Draker really wanted. There was no way she was on the same side as Abel or Zimmons. He just needed to confirm it. Speaking of Helen, there she was. She turned around, her gaze meeting someone's. Carly Draker stood before her, insisting Helen call her sister when they were together. Talk about sibling bonding. Carly asked Helen how it felt to see Zeke in person. Helen's hand trembled slightly on her sword, as Carly pointed out that Helen wanted to face Zeke herself. Carly mentioned the dragon-slaying arts technique, Dragon Scale Pierce, that she had seen in the preliminary round. It was impressive, she admitted. Carly couldn't help but compare Zeke's Dragon Scale Pierce to the one she saw in the preliminaries. His version was way more intense, almost like he could actually snag a dragon mid-flight. Wild, right? With a reassuring hand on Helen's shoulder, Carly pointed out that Zeke would be a huge asset to their team. She encouraged Helen to keep testing him until she could acknowledge his strength. Helen, pondering Carly's words, simply whispered Zeke's name, as if trying to measure his potential. Helen continued to think about Zeke's potential, her mind racing with possibilities. The scene suddenly shifted to a snowy area, where Gareth stood ready to address the group. He asked if everyone was prepared for the challenge ahead. Gareth explained that the task wasn't anything out of the ordinary. They just needed to reach the Atlas summit within 48 hours. No big deal, right? With the main character, Reina, and Owen standing by, Gareth signaled the start of the challenge. The race to the summit had begun. Owen, with a smirk on his face, couldn't resist teasing Zeke. It seemed like Zeke didn't quite grasp the concept of a survival run. Zeke, still smirking, ordered Felix to go to a cave. Felix, confused and a bit nervous, questioned what was in the cave. Zeke gave Felix a stern look, hinting that whatever was in the cave was not something Felix would want to deal with. Felix, now even more nervous, reluctantly agreed and headed towards the cave, promising to be back soon. The trio made their way to the cave, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Felix, taking a deep breath, was the only one who ventured into the dark cave. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from the cave, sending chills down their spines. Felix came sprinting out of the cave, screaming for help, with massive polar bears hot on his heels. Talk about a surprise no one signed up for. Zeke quickly turned to Liam, telling him to take out his sword. Liam, caught off guard, asked Zeke to repeat himself, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Zeke smirked, thinking about how useful their pelts would be. Liam was still confused, but Zeke's mind was already racing with plans. Meanwhile, in the icy wilderness, 3 figures trudged through the snow, their breaths visible in the frigid air. 2 of them were clearly struggling, their faces etched with exhaustion. The cold was brutal, biting through their Arctic gear like it was nothing. Reyna glanced back, a sense of unease creeping up her spine. Suddenly, massive monsters emerged from the blizzard, their imposing forms sending a chill down everyone's spines. A horde of yetis appeared, their growls echoing through the icy landscape. The situation was going from bad to worse real quick. Reyna's eyes narrowed as she put the pieces together. It had been suspiciously quiet on their way up, and now she knew why. Her expression darkened as she realized the truth. The Zimans had lured the yetis their way, and now they were trapped in a frozen nightmare. The yetis growled menacingly, their eyes locked onto the group. Things were about to get very, very real. And just like that, the yeti lunged, kicking off the chaos with a battle cry that echoed through the frozen air. Reyna barely dodged the attack, her reflexes sharp but her breath already growing ragged in the icy atmosphere. She slid back, putting some distance between herself and the yeti, but the cold was already taking its toll. Breathing hard, Reyna realized the sub-zero temperatures were draining her stamina faster than she had anticipated. Glancing back at her group, she knew even if she could endure it, they wouldn't stand a chance against the yetis. The yeti growled again, its eyes locked onto the group, ready to strike once more. And then, as if things weren't already bad enough, more yetis emerged from the shadows, joining the fray. Reyna made a quick decision, turning to her group with a determined look. She would hold the yetis off while the others escaped. Her companions protested, but she was already steeling herself for the fight of her life. Reyna was not having it. She yelled at the top of her lungs, demanding to know why they were still there, clearly disobeying her orders. Her group, realizing they were pushing their luck, apologized quickly and bolted. No one wanted to be on Reyna's bad side, especially not when she was in full-on battle mode. The yetis, confused by the sudden retreat, let out a low, rumbling growl. Reyna, seizing the moment, taunted them, asking where they thought they were going. With a deep breath, Reyna got into her battle stance, accepting her fate. Even if this was the end for her, she was ready. And with that, she leaped into action. If this was going to be her final stand, she'd make sure it was for the sake of those who followed the Turin family. Suddenly, a figure clad in polar bear fur descended from above, hovering over Reyna and the yetis like some kind of Arctic Avenger. And just like that, boom goes the dynamite literally. An explosion rocked the scene, because why not add some fireworks to this icy showdown? One of the yetis wasn't having a great day sliced and diced. It let out a guttural groan that echoed through the chaos. Reyna's eyes widened as she locked onto the figure. He was, wait, no way. It was none other than Zeke Draker himself making an entrance like he owned the place because, well, he kind of did. His crew wasn't far behind, rushing in like they were late for a Black Friday sale. Felix, ever the enthusiastic one, shouted out to his master like a kid spotting their favorite superhero. Without missing a beat, someone from the crew chucked a javelin toward Zeke, because when in doubt, throw a spear. Zeke caught it effortlessly, like it was just another day in the life of a legendary hero. No big deal, just catching flying weapons mid-air. Zeke launched it back like a bullet because why not? It was practically a game of catch now. The yetis, however, were not here for this impromptu game. They got scared and started to back away. Zeke turned his attention, calling out to Reyna, his voice steady and commanding. He reminded her that the Turin family does not forget favors, his tone hinting at a debt that needed to be repaid. Reyna, taken aback, asked what he wanted, her voice a mix of caution and curiosity. Zeke replied that it was nothing much, just a simple condition, his words carrying an air of nonchalance. He suggested they quickly head to their goal, his focus unwavering and determined. As they pressed forward, more people began to arrive around them, the area slowly filling with competitors. Gareth observed the scene, noting that 30 people had already passed through. He acknowledged the count with a simple affirmation. With time almost up, Gareth prepared to wrap things up. Owen couldn't help but smile as Gareth proposed ending the match. He was thrilled that his strategy of blocking Reyna with the yetis had actually worked. Just as it seemed like it was over, a voice called out, asking everyone to wait a moment. Owen turned back to see what was happening. To his surprise, the protagonist and Reyna had arrived. Owen couldn't believe they had made it, but there they were, standing before everyone. Gareth commented on their timely arrival, noting that with these last competitors, the first match was officially over. He instructed everyone to rest and prepare for the second match the next day. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out his name, Zeke Draker. He turned to see Helen, who acknowledged his presence with a hint of admiration. She noted how impressive it was that he made it this far, despite the attempts of the Sneaky Joes to sabotage him. Zeke was confused and asked what she was trying to say. Helen clarified that she had no interest in childish games. She simply wanted to test his limits and abilities. With that, Helen walked away, leaving Zeke with a final warning not to disappoint her, as she would be watching him until the end of the competition. Zeke pondered her words, realizing that she must have joined Carly's faction and was participating in the martial arts competition to see if he was worthy, just like the Knight of Steel. Before he could dwell on it further, Reina appeared, declaring that her life was in his hands. Zeke smirked as Reina, with a hint of desperation, asked what he wanted from her. Zeke, still mad about the previous match, suggested they team up for the second round, figuring those Simon guys would pull some shady stuff again anyway. Reina agreed to his offer, thinking it was a reasonable choice under the circumstances. Now that they were on the same team, Reina decided to share some intel she had. She began to reveal what she knew about the second match. Zeke was intrigued, urging her to spill the details. Meanwhile, Felix and Liam were eavesdropping, trying to figure out what was going on. Reina pointed out that they didn't know about the second match, but she had barely managed to dig up some information. She revealed that the second match was going to be tightrope wrestling, but with swords. Yikes, talk about raising the stakes. Zeke sat with his crew, taking a moment to process the wild twist of tightrope wrestling. Not exactly your everyday gym class activity. Pharrell scratched his head, clearly not sold on the idea of tightrope wrestling. Zeke, however, wasn't about to let hesitation slow them down. Pharrell reassured Zeke that the event itself wasn't the issue, but something else was clearly on his mind. Pharrell dropped the real concern the Zimmons family had chosen this event, and that was sketchy. Zeke agreed, knowing tightrope wrestling wasn't exactly the easiest event to cheat in. Just then, Catherine walked in, her timing as perfect as ever, ready to drop some knowledge or maybe just more drama. Zeke greeted Catherine, but she cut straight to the chase, confirming she knew about the event for the second round. Zeke thanked her but pointed out they already knew. Catherine, unfazed, quipped that news traveled fast these days. Catherine hinted she had something new to share, leaving Zeke curious and a little suspicious. Catherine pulled out a paper with a dramatic flair, revealing the words tightrope wrestling event. Zeke raised an eyebrow, already sensing this wasn't going to be your average wrestling match. The paper detailed a group competition, but the illustration showed something far more intense: tightrope wrestling with swords. Because why not add a little danger to the mix, right? Pharrell chimed in, explaining that the more people on your side, the better. It was all about strategy, and apparently teamwork was going to be key here. He added that a one-on-one match would have been tough for their opponents to ambush Zeke, so the Zimmons team must have quickly changed the event to a group competition. Zeke couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging their good thinking. Catherine pulled out a fan with a flourish, laughing softly as he assured Zeke not to worry. Zeke, ever the strategist, asked if Catherine had a plan up his sleeve. Catherine just smiled mysteriously, leaving Zeke both intrigued and slightly nervous about what was coming next. Catherine reminded him that sponsor families exist to support in times like these, hinting that backup was already on the way. The next day, the tightrope wrestling area was buzzing with anticipation. The stage was set, and Zeke was ready to face whatever crazy challenge came his way. Gareth stepped forward, ready to lay down the rules of this tightrope wrestling match. He continued, explaining that the details of this match were about to get interesting. The catch? Falling from the tightrope meant immediate elimination. But on the rope, anything goes. Gareth wrapped up by telling everyone to respond however they'd like based on the situation. Drama was about to unfold. Felix, already sweating, turned to Zeke and stammered that he'd rather just abstain from this whole thing. But Zeke wasn't having it. With an intense stare, Zeke laid down the ultimate threat: whoever gets eliminated here will have to do a year of isolated training. No one wanted that. Felix trembled at the thought, his mind clearly racing with dread. Before anyone could back out, Owen leaped onto the rope, signaling the start of the match. Owen landed smoothly and boasted that this was the Zimmons family's special training tool. He'd been riding this tightrope since he was 5, so he was basically a tightrope prodigy. Owen was feeling pretty good about his tightrope skills, but then he saw the main character and Reina already on the other side. Talk about a mood killer. He sighed, thinking it was a shame to reveal his family's secret training tool like this. But if exposing the secret meant he could take them down, then so be it. Owen was ready to do whatever it took to eliminate them. With a fierce look, Owen ordered his crew to drop those bastards. It was time to get rid of them for good. But as Owen watched, his confidence started to waver. He let out a confused grunt, his eyes widening in disbelief. One by one, his crew started to fall off the tightrope, screaming as they dropped. It was like a bad slapstick comedy, but Owen wasn't laughing. Owen couldn't believe his eyes. What the heck was going on? This wasn't part of the plan. He looked over and saw the main character and Reina, standing steady as rocks on the tightrope. How were they not falling? Owen was seriously confused. The main character just stood there, looking all cool and collected. He muttered about how impressive it all was, just as he thought it would be. Classic main character move, am I right? Meanwhile, Catherine was flexing her financial muscles, buying off the Zimmons family like it was Black Friday. Girl was rich like Scrooge McDuck swimming in gold coins rich. Zeke, our main man, stood there looking all cool and collected. He muttered about how the dregs had been dealt with and it was time to begin. Classic protagonist energy, no cap. Reina, not to be outdone, whipped out her aura sword. Things were about to get lit, and not in the candlelight dinner kind of way. She wasn't playing around, using the Oxskullbreaker move to knock people off like they were bowling pins. Strike. Liam, seeing an opportunity, grabbed a rope. You could almost see the light bulb ping above his head. With a shake of the rope, people went tumbling down like dominoes. And just like that, the tide of the battle started to turn. As the chaos unfolded, a guy looked up, barely registering what was happening around him. Before he could react, a foot came crashing down on him, adding to the mayhem. Meanwhile, Felix was zipping through the battlefield like a superhero, knocking people over left and right. Zeke watched the scene unfold, realizing they were all at level 113,940,000. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Owen, on the other hand, was terrified, his fear palpable as Zeke turned his attention towards him. With a dramatic flourish, Zeke pointed his sword at Owen, challenging him to a one-on-one duel, knight style, and no powers allowed. Owen, furious, refused to fall for Zeke's provocations, his anger boiling over. Zeke wasn't having it. With a shrug, he dashed forward, leaving Owen fuming in his wake. Classic move, really when in doubt, just go for it. Zeke wound up for a swing, fully ready to take the first shot. If Owen wouldn't make a move, he'd just have to take matters into his own hands. Zeke leapt forward, but his strike was suddenly blocked. And who else would it be but Helen stepping in? Owen was totally thrown off. He was not expecting backup from his own side, and his face screamed pure confusion. The two fighters landed on the ropes, the tension rising like a bad reality show cliffhanger. Zeke, not missing a beat, shot Helen a look. Was she really siding with the enemy now? Drama alert. Helen wasn't having it. She just wanted to test Zeke's abilities, nothing more, nothing less. Classic Helen, always keeping everyone on their toes. Zeke glanced at his sword, feeling the insane pressure radiating from it. He knew he was only holding it together because of Bahamut. A smirk played on his lips as he wondered if this was another one of Helen's tests. Like last time. Helen confirmed it with a simple yes, and Zeke, feeling the familiar vibe, knew it was go time. Without hesitation, Zeke infused his sword with aura, ready to do as Helen wished. No cap, he was all in. Zeke swung his sword with precision, the aura-infused blade cutting through the air like a hot knife through butter. Helen mirrored his stance, her own sword slicing the air as she prepared to clash with Zeke's blade. Their swords met in a flurry of sparks. The speed of their exchange was insane, each strike faster than the last. Gareth watched the duel intently, his gaze fixed on Zeke's every move. Gareth couldn't help but be impressed. Zeke Draker truly lived up to his reputation as the continent's greatest genius. But it wasn't just Zeke who caught his attention. The female knight, Helen, was holding her own against him. Zeke couldn't help but acknowledge Helen's skill. She wasn't bluffing when she said she was going to test his abilities. Zeke realized he needed to step up his game if he wanted to keep up with Helen's skills. Just as Zeke prepared to get serious, the match time ended, leaving him in shock. Gareth announced that the second round was now complete. The third round was about to begin with the remaining participants. Zeke felt the pressure, knowing they were getting to the end. Zeke thought about facing Helen again in the next round. Helen seemed surprised as Zeke called her by her full name, Helen Draker. Zeke explained that normally he wouldn't have recognized her, just like everyone else. But they were siblings after all, and he should at least know her face. He admitted that if he hadn't seen her portrait in his past life, he wouldn't have known her. Helen acknowledged that Zeke knew who she was. With a parting glance, Helen walked away, telling Zeke she would see him in the next match. As Helen walked away, Zeke turned to his crew, ready to break down what just happened. Catherine stepped in, laying out the plan for the third round. It was going to be a tournament format, perfect for publicity since the public would be watching. Pharrell chimed in, pointing out that this format would directly determine the final champion, which was basically a win for Zeke since no one could defeat him one-on-one. But Catherine wasn't done. She dropped a bombshell. No one could let their guard down because there was a significant rule for this match. The use of aura was forbidden. This meant pure physical strength alone would decide the outcome. Pharrell shot up like he'd been electrocuted. Such an extreme rule? This was getting intense. Zeke, ever the chill one, told Pharrell to calm down. It was fine, he said, but you could tell this was going to be a wild ride. Zeke, not bothered by the aura issue, reminded himself that his sword skills were still on point. He had been training for 7 long years, after all. Pharrell couldn't help but admire Zeke's confidence. He was ready to win no matter what. Pharrell, being the supportive friend he was, chimed in, eager to help Zeke train for the tournament. Zeke, though grateful, couldn't help but roll his eyes internally at Pharrell's extra enthusiasm. Some things never change, he thought with a smirk. As the scene shifted to a fancy mansion under the night sky, the vibe got a bit more mysterious. Footsteps echoed through the grand halls, adding to the suspense. Zeke strolled through the mansion, making his way to Fannin. Fannin greeted Zeke with a warm smile, happy to see him. Zeke asked Fannin if he had settled into his new role, showing genuine concern for his well-being. Fannin admitted it was a bit overwhelming at first, but he was working hard to live up to the responsibility. After all, being the president of a big pharmaceutical company was no joke. Zeke glanced around, reflecting on how his role was mainly about handling external affairs while someone else managed the real work behind the scenes. As Kay woke up, Zeke realized that the person pulling the strings was none other than the syndicate's new boss, Kay herself. Kay groggily acknowledged his presence, still half asleep. Kay mentioned that Zeke must be busy with the martial arts competition, yet he still showed up. Zeke reminded her that she was the one who insisted it was urgent. Zeke asked why she sent an emergency message, hoping it wasn't just because of the mountain of paperwork. Kay admitted that the paperwork was an issue, but there was something else. Zeke wondered if there was trouble with the cartel. Kay shook her head, indicating that wasn't the case. Kay pointed directly at Zeke, her expression serious. Zeke was taken aback as Kay declared that he was the problem. Zeke processed her words, trying to understand the situation. He concluded that the Imperial Intelligence Bureau and the Draker Order of the Black Knights were investigating the South. Kay confirmed his suspicion. Flashback time. Kay mentioned that the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was investigating the group responsible for wrecking the Pabella cartel's camp. And the Draker Order of the Black Knights? Well, they were on the hunt for whoever messed with Don Juan. Zeke had a hunch about why the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was after him. He figured it was because he took out Kane Zimmons Constantinus and snatched his magic armor. That was more than enough reason for them to be on his tail. But what about the Draker Order of the Black Knights? That was the real question. Kay pointed out that he didn't need to overthink it. That's just how the Order of the Black Knights rolled. If he was really worried, Kay offered to have Simon take care of every informant out there. But Zeke wasn't feeling that cartel vibe. They didn't need to take out everyone investigating them. Changing the subject, Zeke asked about the Black Yaksha guy. Was he adjusting well to the South? Turns out, he was the one who gave them this intel. Kay figured it was because he used to be part of the Intelligence Bureau, so he was super sensitive to Imperial movements. She liked him for being really good at his job. Zeke agreed, glad he didn't kill him and helped him escape instead. Just when they thought they were done with surprises, Fannin dropped another bombshell. Zeke couldn't believe his ears. There was more? Fannin revealed that the newly hired alchemists were causing trouble. Zeke was taken aback. The alchemists were acting up? Fannin explained that they were invited to create a new drug using soma, but they suddenly went on strike and stopped doing research. Zeke wondered if there was any way to convince them to work again. Fannin admitted they already tried, but those two were just far too eccentric to handle. Zeke couldn't help but think, 2 alchemists? Could it be? Zeke asked if those 2 alchemists were twins by any chance. Fannin was surprised, wondering how Zeke knew. Zeke smiled, realizing it really was them. The genius twin alchemists Al and Jeff were the ones causing the ruckus. Back in the day, when the rose disease started spreading like wildfire and people were dropping like flies, the whole continent was basically in shambles. Just when everyone was about to lose all hope, the genius twin alchemists, Al and Jeff, swooped in like superheroes. Thanks to their mad skills, they cooked up a remedy and boom, the rose disease was no longer a death sentence. But here is the kicker, they dropped the formula for free. Zeke couldn't believe it either. That was the only reason he could teach Melissa the remedy, though he was still wondering what on earth they wanted for their strike. Turns out, they had uploaded a list of alchemy ingredients they wanted. But it was all super random and had nothing to do with their new drug research. Plus, it was crazy expensive. Fannin had to cut their budget, and you guessed it, they went on strike immediately. Zeke wasn't having it though. He told Fannin to just give them everything they wanted. Fannin was sweating bullets, those ingredients were pricey. But Zeke was dead set on his decision. He walked away, telling Fannin to provide them with everything they needed for now. And with an intense tone, Zeke added that they better come up with a proper result, or else he would go find them himself. Fannin and Kay exchanged a nervous glance, their faces slightly pale as they swallowed hard, clearly shaken by Zeke's intense warning. Fannin quickly nodded, his voice barely steady as he assured they understood the gravity of the situation. The scene swiftly shifted to the grand arena, where the atmosphere was charged with anticipation and tension. Gareth stepped forward, his presence commanding attention as he addressed the gathered knights, asking if everyone was ready. The main character, Zeke, took center stage, announcing that the third round would be a tournament-style duel between the 8 knights. Gareth took a step forward, his voice booming as he declared the first match. The competitors were announced Felix Valencia and Morton Heroes, 2 formidable knights ready to face off. Zeke couldn't help but comment on Felix's isolated training, to which Felix responded with a respectful acknowledgement. Zeke's gaze shifted, his expression turning serious as he pondered about the other competitor. Morton, carrying his sword on his shoulder, stood confidently. Zeke couldn't shake off the feeling that Morton was a vassal of the Zimmons family, adding an extra layer of intrigue to the upcoming duel. The duel kicked off with Gareth's command, and Morton wasted no time, charging forward with the confidence of someone who had already won in his mind. He swung his sword, declaring he would end things quickly, but Felix was ready. Felix dodged the first strike with ease, almost like he was swiping left on a bad dating profile. Morton's sword missed its mark, and the crowd could sense the shift in momentum. Morton's frustration was palpable. He wasn't expecting Felix to be this agile. He swung again, but Felix dodged once more, almost like he was playing a high-stakes game of limbo. Morton's attacks kept coming, but Felix was in the zone, dodging each strike with precision. It was like watching a dance, but with more swords and less jazz hands. Felix couldn't help but feel a bit smug. He had been nervous for nothing. Morton's skills were lacking, and Felix was starting to enjoy himself. Morton's frustration boiled over. He was furious, his pride taking a hit with each missed strike. Felix, on the other hand, was cool as a cucumber. Felix raised his leg, preparing for a counterattack. The crowd held their breath, sensing that the tide of the duel was about to turn. Felix unleashed a kick so powerful it could probably send someone straight to next week. The crowd gasped as he shouted to wrap this up, leaving no doubt that he was done playing around. The impact was so intense that it sent Morton crashing through the air, culminating in a massive explosion that lit up the entire stadium. The crowd erupted in a mix of shock and awe. As the dust settled, Morton lay motionless on the ground, completely out cold. Gareth's voice boomed over the speakers, declaring that Morton Hero 5 had left the stadium. The crowd let out a collective sigh, realizing the battle was over. The cheers for Felix were deafening as Gareth announced him as the winner. Felix couldn't help but feel a wave of relief, muttering to himself that thankfully, he wouldn't have to endure isolated training. The crowd laughed, sharing in his relief and joy. Gareth's voice cut through the celebrations, announcing the next match with his usual enthusiasm. The crowd quickly settled down, their attention shifting to the next contestants. Liam Stone and Raina Draker stepped into the spotlight, ready for their turn. The crowd murmured in anticipation, wondering what these two had in store. Liam gave Raina a nod, wishing her good luck. Raina nodded back, her determination clear. The crowd sensed the mutual respect between the two, setting the stage for an intense match. Gareth's voice boomed, signaling the start of the match. Raina wasted no time, bolting toward Liam with the speed of a lightning strike. Raina's assault was relentless, her movements a blur as she pushed Liam onto the defensive. The crowd gasped, thinking she might just overwhelm him in seconds flat. But Liam wasn't about to go down without a fight. With a grunt, he swung his sword with all his might, the heavy strike aimed right at Raina. Raina barely had time to react, but her instincts kicked in. She crossed her arms, blocking the strike just in time. The clash sent a shockwave through the air, making the crowd gasp. Zeke's voice cut through the tension, reminding Liam that this fight wasn't just about strength, it was about control. Pure strength, no aura. Liam's got some serious flexibility going on, allowing him to pull off some wild, unpredictable moves. Raina, on the other hand, was all about that stretchy, elastic energy, countering Liam's every move. From the outside, it looked like a pretty even match, but Zeke's eyes saw more than met the eye. Zeke could see the shift, the subtle tells that most would miss. Raina charged with a force that shattered the ground beneath her, the sheer power of her dash leaving cracks in its wake. Liam was left stunned, his guard completely broken. And then, boom, literally, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air. Liam found himself on his knees, gripping his sword like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. The explosion had clearly taken its toll, leaving him struggling to stay in the fight. Just as Liam struggled to stay on his feet, Raina stepped in, her sword pointed directly at him. Gareth's voice boomed, declaring Raina Draker the winner, leaving Liam with no choice but to accept defeat. Despite the loss, a small smile crept onto Liam's face as he thought about the legendary Lightning Knight. In the end, a genius is still a genius, and Liam couldn't help but acknowledge Raina's skill. Felix came rushing over, concern etched on his face as he asked about Liam going into isolated training. Classic Felix, always worrying about the next move. But before Liam could answer, Felix found himself with a knot on his head, and Gareth announced the third match. Talk about bad timing. The spotlight shifted to Liam and Owen as Gareth introduced them. The stage was set for another intense showdown. Owen stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Liam. He had been waiting for this moment and was ready to show that strategy could overpower brute strength any day. Liam, unfazed, smirked slightly. Strategy? Huh? This was going to be interesting. Zeke didn't hold back, calling Owen out for his hypocrisy, secretly wielding a magic spear while denying others the use of aura. Owen, visibly shaken, stammered in disbelief, clearly not expecting his secret to be exposed. Zeke, lifting his sword with a smirk, brushed off Owen's shock. It didn't matter how Owen had planned to fight, because Zeke was confident he would win anyway. With a cold intensity, Zeke challenged Owen to come at him, ready to ruin his opponent's plans and secure his victory. Zeke lifted his sword, confidence radiating off him. He didn't care about anything else. Victory was his, no matter how hard anyone tried to stop him. Zeke beckoned his opponent with a wave of his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. He was ready to crush anyone who stood in his way. Owen was fuming. Zeke's provocation had hit a nerve, and he wasn't about to let it slide. Owen gripped his spear, confusion and anger warring in his expression. How did Zeke know about his modified spear? It was a secret even the tournament officials couldn't catch. Owen couldn't believe it. Was Zeke using some kind of trick? Before he could dwell on it, Zeke taunted him, asking if he was coming or if he had finally lost his mind. Owen's face twisted in fury. He had had enough of Zeke's antics and was ready to put an end to it. With a roar, Owen charged at Zeke, determined to shut him up once and for all. Owen swung his spear with all his might, aiming to strike Zeke down. But Zeke easily deflected the attack, barely breaking a sweat. Owen was shocked. Zeke just smirked, ready to show him what he was really capable of. Zeke swung his sword, sending Owen stumbling back. At this point, it was no different from using aura. Zeke wasn't holding back anymore. Owen was stunned. He couldn't believe the strength Zeke was showing. Before he could react, Zeke's fist was already in his face. With a powerful punch, Zeke sent Owen flying. The impact was devastating, leaving Owen no time to recover. Owen slid across the ground, the force of Zeke's attack leaving him dazed and defeated. Owen struggled to get up, fear etched across his face as Zeke loomed over him, declaring he had picked the wrong day to mess with him. Zeke cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, as he declared his intent to show everyone just how pathetic Owen was in front of the crowd. A wicked smile spread across Zeke's face as he questioned if this was a fair price for Owen trying to play dirty. Owen trembled, his body barely holding up after the relentless assault. Badly beaten and bruised, Owen was a shadow of his former self, the fight completely drained from him. The crowd erupted in cheers as Zeke walked down the stairs, Owen being carried away on a stretcher. Zeke mocked Owen, questioning why he even bothered with dirty tricks when he never stood a chance. Zeke's gaze shifted as he noticed something unusual, muttering to himself about what it could be. Felix and Liam sat quietly, their faces a mix of contemplation and defeat. Zeke understood Liam's silence since he had barely lost, but Felix's reaction puzzled him. Felix revealed that his next opponent was Ellen Sabrina, a name that seemed to weigh heavily on him. Felix looked utterly defeated as he questioned how he was supposed to beat someone who had fought Zeke almost evenly. Zeke dismissed his concerns, urging him to just fight and not worry so much. Zeke pushed Felix to show everything he had, warning that holding back would land him straight into training. Felix, frustrated, accused Zeke of favoritism, pointing out that Liam had lost and wasn't made to train. Zeke, ignoring Felix's outburst, announced he was off to the semifinals, leaving Felix with a knot on his head and a muttered good luck. Zeke stepped away, his focus shifting to the next challenge ahead. On stage, Reina waited, her presence commanding and calm. The crowd cheered wildly for Reina, their support echoing through the arena. The chants grew louder, the crowd urging Reina to crush Zeke Dracker and finish everything. The crowd's chants still ringing in his ears, Zeke couldn't help but wonder if this was their first real fight since the cradle evaluation. Reina's response was sharp, promising that this time would be different. She got into her stance, her eyes locked on Zeke as she declared she had prepared thoroughly for this very moment. Zeke readied his stance, a smirk playing on his lips as he vowed to do his best as well. In an instant, they charged, their powerful blades clashing with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. Zeke was taken aback. Something about Reina felt different. Her eyes were completely different from when she fought Liam. She had been waiting for the day she would fight Zeke Dracker again, and this time, she was determined to defeat him. With a powerful swing, she forced Zeke to slide backward, her determination clear in her every move. Zeke smiled, feeling the thrill of the fight. This was a battle worth having. Meanwhile, Gareth observed, muttering about Reina Dracker's competitive nature. As Reina's powerful strike pushed Zeke back, Gareth couldn't help but be impressed. Zeke defended against her strikes, his skills being tested like never before. Gareth noted that for someone called the greatest talent of the next generation of Drakers, defeat must be an unbearable humiliation. Gareth stared, knowing that despite the humiliation of defeat, there was more to this story. However, the scene was far from over. Zeke stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Reina. He couldn't help but be impressed by her skills, even as he prepared for the next move. With just a few exchanges of blows, Zeke effortlessly pushed Reina back, sensing the hard work she had put into her training. As their blades clashed, Zeke smirked, knowing he had not been idle either. Zeke unleashed his Gale style, pushing Reina back with a force that showed he had been training just as hard. With a swift motion, Zeke executed his Sky Cleaver, the power behind the move evident in his stance. Reina's sword shattered under the pressure, leaving her defenseless. Zeke nodded, acknowledging the good fight Reina had put up. It was indeed a great match, one that pushed both of them to their limits. Reina, now on her knees, looked down, her mind already racing with thoughts of their next encounter. With a determined look, Reina vowed that next time, she would never lose. Zeke smiled, looking forward to their next battle, knowing it would be even more intense. The crowd's cheering filled the arena, signaling that the other match had also come to an end. You could tell just by listening carefully that the excitement was far from over. The crowd roared, their energy palpable even from a distance. Felix lay on the ground, the battle clearly not going in his favor. Ellen stood victorious, her triumph evident in the cheers of the crowd. Felix found himself laid up in the infirmary, looking like he'd been through a war. Zeke strolled in, taking in the sight with a mix of concern and amusement, asking if Felix was all right. Felix let out a weak laugh, apologizing to his master. He admitted that he had lost completely, the weight of his defeat clear in his voice. Zeke smiled, shaking his head. Lost completely? He told Felix he was being too modest. He had heard from Liam, who watched the match up close. The memory of the fight flashed before Felix's eyes, the announcer's voice ringing out, declaring Ellen Sabrina the winner. Zeke continued, saying that Felix had fought incredibly well in the semifinals. So well, in fact, that even Helen Draker's sword was shaking after the match. Zeke's expression turned serious as he recalled what happened next. Helen stepped forward, clearing her name with a powerful declaration. Her name was not Ellen Sabrina. She revealed her true identity to the stunned crowd. She was Helen Draker, a direct descendant of the Draker household and a pureblood awakened one of the family's Blue Knights. The crowd erupted in shock. Helen Draker? The Iron Knight who wiped out all the outlaws in the central region. The person who never showed her face had actually entered the tournament. Helen declared her intention to fight with all her strength in the final. She asked the crowd to reconsider the rule-banning aura. The crowd roared in approval, their voices shaking the very foundations of the arena. Zeke smiled, recalling how the overwhelming public opinion had allowed aura in the final. He had thought the Iron Knight was just a rigid warrior, but she had an unexpected political side as well. Felix shifted uncomfortably, calling out to his master. Zeke turned to him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Felix's voice was tinged with panic as he asked if Zeke was really going to make him train. Zeke chuckled, thinking that he should treat Felix a little better from now on. The final day arrived, and the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. They would now begin the tournament final. Just as the final match was about to kick off, Gareth dropped a bombshell. There was a very special guest joining them for the finale. All eyes turned as a man began walking toward the arena, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Gareth revealed the guest to be none other than Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker household, and the crowd erupted. The patriarch's presence sent shockwaves through the audience, especially Zeke's grandfather, who looked ready to blow a gasket. Arthur, unfazed, stepped forward to introduce the finalists, his voice commanding and calm. First up was Zeke Draker, the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, gripping his massive black claymore, looking every bit the warrior. And then, Helen Draker, the Iron Knight, stepped into the spotlight, cool as ever, her reputation preceding her. The crowd murmured as they caught sight of her sword, whispers spreading like wildfire. It was the legendary Dragon Buster, the very sword Arthur Draker had given her when she became a Blue Knight. Helen turned to Zeke, her gaze sharp, and addressed him directly. She mentioned his squire, Felix, who had fought her in the semifinals, and how impressed she had been by him. Helen admitted that Felix's skill had piqued her curiosity about the true strength of the one he served. Zeke thanked her for the compliment, his expression unreadable. But Helen wasn't done. With a sudden burst of blue aura, she drew her sword, declaring she would win the day's final. Zeke met her challenge with a calm confidence, his own sword humming with energy as he warned her that things wouldn't go as she expected. Arthur's voice boomed once more, urging both sides to prepare, the tension in the air palpable. With a single command, Helen bolted forward, her sword gleaming as she charged toward Zeke. Zeke was ready. In a flash, he was off, sprinting to meet her, the final match of the tournament now underway. Zeke closed the distance in a flash, their blades colliding with such force that debris scattered across the arena. The crowd could feel the shockwave, the sheer power of the clash sending ripples through the air. Raina stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. The impact of their collision was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Shaking off the shock, Raina steeled herself. There was no room for distraction, not even for a moment. She had to stay focused. The force of their clash sent both Zeke and Helen staggering backward, each struggling to regain their footing. Zeke wasn't holding back, unleashing his Dragon Slayer art, Crescent Slash. A massive blue aura erupted from his sword, the sheer power of the attack illuminating the arena. Helen was taken aback, the sheer force of Zeke's attack pushing her to her limits. Suddenly, multiple images of Zeke appeared, attacking from all directions. Helen's eyes widened in shock, struggling to keep up with the onslaught. Helen retaliated with a powerful slash of her own, refusing to be outdone by tricks. She wasn't going to lose to illusions. Helen readied her stance, preparing for the next attack. But something was off. With a burst of blue aura, Helen unleashed a devastating slash, the crowd watching in stunned silence. She declared that tricks were useless against her. The crowd erupted into cheers, the excitement palpable as the battle reached new heights. In the crowd, Duke watched the battle unfold, his expression one of pride and amusement. Duke turned to Arthur, a proud smile on his face. The commotion on the battlefield was impressive, to say the least. Duke looked at Arthur, his gaze filled with curiosity and anticipation. He leaned in, asking Arthur about tomorrow's match and who he thought would win. Arthur brushed off the question with a cool remark about winners being the only thing that mattered. But Duke wasn't buying it, calling him out for barely hiding his excitement as he watched the match. Duke then dropped a bombshell, revealing that Zeke had scored himself a fancy new sponsoring family. And that slick swordsmanship he was suddenly using? Yeah, definitely not his usual Dragon Slayer style. Zeke got into stance, sword at the ready, looking every bit the part of a warrior about to unleash some serious skills. With a serious face, Zeke sized up his opponent, declaring he was going to have to shake things up to break through that solid defense. Meanwhile, Helen was walking in, curiosity written all over her face as she wondered what Zeke was planning this time. Helen admitted she had never seen that swordsmanship before, asking if he had learned another Dragon Slayer art. Zeke just smiled and confirmed it with a simple yes. Turns out it was a sword style he had learned from his reliable sponsoring family. Zeke got serious, warning Helen that from here on out, things were about to get interesting. Helen, not one to back down, accepted the challenge. Both of them stood in powerful stances, their auras clashing as Helen declared she would fight him with all her strength. Their auras clashed in a spectacular showdown, each slash and counterslash lighting up the battlefield as they traded blows, perfectly matched. Zeke shifted into a thrust stance, ready to pierce through her defenses. He lunged with precision, but Helen held her ground, deflecting the strike with sheer grit. Helen felt the sheer force behind his attack, her arms trembling under the pressure. With a swift motion, she deflected his sword, pushing back against his relentless assault. Zeke's cold stare bore into her, unshaken by her resistance. Helen's mind raced, realizing that even a single blow from him could be fatal. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she grappled with the thought that this young man had already surpassed her in strength. Zeke stood there, looking effortlessly cool with his aura swirling around him, a stark contrast to her struggle. Helen's sword lit up with a surge of aura as she acknowledged his strength and knew she had to end this quickly before her stamina gave out. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden surge of power from Helen's sword. A smirk played on his lips as he understood her intent. Helen readied herself, a powerful blue and black aura enveloping her sword as she prepared for her final move. With a determined look, Helen charged forward, her mind set on victory as she recalled the legend of Terrican Draker, the first Draker, who had parted a giant castle wall with one sword strike. A vertical white line appeared, slicing through the air as her sword moved. The line grew brighter, a testament to the sheer power behind her strike, a move that would remind everyone of that legendary moment. Helen wasn't messing around. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed her signature move, Castle Splitter. A massive slash of blue and white aura surged forward, ready to remind everyone why she was a legend. The slash roared towards Zeke, its power undeniable. Even Zeke couldn't help but mutter about how incredible it was. But Zeke wasn't about to back down. Adjusting his grip on his sword, he grinned. It was his turn to show what he was made of. Air and aura began to swirl around Zeke's claymore, charging up for his next move. With a smirk, Zeke declared his readiness. Here he came, and Helen better be ready. Zeke unleashed a water-like aura slash, its power rippling through the air like a tidal wave. Determination burned in Zeke's eyes as he prepared for his next move. Zeke's Dapeng technique surged forward, overtaking Helen's powerful slash with sheer force. Helen was left flabbergasted, her confidence shaken. She muttered about Zeke being on another level. Helen recalled Carly Draker's words about how Zeke's sword could truly kill a dragon. With a lunge, Zeke's claymore thrust towards Helen, proving the legend right before her eyes. Zeke's blade halted just before Helen's neck as he declared her defeat, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Suddenly, the arena erupted in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the crowd. Smoke billowed across the battlefield, obscuring the aftermath of the blast. The crowd stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as the smoke began to clear. Murmurs of shock spread through the spectators, their voices barely above a whisper as they struggled to process what had just happened. As the smoke dissipated, Zeke stood victorious, his sword pointed at Helen, who knelt before him in defeat. Helen looked up at Zeke, her voice steady as she admitted his strength, calling him incredible. She shook her head, acknowledging that she couldn't beat him, no matter how hard she tried. Zeke simply shrugged, attributing his victory to luck, but Helen wasn't having any of that humble talk. With a determined look, Helen pushed herself up from the ground, ready to face whatever came next. She turned to Zeke, mentioning that Carly had something to say to him, her tone serious and urgent. Helen assured him that Carly would come soon, and Zeke nodded in understanding, his gaze steady and focused. With a final glance at Zeke, Helen turned away, her expression unreadable. As she walked away, she congratulated Zeke on his victory, her voice carrying a mix of respect and something else, something deeper. A step echoed through the arena as the patriarch began to speak, his voice booming and authoritative. The patriarch announced Zeke as the final winner of the year's martial arts competition, his words ringing out clearly. Zeke looked up, his eyes meeting the patriarch's as he prepared to receive his medal. The patriarch stepped forward, holding out the medal, a symbol of Zeke's hard-earned victory. Zeke felt the weight of the medal as it settled around his neck, the cool medal a reminder of his hard-fought victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name, their voices echoing through the arena like a thunderous wave of admiration. Arthur stepped forward, pride evident in his voice as he commended Zeke for carrying out the mission incredibly. Zeke simply nodded, acknowledging that he had followed orders. Arthur continued, explaining the extensive benefits that came with winning the Drakkar martial arts competition, his voice booming with excitement. But then, Arthur's tone softened as he admitted there were things he hadn't shared yet, and as a proud father, he wanted to give his son a gift, offering anything Zeke desired. Zeke's request caught Arthur off guard. He wanted to know about his mother, a topic that seemed to strike a chord with Arthur. Arthur turned away, his expression unreadable, muttering an almost inaudible response. Arthur looked towards the Agamemnon family, his gaze sharp and questioning, asking if they had heard something from them. Zeke pressed on, revealing there was more he hadn't heard, and that's why he wanted to ask. Arthur, curious, questioned why that was the most important thing to him. Zeke's response was simple and direct, leaving Arthur visibly shocked. With a serious stare, Zeke expressed his desire to know about the prophecy his mother, who was an irregular, had made. Arthur stood there, shocked and speechless, the weight of Zeke's words hanging heavily in the air. Arthur stood there, shocked and speechless, the weight of Zeke's words hanging heavily in the air. Meanwhile, in a different part of the mansion, two figures stood by the windows, their gazes fixed on the scene below. Abel took a sip from his cup, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused that, in the end, Zeke had come out on top. William scoffed, his expression darkening as he muttered about Owen Siemens, shaking his head in disappointment. He couldn't believe that Owen had been defeated by Zeke Drakkar without putting up any resistance. What a disgrace. Abel leaned forward, arguing that Owen would become stronger once he received the blessing. So why was William so upset? William shot back that a blessing only meant something when it was given to someone worthy. William sneered, asking what good was making a mediocre fool a little stronger. In the end, Owen was nothing but a stain on the Siemens family name, William declared, his voice dripping with disdain. Abel raised an eyebrow, reminding William that Owen was still his younger brother and would be quite hurt if he heard that. William coldly replied that he did not want to recognize someone who disgraced the Siemens name as his brother. Changing the subject, Abel asked how the Guardian Knight matter was going. William looked out the window, explaining that Callie Drakkar's side was still trying to persuade the elders. They must be desperate to stop him from receiving the Guardian Knight position. Present, they still needed to secure 2 more votes. It was troublesome, William admitted. Abel's expression darkened as he said he was tired of waiting. William knew very well just how long Abel had waited for this moment. William wiped the sweat from his brow, assuring Abel that once the Guardian Knight matter and the Karuz matter were properly resolved, it would soon happen as he wished. He just needed to endure and wait a little longer, William said, trying to calm Abel down. Abel stood up, saying that if William said so, he understood. But then he slammed his hand on the desk, his eyes cold and hard. If he had to wait any longer, William had better prepare himself as well, Abel warned, his voice low and dangerous. Back at the castle, Zeke was greeted with a booming announcement congratulating him on his tournament victory. Zeke acknowledged the praise with a simple thank you, though he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. A line of guards stood at attention, ready to escort him. Zeke couldn't help but wonder if all this was really necessary, but the guards insisted it was only natural to show respect to the winner. As he walked to the door, Zeke mused about the unusual kindness from the typically unfriendly Drakkar Knights. He excused himself and proceeded inside. Opening the door, Zeke stepped inside, ready to face whatever awaited him. Arthur welcomed Zeke, his voice calm and steady, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the surroundings. Arthur admitted he thought Zeke would enjoy the victory banquet and return months later. He questioned why Zeke wasn't enjoying the privileges that came with his win. Zeke explained the customary grand banquet held for the tournament winner, but it wasn't his scene. Zeke thought about how he didn't want to spend his time on such festivities. He admitted to Arthur that he wasn't someone who enjoyed parties very much. Arthur chuckled, reminiscing about how he was the same at Zeke's age, focused only on training and greater achievements, thinking entertainment was pointless. But Arthur reminded Zeke of an important truth. Even if he became a Black Knight, he couldn't face the entire continent alone. The reality was that he couldn't avoid death if even 2 other Black Knights became his enemies. Zeke couldn't believe that Arthur Draker, one of the strongest people on the continent, would say this. But then he thought about Kaiser, and how even several Black Knights wouldn't be enough to take him down. Right, the hero King Kaiser had reached the level of Grand Master. Zeke wondered if he could become a Grand Master too. The thought of becoming the absolute ruler crossed his mind, a glint of determination in his eyes. Arthur drew Zeke's attention to a box, its contents unknown but surely significant. Zeke's gaze locked onto the box. Curiosity piqued as he wondered what secrets it held. Inside was a pocket watch, but not just any watch. Arthur revealed it was a special keepsake, once belonging to Laura. Zeke's eyes widened as he realized this might be a precious memento from his mother. Arthur confirmed it, saying Laura always carried it with her. Arthur offered the watch to Zeke, though he admitted it might not reveal much about Laura. Zeke couldn't help but wonder what he meant by that. Arthur explained that Laura used the watch to glimpse a realm unseen by others. But since it belonged to an irregular, there was little they could do with it. It was found on the northern continent, but that was all they knew. Arthur concluded that was everything he knew, adding that Laura was always a woman with many secrets. Zeke couldn't believe that even Arthur, the head of the Dracker household and Laura's husband, knew so little about her. Zeke wondered if Arthur would have abandoned him if he hadn't been a pure-blood awakened one. Zeke had a question for Arthur, who encouraged him to ask. Zeke asked if Arthur had ever thought he might have talent as a healer. Arthur admitted he had considered it, but Zeke was not a healer. He was a proud, pure-blood awakened one of Dracker. Zeke wondered if Arthur would have abandoned him if he hadn't been a pure-blood awakened one. Arthur had one more thing to tell Zeke. Arthur warned Zeke not to dig too deeply into Laura Agamemnon. On the central continent, irregulars were treated as cursed beings. It wouldn't benefit Zeke, as someone who carried her blood, to delve too deeply into her past. Zeke agreed to follow Arthur's order, accepting the warning with a nod. After agreeing to follow Arthur's order, Zeke's gaze drifted down to the watch in his hand, its weight suddenly feeling heavier. Why had his mother left this watch as her final keepsake? The question gnawed at him, its gears ticking away like a countdown to answers he didn't have. But there was something else, something tugging at the edges of his memory. This watch, it looked familiar, like a face in a crowd he couldn't quite place. Had he seen it somewhere before? The more he stared, the more the feeling grew, like an itch he couldn't scratch. Then it hit him: Saturn Draker. The name flashed in his mind like a neon sign in the dead of night. It matched the pocket watch Saturn carried when he went to Bahamut. The pieces were starting to come together, but the picture was still fuzzy. He remembered that this object contained the power of Kronos. What if, just like when he activated ancient relics such as Herson and the Golden Mask, he poured ether into it? The thought was wild, but it might just work. The watch lit up, system alerts popping up like toast from a toaster. An authentication key? What did that even mean? Zeke was in uncharted territory now. He looked at the system bar, hoping for some kind of clue, some kind of lifeline in the sea of confusion. A main quest. This just went from confusing to full-on chaos. Zeke was in for a wild ride, and he hadn't even buckled his seatbelt yet.